Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 67, The Men Beneath the Thing. Jay felt every eye in the room on him. His stomach twisted, but there was no backing down now. Not after coming this far. All right, you want to know how my powers really work? He gestured at the depowered heroes around him. I absorb abilities from people. Permanently. But I'm not some endless black hole, there's a limit to what I can hold. I gotta choose what I take because once it's mine. He shrugged helplessly. It's gone from you forever. The silence that followed was deafening. Ben's partially rocky face gave nothing away, those familiar orange eyes unreadable as his powers flickered weakly under Jay's suppression. Jay pressed on, knowing he had to get this all out. Look, I wanted to help Ben get back to normal. But I couldn't just walk up and ask to borrow his powers so I could turn into the thing myself. What do you think would have happened? I would have decked you before you finished talking, Ben growled, his voice carrying the familiar gravelly rumble even in his weakened state. Exactly. Jay nodded. So I had to take the long way around. Get stronger first, upgrade what I could do, then use everything I learned to give you something better than what you lost. That's when Sue completely lost it. Why didn't you just ask us? The words came out strangled with hurt, rage and trust crumbling in real time. We would have helped. We trusted you, Jay. We brought you into our home, treated you like. She paused, the word catching in her throat. Like family. Past tense. The way she said it hit Jay harder than any physical blow could have. He could see it in all their faces now, whatever bond he'd built with the Fantastic Four was gone, snuffed out like Johnny's flames. Sue, Jay started, then stopped. What could he possibly say? I'm sorry. I know that doesn't mean much now, but I am. I can't explain this in a way that'll make it right, but I can still keep my promise to Ben. Don't. Sue's voice was ice cold. Don't you dare try to make this about helping Ben when you've been lying to us this whole time. But Jay was already moving toward Ben, who immediately coiled like a spring ready to snap. The big guy might be weakened, but he was still dangerous. Back off, kid. Ben's Brooklyn accent got thicker the way it always did when his emotions ran high. I don't need your pity, and I sure as hell don't need your help. When Jay didn't stop, Ben swung at him with everything he had left. Without his full strength, the movement was clumsy, almost pathetic. But the fury behind it was real enough. I ain't your charity case. Ben snarled as Jay easily caught his fist. I know you're not, Jay said quietly, feeling the tremor in Ben's weakened hand. But I can't let your pride stand between you and the life you really want. Not when I can actually do something about it. What life? Ben's orange eyes blazed with humiliation and rage. What are you talking about? The life with Alicia. Jay's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Come on, Ben. What happens when you two want to get married? When you want kids someday? What about holding her hand without worrying you'll crush every delicate bone in her fingers? Ben went completely rigid. The anger drained from his face, replaced by something raw and desperate. Shut your mouth. The words came out choked, and Ben lunged forward. Jay was ready for him. He caught Ben's head gently in both hands before the charge could connect, stopping the big guy's momentum without hurting him. Reed started forward instinctively, but Sue grabbed his arm. Whatever anger she felt toward Jay, she wasn't about to stop him from helping Ben. Ben struggled weakly in Jay's grip, but there was no real fight left in him. What are you gonna do to me, kid? He whispered, his voice shaking as he felt something starting to shift inside him. I'm giving you back your choices, Ben, Jay said softly, his own voice thick with the weight of what he was about to attempt. This might feel strange, but I promise you, it won't hurt. Jay's power went deeper than simple suppression this time. Way deeper than he'd ever gone before. Using every technique he'd absorbed from Sage, he reached into Ben's cosmic radiation-twisted DNA and began the most delicate work of his life. Instead of stealing the mutation like he normally would, he did something far more complex. He rewrote the genetic triggers themselves, carefully installing mental switches that would let Ben control his transformations at will. It was like performing microsurgery on the building blocks of life itself. Jay poured every ounce of his concentration into it, sweat beading on his forehead from the sheer effort. Kid, what are you doing to me? Ben's voice was barely a whisper now, filled with wonder and fear as he felt something fundamental shifting deep inside his cells. I'm giving you a choice, Ben. Your choice, always. Jay admitted. The change started small. Tiny hairline fractures appeared in Ben's rocky exterior, spreading like spider webs across his orange skin. Then it picked up speed, the cracks widening and spreading in waves across his massive frame. But the orange stone didn't crumble or shatter like everyone expected. Instead, it seemed to dissolve, melting away like ice under a warm sun to reveal the flesh underneath. Ben's hulking proportions gradually shrank back to normal human size, muscle and bone restructuring themselves in real time. "Oh my God," Reed breathed, his scientific mind struggling to process the impossibility unfolding before him. Johnny moved closer, his usual wisecracks nowhere to be found. "Is it really working?" "Look at him," Sue whispered, her anger temporarily forgotten in the face of this miracle. For the first time in nearly a year, Benjamin Grimm stood before them as just Ben. Regular, flesh and blood Ben. He stared down at his hands like they belonged to someone else, turning them over and over with growing wonder. "I can see them," he said, his voice filled with amazement. "The lines in my palms, the creases, the fingerprints. Jesus, I forgot I had fingerprints." His voice was different too. Still gravelly from decades of cigars and Brooklyn streets, but human. Completely, impossibly human. Ben touched his own face with trembling fingers, feeling warm skin instead of cold, hard stone. "It's really me," he whispered. "Sweet Mary and Joseph, it's really me." That's when the toughest guy from Yancey Street, the man who'd faced down gamma monsters and cosmic storms without flinching, completely broke down. Ben's legs gave out. He collapsed to his knees as if his strings had been cut, his whole body shaking as months of suppressed grief and longing poured out like a dam bursting. The raw emotion was so intense it made everyone step back, giving him space to fall apart. "I can feel the floor," he gasped between sobs, pressing his palms against the cold metal decking. "Actually, feel how cold it is against my skin. It's been so long since I could feel temperature through my hands." He touched his wet cheeks in wonder. "And when I cry, the tears are warm. God, I forgot they were supposed to be warm." Ben kept flexing his fingers, marveling at the simple movement without the grinding sound of stone against stone that had become the soundtrack of his existence. The Fantastic Four immediately surrounded their friend. Reed dropped to one knee beside him, his scientific mind warring with his heart. Sue knelt on Ben's other side, tears streaming down her face. Johnny crouched nearby, his usual wisecracks nowhere to be found as his own eyes grew wet with tears. "Human," Ben repeated the word like he was tasting something precious he thought was lost forever. "Yeah, Reed. For the first time in almost a year. I'm human again." Jay's suppression field flickered once and died completely as he exhausted himself. Around the room, everyone else's powers slowly began trickling back online. The familiar hum of energy filled the air, but nobody seemed to care about their returning abilities. All eyes remained on Ben. Through his tears, Ben looked up at Jay with an expression that mixed gratitude with crushing betrayal. The kid had lied to them, manipulated them, put them all through hell, and then handed Ben back his entire life. "You son of a bitch," Ben said quietly, his voice rough with conflicting emotions. "I don't get you, kid. I really don't. You lie to us for months, trick us, make us think you're gonna die on us, and then you turn around and give me back everything I thought I'd lost forever." Ben wiped his eyes with the back of a normal, flesh and blood hand, still marveling at the simple gesture. "How am I supposed to hate you now?" he asked, his voice breaking slightly. "How can I feel anything but grateful when you just handed me my whole damn life back? When you gave me the chance to hold Alicia properly again?" Jay had no answer for that. What could anyone possibly say? Some gifts were too big for words, too important for explanations or apologies. Bobby moved closer to Jay's side, the old soldier's weathered face showing deep respect. "You did good, son," he said quietly, his own voice rough with emotion. The room fell quiet except for Ben's gradually subsiding sobs and the soft murmur of family coming back together. Everyone was still trying to process what they'd witnessed. Jay had given Ben something beyond price, beyond measure, something that couldn't be bought or earned or stolen. He'd given him hope. He'd given him a choice. Most importantly, he'd given him back his humanity without taking away his ability to be the hero people needed him to be. It was, perhaps, the most perfect gift anyone had ever received. Chapter 68, A Cure for Everything But Trust. A/N, holy fuck did I mess up. Sorry guys, this is the correct chapter. The silence after Ben's breakdown was fragile as glass. Jay could feel tension crackling through the room, everyone processing what they'd witnessed, betrayal and redemption in the same package. But he wasn't done yet. And judging by the looks on their faces, this was about to get worse. Jay's eyes found Rogue across the room. She stood rigid against the far wall, trying to physically distance herself from whatever was coming. The look in her green eyes wasn't anger but something colder and final. "Rouge," he said quietly, taking a step toward her. "No." The word cut across the room like a whip crack. Her Mississippi drawl was thick with pain and fury. "Don't you dare come near me with those sugar-sweet lies, Jay." Her tone stopped him in his tracks. Rouge, please, let me explain. Explain what? She pushed off from the wall, stalking toward him. How you've been manipulating me since day one. How every single word out of your mouth was calculated to get me right where you wanted me. Jay felt his heart hammering. That's not. Oh, it ain't. Rogue's laugh was bitter. You targeted me specifically 'cause of my powers, didn't ya? Knew exactly what buttons to push to get poor little untouchable Rouge all dependent on the one man who could make her feel normal again. The accusation hit too close to home. Jay's silence was answer enough. Every caring word, she continued, voice rising, every gentle touch, every promise you made about finding a way to help me, all of it was just part of some grand plan. Rogue, that's not, Jay tried, but she was on a roll now, buried hurt pouring out. Save it, sugar. I know manipulation when I see it. Hell, I lived it for years. At least they had the decency to be honest about using me. Rogue's voice cracked. But you. You made me think, you made me hope. She trailed off, wrapping her arms around herself. Jay wanted to tell her the truth that the feelings to help her were real, even if the foundation was rotten. But looking at the devastation in her eyes, he realized the truth would only make it worse. Sometimes the kindest lie was letting someone hate the villain instead of mourning the hero. Jay's hands trembled as he opened his mouth to defend himself, but the words died in his throat. His jaw worked soundlessly for a moment before he forced out, so what? His voice came out hoarse. Maybe I was. Maybe that's all it ever was. The hurt that flashed across Rogue's face made his knees nearly buckle, and his chest felt like it was being crushed from the inside. Better she hates power broker than pine for a misunderstood Jay. I told you I'd find a way to make you normal, he continued, voice steady despite his chest caving in. I kept my word. Now you can find warmth in other people. Just, get yourself treated and move on. Don't you dare talk to me like this is some kind of favor. Rogue screamed, I don't want your pity cure. I don't want anything from you. Rogue, Scott started forward, but she rounded on him. And don't y'all even think about talking, his side. Jay looked desperately to the others for support, but found only disgust staring back. Scott's jaw was set in judgment. Johnny's flames flickered with hostility. Even Xavier looked at him like something unpleasant. Sue wouldn't even look at him. She'd turned to face the window instead. And Ben. Ben just sat there flexing his new fingers, refusing to meet Jay's eyes even though Jay had just given him everything he'd ever wanted. Gene, Jay tried, you guys know me. You know I wouldn't. Do we? Gene's voice was cold. Because the men we thought we knew wouldn't have lied to our faces for months. Wouldn't have manipulated a traumatized woman. Xavier finally spoke, his calm voice carrying profound disappointment. Jay, Rogue is clearly not in the right emotional state to process this revelation. Perhaps now is not the appropriate time. If I what? Jay's temper flared. Left. Made it easy for everyone to forget that sometimes doing the right thing requires hard choices. Hard choices. Johnny's flames roared. You call lying to people who trusted you a hard choice? I call getting Rogue the help she needed, whatever it took. Jay shot back. I call giving Ben his humanity back worth it. As voices rose and powers flared in the chaotic argument, Hank's voice rang with an electronic trill that cut through the chaos. Beast's voice came through clearly. You're not forgetting about your promise to me, are you? Never, Jay repeated, his voice now tired of all the argument and wanting to get it over with. I have to ask, Jay continued, don't you harbor any resentment? For stealing Sage's abilities, for the deceptions, for the spectacular confrontation with X-Men and the Morlocks. Hank was quiet for a moment, aware of every eye watching. Finally, he shrugged. I can't speak for Sage. But I think you've got a better chance of doing good with enhanced abilities than harm. And after getting a taste of what normal feels like. He glanced at Ben. I figure I deserve the same choice. Without asking permission, Jay reached out and placed his hand on Beast's shoulder. The same genetic restructuring he'd performed on Ben flowed through his abilities, but working with mutation rather than cosmic radiation. The change was less dramatic but no less profound. Beast's blue fur shed, his excessive bulk diminished to human proportions. The animalistic features softened, becoming distinguished rather than monstrous. His fangs receded, though he retained enhanced musculature and longer blue hair. Beast looked like what he'd originally been, a brilliant scientist, rather than a creature struggling with humanity. My word, Beast breathed, examining his hands. The cellular restructuring is remarkable. I retain enhanced physicality but with voluntary control over the more pronounced aspects. He looked up at Jay with wonder. I must confess, I've always preferred Doctor to Beast. The latter always seemed rather tactless. Despite everything, Jay grinned. Yeah. I thought it really suited you. The moment died quickly as Jay turned back to face the room full of people who used to trust him. The weight of their disappointment settled on his shoulders. "Well," he said quietly, "I guess that's that." Jay was preparing to leave when Bobby's voice cut through the tension. "Ah, Doc. You might want to look down there." Jay glanced down and realized he was still in his boxers, same as when he went in the tank for the procedure. The absurdity broke through his composure. A laugh bubbled up in hysteria when everything falls apart at once. "Right," he said, grabbing his tattered jeans from the non-salvageable closet. "The big dramatic revelation scene, and I'm in my underwear." Bobby shrugged out of his coat and tossed it over. "Here, kid. You're gonna catch your death." As Jay struggled into his jeans, he caught sight of Steve and Tony. He asked Bobby something, who pulled a card from his back pocket and handed it to Jay. "This is for you, Tony." "What's it for?" Tony called out. Jay met his eyes directly. "To get your poisoning checked out. The arc reactor's been leaking palladium into your bloodstream for months now, isn't it?" The color drained from Tony's face. His most carefully guarded secret was apparently an open book. Xavier looked at Tony with pity. "First time." Tony's mouth opened and closed soundlessly. With nothing left to say and nowhere left to turn, Jay walked away, Bobby's coat over his shoulders, leaving everyone to deal with the aftermath. Chapter 69, Lucky Break. A/N, here's your weekly bonus chapter. And with this, the enhancement arc officially comes to an end. I know the ending wasn't everyone's favorite when it was happening, but now that you can see the full picture, what do you guys think? Was it to your liking? What could have been done better? I'm here to learn, so let me know your thoughts. Just keep it constructive, no trolling, please. Real feedback helps me grow as a writer and makes the story better for everyone. Thanks for sticking with me through this arc. Looking forward to hearing what you think. Outside, the cool night air hit Jay's face like a slap. He breathed it in deep, trying to wash the taste of burnt bridges out of his mouth. Bobby and Domino flanked him as they walked across the Baxter building's back lot, their footsteps echoing off the concrete. Then Jay saw his car. "Jesus Christ," he breathed, stopping dead in his tracks. "My car." The sleek vehicle looked like it had gone 10 rounds with the Hulk and lost every single one. The hood was crumpled into abstract art, both doors hung at impossible angles, and what used to be the windshield was now a spider web of safety glass held together by sheer stubbornness. One wheel was completely missing, and the other 3 pointed in directions that defied basic geometry. For some reason, seeing his destroyed ride was the final straw. After everything, the lies, the betrayals, the necessary cruelties, watching every friendship he'd built crumble to dust, his totaled car nearly brought him to his knees. "That was a nice car," Bobby said quietly, like he was offering condolences at a funeral. "67 Shelby GT 500, Jay managed, his voice thick. "My dream car. I was so happy the day I finally got it." He stopped, realizing how stupid it sounded to mourn a car when he'd just lost everything that mattered. "Easy there, Doc," Bobby said gently, resting a weathered hand on his shoulder. "Metal can be replaced. I brought my own ride anyway." They started toward Bobby's pickup truck, but after a few steps, Jay realized Domino wasn't with them anymore. He turned to see her standing perfectly still in the shadows between 2 dumpsters, like she'd grown roots. "Dom. Come on, let's go." She didn't move. Didn't even acknowledge he'd spoken. "Domino, why aren't you getting in the truck?" His voice carried the exhaustion. "Are you angry at me, too? For the whole secret identity thing?" "No." Her voice was barely above a whisper, so quiet he almost missed it. "Then what?" Jay moved toward her, real concern creeping into his voice. In all the time he'd known her, he'd never seen Dom this still. She was always in motion, always ready to move, always prepared for trouble. "Dom, why won't you look at me?" When he gently tilted her chin up, forcing her to meet his eyes, he saw they were red-rimmed and full of tears she'd been holding back for who knew how long. "Dom, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" The words tumbled out in a rush. "We can go back to Reed's medical lab, or I can check you over myself, or..." "No." She shook her head, pulling away from his touch like it burned. "Jay, when you were about to get hit by that cosmic ray blast, it was my turn to save someone I care about." Her voice cracked like ice under pressure. "But my powers failed you." "I failed you." Jay stared at her, pieces of a puzzle he hadn't known existed suddenly clicking into place. "Dom. I've been alone since I was a kid," she continued, the words pouring out like water through a burst dam. "And I loved it that way. Nobody to worry about, nobody to let down, nobody to lose sleep over. Then you came crashing into my life with that stupid grin and those terrible jokes, and at first, it was just business. Easy money, you know. Then it got fun. Then." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, smearing her makeup. "Then it became something I'd never felt before. Not for anybody. Not even for myself. Jay felt his heart breaking all over again, but for entirely different reasons this time. When I saw you lying there on that table with the machines beeping and that flat line. Domino's voice went hollow, like she was talking from the bottom of a well. When my powers, the one thing I've always been able to count on, failed when you needed them most, it broke something inside me that I didn't even know could break. Dom, listen to me. I'm better off alone, she said firmly, cutting him off with the finality that felt like a coffin lid slamming shut. And now that this whole enhancement thing is done, I'm free from our deal too. But I can help you, Jay said desperately, his voice cracking. Maybe I can tweak your powers just like I did for Hank and Ben. Maybe I can give you real control instead of needing constant danger. You could have a normal life, Dom. You could. Stop. Domino smiled then, sad and beautiful and final as a sunset. Just, stop. She reached into her leather jacket and pulled out something small and metallic. A battered and bloodied quarter, its edges worn smooth by countless tosses and years of being carried in pockets. She pressed it into his palm, and it was ice cold despite the blood. Keep this safe, she whispered. This coin saved your life. When doom was about to put an end to us, it came like a bullet to his skull. Jay's enhanced memory kicked in, analyzing the coin's unique markings and flooding him with recollections. Their first encounter, the way he'd casually flipped this exact quarter in irritation when he copied her powers briefly, how it had bounced off a fire escape at just the right angle. Seems like you're gonna need all the luck you can get where you're heading, she continued, stepping back like she was pulling away from something that might explode. More memories cascaded through his mind. Their first meeting at the diner. Every date, every close call, every joke about her, good luck. The thing is, Domino continued, her voice getting stronger but sadder, if my feelings for you stay the same, and you keep getting yourself hurt, which you will, 'cause I know the path you've chosen, I'll break again. And next time, I don't think I'll be able to put the pieces back together. She stepped forward and hugged him then, quick and fierce, like she was trying to memorize the feeling of her arms around him. Goodbye, Jay. Dom, wait. But she was already walking away, her pale skin making her look like a ghost disappearing into the shadows between buildings. She paused just long enough to give Bobby an awkward wave. Take care of him, Bobby. He's gonna need it more than he knows. And then she was gone, swallowed up by New York like she'd never been there at all. Jay stood there in the alley, staring at the quarter in his palm. Under his enhanced senses, he could see every scratch, every wear mark, every tiny detail that told the story of their relationship. This quarter's been working overtime for me. Then the irony of it all crashed over him like a tidal wave. Domino's luck powers had been protecting him all along through this one simple quarter. Even when she thought her abilities had failed, even when she felt like she'd let him down, she'd been saving his life without even knowing it. Jay's knees buckled, and he sank down right there in the alley, the quarter clutched in his trembling hands. The laughter started first, bitter, hollow laughter at the joke of it all. Then the tears came, hot and angry, because he'd been so damn stupid. He'd pushed everyone away trying to protect them, and lost the one person who'd actually been protecting him all along. God, I'm such an idiot, he choked out, his voice cracking like a teenager's. She was saving me this whole time and I didn't even, he couldn't finish the sentence. The weight of it all crashed down, every choice he'd made, every bridge he'd burned, every person he'd hurt while telling himself it was for their own good. The luck was hers all along, he whispered to the quarter, his voice raw. Even when she thought her powers were failing, she was still saving me. She never failed. Not once. But I failed her. I failed everyone. Bobby stood over him, watching this brilliant, complicated kid fall apart in an alley. The old vet had seen this before, not the superhero stuff, but the look. That hollow-eyed stare of someone who'd convinced themselves they were doing the right thing, only to watch it all crumble. Pride and good intentions, Bobby knew, could destroy a man just as surely as bullets. Shit, kid, Bobby muttered, crouching down beside him. His joints popped in protest. You really went and fucked this up, didn't you? Jay's breath hitched, his shoulders shaking as he wiped his nose on his sleeve like he was 12 years old again. The quarter left an indent in his palm from how hard he was gripping it. I've been where you are, Bobby continued, his voice rough. Thought I knew better than everyone else. Lost people because of it. The thing is, you can either sit here feeling sorry for yourself, or you can figure out how to not be such a dumbass next time. He spat into the gutter. Your call, document. When Jay remained silent, lost in his spiral of self-recrimination, Bobby just sighed. It's gonna be okay, kid, Bobby said quietly, his voice carrying the kind of certainty that only came from surviving your own personal hell. Somehow, some way, it's gonna be okay. But sitting there in the alley behind the Baxter building, holding the quarter that represented everything he'd just lost, Dom's love, the hero's trust, the simple joy of belonging somewhere, Jay wasn't sure he believed that anymore. The cruel irony wasn't lost on him. He'd gotten what he came for. Ben's humanity restored. Hank's powers refined. He'd gotten his enhancement. But thinking of Rogue denying him the chance to cure her again broke him all over. He just had to burn every bridge he'd ever built to do it. And for the second time since arriving in this universe, the question haunted him, what next? Chapter 70, so about Jay's love life. Hey everyone. So I've been thinking about where to take Jay's story next, and I could really use your help with something. I'm considering adding a romantic interest for Jay down the line, but I'm honestly stumped on who would work well. Here's the thing, I need someone around Jay's age, mid-20s, or older, and please don't suggest generic characters like Storm or Black Widow. I swear if I see one more fanfic with those two, we've all read that story 100 times already, right? Also, whoever you suggest needs to actually be single. I'm not about to write some weird love triangle drama or break up existing couples, that's just not the kind of story I want to tell. The character doesn't have to be strictly from the MCU either. There are tons of cool women in the comics who never get any love in fanfiction. Maybe someone who could actually have interesting conversations with Jay or challenge him in ways we haven't seen yet. Drop your ideas in the comments. I'd love to hear who you think would be fun to write and why. Bonus points if you can picture how they'd react to Jay's particular brand of chaos. Thanks for reading and for all your support so far. Chapter 71, The Morning After. A/N, this is an extra long one cause I just want to be done with this. Jay's eyes opened to the smell of fresh pizza and the sound of people moving around with urgency in their steps. He blinked, trying to process where the hell he was. This wasn't Bobby's truck. This wasn't his bed. This was the Queen's safe house. The inner circle was bustling around like it was any other morning. Maria setting plates on the table, Linda arranging napkins, Tom pouring coffee. And Max was pulling a fresh pizza out of the oven. The last thing Jay remembered was sobbing like a broken 12-year-old in Bobby's truck, clutching Domino's quarter while the old vet drove through the night. Then, nothing. Just exhaustion hitting him like a freight train. Well, Maria said, noticing he was awake. Look who decided to rejoin the land of the living. Jay tried to sit up, and every muscle in his body screamed in protest. The enhancement, the emotional breakdown, the cosmic ray exposure. It had all finally caught up with him after the adrenaline and heartbreak wore off. How long was I out? Well, it's the morning after, Bobby called from the kitchen, not looking up from whatever he was doing. You passed out harder than a rookie on his first patrol. Maria approached with that maternal look that made Jay feel simultaneously comforted and guilty. Why don't you freshen up and come eat with us? You look like you came from the set of a zombie movie. Jay moved like a zombie through his morning routine. Shower, teeth, throwing on clean clothes that someone had thoughtfully laid out. Domino's absence pressed at the edges of his mind, the ghost of her hug still lingering on his shoulders, but he shoved it down. When he shuffled back to the main room, he dropped into a chair between Max and Linda without a word. Tom sat directly across from him, and nobody said anything as they passed around pizza slices and toast like this was totally normal. It took Jay 3 bites before his brain finally processed what he was eating. We're having pizza for breakfast, he said, and then he started laughing. It wasn't happy laughter. It was the kind of brittle, slightly unhinged laughter that comes when everything's gone sideways. The laughter turned into something else pretty quickly, tears mixing with the giggles in a way that probably looked terrifying. Everything hit at once. Domino walking away. Rogue's hatred. Ben's betrayed look even as he flexed human fingers. Sue calling him family in past tense. Hey, Linda said softly, rubbing his back. It's okay. Just let it out. Max patted his head like he was a traumatized golden retriever. We got you, document. You're safe here. Jay finished his food through the sniffling, mumbled something about needing air, and stepped out of the warehouse. The morning was crisp and clear, New York sprawling out like it always did, indifferent to personal crisis. Jay breathed it in, trying to reset his system. When he came back inside, Bobby was leaning against the table with a cup of coffee, watching him with those knowing eyes. Why'd you bring me here? Jay asked. Bobby's mouth quirked up in that sardonic way. Well, kid, seeing as you're now the infamous power broker and half the government probably wants to have words with you, figured we needed somewhere safe to crash. Jay winced. Right. That was going to be a problem. But then Bobby's expression softened just a fraction. Also figured you needed to be around people who give a damn about you, instead of wallowing alone like some emo teen. The reference to their earlier conversation about found family hit Jay right in the chest. He managed a weak smirk. What is it with this lazy writing? Every time I have an emotional crisis, someone shows up with exactly the right words. Life's weird like that, Bobby shrugged. When they settled back around the table, Tom leaned forward with that direct way of his. So, what's the plan, Doc? Jay stared at his half-eaten pizza slice. I don't have one. For now, anyway. I can't seem to focus on anything past getting through the next 5 minutes. Concerned looks passed around the table. Max frowned. That's not like you, Jay. You always have 3 backup plans and a contingency. Relax, kid, Bobby said, settling into a chair with his coffee. Do what you always do. Step by step. One thing at a time. Jay nodded slowly. Right. Baby steps. He could handle baby steps. Okay, he said, taking a breath. First step, figure out what I actually got from that enhancement nightmare. I mean, mutant growth hormone, super soldier serum, and cosmic radiation ought to give me something good, right? He closed his eyes and sank into his mental landscape, the place where his powers existed and interacted. The change took his breath away. What used to be a sterile white void was now the most spectacular starry sky he'd ever seen. Like someone had taken the Hubble telescope's greatest hits and made them into wallpaper. Stars wheeled overhead in impossible colors, nebulae painted the darkness in shades of blue and gold, and everything pulsed with quiet life. At the center of it all stood his powers, but they looked different now. His theft ability was still there, gray, foggy and imposing, but more regal somehow. More refined. The sea blue eyes that had been a part of Sage's power now looked actively intelligent, like they were seeing something deeper than surface. Tommy's healing power was still pure green, still radiant, but there was a vitality to it now that made it seem more like a well of life force. And Claire's danger sense, originally a bland mix of yellow and blue, had evolved. Sage's analytical mind had merged with it completely, the colors blending into something that looked like liquid gold. Jay reached out with his enhanced awareness, testing the limits of what he could do now. Holy shit. He could hold 10 powers simultaneously now, including his base modifications. His body was enhanced across the board. Muscles, bones, and senses all operating at peak efficiency. His mind, boosted by Sage's analytical capabilities, was processing information like a supercomputer with perfect memory recall. But the really impressive upgrades were in his active abilities. His theft power could now make small tweaks to other people's abilities, just like what he did to Ben and Hank, though it couldn't fundamentally change their nature. His null field had an upgrade to allow those he wants to have active power without losing range. And his healing aura. Jay grinned as he sensed its limits. He could heal everything from nerve damage to missing limbs now, and the range was dramatically increased. He was basically a walking medical miracle. When he opened his eyes back in the real world, he was smiling for the first time since last night's debacle. Well? Linda asked, sitting across from him now, chin propped on her hands. What's the verdict, Doc? The others leaned in, waiting for his answer. The benefits of the enhancement were more than I would have guessed, he said, flexing his fingers experimentally. Way more. That's the first real smile we've seen from you all morning, Doc, Maria observed. Tom nodded. So, what now? Jay looked around the table at these people and made a heavy decision. Now I go and tick off my lists. 4 hours later, Jay walked out of the Queen's safe house looking like a completely different person. The rumpled zombie movie look Maria had so generously pointed out was gone, replaced by one of his backup 3-piece suits. Charcoal gray with pinstripes, crisp white shirt, burgundy tie that brought out his eyes. He looked sharp. Professional. Like someone who had his shit together. Hilarious, since he absolutely didn't. The suit felt wrong, too formal for someone who'd been sobbing in an alley a day ago. But when you're about to torch more bridges, appearances matter. The argument with his inner circle still echoed in his head from that morning. This is insane, Maria had said when he'd announced his decision. Associating with you isn't dangerous. It is now, Jay had cut her off. Doom's broadcast made sure of that. Anyone connected to me becomes a target. So we fight back, Max had argued, pacing like a caged tiger. We stick together. No. Jay's voice had carried finality. On the surface, we're separate. That's how it has to be. Linda had tried the emotional angle. Jay, honey, you don't have to face this alone. Actually, I do. He'd softened his tone then, hating himself for hurting them. Look, I'm not cutting you off permanently. But publicly. We can't be seen together. Not until this blows over. Tom had been the one to finally get it. You're protecting us the only way you know how. Smart men. The argument had dragged on for another hour, but Jay wore them down eventually. They'd agreed to surface separation with heavy hearts and promises to stay in touch through encrypted channels. Now, walking away from the only family he had left, the suit felt like armor he didn't deserve. You sure about this, Doc? Bobby asked as they headed for the tunnel entrance. The old vet had insisted on tagging along, despite Jay's protests that this was something he needed to handle solo. If I'm starting over, I need to settle accounts first. Bobby snorted. Fancy way of saying you're gonna make more people hate you. Probably. But they deserve the truth. The descent into Morlock territory felt like time travel. Steam pipes hissed their greeting, converted subway platforms stretched in every direction. But something was off. Usually, when Jay visited as the power broker, there was tension. Mutants who'd learned to be wary of outsiders, even friendly ones. Today, everyone was acting normal. Kids playing in corridors. Adults chatting over meals. Nobody staring or whispering or watching him with the careful wariness he'd grown used to. Confusing as hell. Something's wrong, Jay muttered as they walked through the community center. After Doom's broadcast yesterday, everyone in New York should be looking at me like I'm carrying plague. Maybe they don't watch the news down here. Before Jay could respond, Callisto emerged from the shadows with that predatory grace, hair catching the flickering overhead light, eyes fixed on him with knowing amusement. Surprised they're not freaking out, she asked, reading his face perfectly. Most of them aren't connected enough to the surface to have seen the circus. And those who do know that Power Broker and Jay the Doctor are the same person. She shrugged. Their opinions got managed. Managed. Jay's enhanced hearing caught the implications. Callisto, what did you? Beautiful Dreamer paid me a visit after the broadcast, she said, gesturing deeper into the tunnels. Turns out our resident telepath has opinions about narrative control. Beautiful Dreamer appeared beside them. Pale, dark-haired, eyes like deep water. Always one of the more optimistic Morlocks, but now there was steel in her gaze. Jay's been nothing but good for our people, she said with absolute conviction. When I realized what Doom's words could do to our community, the panic, the fear, I made a choice. Those who knew connected Power Broker to Jay the Doctor. I adjusted their attitudes. Just those specific connections. To keep things quiet while you sort your mess. Jay stared, processing. Why? After knowing the truth. 'Cause it's you, she said firmly. Dr. J, who saved Leech, gave us hope, showed us we didn't have to live like animals in the dark. The weight of her trust hit him hard. I need everyone gathered, Jay said quietly. Community center. All of them. Jay. Callisto started. All of them. They deserve to know who they're really harboring. 20 minutes later, the community center buzzed with confused energy. Morlocks filtered in from every tunnel. Families, loners, survivors, and the thriving alike. Leech sat front row, looking healthier than Jay had ever seen him, pale skin now flushed with normal circulation. Jay stood at the makeshift podium, hands shaking as he looked out at faces that still held trust. Anyone here know who I am? His voice carried clearly through the chamber. Confused murmurs. A few tentative hands. You're a teacher, called Erg, whose bioelectric aura made him glow faintly. Dr. J. A healer, said a young woman with lizard-like scales. Jay closed his eyes, feeling the weight of deception settle on his shoulders one last time. When he opened them, his null field expanded outward 30 feet. The effect was immediate. Powers that had been active went dormant. Physical mutations began receding. The room filled with gasps of recognition and understanding. They'd felt this exact sensation before, in this exact place, from this exact distance. Power Broker, whispered Erg, recognizing the field's signature even as it suppressed her abilities. Jay nodded, the motion feeling like lifting a mountain. I'm Power Broker. I came here to face you properly with no masks. You deserved better than deception. Silence. He could see the moment each Morlock connected the dots, understanding flooding their faces with betrayal, confusion, anger, and hurt. You've come far since I first found you down here, he continued, voice steady despite the chaos in his chest. You built something beautiful. A real community. A real family. Keep your heads high. The world up there's changing, and you're leading that change whether they know it or not. Silence stretched. Then Leech stood up. Are you leaving? The question hit harder than any accusation. For a while. I have to. Being around me right now, it's dangerous. But you'll come back. Too much understanding in those young eyes. Jay's throat tightened. I don't know, Leech. Honestly don't know. Callisto stepped forward, mismatched eyes blazing. You son of a bitch, she snarled, getting right in his face despite the null field suppressing her reflexes. You took away Leech's powers without explaining yourself. Without asking. Without giving us any choice. I did what was best for the kid. You decided what was best. Just like you decided to manipulate us. Just like you decided to lie for weeks. Jay met her anger head-on. I exposed Mask's abuse. Gave your people a way to look normal, integrate with the surface. Brought medical supplies, resources, hope. All while using us as your cover story. Yes. The word fell like a stone. I used you. Lied to you. Manipulated the situation for my own ends. But look at what I gave you instead. Beautiful dreamer stepped forward, face pale but determined. The money from Emma Frost arrives soon. Enough to establish a legitimate community space above ground for real integration. And you'll have it without me complicating things, Jay added. Clean money, clean connections, clean future. No terrorist associations dragging you down. The crowd processed everything in silence. Finally, Sunder raised his massive hand. Power broker. Jay, same person, helped Sunder's friends. Brought medicine when Morlocks were sick and dying. Fought the bad people who hurt us. His words hung in the air. Sunder doesn't understand why names matter so much. Jay did good things. That's what Sunder remembers. Other voices joined in, quiet at first, then gaining strength. Stories of medical care, protection, someone who treated them like human beings when the rest of the world saw freaks and monsters. You idiots, Callisto said finally, but without real venom. She turned back to Jay. This is your goodbye speech, isn't it? Yeah. It is. The farewells were awkward and painful and somehow perfect. Handshakes, hugs, silent nods from those still processing. Leach hugged his legs tight enough to bruise, whispering, "Thank you for making me normal," so quietly only Jay's enhanced hearing caught it. Walking back through the tunnels with Bobby, Jay felt lighter and heavier simultaneously. Another bridge burned, but this time by choice, on his terms. You know, Bobby said as they climbed toward street level, for a master planner, you sure like making things complicated. Jay managed a weak laugh. Occupational hazard. At surface level, Jay checked his phone for the first time since the enhancement. 17 missed calls from Coulson, 23 texts, enough voicemails to fill a novel. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had been trying to reach him since Doom's broadcast went live. Jay scrolled to Coulson's contact and dialed. Jay. Coulson answered before the first ring finished. Jesus Christ, where have you been? I've been calling for. I need to meet with Fury. As soon as possible. Jay, listen, about the broadcast. Coulson. Enough authority in the name to cut through the rambling. Set up the meeting. I'll explain everything then. Pause. How soon can you be in Staten Island? Jay looked up at the clear New York sky. 2 hours. Time to face the music. Again. Chapter 72, Secrets and Donuts. A/N, this one's a big chapter, folks. We're heading back into the power broker side of business, except this time, Jay's got a new hunger for powers, and the seeds of the next arc are starting to take root. The evening sun cast long shadows across the cracked asphalt of Inglewood as Jay pulled into the parking lot of Randy's Donuts, the New York branch. That iconic concrete donut perched on the roof looked exactly like it did in the movies. Absurd and somehow perfect for the conversation he was about to have. In another timeline, Tony Stark would nurse his hangover here after that disastrous birthday party. But that was then. This was now. Nick really does have a taste for the dramatic, Jay muttered, checking his reflection in the rearview mirror. The face staring back at him looked older somehow. The weight of Doom's revelation still sat heavy on his shoulders. The bell above the door chimed as he entered. Fresh fried dough and cheap coffee hit him like a wave. First, he saw the back booth. But it wasn't just Fury and Coulson waiting for him. Steve Rogers sat across from them, his broad shoulders hunched over a steaming cup of black coffee. Captain America himself. The man who'd been frozen for 70 years, thrust into a world he barely recognized, and somehow still managed to embody everything decent about the American dream. Well, this is unexpected, Jay said, sliding into the booth with practiced ease. He kept his voice light, but his newly enhanced senses were already cataloging everything. Fury's elevated heart rate. The way Coulson's fingers drummed against the table. Steve's rigid posture that screamed readiness to move and intercept. Captain America at a donut shop. Very wholesome. Fury's single eye fixed on him. The man's jaw was clenched so tight Jay wondered if his teeth might crack, and those telltale veins at his temples were already starting to throb. Classic Fury. About to explode but holding it back through sheer force of will. Before anyone could launch into what was sure to be an unpleasant conversation, Jay held up a hand and caught the attention of the teenage waitress behind the counter. She had that bored expression unique to minimum wage workers everywhere, pink hair, and cute cat nail art. "Excuse me, miss, can we have everything on the menu?" he told her with a smile. She blinked, her gum chewing momentarily pausing. Everything. Like, everything. Every single item. Glazed, chocolate, bear claws, apple fritters. The works. Oh, and coffee. Lots of coffee. Jay glanced at his tablemates, none of whom seemed inclined to order. The girl shrugged and wandered off, probably thinking she'd just encountered another eccentric with more money than sense. In New York, that was practically a daily occurrence. Fury's patience finally snapped. Are you done? I can't negotiate on an empty stomach. Jay cut him off smoothly, getting comfortable in the booth. And judging by those throbbing head veins of yours, this conversation's gonna need serious carbs to survive. The table fell into tense quiet. Outside, traffic hummed, completely unaware that decisions affecting countless lives were about to be made over donuts and coffee. The normalcy of it was almost surreal. Steve cleared his throat. When he spoke, his voice carried that earnest quality that made you want to believe in truth, justice, and the American way all over again. I haven't properly thanked you yet. For bringing me back. For giving them the information about my location and for defrosting me. He paused, looking down at his coffee cup. So, thank you. Jay studied the men across from him. After all the drama at the Baxter building, he'd almost missed the guy. The living legend who'd sacrificed everything to save the world, only to wake up in a future he didn't recognize. There was genuine gratitude in those blue eyes, but also bone-deep loneliness that came from being a man out of time. It was a business deal, Jay said around a bite of glazed donut, his tone deliberately casual. I already got my payment. That did it. Yeah. Fury exploded, his composure finally cracking like a dam under pressure. And you used it to juice yourself up. So what? Jay's response was immediate and unapologetic. The question seemed to catch Fury off guard. For a moment, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked speechless. Then his expression shifted, becoming very still, very calm. Which was infinitely more terrifying than his yelling. You were perfect, you know that. Fury's voice dropped to barely above a whisper, but it carried the weight of disappointment and barely contained rage. Perfect focal point for the world's attention, both as the Doctor and as power broker. Let us prop up the Avengers Initiative based on the positive image you created for mutants and enhanced. One interview, and suddenly people were talking about coexistence instead of containment and elimination. Jay raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious despite the obvious trap being laid. Past tense. Now that Doom's revealed your secret identity, we'll have to delay the initiative indefinitely. Fury's words hit like physical blows. Can't exactly use a glutton kid with control issues as our poster child for responsible superhuman activity. The accusation stung more than Jay wanted to admit, but he forced himself to remain calm. Set down his coffee with deliberate care. Wait. His voice carried genuine surprise. You knew about my power broker identity. Coulson tried to hide his laugh behind his napkin, but Jay caught it anyway. Even Steve looked like he was fighting a smile, which somehow made the whole situation even more surreal. Fury's smirk was pure predator. Kid, I've been in this game since before you were born. After our little confrontation in the Morlock tunnels, we launched a comprehensive investigation. However smart you think you are, there's exactly one type of DNA sample that can't be analyzed. The pieces clicked together in Jay's mind with sickening clarity. When did you? Hair from the Hellfire Club. Skin cells from every surface you touched. Dandruff from the Morlock tunnels. Fury leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conversational whisper that somehow felt more threatening than shouting. Every single sample came back with the same result, unable to process. No matter the tech, no matter the lab. Same result we get from exactly one other person in our files. Jay stared across the table, caught completely off guard. It felt like realizing you'd been playing checkers while your opponent was 3 moves ahead in chess. How long have you known? The question came out more vulnerable than he'd intended. 3 weeks, 2 days, approximately 16 hours, Coulson said with the pleasant, almost parental tone that somehow made everything worse. Give or take. If you knew, why didn't you confront me sooner? Coulson's expression shifted, becoming genuinely paternal. We believed in giving you space to make your own choices. Sometimes people need room to grow, to find their own path to doing the right thing. He paused, stirring his coffee with methodical precision. We only intervene when someone makes a mistake that could hurt innocent people. Like now. Jay started laughing. The sheer audacity of being outplayed hit him all at once. Oh, that's beautiful, Coulson. Only you could make preparing for blackmail and extortion sound like a counseling session. All right, Fury said, breaking the moment. Let's stop dancing around this and get down to business. Here's the deal, full shield protection for you, your people, and every single Morlock down in those tunnels. We're talking complete resource allocation here. Safe houses, new identities if anyone needs them, the whole package. Jay's stomach tightened, even though he'd been expecting this moment. In exchange for, you join S.H.I.E.L.D. as a full-time operative. Public surrender, complete with media appearances and a carefully orchestrated comeback story. We spin your image from some villain who attacked that elite club with a sewer monster into a reformed asset working for the good guys. Fury leaned forward, his voice dropping to that tone that made seasoned agents sweat. But here's the real issue. Your intel. How do you know what you know? Where's it coming from? Because right now, you're either the luckiest guesser on the planet or you've got access to information that should be impossible to get. He tapped the table with one finger. That's what I need to understand. Not your powers, not your sob story. I need to know who's talking to you and how deep this goes. The questions were serious, but Jay found himself laughing. This time, it was genuine amusement. He laughed until his sides ached. Because how could he possibly explain that they were all comic book characters? That Fury was supposed to be white until Samuel L. Jackson made the role iconic. That Coulson first appeared in Tony Stark's movie and wasn't even supposed to be a major character. When he finally calmed down, wiping a tear from his eyes, he found 3 very concerned faces staring back at him. Hell no. His voice was certain now. I've spent my entire life under someone else's thumb. Now I'm finally free. I'm not about to hit reverse and undo all the progress I've made. Fury's voice went deadly quiet, carrying the kind of menace that had made him legendary in intelligence circles. Then the deal's off. And whatever happens to your inner circle and Morlocks, that's on you. Jay studied Fury's face, reading the micro-expressions that most people would miss. The slight tightening around his eye that suggested uncertainty. The way his shoulders tensed. A man bluffing, at least partially. Is that a real threat? Jay asked, his voice staying level even as his eyes began to emit that soft blue glow. Fury tensed. His poker face cracked for just a second as he processed the implications of Jay's words and the still unknown extent of his capabilities. After a heartbeat, he backed down slightly. I'm just saying, without getting anything substantial in return, S.H.I.E.L.D. can't justify allocating resources to protect your people. Jay's smile was sharp now. Fair enough. But what if I could give you something you'd kill to get your hands on? Information that would reshape everything you think you know about your own agency. Coulson's face went pale. Something like recognition flickered in his eyes. What? All 3 asked in unison, leaning forward with sudden, intense focus. Jay pushed back from the table, his expression serious for the first time since entering the shop. Not here. Too many ears, too many people. He gestured toward the window. My car. 10 minutes later, they were crammed into Jay's sedan. A replacement vehicle he'd borrowed from Bobby after his beloved Datsun 240Z had been totaled during the Abomination incident. The car still smelled like Bobby's cologne and the lingering traces of whatever lady he'd been trying to impress that week. Jay used his enhanced danger sense to sweep the interior for surveillance devices, electromagnetic signatures, anything that might compromise what he was about to reveal. Finding nothing beyond the usual electronic noise of a modern vehicle, he exhaled slowly. What I'm about to tell you stays between the 4 people in this car, he began, his voice carrying a weight that made even Fury sit up straighter. If it absolutely must be shared, then only Natasha, Clint, and Maria Hill get to hear it. No one else. Not the World Security Council, not even the President himself. Fury crossed his arms, his patience wearing thin. It better be worth all this cloak and dagger nonsense. First, my conditions. Jay held up one finger. Passive protection for my inner circle and the Morlocks. Not full resource allocation. I'm not asking you to babysit them. Just, keep an eye out. Make sure they don't disappear in the middle of the night. Jay held up a second finger. Second condition, legal and political protection for the community I'm establishing. A place where mutants and humans can coexist openly, without fear or prejudice. What community? Fury's tone was skeptical, but there was interest there, too. Jay's expression softened. District X. An above-ground sanctuary for the Morlocks and any other mutants who want a chance at normal life. Just, living and not hiding in sewers. Fury's temples started pulsing again, those veins standing out like road maps of frustration. Where's the funding gonna come from? The political influence needed to make something like that happen. We can provide protection, but S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't authorized to interfere in domestic policy. Don't worry about the money. Emma's fund will handle the financial side. Jay's confidence was unshakable. As for political influence, leave that to me. He held up a third finger. Third condition, I need you to actively promote the narrative that I've severed all connections with the Morlocks. That they were led astray by my influence, that Doom's propaganda about mutant superiority was lies and manipulation. Fury nodded slowly. Propaganda and narrative control were S.H.I.E.L.D.'s bread and butter. They'd been shaping public opinion since the Cold War. And lastly, Jay held up his fourth finger, I need access to the fridge. Specifically, to a certain prisoner being held there. Coulson immediately shook his head, his expression turning protective. Given the nature of your abilities, your capacity to absorb and replicate powers, we absolutely cannot allow you unsupervised contact with high-security detainees. Fury studied Jay with the intensity of a hawk sizing up its prey. You're asking for an awful lot here, kid. What could possibly be important enough that we'd agree to all of this? Jay's smile made Coulson's blood run cold. It was the same expression from their first meeting. Tell me, gentlemen, Jay said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. What do you really know about Hydra? The reaction was instant. Fury's eye widened like he'd been slapped. Steve's entire body went rigid, every muscle tensing like he was preparing for battle. Coulson made a small, strangled sound. And while you're processing that, Jay continued, turning to focus on Coulson specifically, perhaps you could explain to us the historical significance of one James Buchanan Barnes. You know. Bucky. Steve's best friend, who supposedly died falling from a train in the Alps. The color drained from Coulson's face as the pieces fell into place. The déjà vu was crystal clear now, and he knew exactly what discovery it had led to as he saw Steve's stunned expression. The car fell silent. Outside, New York continued its relentless pace, oblivious to the bombshell that had just been dropped. Jay leaned back in his seat and waited for the rest to process the importance of what he was about to reveal. Chapter 73, The Fridge. A/N, alright guys, we're slipping a bit on the stones and seeing the rankings drop is honestly discouraging. Let's turn it around, throw some stones my way and push the rankings back up together. Gemstone fire. Fury went dead still, his one good eye doing the 1,000-yard stare thing he got when old memories came crawling back. Jay recognized the look. Same expression Fury had worn in that cramped apartment when Jay first dropped hints about finding Captain America frozen in the ice. That casual little question that changed everything. History repeating itself. This some kind of fucking game to you, kid? Fury's voice carried that particular brand of menace reserved for people who'd pushed him too far. Or you actually got something worth hearing that ain't complete bullshit. Jay's whole demeanor shifted. Gone was the chill guy with the donut obsession, replaced by something more focused. I mess around about a lot of things, Nick. My friends ain't one of them. Neither are the damn Morlocks. Even Steve caught the change, straightening up like he'd heard a commanding officer enter the room. What do you want to know about Buck? Steve's voice cracked on the name. Always did. I'll tell you whatever you need. We were just a couple of punks from Brooklyn. Too dumb to know when we were beat. Bucky was always the one keepin' me out of the morgue. 90 pounds soaking wet and a mouth that wouldn't quit writin' checks my body couldn't cash. The Brooklyn was bleeding through heavy now, like it always did when Steve talked about the old days. He enlisted right after Pearl Harbor. 107th Infantry. Best man I ever knew. Brave, loyal, funnier than hell when he wanted to be. Could charm any dame into a dance, but he never once left me behind. Not when I was getting my ass kicked in alleys, not when Ma died, not when the whole world thought I wasn't worth the trouble. Steve's voice was getting rougher, guilt and grief spilling out. I couldn't save him, just watched him fall from that goddamn train, and I couldn't. Jay was quiet for a moment, something softer crossing his face as he watched Steve's pain. Steve. I'm sorry you had to carry that guilt all these years. But what if I told you he didn't fucking die? The half-eaten donut went flying as Steve lunged across the cramped sedan, enhanced reflexes turning him into a blur of muscle and fury. Don't you dare. The words came out in pure Brooklyn growl. I won't let you drag Buck into whatever twisted scheme you're pulling, you son of a bitch. Steve's hands were shaking bad now, caught between hope and rage. The thought that Bucky might be out there somewhere, suffering while Steve slept his decades away in the ice. It was too much. If you're lying about this, I swear to God I'll tear you apart. Rogers. Fury's command voice cut through everything else like a knife. Stand the fuck down. This is exactly how he told us about you. Same casual question, same knowing look. He gestured at Steve with barely contained exasperation. And look how that shit turned out. Steve's breathing sounded like a broken engine, hope and fury tearing him apart from the inside. Where is he? Where the hell is Bucky? Jay pointed straight at Fury. That depends on how fast Nick here agrees to play ball and stop being a stubborn asshole. Fury felt the familiar weight settling on his shoulders. Hope was dangerous in his line of work, usually came with a body count attached. But looking at Steve Rogers, America's golden boy turned living legend, Fury knew he was screwed. How do you tell Captain America you won't help save his best friend? The political shitstorm alone would be biblical. But sometimes doing right and doing smart weren't the same thing. Damn it, Fury muttered, sounding like a man accepting his own execution. All of it. Everything you asked for. Now fucking talk. Payment up front, Jay said, settling back in his seat. I don't do business on credit, especially not with spy masters who've got trust issues. Fury's jaw worked like he was chewing glass, but he gave a sharp nod. Coulson. Get me a Quinjet prep for the fridge. Now. And I mean right goddamn now. Coulson slipped out of the car, already dialing. Jay caught pieces of tactical chatter through the windows. Authorization codes, flight patterns, the usual shield efficiency. One more thing, Jay said, casual as ordering coffee. I need you to set up a meeting with Emma Frost. Gotta finalize funding for District X. You're really gonna build this mutant sanctuary? Human and mutant sanctuary, Jay corrected. I made a promise to the Morlocks, and a man's only worth his fucking word. The next few hours blurred together. Armored transport to a secure helipad, then onto a Quinjet. Jay spent the flight quietly thinking, while Steve stared out the window like he was watching for ghosts, and Coulson kept shooting worried glances at his idol. The fridge squatted on the coastline like a concrete mountain, all harsh angles and stay-away architecture. The only way in or out was through the roof, making escaping pretty much impossible and attacking it a suicide mission. Going down through security was like descending into the world's deepest mine shaft. Biometric scanners every 10 feet, guards who looked like they bench-pressed Buicks for fun, blast doors thick enough to stop a tank round. At the bottom level, they hit enhanced containment. The place where S.H.I.E.L.D. kept people who made vicious criminals look like jaywalkers. Jay's eye swept the cells, that comic book knowledge cataloging faces and power sets, until he spotted someone unexpected. Marcus Daniels, aka Blackout. Poor bastard sat in his reinforced cell surrounded by specialty lighting designed to remove any shadows in his cell to keep him cut off his powers. His power to manipulate that dark energy made him one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nastiest catches, but Jay could see something else. That same haunted look he'd seen on other enhanced individuals whose abilities had scrambled their brains. Not exactly what Jay needed for his planned powers, but a Dark Force user is potentially useful. Very useful. Open it up, Jay told Coulson. Coulson didn't budge. Information first. Jay held up a hand for quiet, then pointed at Fury. Kill the recording devices. All of them. This stays between us. Fury reluctantly tapped his phone, nodded. I'll give you one freebie for Blackout here. Your choice. Bucky's status or the Hydra intel. Pick one. Steve stepped forward before Fury could answer, desperation blazing in those blue eyes. Bucky. Please, for the love of God, tell me about Bucky. Fury gave a reluctant nod. Look, Steve, Jay said, his voice losing its usual cocky edge. What I'm about to tell you, it's gonna hurt like hell. But you deserve to know the truth, and Bucky deserves someone fighting for him. He took a breath. James Buchanan Barnes is alive and operational. Goes by the Winter Soldier these days. And he's one hell of a ghost story. Coulson went white as a sheet. That's impossible. Barnes would be pushing late 80s and Winter Soldier's one of the deadliest assassins on the planet. Hydra pulled him out of that ravine barely breathing, Jay continued, his voice heavy with sympathy as he watched Steve's face crumble. I'm sorry, Steve. They pumped him full of their own bootleg super soldier serum, then spent the next 70 years systematically destroying his mind. Turned him into the perfect weapon with no conscience, no memory, just pure lethal efficiency. They keep him on ice between jobs. Keeps the extended warranty on their favorite fucking killer. The silence that followed was suffocating. Then Steve's fist met concrete with a sound like a gunshot, spiderwebbing the wall and painting his knuckles red. They tortured him, he said, voice barely human anymore. All those years I was sleeping in the ice, and they had him. They were breaking him, using him, turning him into some goddamn monster. The words died in his throat. Hydra got wiped out after the war, Fury said, but even he didn't sound convinced. That actually helps more than you know, Coulson said quietly. I'm the one who had to bring him in originally. What happened to him, what he became, it's kept me up nights wondering if we could have done something different. Jay glanced back at Marcus, still crying. He's gonna need serious therapy. Years of it, probably. But he's not dangerous anymore. Just a broken man who needs help putting the pieces back together. He said it like he was diagnosing a common cold, then started walking deeper into the facility toward whatever he'd really come here for. Chapter 74, Under the Lamp. A/N, alright, guys, this is a big one, so throw some stones my way and push the rankings back up together. Gemstone fire. The fridge was a maze of reinforced corridors and steel doors, each one hiding secrets. When he reached the cell he'd been looking for, he stopped, studying the reinforced containment unit that had been specially modified for its occupant. Inside, surrounded by thick layers of plastic lining every surface, Carl Crusher Creel was doing push-ups like his life depended on it. Up, down, up, down. Experience born of prison routine and the desperate need to stay occupied. Sweat dripped steadily onto the plastic sheeting beneath him, each drop a small percussion in the otherwise silent cell. The plastic was yellowed and scratched from months of use. Jay could see where Creel had tested his power early on. Small indentations where he'd pressed his palms, trying to absorb something, anything, to feel that rush of absorbing materials again. Now he just went through the motions, a junkie cut off from his drug of choice. The absorbing man, former boxer turned enhanced individual with the ability to absorb the properties of anything he touches. The same Carl Creel who'd once fought Matt Murdock's father in the ring. Before Batlin, Jack Murdock refused to take a dive and paid for it with his life. Funny thing about searching for answers, Jay thought. You never think to look right under your nose. When Fury, Coulson, and Steve caught up, their footsteps echoing in the sterile corridor, Fury took one look at Creel through the reinforced glass and crossed his arms. Creel stays put, Fury said flat out. He's too valuable for whatever game you're playing. We've got plans for that absorption ability. Jay tilted his head, genuinely interested now. The Tesseract project was still in its infancy, but if S.H.I.E.L.D. was thinking that far ahead. Tell me about him. Coulson stepped forward, consulting his tablet with practiced habit. His thumb flicked across the screen a few times. The glow from the device cast strange shadows on his face in the dim corridor lighting. Carl Crusher Creel. Used to box middleweight before he discovered armed robbery paid better. He glanced up. 6 months ago, he underwent some unknown experiment which gave him his power. We caught him trying to crush some lawyer's skull in Hell's Kitchen with his bare hands, but whoever was pulling his strings. Coulson shook his head. Gone. They pulled out clean and left us with nothing to trace back. Since then, he hasn't spoken, regardless of our methods. It's unusual for a street thug to display such loyalty. Steve leaned against the corridor wall, nursing his knuckles. What kind of lawyer? Personal injury. An ambulance chaser named Franklin Nelson. Nothing special about him that we could find. Just kept asking when he could feel the steel again. Jay started laughing, low at first, then louder. It echoed off the walls, bouncing back at them from the sterile surfaces. Funny thing about light, Fury. The brighter it burned, the darker the shadows it cast. And the darkest places were always right underneath the brightest lights. He stepped closer to the reinforced glass, noting the single-sided design and voice isolation system. State-of-the-art containment. Triple redundancy on the locks. Pressure sensors in the floor. They'd built this place to hold monsters. The group that experimented on Creel. That was Hydra. The name dropped into the conversation like a stone into still water. Hydra died with the war, Coulson said, but he didn't sound convinced. But if what you say is true about the Winter Soldier, maybe some remnants survived. Small groups, hiding in a bunker somewhere. But what you're suggesting? Fury's eye narrowed. Even if you gave us every Hydra hideout left on Earth, it wouldn't be worth what you're asking for. There was something in Fury's voice, though. A crack in the certainty. Jay's face changed. The casual interest was gone, replaced by something colder. Nick Fury. Master spy. Built S.H.I.E.L.D. into the ultimate watchdog. Got eyes and ears in every government, every corporation, every terror cell worth watching. His voice got quiet. But tell me something. While you're watching everyone else, who's watching your own house? Something passed between Fury and Coulson. A look that said they were wondering about the same thing. The corridor felt smaller suddenly. But Steve got it right away. He pushed off from the wall, his jaw tight. He'd fought Hydra before, seen how they worked. They didn't just kill you and walk away. They got inside your head, your organization, your life. They made you complicit. You're saying they're inside S.H.I.E.L.D. The words hung in the air like smoke from a gun. Fury went rigid, his eye narrowing like a gun barrel. That's fucking impossible, he barked, voice raw with disbelief and rage. I've at every single one of them myself. Every hire. Every promotion. Every transfer. I know what half my agents had for breakfast, who they're screwing, and what skeletons they've got buried. He snapped toward Coulson, almost shaking with fury. Phil. Tell him. Tell him about the protocols. The psych evals. The polygraphs. The background checks that dig 3 generations deep. Tell him we don't miss traitors. Not in my house. Coulson moved closer to Jay. I've served with these people for years. Bled with some of them. Watched them take bullets for civilians. His voice was rock solid. If we had traitors in our ranks, I'd know. We'd all know. Jay watched them rally around each other, and he almost felt bad for what he was about to do. Almost. Remember Operation Paperclip? After the war, your government brought over Nazi scientists. Rocket experts, they said. Help us beat the Soviets to space. But they didn't just bring the smart ones. He paused, letting that sink in. They brought the believers too. The ones who truly thought the Reich would rise again. Fury went dead quiet. When he spoke again, his voice could have frozen water. Give me names. Jay counted off on his fingers like he was reading a grocery list. Alexander Pierce, Secretary of the World Security Council. An old friend of yours, isn't he? Jasper Sitwell, Level 6 agent, currently assigned to the Lemurian Star. Nice lad, great with computers. Brock Rumlow, strike team leader. You personally approved him for Steve's security detail. Trusted him with Captain America's life. He watched their faces fall with each name. John Garrett, Level 8 operative, has been with S.H.I.E.L.D. since the 80s. Gideon Malik from the World Security Council. Baron Wolfgang von Strucker's son, still running operations in Sokovia. Daniel Whitehall. Though you probably know him better as Dr. Werner Reinhardt, the charming Nazi who likes to cut people open while they're still breathing. The corridor was silent except for the hum of the ventilation system. Jay's smile was all teeth. Want me to keep going? Because that's just the ones I know about off the top of my head. Probably about a quarter of your organization, give or take. Fury exploded. He started swearing in languages Jay didn't recognize. Russian, probably some Arabic, definitely some words that would make a sailor blush. He paced back and forth like a caged animal, his leather coat making soft scraping sounds against the walls in the narrow space. His eye darted everywhere. Walls, ceiling, floor. Like he might find answers written in the fluorescent lights overhead. Coulson just stood there, still holding his tablet loosely. Steve stayed calm, but Jay could see the anger in his shoulders, the way his hands had curled into fists at his sides. For Steve, this wasn't a shock. This was just confirmation of what he'd always suspected. Hydra never really died. They just learned to hide better. Pierce, Fury said suddenly, stopping his pacing. I've known Alexander Pierce for 20 years. He's the one who recommended me for director. He's Hydra, Jay said simply. Has been since before you met him. When Fury finally stopped cursing, he spun around and grabbed Jay's arm hard enough to leave bruises on normal skin. Prove it. Right now. Give me something concrete, something I can take action on without sounding like a paranoid lunatic. Jay pointed at Creel's cell. Fury's brain was working overtime, trying to pull victory from the jaws of defeat. The men didn't get to run S.H.I.E.L.D. by rolling over when things went sideways. Hold up. He held up one hand, that calculating look creeping back into his good eye. You want Creel's power? Let me propose another deal. Everything we got on Doom. And I mean everything. Surveillance footage going back 5 years, intercepted communications, financial records, our people inside Latveria who are still breathing. Fury paused, watching Jay's face. But here's the kicker. Remember that green rage monster that tore up Manhattan back? He waited a beat, letting the question hang. Emil Blonsky. Goes by Abomination now. Took the military hours to crack him, but when they finally did. Fury's smile was predatory. Turns out that whole rampage wasn't some roided-up Gamma soldier going crazy. Someone was pulling his strings. Feeding him intel, pointing him right at Reed Richards' lab like a guided missile. Fury circled closer, sensing weakness. This was what he lived for. The negotiation. The chess match. Same day as your little enhancement party at the Baxter building. Hell, same hour. You think that's coincidence? He shook his head slowly. Doom played us all. Used Blonsky to keep the Fantastic Four busy while he waltzed right in. The spymaster in him was fully engaged now, reading Jay's body language, looking for tells. Now, I'm thinking a man with your obvious history with the good doctor might find that information worth something. Especially since we know he cost you your friends. Jay burst out laughing. The sound bounced off the concrete walls. You serious right now? Jay shook his head in disbelief. Nick, Doom waltzed into the Baxter building, had a nice chat with Reed Richards and the rest, dropped a nuclear bomb on my secret identity, and strolled out like he owned the place. Your entire intelligence network didn't even know he was in the country until he was this close to killing your precious Boy Scout. Fury's jaw tightened, but Jay kept going. If Victor Von Doom can slip past every satellite and agent you've got watching the skies, what makes you think your intelligence on him is worth anything? Jay stepped closer, his voice getting quieter but somehow more cutting. I've got my own methods for dealing with Doom. Methods that don't rely on an organization that's been compromised from day one. Fury's shoulders dropped. The fight went out of him as the full scope of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s failures hit home. Fury stared at him for a long moment. Then he let go and walked to the control panel, his director-level clearance punching through the security protocols with a series of electronic beeps. The reinforced door slid open with a hydraulic hiss. Creel looked up from his push-ups, muscles tensing when he saw the visitors. His eyes were the flat, calculating eyes of a man who'd spent months in the worst of cages. Jay walked into the cell, casual as you please, raised his hand, and said, "Hail Hydra." Just like that, everything changed. Creel's posture shifted from wary prisoner to devoted soldier. The tension melted away, replaced by worship. Hail Hydra, sir. The transformation was so complete, so instant, that for a moment nobody moved. Fury went white as a sheet. Coulson stumbled backward and his tablet hit the floor with a plastic crack. Steve's hands became fists, and Jay could hear his knuckles pop. Outstanding work, soldier, Jay said, his voice carrying the easy authority of someone who'd been giving orders his whole life. Whitehall sends his personal regards. Creel's face lit up like it was Christmas morning. Sir, permission to absorb something. Anything. This plastic doesn't do it for me anymore. It's like drinking warm water when you want whiskey. The desperation in his voice was painful to hear. The man was addicted to the pleasure-absorbing exotic material gave him, and he'd been cut off from his drug for months. Jay nodded, his expression almost paternal. Don't worry about that anymore, soldier. We can fix that up right now. He reached out and touched Creel's shoulder exposed from his wife-beater. Jay's power theft kicked in, and power flowed from Creel into Jay like water finding its level. Creel blinked, the fanatic gleam fading into confusion. He looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers, pressing them against the plastic walls, and getting nothing back. What's happening to me? I feel empty. Jay looked down at him with about as much warmth as a glacier. Your services are no longer required, soldier. Take some well-deserved rest. He walked out of the cell, and the door sealed behind him with Creel pressing his hands frantically against the plastic, trying to absorb something, anything, and getting nothing but the echo of his own desperation. That's not enough, Fury said, but his voice was shaking now. One sleeper agent doesn't prove there's a conspiracy. Jay turned back to them, and his expression was almost gentle. Almost. One sleeper agent who's been in SHIELD custody for 6 months, who none of your interrogation specialists could break, who just revealed his true loyalties the moment someone said the right words. Jay caught the look of dawning horror on their faces and couldn't help but find it a little amusing. This was exactly what he'd expected. SHIELD thought they were the good guys, the watchers on the wall. They had no idea they'd been compromised from the very beginning. He shrugged. But if you want more proof, let's head back to New York first. As they walked back through the facility, Jay could feel 3 pairs of eyes boring into his back. Fury's desperate and calculating. Coulson's shattered and searching. Steve's grim and ready for war. He'd just torn apart everything they believed in, everything they'd built their lives around. SHIELD wasn't the solution to the world's problems. It was part of the problem. Maybe the biggest part. Behind them, growing fainter with each step, Creel's voice echoed through his cell. What did they do to me? What did they take from me? Chapter 75, Ghost in the Wire. A/N, alright, guys, secrets out of the bag, so throw some stones my way and push the rankings back up together. Gemstone fire. After reaching the roof, the 4 of them climbed into the waiting Quinjet. The pilot didn't ask questions when Fury flashed his clearance and aboard, letting Coulson pilot it. Smart men. As they took off from the fridge, nobody said much of anything. Fury sat stone still, staring out the window at clouds that might as well have been empty air. Every few minutes, his jaw would work like he was chewing something bitter. 20 years of building up SHIELD, of planning the bigger picture, of believing he could spot a traitor from across the room. And now some kid was telling him that a quarter of his organization had been working for Nazis the whole time. Coulson kept fiddling with the controls. The guy who usually had answers for everything had gone quiet. All those agents he'd worked with, shared coffee with, trusted with his life. How many of them were calling their handlers right now? Steve just looked beat down. Worn out from carrying weight that kept getting heavier. Finding out Bucky was alive should have been the best news he'd gotten since the ice. Instead, it felt like someone had reached into his chest and started squeezing. 70 years of torture and brainwashing. 70 years of his best friend being turned into a weapon while Steve slept like the dead. Jay was doing something else entirely. His eyes were closed, lost in his mental plane. The enhancement had changed things. Where his mindscape used to be just a white room, now it felt more like a galaxy. Stars and darkness and possibilities stretching out in every direction. His regular abilities were still there. The theft power looked like a bigger, meaner version of himself with eyes like deep ocean water. His healing aura buzzed around nearby, all warm light and life, and his danger sense prowled the edges, always watching. But now there were 2 new additions. The first one was a massive black smoke that seemed to eat light. Looking at it made his head pound. When he reached out to touch it, information crashed into his mind. Daniel's dark force manipulation was much more. It was a direct line to the dark dimension. He could absorb energy, mess with people's heads through nightmares, knock them out cold, and maybe even teleport like Cloak. But there was something else in that power. Something that felt hungry. It whispered about all the people he could hurt, all the things he could take. The dark force wanted to turn him into something worse than the Winter Soldier. His power theft ability crushed that influence flat, keeping the dark force locked down tight with the help of his mind shield perk. The second ability was exactly what he'd come for. It looked human but see-through and patiently waiting. This was Creel's absorption power. The whole reason he tracked down Fury in the first place. Jay had done his homework. He knew what Creel could do, and he wanted it. This is not a simple absorption. This was molecular mimicry down to the atomic level. Creel didn't just get hard like steel, he became steel. Float like paper, conduct electricity like copper, tap into whatever magical properties enchanted materials had. With vibranium and URU metal in this world, the ability was basically godlike. From his knowledge of the comics, absorbing men had lifted Thor's hammer, controlled lightning, and even absorbed energy from Infinity Stones. That property absorption part was why he'd targeted Creel specifically. The thought was insane and terrifying, but the potential was too good to pass up. Of course, Creel's power came with the usual catch. Like when he absorbed Mjolnir's property, he was in turn controlled by Thor just like Mjolnir. Another side effect was constant hunger for something new, something stronger. Like a junkie chasing a high that got weaker every time. But Jay had planned for that, too. His adaptive power and original theft ability worked together, ripping out the addiction and throwing it away. His recent upgrades made sure of that. What was left was clean power with no drawbacks. Jay opened his eyes to find the cabin thick with tension. Fury's knuckles had gone white where he gripped the armrest. You done with your fucking meditation? Fury's voice was controlled, but there was steel underneath. Because while you were taking a goddamn nap, I've been thinking about everything you've told us. Jay straightened, reading the shift in mood. I can see the gears turning. Yeah, they are. Fury leaned forward, his single eye boring into Jay. You drop a bombshell about Hydra, then conveniently zone out when it's time for follow-up questions. That's some convenient bullshit. Coulson looked up from the control panel, sensing trouble. Sir. No. Fury held up a hand, never breaking eye contact with Jay. I've been patient. I've listened to your story about sleeper agents and Nazi scientists. But my patience has run the fuck out. Steve shifted uncomfortably. Nick, maybe we should. Should what, Rogers? Fury's voice got an edge like glass. Trust the kid who shows up with stolen powers and convenient answers. Who somehow knows more about my goddamn organization than I do. Jay felt the accusation sting, but he kept his voice level. I told you what you needed to fucking know. Bullshit. Fury stood up, making the small cabin feel even smaller. You told me just enough to make me paranoid as hell, not enough to actually do a damn thing about it. Manhattan's coming into view, Coulson announced, though his voice sounded nervous. Maybe we should continue this on the ground. But Fury wasn't backing down. No, we're finishing this shit now. He turned back to Jay. You want me to tear apart everything I've built based on your word? Then give me something concrete, goddammit. Jay's jaw tightened. I gave you Pierce's name. I told you about Whitehall. What the hell more do you want? Proof. Fury's voice cracked like a whip. Not fucking stories. Proof that I can use to actually do something. The silence stretched between them like a wire about to snap. Steve looked between them, ready to step in if things went sideways. Finally, Jay spoke, his voice quieter but no less intense. You want proof? Fine. But don't come crying to me when you realize how fucked you really are. Time to drop the next bomb. Before I tell you anything else, we need to establish some rules. First rule, you don't investigate any of the names I gave you through normal channels. No computer searches, no pulling files, no running background checks. Fury's face got darker. Why the hell not? Because they're watching, you dense motherfucker. Every search, every query, every time you so much as type one of their names into a computer. Jay looked at each of them. Remember Arnim Zola? Red Skull's pet scientist. Steve's face went hard. He remembered. Well, after he came to America in Operation Paperclip, he didn't die in 1972 like your files say. Cancer was eating him alive, sure, but before it finished the job, he found a way to cheat death. Jay leaned forward. He uploaded his consciousness into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computer systems. Been living there for decades, watching everything you do like some digital fucking ghost. The words hit the cabin like a hand grenade. Every email, every database search, every classified file you've ever accessed. Zola's seen it all. Jay's voice was matter of fact, like he was discussing the weather. He's been feeding information to Hydra since before most of your agents were born. Coulson's voice came out strangled. Our entire digital infrastructure. Compromised from day fucking one, Jay confirmed. That's why everything has to be analog from now on. Face-to-face meetings. Handwritten notes. The kind of spycraft they used before computers existed. Fury was on his feet now, pacing the narrow aisle like a caged wolf. You're telling me that everything I've built is worthless? That I've been playing into their hands for 20 goddamn years? I'm telling you it's salvageable, Jay shot back, standing to meet Fury's intensity. But only if you're willing to admit it's broken as shit and stop acting like you've got all the answers. The two men faced off in the cramped space, the air crackling between them. Steve started to rise, but Coulson caught his arm. Let them work it out, Coulson murmured. Fury stayed quiet for a long time, staring out at the Manhattan skyline. His breathing slowly evened out, the rage cooling into something harder and more dangerous. When he finally spoke, his voice came out raw. You're asking me to burn down everything I've built. 20 years of careful work, of building networks, of earning trust. He turned away from the window, and his expression looked like he'd aged years in the last hour. You want me to throw it all away like it's garbage? I'm asking you to save it before it destroys itself and takes the whole damn world with it. Fury turned back slowly, and when he spoke again, his voice was dangerously calm. This still isn't enough. His expression was hard as granite. One sleeper agent and a ghost story about AI Nazis. I need something concrete if you want me to start a fucking war inside my own house. Jay settled back into his seat, the immediate confrontation cooling, but tension still thick in the air. I've told you everything I can without making things worse. You move too fast, they'll scatter like roaches. Move too slow, they'll know something's up. He paused, seeming to weigh his next words carefully, looking at Steve. I do have an idea, though. Something that might help us get a clearer picture. But it's your call, Cap. If you think it crosses the line, we don't do it. Steve straightened. What kind of idea? There's someone you need to meet. Charles Xavier. Jay's voice got more serious. He runs a school up in Westchester. Place where mutant kids can learn to control their abilities without getting locked up or dissected. I've heard the name, Steve said carefully. Jay nodded. Xavier's a telepath. One of the strongest ones alive. He's built something called Cerebro. Think of it as a telepathic amplifier that lets him reach anywhere in the world. Fury's posture shifted, and for the first time since they'd started talking, he looked almost satisfied. We know about Cerebro. Had our boys take a look at it years ago when we were building our mutant files. It's a detection system for active X-gene carriers. Useful for tracking, but that's about it. He leaned back slightly, like he'd finally caught Jay in something. You're not telling me anything new here, kid. See, that's where you're wrong, Nick. Jay shook his head, watching Fury's confident expression. Cerebro doesn't just find active mutants. It finds anyone with the X gene, period. Dormant, suppressed, doesn't matter. But here's what your science boys missed, pump enough power through that thing, and Xavier can touch every thinking mind on the planet. Jay paused, letting that sink in. Every single fucking one, Nick. Not just mutants. Everyone. That got their attention. Coulson's face drained of all color, his hand instinctively moving to his sidearm. You're talking about violating the minds of every person on Earth. Fury's confident expression cracked. The implications hit him like a freight train, and Jay could see the exact moment when the director realized he'd been playing checkers while Jay was setting up chess pieces. I'm talking about the ultimate lie detector, Jay said, watching Fury's face. Point Xavier at your personnel files, have him scan everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D., and he'll tell you exactly who's thinking, "Hail Hydra," and who's actually loyal to you. The room went dead silent. Fury's earlier smugness evaporated completely as he stared at Jay, probably running through every security protocol S.H.I.E.L.D. had and realizing none of them would matter against something like this. Jesus fucking Christ. Fury breathed. Steve was quiet for a long moment, the weight of the decision settling on his shoulders. You're talking about scanning every mind on the planet. That's one hell of a line to cross, even for Hydra. He glanced at Fury, then back at Jay. But if Zola's inside every system, maybe it's the only line left. Jay couldn't help but smirk a little at their shocked faces. This was exactly the reaction he'd expected. S.H.I.E.L.D. always thought they had all the answers until someone showed them how deep the rabbit hole actually went. The Quinjet banked toward Westchester smoothly under Coulson's control. You think Xavier will help? Steve asked, though his tone suggested he was still wrestling with the ethics. Jay grinned. Hard to say no to Captain America. Especially when Wolvie's old friend is right there asking nicely. Wolvie. Steve looked genuinely confused. Trust me, Jay murmured. This reunion's gonna be something else. Outside the window, the Quinjet banked, clouds breaking to reveal the dark sprawl of Westchester below. One mansion glowed like a lighthouse in the night. Chapter 76, Another Unwelcome Visit. A/N, all right, Guys, here comes another big one, so throw some stones my way and let's push the rankings up together. Gemstone fire. The Quinjet's landing gear kissed the manicured lawn of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters with barely a whisper. Through the cockpit window, Jay could see the mansion's imposing silhouette against the evening sky. Welcome to Westchester County, Jay muttered as the engine spun down. As they prepared to disembark, Jay turned to Fury. What about you? Psi shields. Do you have them on you? Fury's face went dark. Of course, you know about those. That's classified as shit. Jay shrugged. I mean, you've had dealings with Xavier for years. Plus, back in the Morlock tunnels, you were pretty damn confident against Beautiful Dreamer. That only leads to one conclusion. Coulson tapped a small device on his belt. We carry them as standard protocol when dealing with telepaths. Good. Use them. Jay's voice got serious. As long as Jean or Xavier doesn't push too hard, you'll be fine. And they won't want to make an enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D., so you shouldn't have a problem. Just keep those shields up and don't do anything stupid. The mansion's front doors swung open before they'd even finished shutting down. One by one, figures emerged into the fading daylight. The X-Men, suited up and ready for trouble. Cyclops stepped out first, ruby visor gleaming. Behind him, Jean Grey moved with quiet grace, auburn hair catching the last rays of sunlight. Wolverine prowled from the shadows, dog tags catching the light. His stance promised violence barely held in check. Storm descended the steps like royalty, white hair flowing despite the still air. Nightcrawler appeared in a puff of sulphurous smoke, indigo skin blending with dusk. Iceman emerged with frost crystallizing around his feet. Shadowcat phased straight through the door, rippling as she became solid again. Rogue stepped forward, her brown and auburn hair streaked with white, gloves pulled tight. A barrier between her deadly touch and the world. Colossus filled the doorway last, his organic steel skin gleaming like polished chrome. The X-Men stood ready. Out of the Quinjet, first came Agent Coulson, ever the professional, straightening his tie as his shoes hit grass. His easy smile was in place, but Jay caught the tension in his shoulders. Old habits. Scanning exits, noting cover positions, cataloging potential threats even in a friendly environment. Director Fury followed, his long coat billowing in the rotor wash. His single eye swept across the mansion's facade like a predator sizing up unfamiliar territory. Jay's revelations about Hydra had put the spymaster on edge, and it showed in every calculated step. Then came Steve Rogers. Several of the X-Men shifted, studying the legend with curious eyes. Here was Captain America himself, walking their grounds. Not quite what any of them had expected. Kurt Wagner's tail twitched as he took a step forward. Maine got. Captain America, he really is back. Rogue's expression shifted from curiosity to something harder. Recognition dawned, followed by anger that made her hands curl into fists. She'd been about to call out a greeting. They'd fought side by side during the Doom incident, after all, and Steve had proved himself decent under fire. But something made her pause. Jay emerged from the Quinjet. He looked older than she remembered. More mature. The easy confidence was still there, but underneath it was something sharper. Her green eyes flashed. Well, well. Look what the cat dragged in. Her Mississippi drawl carried the weight of broken promises and shattered trust. Scott Summers stepped protectively in front of Jean Grey, his hand moving toward his visor. The other X-Men shifted into defensive positions. Subtle but unmistakable. Warren's wings spread slightly. Aurora's eyes flickered white for just a moment before returning to normal. Stand down, Professor Xavier's mental voice touched each of their minds at once. His wheelchair glided forward, serene as always. They come in peace. Scott's voice was tight with barely controlled frustration. Professor, after that night, how could? I remember perfectly well, Scott. Xavier's physical voice was calm but carried an edge. As I'm sure our guest does. Steve looked around the assembled group, reading the tension like a soldier who'd walked into a potential ambush. These weren't the simple heroics he was used to. There was history here, complicated and painful. Then his eyes landed on a stocky, wild-haired man leaning against the mansion's pillars. Something about the stance, the build, the way he held himself. Steve's breath caught in his throat. The features were the same as a face he'd seen laughing around a campfire in Belgium. A face he'd watched charge German machine gun nests with nothing but claws and rage. His voice cracked with desperate hope. James? James, is that you? Steve took a step forward, and for a moment the weight of decades fell away. He was 25 again, surrounded by his unit, believing that good men could change the world. James Howlett. You magnificent son of a. Steve started forward, arms spreading for an embrace that carried 70 years of grief and loneliness. Logan looked up from cleaning his nails with one extended claw, his expression flat. Bub, do I know ya? Steve stopped cold, the joy on his face crumbling. What? James, come on, stop messing around. You don't know how relieved I am to see someone else from the Howling Commandos still. Logan straightened, and Steve could see genuine confusion in his eyes. Look here, bub. I don't know any James you're talking about. Name's Logan, and I ain't never seen you before in my life. The joy drained from Steve's face like water from a broken dam. He stood there, arms still half raised for an embrace that would never come, staring at a man who used to call him Stevie when they were drunk on captured German beer. Jay stepped between them, his voice carrying across the courtyard. Wolverine's memories are compromised, Captain. Everything from the late 90s back is gone, thanks to an adamantium bullet lodged in his skull. The words shocked Steve, his shoulders sagged as the last connection to his old life dissolved before his eyes. Several X-Men shifted uncomfortably. Jay's habit of knowing their deepest secrets and darkest moments never sat well. Rogue had seen enough for one evening. She turned and walked back toward the mansion, her shoulders rigid. Kitty Pryde glanced between the groups and followed her. Always with the dramatic revelations, Scott muttered. It would be best, Fury interjected, his voice cutting through the tension, if we had this meeting somewhere secure. Somewhere with no electronic devices and no fucking surveillance. Xavier studied Fury for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Of course. Follow me. The professor's wheelchair began moving toward the mansion. There's a meeting room in the basement level that should suffice. Actually, Jay's voice stopped the procession cold. Where's Emma Frost? Scott's jaw tightened, and when he spoke, each word was carved from ice. Why? So you can mess with her body again. Jay didn't even acknowledge Scott's existence, keeping his gaze locked on Xavier. The silence stretched uncomfortably. Xavier sighed, the sound carrying decades of complicated decisions and moral compromises. Ms. Frost is under my protection here. I won't allow any harm to come to her while she's a guest under this roof. Good. Jay's smile was sharp. Then it's about time she completes the deal Emma made in the Morlock tunnels. After all, you and Fury were witnesses to it. Xavier's eyebrows rose slightly, but he nodded. Piotr, would you escort our guest to Ms. Frost's quarters? Agent Coulson, you should accompany them. I believe there will be legal and financial matters to verify. Fury's nod was terse. Go. Handle your business. He turned toward Xavier, thinking, while I lay the groundwork for the cooperation that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s future depends on. The hallways of Xavier's mansion were like a maze. Colossus walked ahead, his heavy footsteps echoing off the polished floors. Even in a place built for people like him, he moved carefully, like he was afraid of breaking something. Coulson couldn't handle the silence. So, Piotr, right? Phil Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. He stuck out his hand. Hell of a place you've got here. Colossus accepted the handshake with the careful control of someone who'd learned the hard way what happened when he forgot his strength. It's home. Professor gives us what world will not. Family's everything, Coulson agreed, glancing around the mansion's ornate walls. Must be nice having everyone together under one roof. Colossus's expression darkened. Not everyone. You got family back home? Jay asked. Little sister. Ileana. 13 years old, lives on farm with parents. That's good, Coulson said. Keeping her away from all this crap. Jay's tone shifted slightly. How's she doing? Something in the way he asked made Colossus stop walking. The big man turned around slowly, steel skin gleaming as muscles tensed. What do you want with Ileana? The hallway went quiet. Coulson felt the tension spike and stepped forward, one hand moving toward his sidearm. Easy there, big guy. He's just making conversation. Jay raised his hands. Rogue mentioned her once. Didn't mean anything by it. Colossus studied Jay for a long moment, then nodded once. She is safe. I keep it that way. What about other family? Coulson asked, steering things to safer ground. Colossus's voice went flat. Older brother Mikhail. Disappeared 3 years ago. Is like he never existed. They walked in silence until they reached a door with a brass nameplate, E. Frost. Colossus knocked gently, his massive knuckles barely whispering against the wood. Emma? You have visitors. A sultry voice drifted through the door. Come in. The door opened to reveal Emma Frost in her diamond form, lounging in a white silk bathrobe that left very little to the imagination. She was positioned on her bed like a Renaissance statue carved from crystal, every angle calculated for maximum effect. Both Colossus and Coulson immediately found the ceiling very interesting. Emma purred, her diamond features catching the light like a prism. Well, well. What brings such distinguished guests to my humble? Jay's voice cut through her performance like a blade. Drop the stripper act, Grandma. We're here for business, not your sad, desperate bullshit. The temperature in the room dropped about 20 degrees. Emma's diamond form flickered as rage flashed across her features. She lunged forward, diamond fist aimed at Jay's jaw with enough force to shatter concrete. Jay caught her punch casually, and his hand began to shift and gleam. The change hit him like ice water shooting up his arm. His skin hardened, crystallizing from his fingertips inward. It didn't hurt. Just felt wrong, like his bones were turning to glass. Cold. It was cold. Dead cold. His muscles locked up, but he could still move, which made no sense. His arm felt heavy and weightless at the same time. Within seconds, his entire arm had transformed into the same perfect diamond as hers. He could feel his pulse through the crystal, a weird vibration that made his teeth ache. Courtesy of Creel's powers. He flexed his diamond fingers and wondered if this was what it felt like to stop being human. Emma stared at her caught hand, then at Jay's crystalline form. Her voice carried grudging respect. You found a way to copy powers without stealing them permanently. How the hell did you manage that? Keep guessing. Jay's face twisted into an amused smile, letting her keep her misunderstanding. I'm here about the money you owe me, Emma. She studied him for another moment, then curiosity got pushed aside by business sense and survival instinct. Emma moved to a small desk, punched a code into a tablet, and tossed it to Jay. He caught it smoothly and handed it to Coulson. Phil. Mind running the numbers. Coulson spent the next half hour buried in paperwork, making notes and humming under his breath like he was enjoying himself. Jay sat flexing his diamond arm, patient as a statue. Emma kept filing her nails with a diamond filer of all things, pretending she didn't give a damn about any of it. But as the minutes dragged on, her mask started slipping. Emma's voice carried a tremor she couldn't quite hide. Are you done? I'd like to be myself again sometime today. Coulson looked up from his tablet. Just a few more. Emma cut him off, and the word came out sharper than she intended, carrying weeks of trapped desperation. Please. A month stuck in diamond form, cut off from her telepathy, was a month too long. She needed her mind back. Needed to feel human again. Coulson closed the last folder with a satisfied snap. We're good. S.H.I.E.L.D. will handle the rest. That's when Jay stood up and put his hand on Emma's shoulder. She felt something click inside her head. Like a switch being flipped. The diamond form that had been locked on for weeks just stopped. Her skin warmed, softened back to flesh. And then the voices came flooding back. Her telepathy hit her like a freight train after weeks of silence. Every mind in the mansion, every stray thought and buried secret, all of it rushing into her consciousness at once. It was overwhelming and perfect, and she'd forgotten how much she'd missed it. Her first instinct was revenge. Slip into Jay's mind, make him scream for what he'd done to her in those tunnels. Make him pay for every humiliation, every moment of helplessness. But Jay was still smiling that damn smile, and something in his expression made her pause. He could take her powers away again. Permanently. Forever. Strip away everything that made her Emma Frost and leave her just another powerless, aging woman nobody would ever fear or respect again. All it would take was one touch. Plus, there was what Xavier and Jean had warned her about. Neither of them could get into his head, not even close. If the two strongest telepaths she knew couldn't crack whatever was going on in there, what chance did she have? Emma Frost didn't get where she was by picking fights she couldn't win. She leaned back in her chair and smiled right back at him, the expression calculated and cold as winter. Thank you. The words tasted like poison, but they were the smart play. Chapter 77, 4 Cap. A/N, this is your Sunday chapter. Let's go. On their way back through the corridors, they encountered Dr. Henry McCoy emerging from his laboratory. The scientist looked up from his tablet, and Coulson had to do a double take. The guy was human now, sporting this wild blue mane that flowed like water when he moved his head. When he saw them, his face lit up with genuine warmth. Hank grinned, extending a massive hand that still moved with careful precision. Well, I'll be a monkey's, poor choice of words. Jay. Good to see you again. Jay returned to his normal form and shook hands. Hey, document rocking the new look. He gestured at his reflection in a nearby monitor, chuckling. 3 weeks human and I still reach for things expecting these massive paws. Yesterday I tried to pick up a test tube and nearly dropped it. Forgot I don't have that dexterity anymore. The lying about his secret identity still stung, as did the theft of Sage's powers. But Hank had to admit that Jay had kept his word about giving him his human form back when he needed it most. Hank's expression grew thoughtful. The strangest part? I actually miss some of it. But being able to blend in again, to walk down a street without stairs. He shrugged, the gesture carrying years of complicated feelings. It's worth the trade-off. Good to hear. As they walked back toward the main levels, Jay could hear voices from the mansion's main hall. In the main hall, an unlikely gathering had formed around the mansion's central fireplace. Fury sat in a wingback chair, a cup of coffee growing cold in his hands. Steve stood by the tall windows, looking out at the grounds. The remaining X-Men clustered nearby. Scott and Jean sat close together, having one of their telepathic conversations. Aurora perched gracefully on the arm of a sofa, Kurt walking nervously from spot to spot. Jay entered quietly, taking in the room's tension. How'd the deal go? Fury's slight nod carried the weight of difficult negotiations. Xavier and I have reached an understanding. But Steve's attention was elsewhere. He kept glancing at Logan, who was sprawled in a chair by the fire, apparently oblivious to everything around him. Steve looked like a man drowning in memories that only he could remember. Jay studied Steve's face and caught the loneliness there, the desperate hunger for connection to something, anything, from his past. What's eating at you, Captain? Steve's voice carried the exhaustion of a man who'd outlived his entire world. It's hard, thinking about everyone I've lost. Peggy's on her deathbed in a hospital in D.C. Bucky's been turned into a brainwashed assassin for Nazis, and now James. He gestured helplessly at Logan, depression evident in every line of his body. It's like they took away everything that proved I existed before the ice. Jay felt a pang of sympathy. For all his power and knowledge, he'd never lost an entire lifetime of connections. He'd never woken up to find everyone he loved either dead or transformed beyond recognition. The silence stretched until Jay finally broke it. Professor, why haven't you tried to restore Logan's memories? Psychic surgery should be well within your capabilities. Xavier's expression remained neutral, but Jay caught the careful non-answer. Hank spoke up, his scientific mind overriding political considerations. We would need to remove the adamantium bullet first. But Logan's adamantium skull has grown around it completely. The indestructibility of the material makes surgical extraction impossible. Jay tilted his head, considering the problem from multiple angles. Why haven't you asked Kitty to phase the bullet out? Scott's voice was ice-cold steel, each word precise and cutting. You stay out of this. Your actions have already set the mutant community back decades. Jay shot back, taking a step forward, his own anger finally surfacing. I'm the one who gave mutants a positive image in the first place. Scott moved to match him, hands tensing at his sides, ruby visor gleaming with barely restrained power. By lying to everyone. By making deals in shadows while we fought for acceptance in the open. You made us all look like fools. I made you look human. We are human, you arrogant. I don't know what reality you're living in, Scott. Jay's voice cut through Scott's building rage like a blade. I hid my other identity like most supers do. Even your precious Professor X doesn't exactly advertise his mutant status to the general public. Scott's jaw tightened, but Jay wasn't done. I actually helped the Morlocks instead of leaving them to rot in sewers. I uprooted the Hellfire Club, which you X-Men so conveniently ignored, even though they were trafficking mutants for their abilities. And when I asked Hank to help me, I kept my word. So tell me again how I'm the villain here. What about Rogue? Scott snapped back, grasping for ammunition. Jay's laugh was bitter. She's the one throwing a temper tantrum when I'm offering to help her control her powers. But hey, I guess leaving her dangerous and miserable is the X-Men way, right? The words hit their mark. Scott's hands clenched into fists. And let's talk about trust, shall we? Jay's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. After my first visit here, your professor tried to mind rape me. On my second visit, Moon Knight attacked me when he came for you, and I became collateral damage. The last time I was here, Magneto, you, and Logan all tried to jump me. Jay spread his arms wide, his expression mocking. So sorry I wasn't keen on sharing everything about myself and keeping a few backup plans. Can't imagine why I'd want to protect myself around such trustworthy people. The room went dead silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Scott's visor flickered red, power building behind the ruby quartz. His voice came out strangled with fury and shame. You don't understand what we've been fighting for. What we've sacrificed. I understand perfectly. Jay's voice was calm now, which somehow made it more cutting. You've been fighting the same fight for decades and losing ground every year. I did one interview, and suddenly people were talking about coexistence instead of registration acts. But sure, tell me more about how I ruined everything. The truth of it hung in the air heavy and undeniable. Xavier's voice carried psychic weight that made the X-Men step back involuntarily. Gentlemen. He paused, regaining his composure. More importantly, Kitty's phasing abilities aren't refined enough for such delicate work. She's still young, and the trauma she'd have to deal with if she made an error when dealing with brain tissue, even Logan's. But Scott's jaw was still clenched, his visor reflecting Jay's face like crosshairs locked on target. But the red glow behind the ruby quartz was flickering. Every word Jay had spoken was landing like hammer blows, and Scott couldn't find a counterargument that didn't make him sound like a hypocrite or a failure. Deep down, he knew that everything Jay said was right. Jay interrupted, his voice cutting through the political tensions. "Since I can't stand seeing Cap looking like someone ran over his dog, I'll do you all a favor and remove the bullet myself." Colossus stepped directly into Jay's path, his skin shifting to organic steel with the sound of grinding metal. "You will not steal Kitty's powers. Not while I draw breath." Jay looked into the young man's protective eyes and grinned with genuine respect. "Ah." He turned to Coulson with mock sentimentality. "Look at young love, Phil. All pure and noble." Colossus's cheeks reddened slightly. "It's not." Jay turned back to Colossus, his expression shifting to something more sincere. "I don't need Kitty's powers, Pyotr. But I respect you looking out for her." He looked over at Logan, studying the older man's features. "What'll it be, bub?" "Your call." Logan studied Jay for a long moment, then glanced at Steve's hopeful face. The old soldier was practically vibrating with the need to connect with someone, anyone, from his past. Logan might not remember their history, but he could recognize pain when he saw it. Logan growled, taking a long pull from his beer. "Hell. What's the worst that could happen?" He shot a look at Scott with a grin that was all teeth. "If the kid starts messing with anyone's powers, you blast him with those laser eyes." Scott started automatically. "They're not lasers, they're..." Logan cut him off with a laugh. "I know what they are." Chapter 78, The Doctor from Hell. A/N, here's your bonus weekly chapter. Looking forward to hearing what you think. 20 minutes later, Logan was seated in Hank's laboratory in a specially reinforced medical chair. The observation deck above was packed with worried faces. X-Men, the SHIELD director in his left hand, and one very nervous Captain America, all watching through reinforced glass. Hank wheeled a cart of surgical instruments forward. "Now, the procedure will require careful." "I don't need them," Jay said, rolling up his sleeves. "Logan, pop your claws." Logan's voice carried a hint of uncertainty for the first time. "You sure about this, bub? Trust me. I'm the doctor after all." Logan's claws slid out with their characteristic snikt, the sound echoing in the sterile laboratory. Jay reached out and touched the gleaming adamantium. The change hit him different this time. Where diamond had been cold and crystalline, adamantium was heat. Molten metal flowing through his veins. His bones felt like they were melting and reforming, heavier than lead but somehow still flexible. From the observation deck, gasps echoed through the reinforced glass. Coulson's face went pale. "Is he supposed to look like that?" "Mein Gott," Kurt whispered, his tail wrapped tight around his waist. "His entire body is changing like Colossus. Did he take your power?" The weight was incredible. His arm dropped a few inches before his muscles adjusted, and when he flexed his fingers, he could feel the density in every movement. This metal was unbreakable. But then Jay concentrated on his adaptation perk, remembering Kevin's limb shaping from Ben 10, how he could precisely mold absorbed materials into exactly what he needed. His index finger elongated and narrowed into a precision drill bit, while his middle finger flattened into a delicate extraction tool. Years of medical training and nursing experience guided the transformation. He knew exactly what instruments he needed for this kind of procedure. The adamantium responded to his will, forming the perfect surgical implements. Then came his medical knowledge. Angles of approach, drilling speed, and how to extract foreign objects from brain tissue without causing trauma. His nursing experience had taught him these procedures theoretically by watching other surgeons perform it, and now he had the tools to perform them. Jay examined his transformed fingers with professional satisfaction. "There we go. That should do it." He looked up at the observation deck where terrified faces stared down at him. Everyone might want to look away. He began to drill. Logan's agonized screams filled the basement laboratory as Jay worked with surgical precision. In the observation deck, Steve gripped the railing until his knuckles went white. This was his fault. His desperate need for connection had put Logan through this agony. "Jesus Christ," Coulson breathed, his usual professional composure cracking. He'd seen plenty of field medicine, but nothing like this. Kurt teleported to the far corner of the observation deck, his blue skin tinged green. "I cannot watch. This is..." He made the sign of the cross. "Logan's vitals are spiking," Hank reported from his monitoring station, though his voice was shaky. "Heart rate through the roof, but his healing factor is keeping him stable." Medical training took over completely. Angle of entry, pressure distribution, avoiding major blood vessels. The adamantium drill spun with inhuman precision. Blood splattered across Jay's makeshift surgical attire. The drill generated sparks and heat, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning metal and tissue. Jean doubled over, one hand pressed to her temple. I can't block out his pain. It's too much. Scott immediately moved to support her. Jean. Scott's voice was sharp with worry. Get out of his head. I'm trying, but Logan's mind, it's like a hurricane of agony and memories trying to break free. In the observation deck, several X-Men looked away. Jean covered her mouth, psychic empathy making her feel echoes of Logan's pain. Coulson went pale, one hand pressed against the glass. Even Fury's iron composure cracked slightly. Aurora's hand sparked with electricity, her emotional control slipping. This is barbaric. There has to be another way. But Jay never wavered. This was surgery, not torture. Every movement had to be calculated and precise. The drilling seemed to take forever. Logan's healing factor kept trying to close the wound around the drill bit, forcing Jay to work faster. Smoke rose from the friction. The smell of burning bone and flesh filled the air. Oh God, Coulson whispered as more smoke filled the chamber. Is that his skull? Hank confirmed grimly. The adamantium is heating up from the friction. Logan's essentially being cooked from the inside. Scott's hands clenched at his sides. This is insane. We're watching a man be tortured and calling it medicine. Finally, with a sickening pop that echoed through the sterile chamber, he extracted the bullet. A collective exhale went up from the observation deck. It's over, Jean whispered, finally able to pull back from Logan's mind. The pain it's lessening. Kurt teleported back, his face still pale but curious. Did it work? Are his memories? Logan's healing factor immediately began closing the wound, but a small hole in his adamantium skull remained. Evidence of what they'd just done. The lab looked like a war zone. Equipment had been damaged by Logan's thrashing. Blood splattered the walls and medical instruments. Smoke filled the air, mixing the smell of burning electronics with something much worse. What used to be the mansion's pristine medical facility now looked like the aftermath of a battlefield surgery. Dear Lord, Hank whispered, surveying the destruction through the glass. It'll take weeks to clean this up. The smell alone. Fury stepped back from the window. I've seen field hospitals in Afghanistan that looked cleaner than this. Jay held up the bloody bullet, his adamantium form still steaming from friction heat. He flashed a thumbs up at the observation deck, grinning through the reinforced glass. The sight would give several X-Men nightmares. A metallic figure covered in blood and smoke, holding up a bullet like some kind of trophy in what looked like Hell's operating room. Aurora covered her nose with her sleeve. The smell is getting through the ventilation system. I'm going to be sick, Jean whispered, leaning heavily on Scott. But Logan wasn't paying attention to the carnage anymore. His eyes were changing. Pupils dilating and contracting as memories crashed back into his consciousness like a broken dam. Everyone in the observation deck fell silent, watching Logan's face transform. Something's happening, Jean said, her telepathic abilities picking up the change immediately. His mind, it's like watching a puzzle piece itself back together. Steve pressed his face to the glass. James? Can you hear me? It started as a flicker. Confusion giving way to recognition. A name surfaced from nowhere, Sarah. Then another, John. Faces began forming in his mind, voices calling from across decades of stolen time. The memories didn't come gently. They hit him like a freight train, each one carrying the weight of suppressed emotion. His childhood in the Canadian wilderness. The first time his claws emerged. Military service. Betrayal. Pain. Loss. Love found and lost again. Logan's breathing became ragged as 60 years of stolen life flooded back. His hands shook as phantom pains from long-healed wounds made his nervous system fire randomly. Every person he'd killed. Every friend who'd died. Every woman he'd loved and lost. His face cycled through a dozen emotions. Confusion, recognition, joy, grief, and finally, white-hot rage at all the stolen years. Then he looked up and saw Steve through the observation window. Recognition hit him like lightning. Not just the face, but the memory of friendship. Of shared foxholes and terrible coffee and watching each other's backs when the world was trying to kill them both. Logan's voice started as a whisper, thick with decades of suppressed emotion. Steve. Then louder, a roar that shook the blood-splattered walls and carried 70 years of brotherhood. Steve. Logan launched himself from the chair, still bleeding, his healing factor working overtime. He tore apart the observation deck glass with his claws and caught Steve in a bear hug that would have cracked normal ribs, both men trembling with the weight of recovered connection. Steve's voice broke with relief and grief and joy all tangled together. James. God, I missed you. I miss everyone. Logan pulled back but kept his hands on Steve's shoulders, studying his friend's face like he was memorizing it. It's Logan now. Been Logan for a long time. But yeah. His voice grew thick with emotion. Yeah, I remember. The commandos. The war. All of it. But then the weight of all those recovered memories hit him again. Logan's face crumpled as he remembered not just Steve, but everyone else they'd lost. Bucky's fall. Dum Dum's funeral. The way Jim Morita had died calling for his mother. Steve saw the pain in his old friend's eyes and pulled him close again. I know. I know it hurts. But you're not alone anymore. Logan's voice was muffled against Steve's shoulder. Feels like I buried them all twice now. Once when they died, and again when I forgot. The observation deck had gone completely silent. Even the X-Men who'd known Logan for years had never seen him this vulnerable, this human. This was a man rediscovering not just his past, but his capacity for grief. Jay watched the reunion from the laboratory floor, still in adamantium form and covered in blood. The weight of what he'd just done, giving these two soldiers back their shared past. His voice was peppier than usual when he spoke. Well. Anyone else need brain surgery? I'm on a roll here. The horrified silence from the observation deck was answer enough, but it was broken by something unexpected. Logan's laughter, rough and broken but heaty. Chapter 79, Promises and Prices. A/N, this chapter was heavy to write, so if it hit you, share it with others. Let's start the week with full power, drop those stones and comments, and blast our way up the ranks. Gemstone. The hot water burned against Jay's adamantium skin, running pink down the drain. Logan's blood came off easy enough, but chunks of brain tissue needed serious scrubbing. The metal form held heat from the drilling, making even the scalding shower feel barely warm. Steam completely fogged up the guest bathroom mirror. When he finally felt clean enough, Jay shifted back to normal. The sudden weight change almost made him stumble, like stepping off a boat after being at sea for weeks. His clothes were spotless, naturally. One of the better perks of this whole deal. The deformed bullet sat on the counter, catching the fluorescent light. Jay picked up the adamantium fragment and rolled it between his fingers. Years of Logan's life, all compressed into this tiny piece of metal. Worth more than vibranium, really. Wakanda had mountains of that stuff, same with Talokan. But genuine adamantium. You couldn't just dig that up without having androids and mechas playing gods at your ass. He slipped it into his pocket. Fair payment for services rendered. The hallway stretched quiet and empty as Jay headed back toward the main hall. He was already thinking about coffee, about pretending this had been just another normal day with Fury and Coulson, when a voice cut through the silence. You lied to me. Jay stopped dead. A man stood there with the most forgettable features imaginable. Brown hair, average height, the kind of face you'd lose even while looking straight at it. But the hurt in his eyes mixed with desperate hope made Jay's chest tighten up. For a second, Jay's eyes wanted to slide right past him, his brain trying to dismiss the guy as background noise. But his mind shield kicked in hard, and suddenly the man's name surfaced through whatever fog had been clouding his thoughts. Ah, Zabi, Jay said carefully. I finally found you. I nearly forgot. Of course you forgot, Forget-Me-Not cut him off, bitterness dripping from every word like poison. Nobody remembers. That's my power, right? To be forgotten by everyone I meet. But you. His voice cracked like breaking glass. You promised you could help with that. All this time, you've been going around fixing people who didn't even want their powers removed, people who had families and friends and lives. But you didn't even remember me while I did your dirty work, while you basically blackmailed me with my family forgetting me, despite all your promises. Footsteps echoed down the hall. Kitty phased through the wall first, followed by Warren and Piotr. They found Jay talking to some complete stranger who somehow felt familiar in a way that made their heads hurt. They'd obviously heard the raised voices, but their faces showed nothing but confusion as they stared at this person they should have known but didn't. What's going on here? Kitty asked, looking back and forth between Jay and the unfamiliar man. Something about him nagged at her, like having a word right on the tip of her tongue. Jay ignored her completely, focusing on Forget-Me-Not instead. What do you want then? His voice got softer. For me to take your powers away and have everyone forget you permanently. And look, I didn't forget our deal. Can't you see it's only been 3 days since all the doom crap happened at once? Forget-Me-Not's face just crumpled like wet paper. So that's it. You can help everyone else but not me. I've been here for years, helping the X-Men, saving their lives, and they don't even know I exist. His voice completely shattered. Do you have any idea what that's like? Being alone even when you're surrounded by people. Watching your own mother thank some stranger for help and then forget you existed the second you walk away. Warren stepped forward, wings rustling with agitation. I don't understand what's happening, but... You wouldn't, Forget-Me-Not said bitterly. You can't. That's the whole point. Jay's expression softened, and something twisted hard in his chest. The man was right. He'd gotten so caught up in everything else, he'd nearly forgotten his promise. Just like everyone else forgot Zabi. If it's about tweaking your power instead of removing it completely. Jay moved before Forget-Me-Not could react, placing his hand firmly on the young man's shoulder. Hold still. Wait, what are you? Power flowed through Jay's fingertips, way more complex and delicate than his usual suppressions. He could feel the mutation structure, how it hijacked memory formation and recall in other people, forcing them to forget. With surgical precision, he added what basically amounted to a mental switch, a conscious control mechanism that would let Forget-Me-Not turn his ability on and off whenever he wanted. There, Jay said, stepping back and flexing his fingers. You should be able to control it now. But I'd suggest waiting until we get to the main hall to turn it off completely. You'll want witnesses for that reunion. Forget-Me-Not stared at him in absolute wonder, tears streaming freely down his face as he tentatively reached for the new sensation in his mind. It was like finding a light switch in a room where you'd lived in total darkness for years. I can feel it, he whispered. I can actually feel the control. The main hall? Kitty asked, still confused but sensing something huge was about to happen. Why the main hall? You'll see, Jay said simply. Trust me, you'll want everyone there for this. They walked together in this weird procession. Forget-Me-Not flanked by 3 X-Men who kept glancing at him with frustrated confusion, trying desperately to grab onto memories that slipped away like water through their fingers. Every few steps, one of them would start to say something, then stop as the thought just evaporated. The main hall buzzed with quiet conversation when they entered. Fury still sat in his wingback chair, discussing something quietly with Coulson. Steve stood by the windows, looking way less haunted now that Logan remembered their shared past. The X-Men were scattered around in various states of exhaustion after the day's revelations. Everyone, Jay called out, getting their attention. You're going to want to see this. See what? Scott asked, adjusting his visor as he turned toward them. His gaze passed right over Forget-Me-Not without stopping. Jay looked at Zabi. Ready. Forget-Me-Not nodded, already crying harder. His whole body shook as he reached for that mental switch, the moment he'd been dreaming about for years. He took a deep breath, looked around the room at all the people who'd been his family without knowing it, and flipped the switch. The change was immediate and absolutely devastating. XABI. Jubilee's shriek could have shattered every window in the mansion. She launched herself across the room, trailing multicolored sparks like a comet, and tackled him in a flying hug that sent them both stumbling backward. Oh my God, where have you been? I've been so worried, and I couldn't remember why, and that was driving me absolutely crazy. Forget-Me-Not. Scott's voice came out thick with dawning horror. His hand went automatically to his visor as memories flooded back like a broken dam. You've been here the whole time. Fighting with us. Saving our lives. His voice broke completely. How could we forget you? Storm rose from her chair with that fluid grace she was known for, but her face looked stricken. The Friends of Humanity attack last month. You were there. You saved Kurt when those sentinels had him cornered. Lightning flickered briefly in her eyes, responding to her emotional state. We never even thanked you. A bamf of sulfur smoke announced Kurt's arrival directly in front of Forget-Me-Not. His yellow eyes were wide with anguish as he reached out with a 3-fingered hand, hesitated, then pulled Zabi into a fierce hug. Main got. You have been our brother in arms, UNDVE. He pulled back, gesturing helplessly with both hands. ACH, how does Von apologize for something Zay cannot even remember doing? The room exploded into chaos as memories crashed back like a tsunami. Years of interactions, battles fought side by side, quiet moments of friendship, all suddenly vivid and real and painful. The collective guilt was overwhelming. These were people who prided themselves on being family, on never leaving anyone behind. Jean pressed both hands hard against her temples, psychic feedback from everyone's returning memories hitting her in overwhelming waves. Even the Phoenix couldn't hold onto you completely. There were flashes, moments, brief glimpses, but never the full picture. Xavier wheeled forward slowly, his face pale as parchment. I had mental alarms. Reminders programmed to trigger at regular intervals. But I would still forget you for weeks at a time. His voice barely rose above a whisper. The isolation you must have endured. It wasn't your fault, Forget-Me-Not managed through his tears, completely overwhelmed by suddenly being surrounded by people who could truly see him, remember him, know him. None of you could help it. It was just my mutation. But the guilt was written across every single face in that room. To forget a family member, even involuntarily, violated everything the X-Men stood for. But even as the emotional reunion continued, the practical implications started hitting everyone like aftershocks from a massive earthquake. Scott suddenly realized that 3 years of mission reports would need complete revision. How many times had their lucky breaks actually been Zabi's intervention? Fury stood up from his chair, the gears turning in his tactical mind. A perfect invisible agent, someone who could walk into any facility and be forgotten the instant he left. The possibilities were endless. I should get going, Jay announced into the emotional chaos. He'd done what he'd promised. He moved toward the exit, then paused beside Xavier's wheelchair. Leaning down, he whispered just loud enough for the professor to hear. "Oh, Professor. That Dr. Sinister I mentioned earlier." Xavier looked up, struggling to focus despite the reunion exploding around him. "Yes. He was Hydra's partner during the war. He's the one who gave Shaw his energy absorption powers through artificial X-gene enhancement." Jay let that bomb detonate in Xavier's mind. "This isn't just about protecting mutants anymore. It's deeply personal, so I want you to give it your all." The implications hit like a physical blow to the gut. Shaw, who'd murdered Eric's mother in cold blood, tortured Eric as a child, nearly triggered World War III over Cuba, had gotten his powers from the same monster. Xavier's knuckles went white as he gripped his wheelchair's armrests. "You're absolutely certain?" "Dead certain." Jay didn't wait for any response. He walked out into the fading daylight, leaving behind a room full of people grappling with recovered memories and earth-shattering revelations. Behind him, he could hear Forget-Me-Not's voice, stronger and clearer than it had been in years. "I need to call my mother. She's going to remember me this time. Actually, remember me." For once in his life, someone would. Chapter 80, The Billion-Dollar Detox. A/N, guys, we're really falling behind in the reviews department. Every review matters, whether good or bad, and I genuinely welcome all of them. Your feedback not only helps me improve but also boosts the story's reach. So drop a review if you can, it makes a big difference. Jay stared at the cracked ceiling of his secondary safe house. Morning light filtered through reinforced blinds, casting shifting shadows across sparse furniture. Just a bed and basic necessities. Nothing like his old life. Before Doom's broadcast painted a target on his back, before the world learned their hero was also the power broker. Within hours, crowds had gathered, grateful patients, curious onlookers, full-blown pilgrimages. Mutants wanting their abilities removed. Desperate people seeking cures. Protesters screaming about mutant supremacy. Moving here discreetly had been the only safe option. Jay rolled out of bed, muscles protesting. Yesterday's events blurred together, Xavier and Fury's coalition, absorbing new abilities, Emma's asset transfer, Logan's brain surgery, delivering on his promise to Forget-Me-Not. He pulled out the deformed adamantium bullet from his jeans pocket. Still warm after all these hours, this fragment represented his path to true invulnerability. With Creel's absorption power, he could transform his entire body into living adamantium. Under the scalding shower, Jay studied his reflection. The enhancement had left him with peak human physique, every muscle defined while keeping his lean build. Magazine cover perfection that couldn't fill the hollow ache in his chest. He slammed his palm against the tile wall. The sharp crack echoed like a door slamming on his old life, where people looked at him with gratitude instead of fear. Standing still meant drowning in regrets he couldn't change. After dressing and pulling on Bobby's jacket, he paused at the safe house door. The weight of public recognition pressed down on him. His sedan was still parked in Staten Island, where Fury's extraction team had airlifted him to the fridge yesterday. Public transportation it was. The subway ride was a gauntlet of stares and whispered recognition. Every passenger who recognized him from the news either stared openly or pretended not to notice while fumbling for their phones. An elderly woman clutched her purse tighter. A teenage boy whispered, "Power broker," to his friend. By the third stop, Jay had pulled his hood up and moved to the back of the car. The taxi provided brief relief from scrutiny. Stark Tower stood like a gleaming middle finger pointed at the sky. Nearly a year and a half ahead of its original timeline. Jay grinned despite himself. Tony's massive ego must have been eating him alive watching Reed Richards get all the attention with the Baxter building. "That's far enough," Jay told the driver, handing over cash. The tower's front entrance buzzed with construction crews and security personnel. Conversation stopped the moment he walked through the doors. Workers recognized the notorious power broker. Whispers followed him across the marble lobby. "Is that really him? What's he doing here? Should we call security?" Within seconds, Happy Hogan materialized, face set in professional wariness. His hand rested near his jacket, where Jay's enhanced senses detected a concealed weapon. "Mr. J," Happy said, the name carrying careful neutrality. "Mr. Stark is expecting you. I'll need you to submit to a security scan first." "Standard procedure," Jay said, raising his hand slightly. Happy's expression softened marginally at the compliance. "Appreciate the cooperation. Just following protocol." The security checkpoint was thorough but professional. Jay noticed the slight tension in Happy's shoulders, the way his eyes never quite left Jay's hands. Clear, Happy announced to his earpiece. Escorting the guest up now. The elevator ride carried its own tension. Happy kept glancing at Jay, but there was something else now, grudging professional respect for someone who'd submitted to security without complaint. Long way up, Jay observed, watching floor numbers climb. Happy grunted, then seemed to wrestle with himself before adding, Mr. Stark likes his privacy. Can't blame him, considering the kind of people who want to get close to someone with his resources. The unspoken question hung in the air, which kind of person was Jay? When the elevator doors opened, Jay stepped into Tony Stark's personal playground. Open concept design flowed from gym to bar, massive windows offering panoramic city views. The kind of space that screamed wealth and ego in equal measure. Tony Stark stood near the gym equipment in workout gear, nursing a green smoothie. But Jay's enhanced vision immediately focused on the dark veins threading along Tony's neck, barely visible beneath his collar. The palladium poisoning was accelerating. Well, Tony said, setting down his smoothie with theatrical precision. The infamous power broker graces my tower. He flashed his trademark smirk, though Jay caught the slight tremor in his gesturing hand. I was starting to wonder if you developed an allergy to answering your phone. Or maybe you're just playing hard to get. Very mysterious, I'm too cool for billionaires. Welcome to my humble penthouse, Tony continued, his voice carrying that familiar rapid-fire cadence. Though I suppose when you can steal anyone's abilities, material wealth loses its appeal. Like being Neo in the Matrix, except instead of dodging bullets, you're dodging my incredibly charming personality. Jay studied Tony's performance, recognizing the deflection mechanism. The more nervous Tony got, the more he talked. Let's skip the small talk, Tony. We both know why I'm here. Tony's smile faltered momentarily. Tony gestured dismissively at Happy, who had positioned himself near the elevator. Give us some space, Hap. This is grown-up talk. Happy hesitated, protective instincts warring with orders. Boss, you sure about this? I could stay, just in case. Hap, if the man wanted to hurt me, he'd have done it in the lobby. Besides, Tony's grin turned sharp, I have Jarvis monitoring everything. Go grab a coffee, maybe flirt with that redhead from accounting. Happy's jaw tightened. There is no redhead from accounting. Then find one. I have faith in you. Happy retreated, but not before giving Jay a look that clearly communicated, I'll be watching. The deal's simple, Jay said once they were alone. I remove the poison from your body, you get me the meeting I want. Today. Tony's laugh carried less conviction now. Poison. You wound me with such accusations. Next you'll be telling me my arc reactor isn't just a fashion statement. I'm the picture of health. Ask any of my doctors, the very expensive ones who tell me exactly what I want to hear because I pay them obscene amounts. Tony. Jay's voice carried patient authority. Anyone with basic metallurgy knowledge knows that putting a nuclear reactor full of heavy metals next to your heart would poison your body. The only question is timeline. The smoothie slipped from Tony's fingers. Sir, came a crisp British voice from hidden speakers, I believe our guest has made quite an astute observation. Perhaps we should consider that Mr. Jay's assessment is more accurate than our previous consultations. Jay glanced around, feigning surprise. And you are? Just a rather very intelligent system, sir. Mr. Stark's AI assistant. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Jay. Your reputation for directness appears well-founded. Likewise. Jay wondered if his world's AI bots would have developed similarly given time. If I may interject, Mr. J, I have been monitoring Mr. Stark's biometric data extensively. His cardiovascular stress indicators are increasing exponentially, and cellular regeneration rates are declining alarmingly. My programming prevents me from acknowledging the obvious conclusion, but perhaps an outside perspective might prove illuminating. Jay studied Tony's face, noting how his confident mask was finally cracking. So, you going to keep pretending, or can we get to work? Tony was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice had lost its performative edge. The doctors, they've given me months. Maybe a year if I minimize reactor usage. But I've been throwing money at the problem like that's ever solved anything fundamental. Nothing works fast enough. And I can't exactly advertise for a specialist in removing exotic metal poisoning from genius billionaires, can I? Tony walked to a sleek diagnostic station, pressing his palm against the scanner. Numbers flickered across the display, blood toxicity levels, cellular degradation rates, projected survival time frames. The readout showed 64% palladium saturation. Jesus, Tony breathed, staring at the numbers like his own death certificate. It's gotten worse since last week. Sit down and stay calm, Jay interrupted, already moving toward him. This is going to feel weird. Tony settled into a nearby chair, hands gripping the armrests until his knuckles went white. If this is some kind of elaborate con. Shut up and let me work, Jay said simply. Jay placed both hands on Tony's arms and activated his healing aura with surgical precision rather than general restoration. The sensation was immediate and deeply uncomfortable. Jay felt palladium traces flowing through Tony's bloodstream like liquid mercury, concentrated around the arc reactor but spreading in microscopic tendrils throughout his cardiovascular system. Each fragment was a tiny time bomb. He sensed metal shards embedded near Tony's heart, legacy fragments from whatever had created this situation. Jesus, Tony, for a genius, you really did a terrible job protecting your own body. Tony's breathing became rapid and shallow, pupils dilating as his nervous system registered the foreign sensation of blood chemistry being actively manipulated. Sweat beaded on his forehead. What are you doing to me? I can feel something moving inside. The palladium is being redirected through your circulatory system, Jay explained, voice tight with concentration as he maintained precise control. Your body's natural filtration can't handle this volume of contamination, so I'm creating artificial pathways to concentrate the toxins for safe extraction. This is going to hurt. Carefully, methodically, Jay redirected the palladium away from vital organs, using his healing ability like a microscopic guidance system. The process required incredible finesse, too fast would cause shock, too slow could create embolisms. Tony's left hand began swelling as the poison concentrated there, skin darkening to an alarming black. Tony stared at his discolored hand in horror. Oh God, what's happening to me? Quit whining, Jay said grimly. Jay grabbed an expensive whiskey bottle from the bar, dumping the contents onto the floor. Tony started to protest, that's a 1947 Macallan, do you have any idea? But Jay ignored him. He used Creel's absorption power to transform his finger into a sharp glass blade. The makeshift surgery was quick but precise. Jay made a small, clean incision, creating a controlled drainage point. The concentrated palladium flowed out like thick black sludge, each drop representing poison that would have eventually stopped Tony's heart. The substance collected in the empty bottle, nearly a quarter full by the time flow stopped. The liquid was viscous, almost metallic, seeming to absorb rather than reflect light. Tony watched the black liquid drain from his body with fascination and revulsion. Is that what's been killing me? For months, Jay confirmed, using his healing ability to seal the wound without scarring. Slowly, but yeah. Profound silence filled the room, broken only by Tony's sharp breathing and the wet sounds of contaminated blood dripping into glass. Even Jarvis seemed to process quietly. Tony immediately staggered to the diagnostic station, movements unsteady but urgent. He pressed his palm against the scanner with trembling fingers. The display updated, 5% palladium saturation. Jarvis, Tony called out, voice shaking, confirm these readings. All diagnostics indicate significant improvement, sir. Your cardiovascular stress indicators have dropped to levels not seen since before arc reactor implantation. I'm detecting traces of an unknown energy signature that accelerates your natural healing processes. However, this level of palladium extraction should be medically impossible without extensive surgical intervention and weeks of chelation therapy. Tony stared at the diagnosis, eyes bright with unshed tears. Is this real? This is real. That's all I can do, Jay said, wiping black residue from his hands. If you keep using that arc reactor at the same power output, palladium will build up again. You need a permanent solution, not regular detox sessions. Tony's response was immediate and desperate. Anything, he said, voice thick with emotion. Money, resources, whatever you want. I'll pay you billions to be my personal physician. I'll give you a floor in this building, your own lab, unlimited research budget. Hell, I'll make you a partner in Stark Industries. Jay shook his head. I don't need money. And I can't be on call for your whims. He paused. But Reed Richards has what you need. Let the two smartest men on Earth figure it out together. You've got the resources, he's got the theoretical framework for clean energy applications. Tony's gratitude instantly soured into wounded pride. Richards. You think I need that pompous, stretchy bastard to solve my problems? I think your ego is going to blind you to obvious solutions, Jay replied bluntly. Don't let pride kill you, Stark. You just got your life back, don't throw it away because Reed's initials come before yours in the alphabet. Tony was quiet for a long moment, staring at his healed hand, flexing fingers like he was testing their reality. When he looked up, something had shifted, desperate gratitude replaced by calculating respect. You're right. Screw my ego. Besides, working with Richards might actually be interesting. Been a while since I had a real intellectual challenge. He turned toward the ceiling. Jarvis, prep the jet. And, get me Reed Richards' contact information. Already done, sir, the AI replied with satisfaction. I researched Dr. Richards' recent publications. His work on dimensional energy applications is fascinating. I believe you two will have much to discuss. Thank you, Tony said quietly. The words carried more weight than any amount of money could. Jay nodded. Funny. The world's richest men, and those 2 words might have been the most valuable thing he's ever given out. Chapter 81, The Deal of a Lifetime. A/N, this is a big one. It got heavy as I sat down to write it. While working on this chapter, I kept thinking about One Piece. What if someone with healing powers had come to Kuma and healed Bonnie before everything went wrong? What if he never had to become the world government's pawn? Seeing a similar situation in the MCU where a father joined the villains for his daughter's sake, I poured those feelings into this. Hope you guys enjoy it. Let me know what worked and what didn't. Time crawled at 30,000 feet, even in one of Stark's jets. What should have been a 3-hour hop from New York to DC took barely an hour, then another 15 minutes by helicopter to the Naval Observatory. Tony swirled the ice in his glass, fingers drumming against the armrest. They'd been quiet since takeoff, both lost in their own heads. Jay finally broke the silence. Can I ask you something? Shoot. The shrapnel. Near your heart. Jay turned from the window. I got all the palladium out of your system, but I could pull those metal pieces out too. 10 minutes, maybe less. How come you never asked? Tony's hand went to his chest automatically. Huh. Most people would think it's about trust. Like maybe I figure you'd mess it up somehow. But that's not it. Nah. Tony stared down at his drink. You really want to know? This thing, he tapped the reactor, it's not just keeping me alive anymore. It's become who I am. Jay didn't say anything, just waited. Before Afghanistan, I was just some rich prick who made weapons and threw parties. Smart prick, granted, but still just a guy building stuff that killed people while telling himself he was saving the world. Tony's voice dropped. Then I wake up in a cave with a car battery wired to my chest and everything I thought I knew about myself went right out the window. He leaned back, staring at the clouds. Iron Man isn't my job, Jay. It's me. You take away the reactor, take away this constant reminder of how close I came to dying, to losing everything that mattered, and what then? Do I go back to being the guy who thought cruise missiles were just expensive party favors? You don't trust yourself without it. I don't trust myself to remember what rock bottom felt like. Why I started building armor instead of artillery. Tony's laugh was bitter. This keeps me honest. Keeps me grounded. It's my daily reminder that the old Tony Stark died in that cave, and something better came out. Jay sat with that for a moment. Hell of a thing to carry around your heart. Yeah, well. Tony shook his glass, ice clinking. Some days I think I'm ready. That maybe I've changed enough that I don't need the reminder anymore. But then I look at what I've built, who I've become, and I wonder if pulling it out would be like removing a load-bearing wall. What if it would? Tony went quiet. Just jet engines and the soft hum of his reactor. Then maybe I'm not ready to find out who I really am without Iron Man watching over my shoulder. Jay nodded. When you are, just say the word. I know. Thanks for not pushing it. We all move at our own pace when it comes to letting go. Tony swirled the ice in his glass, fingers drumming against the armrest. So, you gonna tell me why we're flying off to meet the vice president, or do I just keep running through conspiracy theories? Jay's eyes tracked the Potomac below. I need a sit down with someone your money can't buy. Rodriguez. Christ, Jay. Please tell me we're not about to commit treason. Nothing treasonous. Just, politically messy. The helicopter touched down on manicured grounds where the vice president's residence sat beyond wrought iron gates. Ancient oaks cast long shadows across perfectly maintained lawns. Secret Service materialized instantly, earpieces buzzing, weapons hidden but ready. Jay's screening dragged for 20 minutes. Mr. J, Agent Morrison said. Apologies for the delay, but we needed full verification. Tony breezed through in under 2 minutes. Should I be insulted they trust me more than you? Probably. Inside, portraits of founding fathers hung alongside modern American heroes. Fresh flowers sat arranged. Every detail calculated to reassure voters. Tony muttered, God, I hate being judged by ghosts. He glanced at Jay. Why am I here? You don't exactly lack for leverage. When people see you, they see America's golden boy genius. When they see me, they see a loaded gun. Vice President Rodriguez hunched over his desk, sleeves rolled up, briefing papers scattered across mahogany. He looked up and smiled at Tony, that practiced campaign smile. Tony, good to see you. How's the clean energy initiative? The president's been asking about our timeline. Then his eyes found Jay, and something shifted. Cooled. The smile remained, but his posture straightened. Mr. J. Your reputation precedes you. A subtle gesture sent his security detail retreating outside. So. What brings the power broker to my home? I need White House backing for a mutant integration project. The words hung between them. Tony's whiskey glass stopped halfway to his lips. A mutant integration project. Rodriguez's voice carried careful neutrality. You understand the complexities. The political capital required, the backlash from our base, the congressional hurdles. I'm asking you to be on the right side of history. Rodriguez's laugh held no humor. The right side of history. Let me paint you a picture of reality, Mr. J. Sebastian Shaw nearly triggered World War III. Magneto came within inches of assassinating the president on live television. Last month in Detroit, one mutant child had a nightmare and 2 city blocks disappeared. One mutant child. He moved to the window. Insurance companies have redlined entire neighborhoods based on suspected mutant populations. Real estate markets crash at rumors of mutant activity. Every committee hearing, senators demand tighter restrictions, more surveillance, registration requirements. And you want me to build them a neighborhood? Jay remained steady. District X. A place where mutants can live without hiding. Homes, schools, jobs. Normal life. And when crime statistics spike. When property values crater. When some child loses control in a classroom full of 8-year-olds. Rodriguez's voice rose. The backlash won't just bury mutant rights, it'll bury everyone associated with the project. Jay leaned forward slightly. That's why the rollout matters. Steve Rogers cuts the ribbon. Captain America himself. The Fantastic Four provides scientific credibility. Stark Foundation builds the infrastructure. Jay's voice stayed level. My name never touches the headlines. Rodriguez went very still. As VP, he knew about Rogers' revival, still classified. Rogers' status remains classified, and even if he were willing to go public, he represents something this country needs. Trust. Hope. The idea that we can be better than our fears. You're asking me to stake my political future on something 70% of Americans fear. Rodriguez stared out at the Washington Monument rising in the distance. When he turned back, his political mask had slipped. Jay's voice softened. Then stop thinking like a politician. Think like a father. The temperature in the room dropped. Your daughter. Jenna. The 8-year-old with spina bifida, the severe kind. She's been in a wheelchair since birth. Rodriguez's face went white. Don't you dare bring my family into this. 3 months ago, your chief of staff reached out through discreet back channels, looking for anyone who might help where conventional medicine had failed. Jay's eyes never left Rodriguez's face. I wasn't capable then. The enhancement changed that. That's extortion. Jay paused, conflict flickering across his expression before the mask of necessity returned. No. It's 2 fathers who want better for their children. You want Jenna to walk. I want every mutant child to stop hiding in fear. His voice grew quieter. We can both win. Rodriguez gripped the back of his chair, the internal war playing out across his features. Show me. Walking through the residence, the atmosphere shifted from political theater to something intimate. Family photos lined the hallway. A child's artwork hung at eye level, bright finger paintings declaring, I love my daddy, in crooked letters. They heard her before they saw her, bright laughter mixing with clumsy puppy barks. Jenna sat in her wheelchair near the garden fountain, surrounded by her mother and 2 older brothers, tossing a tennis ball for a golden retriever puppy. Hammy, bring it back. She giggled as the pup tripped over his own feet. He's still learning. Daddy says learning takes patience, but I think Hammy might need extra. Mariana Rodriguez looked elegant even in gardening clothes, but her eyes never strayed far from her daughter. The boys, Diego and Carlos, took turns chasing the ball when Hammy got distracted. Jay approached slowly. Hey there. What's your pup's name? Hamilton. Like the president, but I call him Hammy because he's silly. She threw the ball. Hamilton chased a butterfly instead. He's still working on that part. Carlos says he's got attention problems, but I think he just finds everything interesting. Jay's laugh was genuine. He's perfect. Learning's way more fun than knowing everything anyway. He studied her animated expression. What's your biggest dream, Jenna? Her expression turned wistful. To race Hammy to the big oak tree and back. She pointed across the vast lawn. All the way there and back, running together like the kids at school do with their dogs. Her voice grew smaller. The doctors say maybe someday they'll figure out how to fix me, but... She shrugged with practiced resignation. What if we tried right now? Jay's hands began to glow with soft green light as he placed them gently on her legs. Mariana stepped forward instinctively, but Rodriguez caught her arm. This might feel strange. Like bubbles in your legs. Ooh. Jenna giggled, squirming with delight. It does. It's like drinking soda but in my legs. Are you magic? Something like that. Jay closed his eyes, face tightening with concentration as he worked, threading new connections between damaged nerves, coaxing life back into muscles, realigning bones. My legs feel warm, Jenna reported with scientific curiosity. Like when you sit funny and they fall asleep, but backwards. Is that supposed to happen? That's your nerves waking up. They've been sleeping for a very long time. Behind them, Carlos whispered, "Holy shit, is this really happening?" Language, Mariana scolded automatically, but her voice cracked. Diego had gone silent, staring at the soft green glow with awe. "Okay, Jenna. Try wiggling your toes." She stared down at her feet with intense concentration. Then her eyes went wide. They moved. They actually moved. "Mama, look." She wiggled them again, then her whole foot. "I can feel them. I can feel everything. It's like they were hiding and now they're saying hello." Mariana's hands flew to her mouth. Diego grabbed Carlos's arm. From the house, staff members had gathered on the porch. "Take your time. Your muscles are remembering how to work." Jenna gripped her wheelchair armrests with determination. She pushed herself up slowly, shakily, but rose on her own power. Her knees wobbled, almost buckled, then found strength. "I'm standing. I'm really standing." One step. Tentative and uneven, but undeniably a step. Another. By the third, she was walking independently. Rodriguez made a sound like laughing and crying had collided. Then Jenna looked up at her father with the biggest smile in the world and took off running, awkward and stumbling but absolutely running straight toward him. "Daddy. Look how fast I am." Rodriguez caught her as she crashed into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck and squeezed. "Daddy, guess what? Now I can run for president too, just like you." The dad joke hit Tony like a physical blow. He barked out a laugh that was half sob. Kid learns to walk and immediately starts campaigning. Jesus, she's got better political instincts than half of Congress. Jenna wiggled free and chased Hamilton around the fountain, her steps getting steadier. The puppy bounded in circles with her. "Come on, Hammy. I can keep up now." Mariana collapsed onto the grass, crying openly. Diego wasn't even trying to hide his tears. Carlos alternated between grinning and wiping his eyes. The staff stood transfixed. Rodriguez's security detail watched with naked amazement. Rodriguez stood watching his daughter race in circles with her dog, chest heaving. 8 years of specialists and experimental treatments and watching his baby girl smile bravely while doctors used words like irreversible and learn to adapt. 8 years, he said, voice thick. Every specialist in the country. Mayo Clinic, Johns Hopkins, Walter Reed, they all said permanent damage, nothing more we could do. He looked at Jay with reverence. "And you gave her everything. Her future back." Jenna had reached the oak tree and was running back with Hamilton bouncing beside her. "Did you see? I made it all the way." She crashed into her mother's arms, breathless and glowing. "Mama, I made it to the tree and back. Just like I dreamed." Rodriguez's voice carried new certainty. "Whatever you need for District X, you have it. Committee hearings, budget appropriations, press conferences." He paused, watching Jenna teach Hamilton fetch. "If this costs me the next election, so be it. Nothing in politics matters compared to what you just gave us." Jay handed him a plain white business card. "Keep this feeling. When the polling numbers turn ugly and the attack ads start running and your colleagues question your judgment, remember this moment. Remember her face. District X is going to need every friend it can get. Daddy, come play." Jenna called, waving both arms. "Hammy figured out how to run with me instead of away from me." Rodriguez smiled genuinely for the first time all day. "On my way, Mija." Then, quieter, turning back to Jay, "Thank you. I know those words aren't sufficient, but, thank you." Near the helicopter, Tony pulled Jay aside. "You scare the hell out of me sometimes. You take something pure, healing a child, and somehow make it the most effective political negotiation I've ever witnessed." He shook his head. "That little girl makes a dad joke before she can even walk properly, and I'm laughing so hard I can barely breathe." On the flight back, Jay sat quietly before pulling out his phone. "Callisto. It's me. Everything's approved. Full government backing confirmed. District X is a go." Tony watched him during the call and said, "If you ever decide to go corporate, give me advance warning. I don't want to wake up one morning and discover you've acquired Stark Industries while I was distracted by your latest miracle." Jay's smile was faint, his eyes distant. "I'll keep that in mind." Chapter 82, Departure. Nearly a month had passed since Doom's broadcast shattered Jay's carefully constructed double life. The fallout was still settling like dust across his relationships. The Fantastic Four had cut all ties. The X-Men were on better terms with him now, barely, but even their gratitude came with conditions and suspicious glances. S.H.I.E.L.D. had immediately hired him as a specialist consultant the moment they realized how badly they needed his intel on Hydra's infiltration. Fury's pragmatism ultimately prevailed over his principles. Jay was useful, not trusted. There was a difference. Steve Rogers remained grateful. Jay had given him hope about Bucky, confirmed the Winter Soldier's identity, and provided a path forward. But Steve's hands were tied. Any move to rescue Bucky would alert Hydra to their compromised status. So America's Golden Boy was forced to wait, knowing his best friend was out there, broken and enslaved, while Steve sat idle. Tony Stark had begrudgingly followed Jay's advice about collaborating with Reed Richards. Together, they'd synthesized a new element that made the arc reactor safe and more efficient. Tony insisted on calling it Badassium despite Reed's protests. It had been Howard Stark's research, notes that Jay had passed to Reed months earlier, courtesy of Fury. Tony was alive and healthy, but their relationship remained purely transactional as gratitude mixed with wariness. In Hell's Kitchen, rumors were spreading. A man in red with devil horns, swinging through the night and beating the hell out of gang members. Matt Murdock was making his presence known, one broken criminal at a time. Luke Cage and Jessica Jones had made headlines recently with their new venture, Heroes for Hire. The controversy wasn't just about powered individuals charging for their services. It was about what it meant for everyone else. Insurance companies scrambled to create superhero damage clauses. Small businesses in their operating areas complained about being overlooked in favor of clients who could pay premium rates. But they were making it work, carving out a living helping people while navigating a system that had never planned for superpowers as a profession. District X had been the biggest political shitstorm in decades. When Vice President Rodriguez proposed converting a Manhattan neighborhood for Morlock rehabilitation, Congress had lost its collective mind. Protests. Hearings. Death threats against anyone who supported it. Media coverage split along predictable lines, conservative outlets calling it a radical social experiment that threatens American values, while progressive networks hailed it as a necessary corrective to decades of mutant marginalization. Corporate lobbyists worked overtime behind closed doors, framing the project as an existential threat to existing power structures and property rights. The real backlash came from ordinary New Yorkers who'd been priced out of Manhattan real estate for years, now watching luxury apartments get demolished for mutant housing projects. Property values in surrounding areas plummeted overnight. Local businesses shuttered rather than serve those people. But with S.H.I.E.L.D. backing, Stark Foundation's public support, and Fantastic Four endorsement, the project ground forward through layers of red tape and public outrage. What nobody knew was the grease keeping District X's wheels turning. Every few nights, Jay slipped into private medical facilities through back entrances. A senator's daughter whose mutation made her skin transparent. A CEO's son with leukemia. A congressman's kid whose mutation was eating them alive from the inside out. He healed them all, every single child whose parents had money and influence. The practice was invaluable, sure. Complex neurological cases, genetic disorders, conditions that would have stumped him months ago now resolved under his hands with increasing ease. But that wasn't why he did it. The real reason sat heavy in his gut every time a grateful senator shook his hand or a CEO wrote another check to mutant rehabilitation programs. Parents who'd organized protests against District X, who'd called Morlocks monsters on national television, suddenly discovered compassion when their own children needed saving. Lobbyists who'd funded opposition campaigns quietly withdrew, their corporate masters now indebted to the men they'd tried to destroy. Congressional hearings that promised blood turned into photo opportunities, representatives praising innovative solutions to the mutant question. The Morlocks stayed safe. The network stayed protected. His people got to live without looking over their shoulders every damn day. Jay stood in his sparse safe house, looking at his packed travel bag on the bed. 5 months of non-stop juggling. Time for a break. Footsteps on the stairs. Bobby's timing was impeccable. Bobby stood at the door, worn down but steady. "You really are something else, kid," he said, Brooklyn accent thick. "Set in, up that District X thing, given the network and the Morlocks more money than they know what to do with, and now you're just packing up and walking away." Taking a breather, old man, Jay corrected, shouldering his bag. "Why now, though? When everything's finally working?" "Because it can run without me for a while. Network's solid. District X has momentum." Jay shrugged. "Sometimes you gotta step back." Bobby studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Come on then." At Bobby's pickup, the old man reached into the truck bed and pulled out a duffel bag. "Happy birthday, kid." Linda, Maria, Max, and Tom all chipped in. Jay blinked and checked the date. He'd turned 25 today. Completely forgotten. Inside the bag, a hand-knit scarf from Maria, forest green with gold thread. A thermos with "World's Okayest Mutant" etched in Linda's careful script. The joke was layered. She'd been calling him that since he'd accidentally healed her hangover and then complained about the headache it gave him. A photo of all 5 of them at the diner, taken during one of those quiet evenings when the world had felt manageable. Max had insisted on it, saying they needed proof that good things happened, too. And at the bottom, wrapped in tissue paper like it was made of glass, a pendant on a thin silver chain. Tom's contribution. The man barely spoke above a whisper, but his care ran deep as bedrock. Jay grinned, running his thumb over the compass face. You guys didn't have to do this. But what about you, old man? Bobby's answer was to pull him into a quick, solid hug. My gift is keepin' a home waitin' for you. Your family, kid. I'll call every week, Jay promised against Bobby's shoulder. Even send stupid tourist photos and everything. Damn right you will. Bobby clapped his shoulder hard, then stepped back and wiped at his eyes without shame. Now get out of here before I get all weepy. Jay drove through the familiar streets of New York, catching glimpses of the city he'd helped reshape. Construction crews working double shifts on District X infrastructure, their work lights turning the night harsh and bright. SHIELD agents trying to look casual while obviously standing guard. Small protests still gathered at the site's perimeter, mostly older residents holding signs about property values and neighborhood character. But there were other changes too. A clinic that had opened 3 blocks from the construction site. A bodega owner who'd started stocking different products. Small cracks in the wall of hostility, letting light through. At JFK, Jay returned his rental and made his way through the private terminal. SHIELD had arranged a jet, one of Fury's quiet gestures that said more than words. The jet was smaller than the commercial planes roaring overhead, sleek and efficient. Jay settled into one of the leather seats and pulled out his phone, scrolling through his itinerary once more. Japan first. The contact there was already waiting, someone who'd been flagged as worth meeting. After that, the route got flexible. He caught his reflection in the jet's window as it taxied toward the runway. Looked older than 25, but that came with the territory. Behind him, New York glittered in the darkness. Bobby would be telling the others by now that he'd gotten off safe. They'd mark their calendars, waiting for his calls. Family stuff. The jet engines hummed, building power. Jay closed his eyes and let himself smile. Yeah. This was going to work out. Chapter 83, The Land of the Rising Sun. The 10-hour flight from JFK to Narita had been a blur of airplane food and restless sleep. Jay stepped off the plane into Tokyo's controlled chaos, stretching muscles that had been cramped for too long. The enhancement made him immune to jet lag, but it couldn't cure the bone-deep fatigue of being stuck in a metal tube for half a day. I really need to get a flight or teleportation power, Jay thought, rolling his shoulders. Bright morning sunlight streamed through Narita's massive windows, casting everything in golden hues. Jay smiled despite himself. It felt fitting that his first real vacation would start in the land of the rising sun. New beginning in the most literal sense. His mental checklist was embarrassingly simple for someone who'd just orchestrated political upheavals across 2 continents, meet the Connect, visit different cafes, explore Akihabara for anime merchandise, and see the life-sized Gundam statue in Odaiba. After all, every true man's first love was always giant mechs. Within minutes, he was walking toward the taxi stand, duffel bag slung over his shoulder and Bobby's jacket keeping off the morning chill. That's when the Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared. The sleek black vehicle glided to the curb like it owned the road. Given its probable cost, it basically did. Jay's danger sense remained completely calm, which immediately raised his curiosity. The timing was interesting, though. He'd reached out to the Yashida clan 2 weeks ago through carefully vetted intermediaries, trading information about a specific blade. They'd been cagey in their responses, noncommittal. Now they were rolling out the literal red carpet, right on schedule. The rear door opened, and out stepped a young Japanese woman, maybe early 20s, with bright pink hair styled in the cutting-edge fashion that made Tokyo famous. Doctor, she said in flawless, accent-free English, bowing deeply from the waist, hands pressed formally at her sides. We of the Yashida clan would request the honor of your presence. Please, allow us to extend our hospitality during your visit to Japan. Jay's comic book nerd perk kicked in like a mental alarm bell. Pink hair, perfect English, formal speech patterns, and a Rolls-Royce that screamed old money. This was Yukio, though which version of her ability she possessed remained unclear. Death-sensing psychic or electricity manipulator. Different adaptations had never agreed on that particular detail. What really caught his attention was the deviation from what he remembered. In the movie version of the story, the Yashida family's patriarch wouldn't be on his deathbed for another 3 years. Yet here they were, desperate enough to send Yukio herself to fetch him. Instead of asking more questions, Jay surprised himself. All right, he said, shouldering his bag. Let's see what this is about. Yukio blinked, clearly stunned by his immediate agreement. Come on, Yukio, Jay said, walking toward the car. I want to visit Akihabara later, and we don't have all day. Now she looked genuinely shocked. You know my name. Jay slid into the Phantom's leather interior, which was exactly as ridiculously luxurious as expected. Lucky guess. The drive through Tokyo was like watching controlled chaos find its rhythm. Neon signs flickered to life even in daylight, advertisements stacked 10 stories high on buildings that seemed to lean into each other. Salarymen in identical dark suits flooded crosswalks in perfect synchronized waves. Vending machines lined every corner, their bright displays promising everything from hot coffee to cold beer, and a group of schoolgirls in sailor uniforms giggled as they passed. Yukio sat across from him in the spacious rear compartment, her initial composure gradually returning as she launched into what sounded like a prepared presentation. The Yashida family has been a cornerstone of Japanese industry for over 70 years, she explained, her tone shifting to something more formal and practiced. We've built our reputation on honor, tradition, and innovation. My master, Shingen Yashida, has guided the company through decades of prosperity, but recently. I can guess what you need. Jay interrupted, cutting through the corporate pitch. But why call me here? Yukio's prepared speech faltered. The doctor is too famous, too busy. When our sources informed us you were planning to travel to Japan to acquire the Muramasa blade, we had to seize the opportunity. Jay chuckled, shaking his head. Of course, the uber-rich elite would have tracking systems in place. They'd probably known about his flight before he'd even boarded the plane. The desperate always found a way to reach those who could heal them, regardless of cost. Your sources, Jay said dryly. Let me guess. Money talks in every language. Yukio had the grace to look slightly embarrassed. We prefer to think of it as being prepared for opportunities. The Yashida compound was everything Jay expected and more. Traditional Japanese architecture mixed seamlessly with modern security systems. Gardens that probably cost more to maintain than most people's annual salaries. Ancient trees that had witnessed generations of family secrets. The kind of old money that bought history itself. Stone lanterns lined the pathways, their placement following principles that were probably older than America. A koi pond stretched across the courtyard, the fish moving in lazy circles beneath lily pads. The sound of water trickling over bamboo created a rhythmic tock-tock-tock that seemed to mark time differently here. Inside, the wealth was displayed with subtle precision. No gaudy golden fixtures or obvious displays of excess. Instead, everything whispered expense, aged wood floors that gleamed without a single scratch, art pieces that belonged in museums, silk tapestries that had probably been handwoven by masters. The smell of tatami mats mixed with incense, something sandalwood and subtle. Calligraphy scrolls hung in alcoves, the brushwork so perfect it looked effortless. They were led to a private wing where Shingen Yashida waited. The man was old, probably in his late 80s, but still carried himself with the rigid posture of someone accustomed to absolute authority. He lay in a hospital-style bed surrounded by more medical equipment than some emergency rooms, yet his eyes burned with the intensity of someone who refused to accept defeat. Beside the bed stood a woman in her 30s, beautiful in that understated way that suggested both breeding and intelligence. Her dark hair was pulled back severely, and her business suit was perfectly tailored. This had to be Mariko Yashida, the daughter who'd inherited her father's steel spine along with his business acumen. Jay-san, Mariko said, bowing respectfully. Thank you for agreeing to see my father. We've heard of your remarkable abilities. Jay studied the old man, his enhanced senses picking up details that normal perception would miss. Shingen was sick, certainly, but not as deteriorated as he should have been according to the movie timeline. His breathing was labored but not desperate. His color was poor but not deathly. After using his healing aura to passively skin him, he saw his cellular degradation suggested aggressive cancer, but not the natural decline of extreme age. Someone or something had poisoned him. Recently. But there was something else. Deeper. Older radiation damage at the cellular level, the kind that took decades to manifest. The poison was recent, opportunistic, but the radiation had been killing him slowly. Have any doctors named Green approached your family recently? Jay asked without preamble. Mariko and Yukio exchanged glances. We've had many physicians attempt to gain our favor, Mariko replied carefully. But none by that particular name. Why do you ask? Jay filed that information away. So Viper, our very own Madame Hydra, hadn't made her move yet. But someone else had. The Hand, maybe. They'd want control of Yashida's resources, and poisoning the patriarch would create the chaos they needed. I can heal him, Jay said bluntly. But that would just delay the inevitable. In a few years, maybe a decade, you'd be looking for me again. Age isn't a disease I can cure permanently. Mariko's composure cracked slightly. We're prepared to pay any price on top of the blade. Please name your terms. Jay shook his head. As you may know, I can absorb and utilize others' powers. Material wealth doesn't hold much appeal when you can reshape the world with your bare hands. Mariko gestured to Yukio, who showed him a tablet displaying a video of a silver samurai suit in action. This entire suit is made of pseudo-adamantium, nearly the same durability as the real material, and this is all we were able to produce. Jay studied the footage briefly before responding. You were a month too late. Now I do not need an inferior copy. Shinjin's face darkened, and he struggled to sit up straighter. His mouth opened, anger building in his eyes as he prepared to speak. Whatever he was about to say, Jay sensed it wouldn't be diplomatic. That's when Yukio moved. She didn't just step forward. She physically restrained the old man, one hand on his chest, the other gripping his wrist with surprising strength. Her face had gone pale, eyes wide and distant like she was watching something happening in a place only she could see. Yashida-sama, she said urgently, her voice trembling, dropping into rapid Japanese. Tsugi no kotoba o yoku kangite kudasai. She was still gripping his wrist, her knuckles white. Jay noticed her other hand shaking against Shinjin's chest. Whatever she'd seen had rattled her badly. The change in Shinjin was immediate and dramatic. The anger drained from his face, replaced by something Jay rarely saw in men of his generation and power, fear. Deep, bone-chilling terror that made his hands shake and his breathing quicken. Jay understood immediately. This Yukio's power, it wasn't electricity manipulation. It was death sight. She could see how people would die, and whatever Shinjin had been about to say would have resulted in his death. Probably at Jay's hands. The old man's reaction confirmed it. He'd been about to make some kind of threat, and Yukio had seen the consequences play out in her mind's eye. What were you going to say? Jay asked, genuinely curious now. Chapter 84, Muramasa Blade. What were you going to say? Jay asked, genuinely curious now. Shinjin swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. When he finally spoke, his voice was carefully controlled. Perhaps we can offer something more valuable than money. He gestured to Yukio, who produced the tablet again with obvious reluctance. The screen now displayed a list of names and abilities that made Jay's comic perk work overtime. The Yashida family's list read like a who's who of Japan's mutant community, and the implications were staggering. These weren't employees or hired muscle. The formal language, the way Yukio had phrased it earlier, suggested something far more binding. Giri, the old concepts that still held weight in certain circles. Sunfire, Shiro Yoshida, wielded superheated plasma and flight capabilities. His cousin Sunfire, Ryu Yoshida, possessed similar abilities at reduced power levels. Family ties, probably leveraged through obligation and debt. Blood called to blood in the old ways. Surge, Nariko Ashida, could absorb electrical energy for lightning attacks and superhuman speed. Armor, Hisako Ichiki, manifested psionic exoskeletons for enhanced strength and protection. Young mutants, likely bound through tradition or cultural pressure. Their families probably owed the Yashidas, and the debt passed down through generations. Akihiro had a healing factor, retractable claws, enhanced senses, and pheromone-based emotional manipulation, one from Wolverine's bloodlines. Silver Samurai, Kanuchio Harada, generated tachyon fields to charge weapons for molecular disruption. Gorgon, Tommy Shishido, could petrify with his gaze and possessed enhanced strength with regeneration. The list continued. Sumo with his enormous size and proportional strength, and the MLF operatives Kamikaze and Samurai with their enhanced combat capabilities. This wasn't a corporate asset list. This was a feudal structure dressed in modern clothing, with mutant powers replacing samurai swords. The Yashidas had recreated the old clan system, binding powerful individuals through honor and obligation instead of simple employment. Giri, Shinjin said quietly, using the old Japanese concept of duty and obligation. Even Yukio has offered her abilities if it means saving my life. Such is the burden of those who serve the Yashida name. Jay studied the list with growing interest. A month ago, he would have leaped at armor's power. Who wouldn't want their own personal Susanoo? But Creel's molecular absorption had given him defensive capabilities that were arguably superior and more versatile. Silver Samurai's tachyon field, however, that was genuinely intriguing. The ability to disrupt molecular bonds, to cut through virtually any material. Combined with his existing defense, it would make him well-rounded in combat. He considered Yukio's death sight but immediately dismissed it. Seeing Bobby's death, or Maria's, or any of the people he'd come to care about, that kind of knowledge would be too much for him to bear. How interesting, Jay mused, that a dying man would put his illegitimate son Kanuchio Harada on this list as a sacrificial lamb. Shinjin's composure flickered again, but he managed to maintain eye contact. Desperate times require difficult choices. Even with Kanuchio's power, it wouldn't be enough, Jay said thoughtfully. What about the blade we discussed? The old man gestured to Mariko, who left the room without a word. She returned several minutes later, accompanied by a young man carrying a wrapped sword. Jay's danger sense gave a subtle warning. Not an immediate threat, but definitely something to be cautious about. Kanuchio Harada was in his late 20s, with the kind of lean build that suggested extensive martial arts training. His face was a careful mask of resigned acceptance, but Jay caught the flash of resentment in his eyes. His jaw was clenched tight, and the tendons in his neck stood out like cables. When he knelt to present the blade, his hands trembled slightly before he forced them still. He sat in Saiza, the formal kneeling position, back straight despite the obvious tension in his shoulders. The wrapped blade rested across his palms, offered with both hands as tradition demanded. But his eyes remained fixed on a point somewhere past Jay's shoulder, refusing to meet his gaze. The pride of a man being stripped of everything that made him dangerous, forced to maintain composure through the humiliation. The cursed blade Muramasa, Shinjen explained, his voice carrying the weight of history. Forged from a piece of an immortal soul. Someone who owed my ancestor a considerable favor during the Heian era. Jay's smile widened. Finally. This blade was forged by capturing a fragment of an immortal soul and forging it into a weapon. Named after its creator, Muramasa himself. Jay had been hunting for this weapon specifically because of what it represented. In a world of healing factors and sorcerers, conventional weapons weren't cutting it anymore against high-tier threats. Wolverine could shrug off bullets. Deadpool laughed at explosions. The masters of the mystic arts could kill or contain him in a dozen different ways. But a blade that could cut through mystical defenses. That could slow even the most powerful healing factors. That was the equalizer he needed. It would supplement what he lacked due to his no arcane drawback. The Muramasa was designed to kill gods and monsters, forged in an era when such things walked openly. The blade would be capable of cutting through mystical defenses and slowing even the most powerful healing factors to a crawl. It was, quite literally, a weapon designed to kill immortals and supernatural beings. The price is appropriate, Jay said finally. He reached out, placing his hand on Kanuchio's bare skin, and began absorbing the young man's tachyon field generation. The power flowed through Jay like water, and he could feel the new ability integrate with his existing powers. The sensation was like gaining a new sense, suddenly becoming aware in a completely different way. Kanuchio's eyes went wide, then squeezed shut. The loss of a mutant power wasn't just losing an ability. It was losing a fundamental part of identity, like going blind or deaf. Then he accepted the Muramasa blade, unwrapping it carefully. The malevolent aura hit him with full force. The blade itself was beautiful in a cruel way. Dark steel that seemed to drink in light rather than reflect it, with an edge blood red in color and so fine it looked like it could cut reality itself. The tsuba was simple, unadorned, because the blade needed no decoration to announce what it was. Jay's danger sense spiked the moment his fingers touched the hilt. Not warning him away, but acknowledging what he held, a weapon that wanted to be used. That hungered for what it was made to kill. He wrapped it again quickly, the hair on his arm standing on end. Finally, he approached Shinjen's bedside and placed his hands on the old man's chest. The healing process was more complex than usual. This was not just repairing damage, but essentially turning back biological clocks. First, he had to identify and neutralize the poison. Some kind of slow-acting toxin that mimicked natural cellular decay. Clever. Diabolical, even. Then came the actual healing, and that was where things got difficult. Cancer cells had metastasized throughout Shinjen's lymphatic system. Jay had to hunt down every corrupted cell and flush the debris. His hands grew hot, then burning, as he channeled more and more energy into the process. The radiation damage was trickier. 80 years of accumulated cellular corruption, mutations that had compounded over decades. Jay almost smiled, seeing the irony of it all. Wolverine had saved a kid during the bombing. And now, 80 years later, that same kid was trading his illegitimate son's powers and a cursed blade to stay alive a little longer. He couldn't stop aging, but he could reset the accumulated damage of years. The procedure was very exhausting, even with his enhanced capabilities. Given his enhancement, that was saying something. When the healing was finished, Shinjen looked like a man in his 60s rather than his 80s. Still old, but with the vitality of someone who had years ahead of him rather than months. The Yashida family members had expressions of shock and awe, but all clearly thought any price was worth this miraculous restoration. "There's something you should know," Jay said as he stepped back, exhausted and panting. "After all, I wouldn't want my hard work to go to waste." Shinjen's newly restored energy immediately focused into sharp attention. "What do I need to know?" "2 organizations are moving against you. First, someone named Viper, also called Dr. Green. She'll come offering medical expertise, probably claiming she can extend your life even further. She's after your company's resources." Jay continued ignoring their reactions. Second, a man named Murakami from an organization called The Hand. They're the ones who've been poisoning you. I could taste their handiwork in your cells. They want chaos, want you weak so they can carve up your holdings. Jay paused, letting that sink in. They're coming soon. Weeks, if not months. Your improved health will actually accelerate their plans, because they'll realize their poison failed. Oh, and regarding Murakami, when you kill him, burn the body. Think of it as a professional courtesy. Jay smiled mentally, picturing two massive criminal organizations about to collide with one of Japan's most powerful corporate dynasties. The Yashida clan had the resources, the manpower, and now the warning. Hydra and the Hand were about to learn a hard lesson about underestimating old money backed by mutant powers. Plus, it kept both organizations busy and away from his people. Two birds, one stone. The Yashidas would handle threats that might have eventually circled back to the network. Win-win. The old men immediately turned to Mariko. Have Kanuchio taken for a medical evaluation. Alert security in all the subsidiary clans and our Yakuza allies. Even hire the Kagemusha if you have to. They must watch for these individuals immediately. I want them identified and eliminated before they can make their move. Without any further pleasantries, Jay collected his things and headed for the door. After all, the Gundam statue was waiting for him, and he'd promised himself this would be a real vacation. Behind him, he could hear Shin-Gen already making phone calls, marshalling the resources of one of Japan's most influential families against threats that had no idea what was coming for them. Jay stepped out into Tokyo's afternoon sunshine, feeling lighter. For once, someone else could handle the planning and politics. He had giant mechs to see. Chapter 85, A Perfect Day in Tokyo. Jay flopped onto his hotel bed, exhausted in the best possible way. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Tokyo's neon skyline painted the night in electric blues and pinks. Past midnight now. 13 hours since he'd left the Yashida compound with their butler Shiro acting as his chauffeur in one of the family's understated Mercedes sedans. 13 hours of pure, unfiltered fun. The first stop had been Diver City Tokyo Plaza. Seeing the life-sized Gundam statue was everything his inner mech-obsessed teenager could have wanted. The RX-78-2 stood 18 meters tall in perfect 1:1 scale, white and blue armor gleaming in the morning sun. Jay spent nearly an hour walking around it, taking pictures from every angle while Shiro waited patiently nearby. It's really just a statue, Jay-san, Shiro said, adjusting his tie nervously while tourists streamed past them. His formal posture never wavered, but Jay caught the slight bewilderment in his voice. It's not just a statue, Jay replied, running his hand along one of the massive feet reverently. This is the RX-78-2 Gundam. 18 meters of pure engineering perfection. Do you know how many kids dreamed of piloting one of these? Shiro blinked slowly. Many, children, Jay-san. Exactly. Jay grinned, pulling out his phone for another dozen photos. And now some mad genius actually built one. Life-sized. Just because they could. I really need to get Tony to build me one. Wonder what it'll take to convince him, Jay thought. From there, they'd hit Akihabara. Electric Town, the beating heart of otaku culture. The sensory overload hit Jay immediately, flashing neon signs advertising the latest anime series, electronic beeps and chirps of arcade games bleeding through storefront doors, crowds clutching shopping bags filled with figurines and manga. The air itself seemed to hum with electricity and excitement. Jay went overboard. Limited edition figurines, rare manga volumes, Blu-ray sets he'd been hunting for years. At one specialty shop, he found a first-edition Rei Ayanami figure that made his collector's heart sing. The look on Shiro's face when prices started climbing was priceless. His formal composure cracked as he frantically tried to convert yen to dollars. Oh no. Jay-san, he says this figure is Rokujiman N. Shiro's voice pitched higher with confusion, sweat beading on his forehead. I believe that is very expensive. Shiro-san, Jay said gently, switching to fluent Japanese mid-conversation with the excited shop owner, I've got this. And yes, 60,000 yen is worth it for a first-edition figure. The butler's jaw actually dropped. You speak Japanese? Fluently. When did you? Among other languages, Jay replied in perfect Japanese. 1 month of intensive preparation using Sage's kinetic memory to absorb various languages. What would take years of study, he compressed into weeks of total immersion. The real entertainment came at the Maydreamin Cafe for lunch. The moment they walked through the door, Jay was hit with a wall of pink decor, frilly uniforms, and the enthusiastic greeting of, "Welcome home, master," delivered by 3 maids in perfect unison. Shiro-san, Jay whispered as they were led to their table, you look like you're about to have a stroke. This is not my usual dining establishment, Jay-san, Shiro replied stiffly, sitting rigidly like he was facing a firing squad. The maids absolutely lost their minds when Jay responded to their kawaii routine in perfect Japanese. When their server, a bubbly girl who couldn't have been older than 20, started the traditional kyun-kyun heart pose photo session, Jay jumped right in. CYOA. Jay called out, making exaggerated heart shapes with his hands while posing next to the delighted maid, who squealed with genuine delight. Shiro slumped progressively lower in his seat, his face burning crimson. "Jay-san, please." He muttered desperately from behind his menu, his years of butler training barely saving him from complete mortification. And the food. Jay ate enough to feed a small army, much to the kitchen staff's amazement. His heavy eater drawback meant he needed constant fuel, and watching the maid's expressions as plate after plate disappeared was comedy gold. By the time they left, Shiro looked like he needed a stiff drink and a long nap. But the real adventure started later that evening, on the way to Tokyo Tower for the evening finale. Jay's danger sense buzzed, then exploded into full alarm. He saw it in slow motion. A truck spinning through the air, tumbling end over end with devastating force. Metal shrieked. Below it, evening tourists stood frozen in that terrible moment when the brain registers death hurtling toward you, but the body hasn't caught up. Jay saw that a knockoff Ironman suit fighting near Tokyo Tower's base had miscalculated a repulsor blast. The energy beam had caught a delivery truck at the worst possible angle, sending it airborne like a child's toy. An armored figure didn't even seem to notice, too focused on the team he was battling. Collateral damage. Acceptable losses. The kind of thinking that got people killed. Jay didn't think. He absorbed an adamantium bullet from his necklace, feeling the molecular absorption flood through his system like liquid metal coursing through his veins. His skin shifted, cells restructuring themselves into an unbreakable alloy as he planted himself between the flying death trap and the screaming civilians. The impact was catastrophic. The truck hit Jay like a freight train, the sound of metal meeting adamantium creating a thunderclap that shattered windows for blocks. His feet carved deep trenches in the asphalt as the kinetic force tried to drive him backwards, but his enhanced strength held firm. The twisted metal groaned and shrieked as Jay's grip compressed the truck's frame into scrap. Steam hissed from the ruptured engine block, and the smell of burnt oil filled the air. Behind him, he could hear the shocked gasps of people who'd been seconds away from death. That's when his enhanced senses picked up more. At Tokyo Tower's base, the armored figure was wreaking havoc against a team that made Jay's comic book nerd perk light up with recognition. Hiro Hamada, now clearly older and more battle-hardened, moved with practiced precision in his purple and gray armor. His helmet display flickered with targeting data as he coordinated with his team. Go, flank left. Wasabi, cover her. Hiro's voice crackled through external speakers. Go Tamago shot past on her maglev discs, her yellow armor a blur as she dodged energy blasts that left scorch marks on the pavement. On it. This guy's tougher than the usual wannabe villains. Wasabi's plasma blades hummed to life, their green energy casting eerie shadows as he moved with methodical precision. Careful, everyone. His targeting system's more advanced than it looks. Honey Lemon bounced behind cover, her chemical purse already producing combinations with practiced efficiency. Working on something special. Just keep him busy. Fred, in his kaiju-inspired suit, was living his absolute best life despite the mortal danger. Dudes. This is just like issue number 47 of Robot Fighter Supreme. Except with actual death rays. And floating above it all was Baymax, but something was fundamentally wrong. The healthcare companion's movements were too tactical, too strategic, coordinating the team like a military commander. The knockoff Iron Man was clearly outmatched skill-wise, but he had raw firepower. Each blast from his repulsor sent hairline fractures spreading up Tokyo Tower's support structure, the metal groaning ominously. The tower. Hiro shouted over the chaos. If he brings it down. Half the district gets pancaked. Jay came to the same conclusion, his adamantium form shifting as he prepared to intervene. Not happening on my watch. Jay's adamantium hand reshaped itself mid-motion, molecular structure flowing like liquid metal until it had become a blade, and then applying his latest power from Silver Samurai, a tachyon layer of silver light over his arm/blade. He closed the distance to the knockoff Iron Man in heartbeats. The pilot never saw death coming. One moment, he was lining up another devastating shot at Tokyo Tower's foundation, the next his arm cannon was gone. Severed so cleanly the metal edges gleamed like mirrors. What the hell? The pilot's panicked voice cut off as Jay's second strike took out the chest repulsors, leaving him in free fall. Incoming package. Honey Lemon called out, her chemical sphere already in flight with perfect timing. The gelatinous ball expanded on impact, completely engulfing the falling terrorist in what looked like translucent amber. He was trapped but breathing. Classic hero work with zero casualties. Holy efficiency. Fred whooped, his enthusiasm undimmed. That was like watching a surgical strike. Who are you, mysterious metal dude? Are you like the Thing's cousin? Jay shifted back to human form, the metallic sheen fading from his skin as Big Hero 6 regrouped around him. Just a guy who doesn't like seeing landmarks get knocked down. Hero removed his helmet, revealing features that had matured from the movie Jay remembered. Sharper cheekbones, more serious eyes, but still unmistakably the tech genius. Thanks for the save. No kidding, Go said, her maglev discs powering down as she touched ground. Her voice carried that same dry sarcasm, but aged with experience. Tower comes down and with it 3 city blocks minimum. Fred bounced over in his monster suit, practically vibrating with excitement. Dude, you just morphed your hand into a blade. That's so metal. Literally. Get it? Because. Fred, Wasabi sighed, his plasma blades retracting with a soft whir, maybe save the puns until we're not standing next to structural damage. That's when Fred's expression shifted behind his helmet's visor, recognition dawning. Wait. You're that guy from the American news feeds. The power broker, right? Aren't you like a villain? The mood shifted instantly. Go-Go's hand drifted toward her disc controls. Wasabi's stance became defensive. Even Honey Lemon stepped back slightly, her chemical purse ready. Villain is such a loaded term, Jay said nonchalantly, keeping his hands visible and non-threatening. Hero's expression was conflicted, helmet tucked under one arm. You just saved those civilians. And us. That doesn't exactly scream villain. Hero, the voice from Baymax said urgently, deeper and more human than it should be, we should go. Now. But Hero wasn't moving. He was staring at Jay with that particular intensity of someone who'd been backed into a corner for too long and suddenly saw a door. That's when Baymax approached, and Jay's enhanced hearing caught something that made it click into place. The voice coming from Baymax wasn't the gentle, healthcare-focused AI from the movie. It was deeper, more human, tinged with the kind of weariness that came from prolonged suffering. Hero, the voice said with obvious affection that made the younger Hamada's entire face transform, we should retreat. He's a villain. Jay's memory supplied the context immediately. Hero's older brother Tadashi had died in the university fire that destroyed Professor Callahan's lab in the movie. But apparently, in this reality, death hadn't been quite so final. Weren't you supposed to be dead? Jay asked bluntly, looking directly at Baymax's inflated form. Hero's expression shifted to pure panic. I don't know what you're talking about. We should really get going. Kid, Jay interrupted gently, if you want to keep a secret identity, maybe don't use a glass visor. Also, your brother just called you by name. In public. While fighting crime. The voice from Baymax, Tadashi's voice, let out a tired chuckle that carried years of pain and resignation. He's got a point, little brother. We're about as subtle as a neon sign. Go-Go snorted behind her helmet, crossing her arms. I've been telling you that for months. Woman up and get a proper mask. We could get you a proper mask, Fred offered helpfully. I know a guy who knows a guy. Can we focus? Wasabi interrupted, though his voice was gentle. We're standing next to a crime scene, police sirens are getting closer, and you're really trying to explain yourself to a known villain. Tadashi's voice carried a weight that made the whole team go quiet. The official story is that I was caught in the university fire but survived. The unofficial truth is that my body was extensively damaged. I can't exactly walk around in public anymore. The mood shifted immediately, becoming heavy with shared grief. Jay could see it in their postures. The way Go-Go's shoulders tensed, how Fred stopped bouncing and Wasabi's hands clenched into fists. Hey, Jay said, his tone becoming genuinely warm, what if I told you I might be able to fix that? All of it. Chapter 86, Family Reunited. A/N, weekly bonus chapters here, folks. If you're loving the ride so far, hit it with those stones and drop a review, let's keep the hype rolling and push this story to the top. Rocket fire. Hey, Jay said, his tone becoming genuinely warm, what if I told you I might be able to fix that? All of it. The entire team went silent. Even the distant sounds of Tokyo traffic seemed to fade. Fred was the first to break it, his voice uncharacteristically serious. Wait, you mean like? Just like the Castle family from Central Park. I've got a track record, Jay said simply. People called me the doctor for a reason. It's something I'm genuinely good at. Hero's eyes were wide behind his visor, hope and disbelief warring across his features. You're serious? You could really? I can try, Jay said honestly. Tadashi's voice carried a note of desperate caution. Hero, we should be careful. We don't know his motive, and if something goes wrong. Nothing's going to go wrong, we need to take risks, Hero interrupted fiercely, his voice cracking with emotion. Tadashi, this could give you your life back. Your real life. The pain in his voice was raw, unfiltered. This was a kid who'd been carrying the weight of his brother's suffering for years. Please, Hero whispered, and the word carried everything. Hope, desperation, love, and faith that only existed between brothers. Okay, Tadashi said softly through Baymax's speakers. Okay, let's try. Despite continued protests about evacuation procedures filtering through his visor, Hiro had made his choice. The duo loaded onto Baymax, which was awkward, and flew to the Hamada residence. The house was a fascinating blend of old and new. Traditional Japanese architecture seamlessly integrated with modern technology. But Hiro led them straight to what had clearly been Tadashi's old room, now transformed into something that looked more like a medical facility than a bedroom. Banks of monitoring equipment lined the walls, their screens displaying vital signs and neural activity. Multiple computer workstations showed real-time diagnostics and remote control interfaces for Baymax's systems. Cables snaked everywhere, and the constant beeping of medical equipment filled the air. Jesus, Jay breathed, taking in the setup that represented years of desperate improvisation. How long have you been living like this? 3 years, 4 months, 16 days, Tadashi's voice answered with the kind of precision that spoke to counting every single one. Not that I'm keeping track or anything. Despite everything, there was still humor there. Still, the Tadashi that Hiro remembered. Jay heard the full story now and piecing it together from the equipment and Hiro's haunted expression. The fire had been catastrophic. By the time emergency services arrived, Tadashi had been buried under rubble, his body broken and burned. They'd gotten him out alive, barely, but the damage was extensive. 60% burns. Smoke inhalation destroyed his lungs. Crushed vertebrae. And injuries that left you wishing you died instead. Hiro had refused to let him go. Probably spent every waking moment since the fire building this setup, turning Baymax from a healthcare companion into a lifeline. Creating the neural interface that let Tadashi's mind pilot the robot while his body lay trapped in this medical tomb. 3 years of watching his brother exist rather than live. 3 years of guilt and desperation and hoping for a miracle that never came. Until now. Jay didn't need to see the extent of the injuries to understand. His healing aura was already showing him everything. Burns covering 60% of Tadashi's body, damaged organs, scarred lungs from smoke inhalation. Survivable, but barely. This is going to take some time, Jay said, approaching the bed where Tadashi lay connected to a maze of tubes and wires. Fair warning. It's going to feel really weird. Like your whole body being rebuilt from the inside out. The healing process pushed Jay to his limits for the second time that day. He had to rebuild Tadashi's respiratory system from scratch, regenerate nerve pathways severed by scar tissue, and restore organ function that had been compensated by machines for years. Jay poured everything he had into the healing, sweat beading on his forehead as his power worked overtime. He could feel Tadashi's body responding, damaged tissue sloughing away and being replaced by healthy cells. Lungs that hadn't drawn clean breath in years began to clear. His hands burned. His vision blurred at the edges. The exhaustion from healing Shingen earlier that day compounded with this new drain, and Jay could feel his reserves bottoming out. His enhancement gave him more stamina than most supers, but even that had limits. He pushed through anyway, because stopping halfway would be worse than not starting. By the time the rest of Big Hero 6 arrived, Tadashi was sitting up in bed under his own effort for the first time in over 3 years. Holy shit, Go-Go stopped mid-sentence as she pulled off her helmet, staring at Tadashi like she was seeing a ghost. You look exactly like you used to. Better, actually, Wasabi said quietly, his usually nervous demeanor replaced by genuine awe. The scars are completely gone. Fred bounced into the room still wearing his monster suit, took one look at Tadashi standing and stretching, and promptly sat down hard on the floor. Dude. This is actual magic. Medical magic. It's not magic, Jay said tiredly, slumping against the wall. Although I appreciate the compliment. Jay's hands were shaking. The room tilted slightly, and he had to brace himself against the doorframe to stay upright. 2 major healings in one day, with a fight in between. Even his enhanced physiology screamed rest. That's when Aunt Cass arrived home. She walked into the room carrying groceries, probably expecting to see the same medical setup she'd lived with for years. Instead, she saw her nephew. Whole, healthy, standing on his own for the first time since the fire, laughing with his friends like nothing had ever happened. The grocery bags hit the floor with a crash, apples rolling everywhere. She didn't say anything at first. Just stood there, frozen, her brain trying to process what her eyes were showing her. Then her face crumpled. Her hands came up to cover her mouth as the first sob broke free, and she stumbled forward like her legs could barely hold her. Tadashi. Her voice was barely a whisper. Hi, Aunt Cass, Tadashi said softly, and his voice cracked on the words. That broke the dam. She crossed the room and threw her arms around him, the sound escaping her something between a laugh and a wail. Her whole body shook as she clung to him, one hand cupping the back of his head like he was 5 years old again. Oh God, she gasped, pulling back just enough to touch his face with trembling fingers. You're real. You're okay. Her hands moved frantically. Touching his cheeks, his shoulders, his arms. checking for burns that were no longer there, scars that had vanished. Years of forced composure shattered completely. She kissed his forehead, his cheeks, anywhere she could reach. The tears came harder. "Thank God," she whispered brokenly. "Thank God." Hiro was crying too, unashamed tears streaming down his face as he watched his family being put back together after years of being broken. "Aunt Cass, this is Jay. He gave me my brother back." Aunt Cass turned to Jay, and the look on her face was something he'd remember for the rest of his life. Pure gratitude mixed with disbelief, like she was staring at a saint or an angel or something equally impossible. She crossed to him and grabbed his hands in both of hers, squeezing so hard it almost hurt. "You brought him back," she whispered fiercely, gripping Jay's hands. "You gave me my boy back. How do I even thank someone for that? How do I?" Her voice broke again, and she pulled him into a hug that felt like it might crack his ribs. "Hey, I'm just glad I could help," Jay said gently, carefully extracting himself from the embrace while smiling despite his exhaustion. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a business card. "If you really want to be heroes, and I mean real, professional heroes, you're going to need better equipment than homemade suits." Hiro read the card aloud. "Stark Industries. Tell Tony I sent you," Jay said with a grin. "Prove you're worth the investment, and Tony will set you up with proper gear. Kid genius to kid genius. He'll appreciate your work." Back in the present as Jay settled into his hotel bed, the day's events played through his mind like highlights from the perfect vacation. But underneath the satisfaction was a question that had been nagging at him. Was it okay to have this much fun? To take time off from the larger conflicts and just enjoy himself? Tomorrow would bring its own challenges. Jay had a bullet train to catch to Osaka, and a very specific shrine maiden to find. Tonight, he was just a guy who'd seen a giant robot statue, bought way too much anime merchandise, and helped a superhero team save Tokyo Tower. Life didn't get much better than that. Chapter 87, Japan Calling. The crisp autumn morning bit at Jay's cheeks as he stood on the platform at Tokyo Station, surrounded by the efficient chaos of Japan's busiest rail hub. Commuters in dark suits moved with practiced precision, their synchronized dance a stark contrast to the controlled mayhem of New York's Penn Station. "Jay-san, you're absolutely certain about this?" Shiro asked for the third time, adjusting his perfectly pressed collar. "The family jet would have you in Osaka in 45 minutes. First class on the Shinkansen is adequate, I suppose, but..." "Shiro-san," Jay interrupted, switching to flawless Japanese that made several nearby salarymen do actual double takes, "the whole point is to experience Japan properly. Besides, I've been dreaming about riding the bullet train for a while now." The older man's expression softened slightly. "Very well. But if you need anything, I'll call." Jay hefted his travel bag, declining Shiro's offer to have it sent ahead. "Some things you had to carry yourself." The Hikari Super Express arrived exactly on schedule, of course it did, its sleek white nose cutting through the morning air like something that had escaped from a sci-fi movie. The world-renowned bullet train offered the highest rail speeds to match its peerless comfort, and since opening in 1964, the Shinkansen had become just as synonymous with Japan as Mount Fuji, sumo, and sushi. Jay found his reserved seat in the green car and settled in for the journey, watching Tokyo's urban sprawl gradually give way to something more traditionally Japanese. About 40 minutes out from Tokyo Station, Mount Fuji appeared in the distance, its perfect cone visible for several precious minutes before disappearing behind hills and clouds. Rice fields stretched out like a patchwork quilt, broken by small towns where red-roofed houses clustered around train stations. Then, industrial centers, their smokestacks reaching toward gray clouds, and finally the sprawling metropolitan area of Osaka rolling out like a sea of concrete and neon. Jay spent the 3.5-hour journey reviewing what he knew about his target, which was a side quest of his in Japan. Tomo Ishida, 23, Shrine Maiden at Shintoji Temple. She has a dormant inhuman gene that, when activated, would grant her technoforming abilities, the power to reshape and control technology through thought and will. In the issue he remembered from the comic book Nerd Perk, she'd eventually become the head of a Southeast Asian crime syndicate after her terrigenesis, recruited by the Ten Rings for her unique abilities. Jay had absolutely zero intention of letting that particular future come to pass. His hotel room in Osaka was efficient and modern, with a view of the city's famous castle. Jay secured his belongings, including the cursed Murasama blade, in the room's safe, then headed out into the afternoon sun. "God, I'd kill for a gamer's inventory system right about now," he muttered, shouldering his bag. Keeping track of gear across multiple cities would become a genuine logistical nightmare. Osaka Castle was magnificent in the afternoon light, its white walls and gold-accented rooflines standing proud against the modern skyline. Jay spent an hour genuinely appreciating the architecture and the museum exhibits about samurai culture. He was just enjoying being a tourist. The walk to Shintoji Temple took him through winding streets that seemed to exist in a different century. The shrine sat on a hillside overlooking the city, accessible by a path lined with traditional torii gates, the distinctive gates that marked the entrance to Shinto shrines. The autumn colors were spectacular, reds and golds that seemed to glow in the slanted sunlight. Near the temple's entrance, he spotted her. Tomo was exactly as his comic book knowledge had shown him, early 20s, traditionally dressed in white and red shrine maiden robes, moving with practiced grace as she swept the temple steps. She had the kind of quiet competence that spoke of years of dedication to her duties. Jay made his approach casual, pretending to admire the intricate woodwork of the temple buildings while gradually working closer. When she bent to collect some fallen leaves, he timed his movement perfectly. "Excuse me," he said in polite, slightly formal Japanese, "could you tell me about the history of this temple?" As she straightened to answer, Jay deliberately brushed against her hand while gesturing toward the main building. The contact was brief, seemingly accidental, just another clumsy foreigner not quite understanding personal space. But it was enough. In that instant, Jay activated his power theft ability, channeling Sage's gene jumpstart power, which had evolved and upgraded itself to work beyond just X genes and now functioned on inhuman genetics as well. He reached out and triggered something deep within her DNA, causing her dormant inhuman gene to spark to life for just a moment, long enough for him to steal the technoforming power that would have someday emerged. Then, just as quickly, he let that genetic trigger burn itself out completely. The entire process took less than a heartbeat. She felt nothing, no surge of energy, no hint of transformation. She would never know that she'd been saved from a future wrapped in Terry-Gen mist and crystalline cocoons, never realize how close she'd come to abilities that would have eventually consumed her humanity entirely. Tomo swayed slightly, her hand going to her forehead. "Are you all right?" Jay asked with perfectly genuine concern. "Yes, I must have gotten lightheaded from bending down too quickly," she said, blinking slowly. "I'm sorry, what was your question about the temple?" Jay spent several more minutes in polite conversation about the shrine's history, learning about its founding in the Heian period and its role in protecting travelers. When he finally took his leave, bowing respectfully, Tomo seemed completely back to normal. As he walked away, Jay could feel the new power settling into his consciousness like a missing puzzle piece clicking into place. Technoforming. In a world increasingly dependent on digital infrastructure, it was arguably one of the most valuable abilities available and was a key power for his desired roster. He made it halfway down the temple steps before having to stop and lean against a stone railing, barely containing the urge to test his new ability right there. The cell phone tower visible in the distance was practically calling to him, begging to be reshaped and improved. "Not here," he told himself firmly. "Not until I'm somewhere private with proper testing space." But damn, if it wasn't tempting. The sun was setting over Osaka, painting the castle and temple in shades of gold and crimson. Jay paused at a scenic overlook, pulling out his phone to capture the view. Tomorrow would bring new cities, new challenges, and new adventures. The weeks that followed blurred together like scenes from a dream Jay never wanted to wake from. Kyoto struck him first. He wandered through the bamboo groves of Arashiyama at dawn, golden light filtering through the green cathedral above. At Kayamizudera, he stood on the famous wooden stage jutting from the temple, the entire city sprawling below in morning mist. The golden pavilion at Kinkakuji floated on its reflecting pool like something conjured from pure imagination. But Fushimi Inari truly broke him open, 10,000 vermilion torii gates marching up the sacred mountain in an endless tunnel of red. At the summit, Kyoto spread below him like a map drawn by gods. Mount Fuji dominated the landscape like a sleeping god. Jay tackled the Yoshida Trail during climbing season, joining the procession of determined hikers making the overnight ascent. The climb was brutal, legs turning to lead, lungs burning in thin air, but dawn from the summit painted the world in gold and rose. Hot springs became his religion. In Hakone, he soaked in outdoor onsen while snow monkeys did the same nearby. At Kinosaki Onsen, he stayed in a traditional ryokan where dinner was a 17-course kaiseki meal that qualified as edible poetry. Cherry blossoms lined the canals, creating tunnels of pink petals that fell like snow. In Hiroshima, the Peace Memorial stood as a monument to both destruction and hope. The city had rebuilt itself as a symbol of rebirth, rising from ashes to become beautiful again. From there, he took a ferry to Miyajima Island, where the famous Torii Gate stood knee-deep in the bay. At sunset, the gate turned from red to gold to deep purple, and elderly Japanese women shared their bento with him without speaking. Nara proved that deer could be both adorable and terrifying. The sacred deer of Todaiji Temple had perfected aggressive begging, bowing politely for crackers one moment and chasing tourists the next. The great Buddha sat in serene meditation, 40 feet tall and unbothered by the chaos around his feet. In the Japanese Alps, he hiked through valleys where traditional thatched roof villages sat like fairy tale illustrations. In Shirakawa-go, he stayed in a farmhouse where the thick straw roof had sheltered families for centuries. His hosts made conversation through smiles and the universal language of shared food. Hokkaido offered a different Japan entirely. In Sapporo, he discovered beer could be art, touring breweries where generations had perfected liquid poetry. The ramen here was miso-based broths that could resurrect the dead. Okinawa felt like another country, turquoise waters and coral reefs where he spent days diving among tropical fish in underwater gardens. The food became a daily adventure. Real ramen that redefined the word, each regional style a different conversation between broth and noodles. Sushi that spoiled him forever, tempura light as air, yakitori grilled over charcoal that filled neighborhoods with smoky perfection. Street food was its own universe, takoyaki that burned but were irresistible, taiyaki filled with sweet bean paste, okonomiyaki cooked while he watched. The people made it all matter. Elderly couples who invited him for tea despite sharing 50 words of common language. Salarymen in tiny golden guy bars who taught him drinking songs. A shrine maiden who explained rituals with patient kindness. By the time 3 weeks had passed, Jay felt like he'd lived several lifetimes. He'd climbed sacred mountains and soaked in ancient springs, made friends despite language barriers, witnessed traditions connecting him to centuries of human experience. On his final night in Tokyo, standing on Tokyo Skytree's observation deck, the city spread below in all directions. His phone held thousands of photos, but the real memories lived deeper, temple bells echoing across mountain valleys, perfect sushi at dawn, climbing Fuji through the night and watching sunrise from Japan's highest peak. The neon signs below pulsed like a heartbeat. The world was full of wonders, and he intended to see them all. Chapter 88, Dokji Hustle in Hongdae. A/N, extra weekly bonus chapter just cause I'm feeling good. If you're loving the ride so far, hit it with those stones and drop a review. Let's keep the hype rolling and push this story to the top. Rocket fire. The fresh Seoul night air hit Jay as he stepped out of Incheon International Airport. The sprawling city stretched before him in all directions, a neon-lit city and cutting-edge technology living in perfect harmony. After 3 days of Japan's serene temples and hot springs, Korea's energy felt like plugging into a live wire. Getting the Muramasa blade through customs had been a nightmare involving forged documentation, strategic bribes, and claiming it was a ceremonial family heirloom for a martial arts exhibition. But Korean bureaucracy, like most bureaucracies, could be navigated with the right combination of paperwork and money. But business came before pleasure. Jay pulled out his phone and found a quiet corner near the taxi stands. Time to test his newest acquisition, Tomo's Technoforming. Blue circuitry patterns extended from his fingertips like living veins, flowing across his phone's surface and disappearing beneath the case. The sensation was unlike anything he'd experienced, not just accessing the device but becoming one with it. Thanks to Sage's supercomputer-like mental faculty, processing Seoul's entire citizen registry took less than 3 minutes. Phone records, social media profiles, credit histories, even CCTV facial recognition data from the past month, it all flowed through his consciousness like a digital river. 2 names stood out like neon signs, Chance and Kim Il-sung. Jay had flagged them months ago during his initial search for all power manipulators in Marvel with the help of his comic book nerd perk, the first week he'd landed in this world. Even though they were extremely rare, it was coincidental for South Korea to have 2 of them. Chance possessed the ability to randomly enhance or inhibit the abilities of other mutants, while Kim Il-sung had a more dangerous scrambling effect that could permanently damage a person's powers, with its future upgrade being a strategic asset Jay planned to get no matter the price. As the most powerful and well-known power manipulator, Jay couldn't allow potential threats like these to remain in other hands with the chance of others using them against him in the future. The best defense was adding their abilities to his own growing arsenal. Now, in Seoul's fresh night air, Jay hacked into both targets' phones simultaneously. Chance was in Hongdae, working her usual gig as a club promoter. Kim Il-sung was across town in Gangnam. He decided to approach Chance first. She was closer and easier to approach. The taxi ride to Hongdae gave Jay his first real taste of Seoul's liveliness. Traffic flowed in patterns that seemed more orderly than New York's aggressive free-for-all. Neon signs in Hangul and English advertised everything from fried chicken to cosmetic surgery. Street vendors sold hotteok and bunjiapang to late-night wanderers, filling the air with scents of sugar and sesame oil. Hongdae was Seoul's party heart, hundreds of trendy restaurants, unique bars, and booming clubs crammed into a neighborhood that never slept. Club Aura stood out among them, its massive EDM lineups drawing crowds every weekend. But Jay wasn't here for the music. He found Chance exactly where her GPS said she'd be, standing outside Aura in her usual boyish getup, oversized hoodie, ripped jeans, and beat-up sneakers that had seen better days. She was passing out flyers to anyone who'd take them, switching effortlessly between English and Korean depending on her targets. "Yo, check out Aura tonight," she called to a group of college-aged guys walking past, her English carrying that distinctive Korean-American accent, consonants a bit harder, vowels slightly flattened from years of code switching. "Best party in Hongdae, I promise you." When they kept walking, she switched to Korean for the next group, Yayogi Jinja Jamaseo. "Come on, just look." Jay approached casually, hands in his pockets. When Chance offered him a flyer with her practiced smile, he didn't take it. "Not really my scene," he said conversationally. "Ah, come on." Her English slipped back in automatically, The way bilingual kids do when they sense a fellow English speaker. You American? I can tell by your accent. She gestured vaguely at his clothes, his posture. Trust me, Korean clubs hit different than back home. I'm sure they do. Jay stepped slightly closer, lowering his voice. But I'm actually looking for someone specific. Chance Park. The flyer in her hand crumpled slightly. Her smile stayed put, but her eyes went sharp, scanning the crowd. Sorry, man. Don't know anybody by that name. Born in Seoul, moved to America at 14 with your parents, Jay continued quietly, only for Chance to hear. Ended up with the Glorification Church in New York for 3 years before immigration caught up with your family. Deported back here 2 years ago. The practiced smile finally cracked. Who the fuck are you? The profanity slipped out in English, rough around the edges like someone who'd learned to curse on American streets. Jay laughed, genuinely amused. You know what? It's actually refreshing meeting someone who doesn't recognize me. He pulled a small stack of dokji from his pocket, traditional paper tiles used in children's games. How about we play for it? Chance's eyes flicked to the dokji, recognition flickering across her face. Every Korean kid knew the game. Play for what? Simple stakes. I win, you hear me out for 5 minutes. You win. Jay pulled out a thick bundle of 10,001 notes. This is yours, no questions asked. She looked around frantically, as if searching for hidden cameras. Dude, is this some kind of viral prank? Are you a YouTuber? No cameras. Just dokji chigi between strangers. Jay's expression remained patient, non-threatening. Unless you're too rusty. I heard Korean Americans tend to forget the old games. That got her. Pride flashed across her face that came from having your cultural identity questioned. Cybele. Fine. One game. One game, Jay agreed. Chance took the folded paper tile, testing its weight. Her technique was solid, years of childhood muscle memory guiding her movements as she took aim at Jay's tile on the ground. The first throw was perfect, flipping his dokji with a satisfying snap. Jay handed over the money without complaint. Not bad. How about best of 3? Double or nothing. The cash in her hands was more than she made in a week of club promotion. She looked at it, then back at Jay. You're crazy if you think I'm giving this back. Keep what you won fair and square. This is for the next round. Greed and confidence made the decision for her. You're on. This time, Jay's enhanced reflexes took over. His tiles landed with surgical precision, flipping hers twice in a row despite her increasingly desperate throws. Motherf, Chance muttered in English, then caught herself. I mean, you hustled me. I gave you exactly what I promised, a chance to win money. Fair game's fair game. Jay pocketed the dokji. Now you hear me out. They found a quiet bench away from Aura's thumping bass line. Chance kept the 1 notes clutched tight, but her attention was fully on Jay. So what's this about? You some kind of debt collector? What do you know about mutants? Jay asked. The question caught her off guard. Like X-Men shit. Hero stuff. Her English carried that particular Korean-American inflection, familiar with American pop culture but still processing it through a different cultural lens. Most people here think they're like Gwizin or something. Ghosts. Western problems that should stay in the West. Congratulations. You're one of them. Chance actually laughed, the sound sharp and disbelieving. Oh, hell no. Look, I don't know what kind of scam you're running, but I'm not falling for some mutant cult bullshit. Especially not after the church. Her expression hardened. Those fuckers already tried to convince me I was special once. Jay's expression remained patient. You have the ability to affect other people's powers through contact. Enhance them or weaken them. Pretty useful talent. And I need your talents. Even if that was true, and it's not, no amount of money would get me to join some shady organization. I don't need you to join anything, Jay interrupted. I just need to touch to take the power away completely. Remove it forever, so you never have to worry about it again. Chance stared at him, confusion replacing indignation. Wait. Take it away. Holy shit, you're him. That guy from the news, the power broker. I like to be called doctor, actually, but yes. The reality of sitting next to a known supervillain hit her like cold water. She started to stand, but Jay held up a placating hand and pulled out his phone. Blue circuitry flowed across the device as he accessed Korea's banking networks. Check your messages, he said casually. Chance's hands shook as she unlocked her phone and navigated to her Kakao bank account. The number that appeared made her jaw drop. 10 billion won had been transferred to her account. Seong Sukaji. She whispered in Korean, then switched to English. Holy shit. This is real money. As a service, I've handled taxes too. Gift tax, capital gains, the whole mess. The Korean Revenue Service won't bother you. Jay stood and stretched. So, do we have a deal? Chance looked at the number again, then back at Jay. Her American pragmatism warred with Korean caution. You're really just going to take it away? The power I don't even know I have. It'll be a clean removal. I am the best in the business, at least those I know of. You'll be completely normal. She extended her hand, still trembling slightly. There was a mix of fear and hope in her voice. Okay. Deal. The moment their skin touched, Jay activated both his power theft and its gene activation abilities. He could feel Chance's X gene spark to life for just an instant, her power to affect other beings' powers flowing into his consciousness before he let the genetic trigger burn itself out completely. The process was seamless, like magnets attracting. Chance swayed slightly but showed no other effects. That's it, she asked, looking at her hand in confusion. That's it. Jay pocketed his phone. Completely normal human. Congratulations. Also, since you are a local, can you give me recommendations for the best places to eat? She laughed despite everything, the sound carrying relief and disbelief in equal measure. You just gave me enough money to bring my parents back here, and you want restaurant recommendations. I contain multitudes. Also, I'm genuinely hungry. Okay, She rattled off a list of late-night spots, samgyeopsal places that stayed open until dawn, Pojamika selling soju and fried chicken, Noribang where foreigners could sing without judgment. Her recommendations came with the insider knowledge of someone who'd learned Seoul's rhythms the hard way. As they parted ways, she called after him in that mix of Korean and English, yeah, thank you. Jinjalo. Now I can afford real buy-on-one bills for my parents. Jay watched her disappear into the crowd, heading toward a proper hotel to store his luggage. One down, one to go. But Kim Il-sung would have to wait until tomorrow. Tonight, Seoul's neon playground was calling, and Jay intended to answer. Chapter 89, First Kill. Author's note: Hey everyone, if you've been enjoying the story, please take a moment to leave an honest review. Whether it's praise or critique, it really helps the FIC reach more readers and keeps me motivated to keep writing. Thanks for the support. Jay stepped out of the shower, steam curling around the marble bathroom of his hotel suite. The hot water had done little to wash away the adrenaline from last night's club hopping. Who knew the reserved Jay had such moves on the dance floor? The memory of spinning some girl around to Girls' Generation at a tiny basement club in Hongdae brought a grin to his face. He pulled on the clothes he'd bought yesterday, dark jeans, a simple black t-shirt, and a monotone loose sweater. Basic, but it would do until he could upgrade his wardrobe. Grabbing his travel bag and the inconspicuous guitar case containing Muramasa, Jay headed out into Seoul's morning bustle. Gangnam looked exactly like he'd imagined, glass towers streaming with digital billboards, luxury boutiques with Korean and English signage, and that particular Seoul blend of ultramodern architecture and traditional respect for hierarchy. His phone buzzed with Kim Il-sung's GPS location as Jay walked down the spotless sidewalks, dodging ajummas with their wheeled shopping carts and salarymen speedwalking with their morning coffee. But as he turned the corner near COEX Mall, he noticed a crowd gathering, cameras and film equipment scattered around. Nuna, what's happening? Jay asked a middle-aged woman clutching a coffee cup. Egu. It's CYOA, she replied excitedly. He's shooting a music video. My daughter will be so jealous. Jay's memory kicked in. PSY and Gangnam District. His pulse quickened as he pushed through the crowd. Excuse me, Hyung, he approached one of the assistant directors. What song is he filming? The AD looked up, surprised to hear English in an American accent, then smiled. Ah, Ogagin. You know PSY Sunbeam. This is for his new song, Gangnam Style. It's going to be huge, I think. Jay nearly choked. He was witnessing the birth of the most viral video in internet history. Without thinking, he pulled out his phone and started recording, taking pictures of PSY doing his ridiculous horse dance in a parking garage. Bobby and the gang back home were going to lose their minds when this song exploded worldwide in a few months. Jinja incredible, Jay muttered. After 20 minutes of fangirling harder than he'd ever admit, Jay remembered his actual mission. Kim Il-sung's location was only a few blocks away, a small convenience store that looked perfectly ordinary from the outside. As Jay approached the 24-hour GS25, something felt off. His danger sense was humming. Through the store's windows, he could see the clerk, a thin man in his 30s with nervous eyes and hands that moved too quickly. Jay pushed open the door, the electronic chime sounding with its standard ding-dong melody. The clerk looked up, and Jay immediately recognized Kim Il-sung from the photos. Mid-30s, slight build, the kind of unremarkable face that made perfect sense for someone running a criminal operation from plain sight. Iozio Oseo, Jay said casually while browsing the ramen section and studying the store's layout. His enhanced senses had already revealed hidden cameras, reinforced doors, and most tellingly a basement level. "Can I help you find anything, customer?" Kim asked in accented English. "Actually, I'm looking for..." Jay's danger sense exploded. He dove sideways as ice shards shattered the front windows, sending glass and frozen projectiles flying through the store. Jay rolled behind a display of instant coffee as Kim cursed in rapid Korean and hit something under the counter. A mechanically amplified voice boomed from outside, "Kim Il-sung and the rest of the M-gang scum. Come out now if you want to live." Jay crouched lower as Kim shouted toward the back in panicked Korean, "Yeah, they found us. Get out here right now." The back door burst open, revealing more than a dozen mutants in various states of combat readiness. Jay's enhanced senses cataloged their abilities: pyrokinesis, super strength, acid secretion, and at least 3 with obvious physical mutations. But his attention snapped to the figures outside as they entered through the destroyed storefront. It was the Tiger Division, South Korea's government-sanctioned superhuman response team. White Fox, Director Ami Han, took point, her fox-like features sharp with supernatural authority. Behind her came Gunnar, the agent's advanced armor gleaming. Denbai followed in her hanbok-inspired costume, and finally Luna Snow, Seol-hee, the K-pop sensation turned superhero, ice crystals dancing around her fingertips. "Surrender immediately," White Fox commanded in crisp Korean. "You're surrounded and completely outgunned." "Fuck that." Kim spat back, his own power flaring. What followed was a superpowered brawl. Gunnar's energy blasts lit up the store while Danbai's mystical guardian bear spirit sent products flying. Luna Snow's ice attacks clashed with a pyrokinetic M-gang member, creating steam that filled the cramped space. Jay decided this was the perfect opportunity to investigate the basement. He slipped around the chaos and approached the reinforced back door. Using his technomorphing, he opened the digital lock. What he found made his blood turn to ice. Small cells lined the walls, most containing children between 8 and 14, all showing signs of malnutrition and fear. In the center of the room, 2 teenagers who couldn't be older than 17 were connected to blood-drawing machines, 4 lines snaking from their arms. One of them, a girl maybe 16, was unconscious. The clinical precision of the setup made it worse. This wasn't random violence. This was organized, methodical harvesting of children. Who the fuck are you supposed to be? Jay spun to see an M-gang member with extended claws advancing on him. The mutant's claws were stained with old blood. Something primal and furious erupted in Jay's chest. Without conscious thought, he activated his tachyon field and drew Muramasa in one fluid motion. The enhanced blade cut through the man's torso in a single horizontal slash. The trafficker's upper body slid sideways before both halves hit the ground, organs spilling across the basement floor. Blood sprayed the walls in arterial bursts. The children screamed. Jay snapped back to himself, staring at the gore coating his hands and blade. The kids were pressing themselves against the back walls of their cells, terror written across their faces. "It's okay," he said in gentle Korean, forcing his voice to stay calm. "I'm here to help you. No one's going to hurt you anymore." He used his technomorphing to unlock every cell, then activated his healing aura. The process showed him everything: needle marks, surgical scars, prolonged physical trauma. The girl with the missing kidney had been cut open by someone who cared more about speed than survival. Jay carefully lifted the unconscious teenagers, surprised by how light they were, and herded the younger kids toward the stairs. "Stay close to me. When we go upstairs, there might be loud noises, but I won't let anyone hurt you." The main store was still a war zone. Gunnar's armor was sparking, White Fox was bleeding from several cuts, Denbai's mystical abilities were nullified by Kim, and Luna Snow seemed to be holding her own. Jay gently set the teenagers down behind the counter. He turned to the frightened children. "Close your eyes and cover your ears. This will be over very soon." Then he drew Muramasa again. His null field expanded to its 50-foot range thanks to fusing Chance's powers with his. It encompassed the entire store. Every mutant ability within range simply stopped working. The M-gang members looked around in panic. What followed wasn't a fight. It was systematic execution. Jay moved with cold precision, enhanced by Silver Samurai's tachyon field and Muramasa's supernatural sharpness. But he didn't give them clean deaths. These bastards had tortured children for profit. He started with the pyrokinetic who'd been fighting Luna Snow. The blade took both hands at the wrists in rapid succession. The man's screams mixed with the hiss of cauterized stumps as the tachyon-wreathed blade sealed the wounds hot from his fire. Jay moved to the next before the first had finished falling. A woman with bone spurs tried to run. Jay's blade caught her behind both knees, severing tendons and sending her sprawling. She tried to crawl. He stepped on her spine, applying just enough pressure to paralyze without killing. The acid secretor got Muramasa through both shoulders, pinning him to the wall like an insect in a collection. His power-nullified acid glands leaked uselessly down his chest as he shrieked. One by one, Jay dismantled the M-gang members. Hands severed from those who tried to fight. Eyes gouged from those who tried to run. Achilles tendons cut on anyone still mobile. He kept them alive, kept them conscious, made sure they felt every moment of what was happening to them. The convenience store became a gallery of agony. Blood pooled between the aisles. The smell of copper mixed with the scent of instant ramen and coffee. Some of the traffickers were still trying to crawl away, leaving red trails across the linoleum. Kim Il-sung, realizing his scrambling had been resisted, pulled a gun. Jay cut it in half so cleanly the metal surfaces looked like mirrors. For Kim, Jay sheathed Muramasa. This needed to be personal. The beating he gave Kim was methodical. Each punch landed with calculated force, opening gashes in Kim's face, breaking bones systematically. Jay targeted the floating ribs first, painful but not immediately fatal. Then the orbital bones around the eyes. The jaw. The collarbone. He worked his way down Kim's body like a butcher breaking down a carcass, avoiding vital organs but maximizing suffering. Kim's face became unrecognizable. Teeth scattered across the floor. One eye socket collapsed inward. Blood bubbled from his mouth with each labored breath. Only when the man was barely conscious did Jay activate his power theft ability, forcibly draining Kim's paranormal power disruption. "Tell your boss," Jay whispered in Kim's ear, his voice deadly calm, to hide and prepare himself. "Because when I meet him, I'm going to make what happened to you look merciful." One final punch to Kim's temple sent him into unconsciousness. Jay looked up to find Tiger Division staring at him. The convenience store looked like a slaughterhouse. More than a dozen mutants scattered around, missing various body parts, pools of blood reflecting the fluorescent lights. Some were still moving, still moaning. The ones who'd lost hands clutched at stumps. The woman with severed tendons was crying silently, unable to move from where she'd fallen. White Fox stepped forward carefully, her fox-like instincts clearly marking Jay as a threat. "Unknown individual, you need to identify yourself and stand down immediately." Gunr's damaged systems tried to target Jay. Powering weapon systems. "Stand down or we will open fire." Luna Snow was using her healing ice on Dan Bai, who'd taken a bad hit during the initial fight. Her K-pop star persona was completely gone. Jay ignored the threats entirely and walked over to check on the children. Several of the kids were crying, but his healing aura was already taking care of their physical injuries. The psychological trauma would take much longer. "Sir." Gunnar's mechanical voice cracked. "I ordered you to stand down, Anne." "Gunnar," White Fox said sharply. "The victims come first. Always." She approached Jay with cautious respect. "Can you tell me your name and why you were here?" Jay looked at the rescued children, taking in their hollow eyes and the way they flinched from loud noises. Then at the mutilated traffickers still groaning in their own blood. "Get these kids to their families," he said quietly. "Make sure they get proper medical care and therapy. They've seen too much, been through too much." White Fox nodded slowly. "We will. The NIS has protocols for this. But you." Jay sat down heavily on the blood-stained floor, suddenly exhausted. The righteous anger had burned itself out. He closed his eyes and tried to shut out the noise, the sirens approaching in the distance, Gunnar's continued threats, White Fox's careful questions about his identity, Luna Snow speaking softly to the children in the gentle Korean that idols used with their youngest fans. Around him, the M-gang members continued their symphony of pain. Missing hands. Ruined eyes. Shattered bones. All still alive, all still suffering, exactly as he'd intended. For now, 13 children were safe. It would have to be enough. Chapter 90, Not a Hero. A/N, alright, guys, here's the deal. We're sitting at rank 39 right now, and if we make it to the top 20 by the end of the week, I'll drop 2 extra chapters along with the weekly bonus. So let's get those stones going and push this story higher. Fire. Jay had been sitting in the metal chair for nearly an hour, blood still crusting on his sweater, when the door finally burst open. White Fox strode in, her supernatural grace barely containing controlled fury. Her fox-like features were sharp with anger, and when she spoke, her English carried the crisp authority of someone used to getting answers. The secure facility looked exactly like what Jay expected from Korean intelligence. Concrete and fluorescent lights, built for function over comfort. That particular smell of industrial disinfectant and stale coffee hung in the air, the kind that seemed universal to government buildings worldwide. "What the hell is the goddamn power broker doing in Korea?" she demanded, slamming a thick file onto the metal table. "And why were you in the same store as an M-gang operation? That's one hell of a coincidence." Jay remained silent, studying her with the same clinical detachment he'd use on a particularly difficult patient. White Fox's NIS training was evident in how she positioned herself, close enough to make him uncomfortable but far enough to dodge if he tried anything. "I'm talking to you." Her voice carried that supernatural allure, the fox spirit's influence trying to compel him to respond. 12 people are mutilated like animals, and you were standing in the middle of it covered in blood. Still nothing from Jay. White Fox began pacing. For just a second, something flickered across her face. Relief, maybe, or gratitude quickly buried under professional anger. Her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides. "Do you have any idea what kind of diplomatic incident this creates? An American super operating on Korean soil without authorization. The Blue House is going insane right now." She pulled out photos from the convenience store. Crime scene images that would give most people nightmares. "Look at this. Look what you did to them." She stopped herself, jaw tight. "This isn't justice, it's butchery." Jay finally spoke. "No. No." White Fox stopped pacing. "No, what?" "Just no." Jay leaned back in the chair. "That's your answer to everything you're going to ask." Silence. She slammed her palm on the table. "Fine. Sit there and play mute." As she headed for the door, she glanced back, and for a moment the anger cracked enough to show exhaustion underneath. "We'll see how long that stubborn act lasts." "No," Jay said before she could leave. "What?" "Call whoever you need to call." The answer's still no. The door slammed behind her, and Jay was alone again. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Somewhere down the hall, a phone rang 3 times before someone picked up. His wrists ached from the cuffs, and the dried blood on his sweater had started to itch. That's when the shaking started. His hands trembled first, then his arms. The adrenaline that had carried him through the fight was gone, leaving behind something cold and hollow. Jay pressed his palms flat against the metal table, but it didn't help. The memory came back in vivid detail. The M-Gang member with the blood-stained claws, the casual cruelty in his eyes as he advanced on Jay in that basement full of tortured children. The way Mira Mesa had cut through him like paper, the spray of blood painting the concrete walls. Jay had always known he'd eventually have to kill in this universe. Marvel was a place where death was handed out like candy and resurrection was practically a customer loyalty program. He'd mentally prepared himself for the necessity of violence. But the efficiency of it had caught him completely off guard. No hesitation, no moral conflict in the moment, just pure, instinctual lethality. What haunted him most wasn't the killing itself. It was one child in particular. A girl, maybe 8 years old, with burns covering half her face. When Jay had reached down to heal her, she'd screamed. Not with pain but with terror, scrambling backward until she hit the wall. She'd looked at him with the same wide-eyed horror she must have shown her captors, unable to tell the difference between the monster who hurt her and the monster who'd saved her. Those eyes wouldn't leave him alone. To distract himself, he retreated into his mental plane. The space had changed dramatically. What had once been a serene starry sky now roiled with clouds representing his inner turmoil. His powers stood in their familiar positions. His original ability, Power Theft, appeared as a gray silhouette that looked like Jay himself, but with ocean blue eyes. After absorbing Chance's power the night before, the silhouette stood taller, more defined. Tommy's green, childlike healing aura pulsed with gentle warmth. A golden knight with navy blue stripes manifested his danger sense, hyper-alert even here. A black cloud represented Blackout's dark force manipulation. Carl Creel's absorption powers took shape as a blank humanoid, its surface constantly shifting between textures. The Silver Samurai's abilities appeared as a katana made of pure silver, surrounded by the white field of tachyon energy. Tomo's technoforming ability looked like a female silhouette traced in blue circuitry. And finally, Kim Il-sung's newly stolen power appeared as a red portrait that kept changing size and properties. Jay focused on that red portrait. Kim's power had been wasted on him. In the comics, Scrambler's ability eventually evolved beyond just disrupting powers. He could make any system malfunction, whether biological, mechanical, or energy-based. True functionality manipulation. The catch was the time ratio, 1 second of contact meant 1 minute of effect. But powers always came with limitations. This one required skin-to-skin contact to work properly. Using his original power theft ability, Jay began the fusion process. Kim's power fought back like a cornered animal. The red portrait writhed and twisted, trying to pull away from the gray silhouette's grip. Jay's lingering anger made him merciless. His primary ability wrapped around Kim's power like chains. The portrait began to tear. Not cleanly, but in ragged strips. Jay felt each rip in his chest, a burning sensation that spread through his mental space. When the integration finally completed, Jay tasted copper. A red, tattered cape materialized on his power theft silhouette's back. The transformation was immediate. His null field expanded from 40 feet to 50 feet, and the nature of the ability itself evolved. Where before he could only nullify superpowers, now he could disrupt machines and energy fields as well. Jay pulled himself out of the mental plane, frustrated at seeing his growing arsenal. Even with his adaptive power perk helping him understand the basics of each ability, he knew he wasn't using them to their fullest potential. Raw power was one thing, but technique, finesse, true mastery, that required training. He needed teachers. Mentors. The door opened again 3 hours later. Jay had been counting the minutes by the rhythm of footsteps in the corridor outside. But it wasn't White Fox who entered. It was Agent Phil Coulson, looking as polite and diplomatic as ever in his perfectly pressed suit. Coulson looked at Jay with that expression of mild disappointment that seemed to be his default. You know, when I file my vacation reports, they're usually about museums and local cuisine. Somehow, I don't think yours will read quite the same way. Hey, Jay said with a shrug. I was on vacation. It's not my fault the convenience store I went to turned out to be a front for kidnapping and trafficking. Funny how that keeps happening to people like us. Coulson glanced at the cameras in the corners. We're still being observed. It would be best if we continue this conversation outside. Jay raised an eyebrow. They're actually letting me leave. Nothing they can do legally. You did their job for them, rescued 13 children, and eliminated a criminal organization that's been operating for 5 years. Coulson gestured for Jay to stand. The only issue is that you used your powers without proper authorization, which isn't allowed in Korea under their Enhanced Persons Regulatory Act. Technically, you should be detained for 6 months and fined. They walked through corridors filled with the efficient bustle of intelligence work. To settle this diplomatically, Coulson continued, lowering his voice, SHIELD agreed to share intelligence on 3 separate terrorist cells operating in Southeast Asia. In exchange, the Korean government officially credits the Tiger Division with taking down the M-Gang operation. You were never there. Clean and simple. Jay just nodded. It was the kind of face-saving political theater that kept international relations smooth. He didn't particularly care who got credit as long as those kids were safe. There is one complication, Coulson added as they approached the property desk. That sword you were carrying. The NIS wanted to keep it for study. Jay stopped walking. That's not happening. I know. That's why I told them it was a SHIELD artifact on loan for your protection detail. Coulson's expression didn't change. They ran a basic analysis. Registered as ordinary steel on every scanner they have. Strange, don't you think? Very strange, Jay agreed, taking the guitar case from the property officer. Muramesa pulsed once inside. When they emerged from the building into Seoul's night, Jay checked his pockets and found all his belongings intact, phone, wallet, gifts from everyone, Domino's quarter, and the adamantium bullet. JSSI. He turned to see Luna Snow and Danby approaching from across the street. Both looked tired from the morning's events, but they'd clearly been waiting for him. Luna spoke first. We wanted to thank you. The way you fought was intense. But you saved them. Her idol persona was completely gone, replaced by something more real. The children are getting proper medical care now. Therapists, doctors, everything they need. Danby stepped forward, bowing slightly. Thank you for healing my friend, she said in Korean accented English. It turned out one of the rescued children was her classmate. Jay looked at Danby. Too young to have classmates in regular school, but old enough that this should have been about studying for exams and worrying about which cartoon to watch. Seeing a 10-year-old being used as a hero, even officially, was revolting. Stop playing hero, he told her bluntly. Enjoy your childhood while you still have one. Danby's face crumpled. But I want to help people. Like you helped my friend. I'm not a hero, Jay said. I'm just someone who knows how to kill. Then he turned to Luna Snow. And you need to convince her to quit. Keep dragging kids into this life, and any harm or casualties will be on you and your teammates' consciences. He walked toward Coulson's black sedan without another word. Back at the American consulate, Jay showered and changed into clean clothes, grateful to wash the smell of blood and violence from his skin. But when he closed his eyes under the hot water, he saw that little girl's face again. The burns, the terror, the way she'd scrambled away from him. Soap and water couldn't touch that memory. When Coulson asked if he needed anything, Jay gave him an answer that clearly caught the agent off guard. Can you drop me off at Kathmandu? Coulson raised an eyebrow. Nepal. That's unexpected. Any particular reason? I need to meet someone. Coulson studied him for a long moment, then nodded. I can arrange transportation. When do you want to leave? As soon as possible. Jay looked out the window at Seoul's sprawling cityscape. I think I've caused enough diplomatic incidents in Korea for one trip. Just Korea. That's almost restrained for you. Coulson allowed himself a small smile. I'll make the arrangements. As Jay waited for his departure, he couldn't shake the image of the children's terrified faces. Chapter 91, The Road to Kamartaj. A/N, alright guys, the deal still stands. If we make it to the top 20 by the end of the week, I'll drop 2 extra chapters along with the weekly bonus. So let's get those stones going and push this story higher. Fire. The Quinjet's engines hummed, making Jay's ears tingle slightly. He'd been staring out the small porthole at the clouds below for the better part of an hour, watching the landscape change from Korean cities to Chinese mountains to the approaching peaks of the Himalayas. So S.H.I.E.L.D. is still keeping watch on me, Jay said without turning around. Coulson, who'd been reviewing files on his tablet, didn't look up. The silence stretched long enough to be an answer in itself. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible for you to come this fast, Jay continued, finally turning to face the agent. Even after I gave White Fox nothing but no for 3 hours. Also, how is there already a government-backed superhero team in South Korea? That seems awfully convenient timing. Coulson set down his tablet. It's because of the success of the Fantastic Four. They've indirectly given America both soft and hard power on an unprecedented scale. International relations shifted overnight when Reed Richards started solving energy crises and Sue Storm began doing humanitarian work. He leaned back in his seat. And you, Jay, are a well-known mutant with extraordinary powers. Every organization worth their salt is keeping watch on you. The only reason you're allowed to travel this easily is because the elite rich and top politicians either want to curry your favor or force you to heal them. Jay felt something cold settle in his stomach. What about the Koreans? The Chaebol and the Blue House wanted to use your healing abilities as a kind of diplomatic bargaining chip to release you, Coulson said. After some strong words from S.H.I.E.L.D., they had to let you go. Jay fell silent. He was a strategic asset that nations wanted to claim, use, or control. Every border crossing, every visa, every vacation was actually a complex negotiation between global powers. Seeing Jay's expression, Coulson's voice softened slightly. Back home, Stark is organizing the Stark Expo, and District X is going as smoothly as it could, given the public discourse over it. He paused. But why all this, Jay? Why up and leave so suddenly? Jay managed a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I've never had a vacation in my life. Sounds weird when I say it out loud, doesn't it? After things settled down a bit following the Doom situation, I just wanted to get out for a while. But why Nepal specifically? Coulson pressed. Jay's expression grew distant. My father used to tell me stories about great gurus back home, especially near the Himalayas. Ancient wisdom, that sort of thing. He paused, then added with a slight grin, if it doesn't work out, I suppose I'll have to look for some infamous Tibetan monk or something. When the Quinjet touched down at Tribhuvan International Airport in Kathmandu, Jay gathered his belongings, a guitar case, and the small backpack containing gifts from everyone and necessities. The rest had been shipped already. Safe travels, Jay, Coulson said as they shook hands on the tarmac. Try not to cause any international incidents this time. No promises, Jay replied, but he was already looking toward the city beyond the airport. Kathmandu hit him like a sensory overload. The air was thick with incense, exhaust fumes, and the scent of dalbot cooking in roadside stalls. Prayer flags fluttered from every available surface. Motorcycles weaved between pedestrians, cows, and the occasional elephant, while vendors called out in Nepali, Hindi, and broken English. Namaste, Saheb. You need guide. Very good price, called a young man with a bright smile. Trekking gear, sir. Best quality, shouted another, gesturing to a shop crammed with backpacks, ropes, and boots. Jay could take the aesthetic approach, wander around asking locals about mysterious mountain sanctuaries, play the tourist searching for spiritual enlightenment. But as he stopped in the middle of Durbar Square, surrounded by ancient temples and the constant flow of pilgrims, he realized he had a more direct method. Or I could just. He said to himself, then stopped mid-sentence and pulled out his phone. Blue circuitry flowed from his fingertips, interfacing with the device as he activated his technomorphing abilities. Within seconds, he was scanning every Wi-Fi registry in the city, looking for one specific network with the password, Shambhala. The search took less than a minute. There, a secured network originating from an unremarkable building in an old part of the city, near Swayambhunath. Jay enjoyed the walk through Kathmandu's labyrinthine streets, dodging cows and accepting blessed taika from elderly women. The markets were alive with color, saris in brilliant yellows and reds, brass statues of Hindu deities, prayer wheels spinning in the hands of devoted Buddhists making their daily kora. Very holy place, this, explained an elderly shopkeeper when Jay asked for directions. Many pilgrims come here. You seek enlightenment, young Saheb. Something like that, Jay replied, pressing a generous tip into the man's weathered palm. When he finally found the location, it looked exactly as underwhelming as he'd expected. A wooden door set into an ancient stone wall, completely unremarkable except for the sadhu sitting in meditation just outside, a holy man with ash-covered skin and dreadlocks that probably hadn't been cut in decades. The sadhu's eyes opened as Jay approached, dark and knowing in a way that made Jay's danger sense hum slightly. Jay knocked on the door with 3 measured raps. It opened to reveal a tall, dark-skinned man with the bearing of someone accustomed to both authority and discipline. Mordo looked like he'd been expecting someone else entirely, his expression shifting from anticipation to careful assessment. "Namaste," Jay said in carefully pronounced Hindi, pressing his palms together in proper greeting. "I wish to see the Ancient One." Mordo's eyebrows rose slightly at hearing an outsider use not just Hindi, but the correct formal title. After a long moment of study, he stepped aside and gestured for Jay to enter. "Wait here," Mordo said in Hindi, indicating a simple wooden bench in what appeared to be a waiting area. The room was sparse but elegant, carved wooden panels, soft light filtering through high windows, and the constant sound of distant chanting. A few minutes later, an unassuming figure entered carrying a traditional tea service, an elderly person in simple robes, moving carefully as if performing a practiced ritual. They set the tea service on a low table and began preparing cups with ceremonial attention to detail. Jay accepted the offered cup with both hands and a respectful bow. The tea was perfectly prepared, just the right temperature, the blend complex and soothing. "It's an honor to have tea prepared by the Ancient One," Jay said quietly, not looking up from his cup. The figure across from him went very still. "Surprised I didn't fall for one of your famous tests." Jay continued drinking calmly, though his enhanced senses were picking up subtle changes in the room, a shift in air pressure, a slight change in the quality of light. He wondered idly if the Ancient One could see his future, even after what XYZ said. "I am surprised, as it's very rare for an outsider to seek the protection of the Vishanti," came the voice carrying the weight of centuries. Jay nearly choked on his tea, barely managing to keep it from spraying across the Ancient One's serene face. The casual mention of his true nature was too abrupt for him. He began, then stopped, setting down his cup with hands that were definitely not as steady as they'd been a moment before. The Ancient One smiled, and in that expression, Jay saw both compassion and wisdom that came from seeing the universe from angles most minds couldn't comprehend. "Perhaps," she said, "we should start with why you're really here, Dr. J." Chapter 92, New Teacher Get. A/N went on a bit of a comics deep dive with this one. What did you guys think? Drop your thoughts below and toss some power stones our way to push the story up the ranks. Jay sat there in stunned silence. The casual revelation of his transmigrator nature had hit him like a physical blow. Finally, he lifted the teacup to his lips and drained it in one gulp. When he set the cup down, his hands were steadier than he felt. "How?" The word came out rough. He cleared his throat. "How did you come to know about my nature?" The Ancient One's hands stilled completely. When she spoke again, her voice carried weight. "There are forces that exist beyond the comprehension of mortals, Jay. Entities whose very existence shapes the fundamental nature of reality itself." She set the teapot down. "The Vishanti. Omnipotent Ashtar, all-seeing Agamotto, and Hori Hoggoth are beings of such immense power that entire civilizations worship them as supreme gods." Jay's mind reeled. He knew these names from comics, but hearing them spoken by someone who actually served them was different. But they are merely servants. Above the Vishanti, above even the goddess witchcraft herself, stands the powers that be, the abstract entity that governs all magic and strangeness in existence. She is one of only 8 fundamental abstract entities that divide the axis of universal power, standing alongside eternity, infinity, oblivion, and the living tribunal itself. Jay's cup shook. This was beyond anything that should be in the MCU. And there are others. The Queen of Nevers, the embodiment of possibility itself, what might be, forever outside what is. She was once the pilgrim, the sentience of the fourth cosmos, who journeyed into the mystery beyond space and time when her universe died. She exists in the land of couldn't be shouldn't be, and Nexus beings throughout the multiverse serve as her agents. "Wait," Jay managed. "You even know all of this?" The Ancient One nodded. "Indeed. There exists an ancient concord between the powers that be and the Queen of Nevers regarding those who slip between realities. Those who demonstrate magical aptitude may choose to serve under the Vishanti, enhanced by the powers that be's authority. Those who refuse or lack the talent remain under the Queen's protection, free to explore infinite possibilities." Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to focus. "I came here seeking your guidance. I need help mastering my powers." The Ancient One nodded slowly. "If you wish to become a sorcerer, you must understand what that entails. To draw upon the energies of the Vishanti's dimension requires a life oath, a binding commitment to serve and protect Earth from all mystical threats for as long as you draw breath." Jay smiled then, remembering the careful choices he'd made back when this was all just theoretical. The reason he'd taken no arcane drawbacks. He'd known he didn't want to be bound by lifetime promises to serve anyone else. "I'm unable to use magic," he said simply. The Ancient One's composure slipped. "That's impossible." Everyone possesses at least a spark for sorcery. Magic is simply the art of borrowing energy from other dimensions through focused will and proper technique. You can check if you want, Jay offered. Now genuinely intrigued, the Ancient One rose and moved to stand before him. Her hands began to weave complex patterns in the air. A golden circle of light formed around his seated figure, intricate symbols rotating slowly. Then it shattered like glass. The Ancient One's eyebrows rose slightly, and she tried again. This time, the circle lasted perhaps 3 seconds before fragmenting into sparkling motes of light. Again. The same result. Again. Not even a flicker this time. Finally, after the 5th attempt, the Ancient One exhaled slowly and sank back into her chair. In all my centuries, across all the students who have sought the mystic arts, I have never encountered someone with such a complete lack of mystical talent that it could itself be considered a form of talent. Jay couldn't tell if she was praising him or insulting him. Why come here if you cannot perform even the most basic spells, she asked. Jay met her gaze directly. Shouldn't you know what I want? With your time stone and all. The Ancient One's eyes widened slightly. After a moment, remembering his outsider nature, she nodded slowly. Since you entered our reality, the timelines are no longer fixed. They have branched into infinite possibilities where each action you take shapes the world in ways I cannot predict. I cannot check every timeline to find the answer to this question. That made sense. His very presence had introduced chaos into what had once been a predetermined narrative. If you know my name, then you should know about the nature of my powers, he said. The Ancient One nodded slowly. Even though my friend Bobby has trained me in military combat, that's not something that can bring out the complete potential of my abilities. So, I came to the one place where people are taught to bring out the best in themselves, to push beyond normal limits. He brought his palms together, closed his eyes, and bowed his head. When he spoke, his voice carried genuine respect. Please teach me. The silence stretched between them, filled only by distant chanting. Jay kept his head bowed, waiting. You cannot learn magic, the Ancient One said finally. But perhaps, that is not what you truly need to learn. Jay looked up. The Ancient One stopped in front of him again. I cannot teach you magic, but I can teach you something far more valuable. How to master yourself. Jay felt something shift inside him. The mystic arts are not about power. They are about understanding. About seeing the connections between all things, about finding harmony within chaos. Her eyes seemed to look through him. Your powers are not separate from you. They are you, expressed through different facets. Start listening to them. How do I do that? The same way one learns anything of true value. Through patience, practice, and the willingness to fail many times before succeeding even once. She gestured toward the deeper recesses of the sanctuary. We have training spaces where you can explore your abilities safely. We have masters who can teach you meditation techniques to quiet your mind and hear what your powers are truly telling you. And we have centuries of accumulated wisdom about the nature of power itself, not mystical power specifically, but the fundamental principles that govern all forms of extraordinary ability. Jay felt a surge of genuine excitement. This wasn't what he'd expected, but it felt right. When do we start? Now. But first, you must understand the rules of this place. We are not a school for soldiers or heroes. We are guardians of knowledge, protectors of wisdom. Her voice carried gentle but unmistakable authority. While you are here, you will show respect to all who dwell within these walls. You will harm none without direct threat to yourself or others. And you will remember that true strength comes not from what you can destroy, but from what you choose to preserve. Jay nodded solemnly. After what had happened in Korea, those words hit deeper than she might have realized. I understand. As Jay rose to go outside, the Ancient One spoke once more. Jay. Something in her tone made him turn back. Before we begin, you need to promise me something after all, each teacher demands a price worth their teaching. Jay looked at her with anticipation. First, you will not heal Stephen Strange, no matter what circumstances you may face. Jay frowned. Why? Because it is his destiny to become the best of us. His journey through pain and loss is what will forge him into the protector this world needs. To rob him of that path would be to rob the world of its future guardian. Jay nodded slowly. He understood the concept of necessary suffering, even if he didn't like it. And secondly, the Ancient One's eyes grew more intense. If you are not willing to serve under the Vishanti, you are also never to serve under any dark lord or entity that would corrupt your purpose. I agree, he said without hesitation. The Ancient One's smile was both sad and knowing. Then let us begin your true education. The Ancient One clapped her hands once, and immediately a figure appeared in the doorway. Mordo. Master Mordo will show you to your quarters and explain our daily routines. Tomorrow, we begin your real education. Chapter 93, First Lessons at Kamartaj. Mordo had been giving Jay the tour of Camartage for the better part of an hour, his posture rigid and his explanations clipped. Jay could feel the tension radiating from the master sorcerer. This is where students learn to control their powers after being broken or damaged, physically and psychologically, Mordo explained as they passed through another corridor lined with ancient tapestries. His voice carried the weight of duty, but there was an edge to it that suggested he wasn't entirely comfortable with Jay's presence. Jay paused, seeing a bench. Mind if we sit for a moment? All this walking at this elevation is getting to me. Mordo's eyebrows rose slightly, but he gestured to a stone bench carved into an alcove overlooking one of the monastery's courtyards. Very well. As they settled, Jay took in the view. The architecture was full of ornate carved wooden panels, intricate stone work, and prayer wheels that spun lazily in the mountain breeze. This place is incredible, Jay said genuinely, gesturing at the courtyard below where students practiced forming mandalas with glowing energy. The way it's built into the mountainside, the integration with the natural surroundings, it's like something out of a dream. His gaze stopped on a small figure moving through the courtyard. The creature was 14 feet tall, with greenish fur and what looked like horns protruding from its head. What's that? Jay asked, pointing down at the unusual figure. Mordo followed his gaze and, for the first time since they'd met, smiled genuinely. That's Rintra. He's one of our more unique students. Jay blinked. Seeing an actual green mage of Sil walking around Camartage was jarring. Right. Mystical art students come from all over the universe, I suppose. The atmosphere felt less tense, so Jay decided to address the elephant in the room. Look, I can feel the hostility rolling off you in waves. Want to tell me why you've got such an attitude about me being here? Mordo's expression hardened again. The Ancient One informed me of your situation. Your inability to perform even basic mystical arts, despite possessing significant inherent power. He turned to face Jay directly. This place is not a school that just anyone can enter. It's meant for those who serve the mystic arts and protect this reality from threats beyond human comprehension. He paused, his dark eyes studying Jay. And then there's your reputation. The power broker. The news reports from America say violence and deceit follow you, and they have no place in these halls of learning. Jay absorbed the criticism without flinching. Well, if you're as much of a stickler for rules as you seem to be, then you'll have to follow the Ancient One's instructions whether you like it or not. So, it might be better for both of us if we try to be pleasant to each other. Mordo just grunted, clearly not entirely convinced. Jay muttered under his breath, just loud enough for his enhanced hearing to catch, why are all the strong black men around me tsunderas? First Fury, now Mordo. What was that? Nothing important. Jay stretched. So, when do we start this training? Tomorrow. 4 a.m. sharp. Mordo stood. And remember, be up before I need to wake you. Discipline is not negotiable here. Jay had settled into his sparse quarters, a monk's cell with a simple bed, desk, and window overlooking the mountains. He'd changed into casual clothes and was finally allowing himself to relax when his mental planning kicked in. The plan is going to have to change. Training here will probably take longer than I anticipated, which means I'll need to skip a few countries off the list and delay acquiring a few powers. But there's nothing we can do about that now. This is too important. He was just drifting off to sleep when... Splash. Ice-cold lake water exploded over Jay's entire body, shocking him awake instantly. His danger sense had barely registered a threat before the freezing water hit him. What the? Jay sputtered, leaping up from his soaked bed, water dripping from his hair. There's still 4 years until the ice bucket challenge. Mordo stood in the doorway, completely unmoved, a glowing orange portal slowly closing behind him. I told you not to be late. 4 means 4. Get ready. We're starting with combat training first. Jay's enhanced physiology quickly adjusted to the temperature shock, but his temper was another matter entirely. The casual disrespect, the cold awakening, the smug satisfaction on Mordo's face, it all combined into a surge of genuine anger. Fine, Jay said through gritted teeth, water still streaming from his clothes. Give me 2 minutes. By the time he was dressed, his initial shock had transformed into focused determination. If Mordo wanted to play games, Jay was more than ready to show him what he could do. The central training hall buzzed with early morning energy. The space was vast and open, with training grounds designed for both mystical and physical combat. Students of various ages and backgrounds gathered in a loose circle as Mordo took his position at the center. Physical combat mastery, Mordo announced, his voice carrying clearly through the hall, is a necessity for sorcerers. Your magic will not always be available. Your artifacts may be stripped away. In those moments, your body becomes your only weapon. His gaze found Jay among the assembled students. Traditional sorcerer behavior of relying solely on mystical arts will get you killed when facing enemies who can nullify magic or fight in dimensions where sorcery doesn't function. Jay felt every eye in the room turn toward him as Mordo continued. Our newest student will demonstrate why physical preparation is crucial. Mordo's tone made it clear this wasn't really a demonstration. It was a test. Jay, join me. Jay stepped forward, his senses automatically sharpening. His danger sense expanded to its full readiness, and he could feel Mordo's barely contained eagerness for combat. They faced each other in the center of the hall. Mordo fell into a combat stance Jay couldn't recognize, seemingly a blend of martial arts styles that suggested extensive training. Jay settled into his own stance, drawing on everything Bobby had taught him, enhanced by his superhuman reflexes and danger sense. Begin, Mordo said simply. They started slowly, testing each other with probing strikes and defensive movements. Mordo fought with the precision of someone who'd trained for decades, his movements economical and purposeful. Jay relied on his enhanced speed and danger sense, letting his precognition guide his blocks and counters. The pace gradually quickened. Mordo's strikes became faster, more complex, his footwork shifting into patterns that spoke of harsh martial arts training. Jay found himself pushed harder than he'd been since his early days with Bobby, his enhanced physique working overtime to keep up with Mordo's sorcery-enhanced capabilities. The watching students began to murmur as the fighters moved faster than normal human perception could easily follow. What had started as a demonstration was becoming something much more serious. Mordo launched a series of rapid strikes that would have overwhelmed a normal fighter, but Jay's danger sense painted the incoming attacks in his mind. He slipped past a palm strike aimed at his solar plexus, ducked under a spinning heel kick, and saw his opening. Jay drove his fist forward in a devastating straight punch. Mordo got his arms up to block, but the enhanced force behind the blow was far beyond what he'd expected. The impact sent him flying backwards across the training hall, his body slamming into the stone wall with enough force to crack the ancient masonry. The entire hall fell silent. Jay stood breathing evenly, thanks to his enhanced stamina, adrenaline still coursing through his system. When the dust settled, Mordo emerged from the rubble, a flickering mystical shield fading from around his back where it had absorbed most of the impact. Both men were smiling with the fierce grins of warriors who'd found a worthy opponent. Impressive, Mordo said, rotating his shoulders to work out the impact. But now we get serious. His hands moved in complex patterns, and suddenly artifacts materialized around him. A staff crackling with mystical energy that Jay recognized as the staff of the living tribunal, and glowing mandalas forming around his fists as mystical brass knuckles. Jay's heart raced as adrenaline flooded his system. He reached for Carl Creel's absorption power, feeling the familiar weight of the adamantium bullet hanging from the necklace Tom had given him and Domino's lucky quarter pressing against his chest. The change swept through him like wildfire. His hands and forearms transformed, flesh becoming dense adamantium studded with jagged spikes that could tear through steel like paper. What followed was a fight straight out of an anime. Mordo moved like liquid lightning, the staff of the living tribunal extending his reach and adding mystical force to every strike. He spun it in complex patterns, each movement creating barriers of energy while simultaneously attacking. The mandalas on his fists left trails of golden light as he wove offensive spells between physical strikes. Jay fought like a living battering ram, his spiked fists crashing through Mordo's mystical barriers and leaving craters in the training hall floor. He used his enhanced speed to stay inside Mordo's reach, preventing the sorcerer from fully utilizing his staff's length advantage. Crack! Jay's right cross shattered one of Mordo's defensive shields and sent stone chips flying. Flash! Mordo's staff swept upward, the mystical energy along its length barely missing Jay's jaw as he leaned backward with inhuman flexibility. Boom! The two combatants collided in the center of the hall, Jay's spiked fist meeting Mordo's mandala-encased palm in an impact that sent shockwaves through the ancient hall. They broke apart, circled each other, then clashed again. Mordo conjured a dozen mystical projections of himself, each one attacking from a different angle. Jay's danger sense screamed warnings as he ducked, weaved, and struck back, his stone fists dispelling the illusions one by one until he found the real Mordo. The staff came down in a crushing overhead strike that would have split Jay's skull. He caught it with both hands, the mystical energy burning against his adamantium skin, and used his enhanced strength to lever Mordo off his feet and send him spinning through the air. Mordo recovered with experienced grace, landing in a crouch and immediately launching into a complex spell that filled the air around Jay with crackling energy nets. Jay buelled through them, accepting the magical damage in exchange for closing distance, and landed a thunderous uppercut that lifted Mordo 6 feet off the ground. But Mordo twisted in midair, his free hand weaving another spell that created a platform of solid light beneath his feet. He used it as a springboard to dive back down, staff first, in a strike that would have impaled a normal opponent. Jay rolled aside at the last second, the staff embedding itself in the stone floor, and swept Mordo's legs. As the sorcerer fell, Jay's adamantine-enhanced fist came up in what would have been a fight-ending blow. Mordo's hand caught Jay's wrist, his mandala flaring with binding energy that locked Jay's arm in place. For a frozen moment, they were locked together. Jay's spiked fist inches from Mordo's face, Mordo's mystical binding holding Jay immobile. Then Mordo's other hand pressed against Jay's chest, and a pulse of force magic sent Jay flying backward across the entire length of the training hall. Jay hit the far wall with bone-jarring impact, his relentless assault finally stopping as he slumped to the floor. His healing aura was already working overtime, mending the damage, but he was clearly done for the count. Mordo knelt in the center of the hall, using his staff to support himself, breathing hard and nursing what looked like cracked ribs. Both fighters were battered, exhausted, and grinning with the satisfaction of a truly worthy fight. It was only then that they both noticed their audience had grown considerably. Students, masters, and even the Ancient One herself stood around the training hall, watching the conclusion of their impromptu battle. "It looks like you both got a bit carried away," the Ancient One observed mildly, though there was approval in her eyes. Jay struggled to his feet, his muscles trembling from adrenaline draining. That was. He paused, searching for words. That was incredible. I haven't been pushed like that since. Mordo interrupted, managing a respectful nod. Your combat skills are adequate. From Mordo, that was practically a glowing endorsement. The Ancient One stepped forward. Jay, please get some rest and recover. When you're ready, come to my hall for meditation practice. It seems you have much to learn about controlling not just your powers, but your enthusiasm. Jay nodded, already analyzing the fight in his mind. He'd used only Creel's absorption abilities, deliberately avoiding his other powers. And still, he'd gone toe-to-toe against one of Kamarta's most skilled masters. But there was so much he could have done better. His technique was still rough, relying too heavily on raw power instead of finesse. And most importantly, he'd let his anger drive him instead of maintaining the calm center that true mastery required. As the crowd dispersed and the training hall slowly emptied, Jay caught Mordo's eye. The master sorcerer was gathering his mystical artifacts, but he paused to meet Jay's gaze. Tomorrow, we work on technique, Mordo said simply. Your power is impressive, but power without discipline is just destruction. Jay nodded, feeling a grudging respect for the men who'd just beaten him. Looking forward to it, sensei. Mordo's lips twitched. Rest well, student. Tomorrow will be much harder. As Jay limped a bit toward his quarters, he couldn't help but grin despite his aches and pains. A/N, what did you guys think of the fight scene? I'm curious if the choreography came through clearly and if you were able to follow and feel the flow of the fight. Let me know how it read to you. Chapter 94, The Full Arsenal Revealed. A/N, this is a big one. Tell me how you felt about it and show some appreciation by chucking some power stones my way. After letting his healing aura work its magic on his battered body, the ache in his muscles had faded to a dull memory, and the cuts from his sparring session with Mordo had sealed completely. He made his way through the quiet corridors of Kamartaj, following the path to the Ancient One's private hall. The space was exactly what he'd expected from someone who had mastered the balance between simplicity and profound wisdom. A low wooden table sat at the center of the room, surrounded by cushions that had clearly seen decades of use. The Ancient One knelt behind the table with perfect posture, her movements flowing like water as she prepared tea. The scent of jasmine mixed with something distinctly mountain-grown filled the air, immediately creating an atmosphere that demanded respect. How is your body feeling now? She asked without glancing up from her tea preparation. There was amusement threading through her voice. He settled across from her, accepting the offered cup with both hands in the traditional manner. The porcelain was warm against his palms. You really need to be less obvious with your teaching methods, you know, Jay said after taking his first sip. The tea was perfect, with complex layers of flavor that somehow managed to be both calming and energizing. Anyone with half a brain can see you deliberately paired me with Mordo today. He paused, studying her serene expression. Though I have to admit, I'm curious about the reasoning. The Ancient One finally looked up, meeting his gaze directly. Her ancient eyes held depths, but right now they were twinkling with mischief. Master Mordo approaches both power and principles with absolute rigidity, she said, setting down her own cup with care. You, on the other hand, are far too flexible with both. By pairing you together, I hoped you would each learn to accept and integrate aspects of the other's nature. Jay couldn't help but grin at the elegant simplicity of it. All right, Yoda. Point taken. The moment those words left his mouth, he felt as if an invisible backhand slap connected squarely with the back of his head. Jay spun around instinctively, his danger sense having given him absolutely no warning whatsoever, but saw nothing except empty air. When he turned back, the Ancient One's expression hadn't changed, though her lips were definitely twitching with suppressed amusement. There are limits, she said mildly, to how far casual humor should extend in the presence of one's teacher. Jay rubbed the back of his head, genuinely unsettled. His danger sense was supposed to be foolproof. The fact that she could bypass it so completely was both impressive and terrifying. Message received, loud and clear. The Ancient One's demeanor shifted then, becoming more serious without losing its underlying warmth. Your powers may be diverse and impressive, Jay, but they are not the be-all and end-all of your potential. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze intensifying. To truly master them, to bring each ability to its maximum capability, I need to understand your complete arsenal. She paused, letting her words sink in. That is, if you trust your teacher enough to be completely honest with her. Jay set down his teacup and fell silent, considering. This was a crossroads moment, he realized. In all his knowledge of the Marvel multiverse, the Ancient One was someone who genuinely had the world's best interests at heart. Her methods could be questionable, but her ultimate goals were always pure. If she had taken him on as a student, he owed her the respect that came with complete honesty. Still, some of what he was about to reveal could literally reshape global politics if the info fell into the wrong hands. First, he said carefully, could you please use your strongest protective spells? Some of what I'm about to tell you. The Ancient One smiled at his caution, and there was genuine approval in her expression. You need to work much harder on your observational skills, dear student, she said with gentle reproach. We have been in the mirror dimension for the past 10 minutes. Jay's head snapped up in shock. He immediately stood and walked to where the windows should have shown the monastery's central courtyard. Instead, he found himself looking out at an endless expanse of fractured reality like staring through a kaleidoscope that had been shattered and reassembled by someone with a very twisted sense of geometry. The walls bent at impossible angles. Staircases climbed toward infinity and descended into nothingness. Everything reflected and refracted in ways that made his eyes water if he looked too long. How long have we been? He started, then huffed in frustration as he returned to his seat. I really do have a long way to go, don't I? Indeed, you do. Now, please continue. Jay took a deep breath, centering himself. This was it. Full disclosure. My original ability is what I call power theft, though that's really an oversimplification. He met her gaze directly. It's not just about permanently taking someone's powers. I can create a field extending about 50 feet from my body that cancels all active superpowers except physical mutations. The Ancient One's eyebrows rose slightly. She'd known the general outline from her glimpses through the time stone, but hearing the full scope directly from the source was genuinely impressive. More than that, Jay continued, I can force awaken dormant abilities via X genes and in human genetics without requiring terrigenesis or any of the usual trigger events. Now her expression shifted to something approaching concern. Such wide-ranging versatility, especially the ability to safely awaken inhuman powers, was the kind of capability that Atlan would go to war over. Black Bolt himself would certainly fight for access to such an ability if he knew it existed. There's more, Jay said, reading her expression correctly. I can temporarily copy someone's powers, though doing so leaves the original person significantly weakened. And perhaps most importantly, I can permanently grant up to 2 of my stolen abilities to other people. The Ancient One went very still. The applications of such power were beyond staggering. Jay could potentially create an entire army of enhanced individuals, each wielding multiple superpowers and bound to him by gratitude and loyalty. In the wrong hands, it would be the foundation of a superhuman empire. However, Jay continued, and something in his tone made her focus even more intently, my body can only contain a maximum of 10 distinct powers at any given time. I'm honestly not satisfied with this limitation, though I've discovered I can fuse multiple compatible abilities to occupy only a single slot. Thwack. This time, the invisible slap was considerably harder, and Jay's danger sense still provided absolutely no warning. He grabbed the back of his head, staring at the Ancient One in complete bewilderment. What now? Jay asked. Her eyes were closed, her lips pressed together in what looked like barely contained irritation. There was a fly, she said through gritted teeth, on your head. Jay made what he privately thought of as his confused Pikachu face, but wisely decided not to push his luck any further. Please, she said, her tone suggesting he should proceed very carefully, continue. Jay kept one hand protectively positioned over the back of his skull. My second power is the healing aura you've seen me use. I can heal myself and others to an extraordinary degree, even reversing aging by up to a decade, regrowing entire missing organs, even repairing damage that should be permanent. He demonstrated by allowing green energy to flare around his hands, the warm glow filling the space between them with concentrated life force. The Ancient One nodded, though internally she was cataloging the sheer number of powerful beings who would kill for access to such potent healing energy. Mystical creatures, to ordinary mortals who were desperate, the list was endless. The energy signature reminded her strongly of the chi-based healing practiced by the most skilled masters of Kunlun. My third ability is the danger sense, Jay went on. It functions as a true sixth sense for incoming threats, but it also enhances my mental processing capabilities and provides both perfect tactile memory and eidetic recall. Many powerful sorcerers and spiritual practitioners develop similar abilities over time, the Ancient One acknowledged. At our level of operation, it becomes almost a requirement for survival. Fourth is molecular mimicry. Jay gestured toward his necklace, where a small adamantium bullet hung alongside what looked like an old quarter. I can absorb and replicate the properties of any substance I touch. This adamantium bullet, for instance. I absorbed its metallic properties to fight Mordo earlier. Before he could say anything more, the Ancient One moved with supernatural speed. One moment she was sitting serenely across from him, the next she had plucked the necklace clean off his neck and was examining the bullet with intense concentration. Her casual demeanor vanished completely. Keep both this bullet and the metal's name as hidden as possible, she said urgently, her voice carrying a weight that made the air itself seem heavier. I do not want Celestials or Collector's minions descending on Earth if they detect even a trace of celestial flesh. Jay nodded soberly, filing away his knowledge about Tiamat sleeping beneath the planet's surface for a much later conversation. When he reached for his necklace, the Ancient One paused, her attention now fixed on the quarter hanging beside the bullet. This coin, she said slowly, turning it over in her palm. Where did you acquire it? It was a gift, Jay said quietly, his voice taking on a distant quality. From a friend. The Ancient One studied his expression and seemed to recognize the sensitivity of the subject. She examined the quarter more carefully, her mystical senses clearly picking up something significant. This piece once held extraordinary fortune woven into its very essence, she said finally. Such luck is not something to be taken lightly. For a moment, Jay's carefully maintained composure cracked. Memories of Domino flooded back. Her laugh, her confidence, the way she'd kissed him. He shook his head hard, accepted the necklace back with unsteady hands, and forced himself to continue. My fifth power is tachyon field manipulation, he said, his voice regaining strength. I can apply a field of tachyon particles to any object, but especially weapons, that allows them to cut through virtually anything by disrupting molecular bonds at the quantum level. The Ancient One's eyebrows rose with genuine appreciation. So, you now possess both an unstoppable offensive capability and an unbreakable defensive one, she observed. That represents a remarkably potent combination. Exactly. Jay said, his enthusiasm briefly overriding his earlier caution. I was specifically working toward that exact synergy. Totally worth all the effort it took to acquire both abilities. The Ancient One actually chuckled at his excitement, the sound warm and oddly maternal. Please, continue. I also have technomorphing capabilities, Jay went on. I can control and even temporarily merge my consciousness with any technological system I touch. Given how dependent both our world and most alien civilizations are on advanced technology, it's probably one of my most genuinely terrifying abilities. The Ancient One's expression grew thoughtful. Is that the extent of your arsenal? Jay paused, looking slightly embarrassed. Actually, there's one more that I almost forgot about. I use it so infrequently that it genuinely slipped my mind. He held up his hand and concentrated, allowing shadowy tendrils to writhe up from his palm. They moved with an almost living quality, darker than simple absence of light. This is dark. Before he could finish speaking the word dark force, the air around him absolutely exploded into mystical activity. Dozens upon dozens of different magical circles materialized in concentric rings around his position, each one glowing with different colors and pulsing with distinct energies. The Ancient One's hands moved in patterns so complex and rapid that Jay could barely follow them, her fingers tracing sigils that seemed to burn themselves into the air. Red bands that looked like they were forged from pure light wrapped around Jay's arms and torso, binding him completely in place. These were the legendary bands of Sidorak, and Jay could feel the immense mystical force behind them. What's going on? He shouted, struggling instinctively against the restraints. Be calm and do not panic, the Ancient One commanded, her voice carrying absolute authority that seemed to resonate through the mirror dimension itself. Remain completely still while I examine you. Her magic spread over the dark tendrils like searching fingers, scanning them with various forms of mystical energy. Jay could feel the probing sensation, not painful but definitely intrusive. I believe, she said grimly, that a Dark Lord may have gained partial control over your body. I can sense potent darkness that should not exist within any mortal vessel. That's impossible. Jay protested, genuine alarm creeping into his voice. I took this power from a shield prisoner named Marcus Daniels, also known as Blackout. He could access something called the Dark Force dimension and manipulate its energy directly. It's not demonic or evil, it's just extra-dimensional. The Ancient One's scanning spells abruptly stopped. She stared at him for a very long moment, her ancient eyes seeming to peer directly into his soul. Then, without any warning whatsoever, she completely released all the mystical bindings holding him in place. And summoned what appeared to be a rolled-up newspaper, which she used to smack him firmly on the head. Do not, she said with barely controlled exasperation, scare me like that again. And do not mention such dangerous capabilities casually in front of other people. Jay covered his head with both hands, not from pain but from genuine fear of further retaliation. He had never seen the Ancient One lose her composure so completely, and it was honestly terrifying. Accessing extra-dimensional energies without proper contracts or mystical preparation, she muttered under her breath, beginning to pace. Wielding forces that require decades of study and protection rituals. And he claims he cannot perform even basic sorcery. She stopped pacing and fixed him with a look that could have melted adamantium. This student of mine. What exactly are you saying? Jay asked cautiously. The Ancient One took several deep breaths, clearly working to compose herself. When she spoke again, her voice had returned to its usual calm authority, though traces of exasperation remained. You will spend the remainder of this day in meditation within this mirror dimension. No tardiness will be tolerated when I return to check on your progress. She began weaving the complex gestures required to exit back to normal reality. We clearly have far more work ahead of us than I initially anticipated. With that pronouncement, she simply vanished, leaving Jay completely alone in the impossible architecture of the mirror dimension. Jay looked around at his surroundings with new eyes. Walls that bent at angles that hurt to contemplate. Staircases that climbed toward infinity and descended into what looked like the concept of nothingness given physical form. Windows that showed fragments of different realities, sometimes multiple versions of the same scene playing out simultaneously. It was beautiful in its impossibility, but also deeply unsettling. Man, he said to the empty fractured space around him, I really do need to prioritize getting some kind of teleportation ability. He settled himself into a cross-legged meditation position on the strange, reflective floor that seemed to be made of mirror. The Ancient One was absolutely right. He had an incredibly long way to go before he could consider himself truly trained. But he felt like he was finally on the right path. Even if that path apparently involved getting periodically smacked with newspaper. Chapter 95, The Master's Assessment. After spending what felt like an eternity in meditation, Jay thought he'd finally gotten the hang of it. The fractured reality of the mirror dimension had become almost familiar, its impossible architecture no longer making his head spin quite as much. He'd settled into what he believed was proper meditative posture, eyes closed, breathing steady, mind focused on, well, that was still the tricky part. The sound of approaching footsteps on crystallized space announced the Ancient One's return. Jay kept his eyes closed, determined to show her he'd made progress. Thwack. The rolled-up newspaper connected with the back of his head. Ow. Jay's eyes snapped open, one hand flying to rub the spot where she'd struck. Now what did I do? The Ancient One stood before him, newspaper still in hand. To be in true meditation means to separate yourself from the physical world, yes. But your body must also find peace. She gestured toward his legs. You may believe you are meditating, but your legs have been trembling for the past hour. Jay looked down and realized she was right. Despite his best efforts to remain still, his legs were jittering with restless energy. He exhaled in frustration, running a hand through his hair. I've always been on the move, you know. Always planning 3 steps ahead, creating backup plans for my backup plans. Even before I came to this world, I worked in a hospital where you literally can't get rest to save your life. You're moving from one patient to another, going from one emergency to the next. I don't think I know how to just stop. For a moment, the Ancient One's stern expression softened. She knelt beside him and gently patted his head. You are no longer in those circumstances, child. Remember why you came here, to learn, to improve yourself. And you cannot do either if you insist on dragging your past burdens with you. Jay nodded, taking a deep breath and preparing to return to his meditation position. Smack. Another newspaper strike, this one to his forehead. Ow. Jay's eyes snapped open, one hand flying to rub the spot where she'd struck. Now what did I do wrong this time? I am not finished yet, the Ancient One said calmly. Several masters and I have developed a comprehensive training plan for you. But first, there are rules we must establish. She fixed him with a look that could have frozen the Dark Lords themselves. Your Dark Force abilities must remain completely secret while you are here. You are not to use them anywhere on these grounds, lest the more traditional masters attempt to try you as a dark practitioner. The politics of mystical education can be quite unforgiving. Jay nodded quickly. That made perfect sense, and honestly, he was already planning to wait for the right time and seek out Tandy and Tyrone to complete this particular power set. As for your technomorphing capabilities, we cannot provide adequate training in that area. The most prominent practitioners of technomancy are not currently on this planet. The casual reminder that aliens also practiced mystical arts still caught Jay off guard. However, for your other abilities, we will need to conduct physical assessments to properly gauge your capabilities and limitations. Shall we proceed to the training hall? Jay stood, stretching muscles that had been locked in meditation position for far too long. Finally. Are we getting out of the mirror dimension? The Ancient One chuckled. Oh, we are still very much in the mirror dimension. However, I have merged 2 separate sections together. There are other masters waiting for us. Jay cursed internally. How the hell were sorcerers not done justice in the movies? As they walked through corridors that bent at angles that shouldn't exist, Jay could sense other presences ahead. The training hall, when they reached it, was exactly like the normal one but somehow larger, with space that folded in on itself. 4 figures waited for them in the center of the hall. Master Mordo stood with his usual rigid posture, arms crossed. Wong, the keeper of Kamartaj's library, observed with quiet intelligence, his hands clasped behind his back. Master Hammer, renowned throughout the monastery for his defensive techniques, studied Jay with the calculating gaze of someone assessing a puzzle. And then there was Caecilius. The tall, intense sorcerer with the sharp cheekbones and calculating eyes was someone Jay recognized from his knowledge of future events. Seeing him here, still apparently loyal to the Ancient One, was a stark reminder of how early in the timeline they currently were. The Ancient One stopped before the assembled masters, and they all bowed respectfully. Jay quickly followed suit, offering his own bow. "Please guide me, masters," he said formally. Their reactions came in waves. Wong gave an approving nod. Mordo's jaw remained tight, skeptical as ever. Hammer's weathered face broke into a warm smile. And Caecilius? Caecilius tilted his head slightly, studying Jay. "You have all observed Jay use his molecular absorption ability during his sparring match with Master Mordo," the Ancient One announced. "Now we need to properly assess his other capabilities so we can finalize his training regimen." She turned to Master Hammer. "Master Hammer, as our most accomplished defensive practitioner, please use your non-mandala shields to test the limits of his offensive capabilities." Hammer stepped forward. "Of course, Ancient One." "Jay, please select a weapon." Jay moved to the weapons rack, automatically cataloging the options. Practice swords, staffs, various martial arts weapons. His hand settled on a practice katana. The balance felt right, the weight familiar from his use of Nirasama. "This will do," he said, drawing the blade and feeling its edge. Dull, as expected for a training weapon, but that wouldn't matter for what he had in mind. Jay closed his eyes and reached for the silver samurai's power, feeling the familiar tingle as tachyon energy began to gather around the blade. When he opened his eyes, the practice katana was wreathed in a field of barely visible silver distortion with black spots that made the air itself seem to shimmer. Master Hammer's eyes widened slightly. Without hesitation, he began weaving complex gestures, and thick barriers of stone erupted from the floor between them. "Impressive, they can even put earthbenders to shame," Jay murmured, then stepped forward and made a single, casual slash. The sound was like silk being cut. The stone barriers, each several inches thick, separated cleanly along the line of Jay's strike. The cut surfaces were so perfectly smooth they looked polished. Master Hammer stared at the effortlessly severed stone, then raised his hands again. This time, multiple layers of barriers appeared, each one reinforced multiple times its original thickness. Another slash. The barriers fell like wheat before a scythe. "Fascinating," Hammer muttered, then his expression grew more serious. He pressed his palms to the floor and began chanting in Sanskrit. The ground rumbled and cracked, and massive stone golems began rising from the fractured floor. Each golem stood nearly 10 feet tall, their eyes glowing with arcane energy. "Now we're talking," Jay said, his adrenaline beginning to spike. The first golem charged with surprising speed for something made of stone and metal. Jay sidestepped easily, his danger sense having given him plenty of warning, and brought his tachyon-enhanced blade up in a diagonal cut that separated the construct's arm from its body. The second golem swung a massive fist that could have pulverized a car. Jay ducked under the blow and swept the blade across its legs. The golem toppled with a sound like an avalanche. "His physical prowess is remarkable," Wong observed quietly, making notes on a tablet. The third and fourth golems attacked simultaneously, forcing Jay to rely more heavily on his enhanced reflexes and danger sense. He moved between their strikes like water flowing around stones, his blade finding openings with surgical precision. Each cut was economical, purposeful, and devastatingly effective. Within minutes, the training hall floor was littered with neatly sectioned pieces of what had once been Master Hammer's most formidable constructs. "Impressive," Caecilius said, and there was genuine appreciation in his voice. "But can you handle that?" Master Hammer had been preparing his most powerful defensive artifact while Jay dealt with the golems. Now he unveiled it, a massive shield gate that rose from the floor like a fortress wall, easily 12 feet high and radiating with so much protective magic that it hurt to look at directly. "One of my most prized creations," Hammer said with obvious pride. The barriers woven into its structure have withstood attacks from demons, dark entities, and at least one very angry dragon. Jay studied the massive shield, his senses providing detailed feedback about the layers upon layers of its structure. This wasn't something he could casually slice through. This required technique. He closed his eyes and drew upon memories from an anime he watched. There was a technique, something he'd seen in anime but that existed as more than mere fiction in this reality. Jay shifted into a specific stance, one that aligned his body with the flow of tachyon energy around the blade. The katana settled into its sheath with a soft click that seemed to echo through the mirror dimension. The training hall fell completely silent. Then, in a motion too fast for normal human perception to follow, Jay drew and resheathed the blade in a single flowing movement. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the massive shield gate, Master Hammer's prized artifact, fell apart in two perfectly clean sections. The cuts were so precise that the pieces balanced for a moment before gravity claimed them. Hoggoth. Mordo breathed. Extraordinary. Wong exclaimed, typing frantically on his tablet. Caecilius simply stared. Master Hammer looked stunned, staring at the remains of his masterwork shield. And Jay was cursing intensely. Damn it, he muttered, holding up his sheath upside down. The practice katana had been reduced to fine metal powder that was now trickling out of the bottom like sand from an hourglass. I ruined a perfectly good katana. My aura points are definitely in the negative now. The master stared at him in bewilderment. You just casually destroyed one of the most powerful defensive artifacts in Kamartaj's arsenal, Wong pointed out, and you're worried about a practice sword. Jay shrugged. Well, when you put it that way, I guess my priorities might be a little skewed. The Ancient One stepped forward, and something in her expression made everyone fall silent. Your attack capabilities, absorption powers, physical enhancement, healing aura, and danger sense are all areas we need to focus on developing. Jay, you may return to your quarters and rest. From tomorrow onward, you will rarely have the luxury of leisure time. The seriousness in her voice was unmistakable. This wasn't a casual training program they were discussing. This was preparation for something significant. Jay bowed again to the assembled masters. Thank you for your guidance. I won't waste the opportunity. As he left the training hall, he could hear the masters beginning to discuss what they'd witnessed, their voices carrying a mix of amazement, concern, and calculation. Whatever they had planned for him, it was going to push him harder than anything he'd experienced. Chapter 96, Forged in Discipline. A/N, here's your weekly bonus chapter. Share your thoughts on this training montage. 2.5 months had passed in what felt like the blink of an eye, though Jay's body told a different story. When the Ancient One had warned that he would rarely have leisure time, she hadn't been exaggerating. Every muscle, every reflex, every thought had been honed and refined through relentless training. His days had fallen into a rhythm that was both punishing and oddly comforting. Each day began in the pre-dawn darkness of the Himalayas, where the Ancient One waited, teaching him meditation. These weren't simple breathing exercises anymore. Under her guidance, Jay had learned to sink into meditative states so deep that his consciousness seemed to expand beyond the boundaries of his physical form. Your danger sense is crude right now. It warns you of immediate threats, but it could become so much more. In the deepest meditation, past and future blur together. You could sense dangers that haven't even formed yet. Week by week, Jay felt the transformation. His danger sense evolved from simple precognition into something approaching temporal awareness. During one breakthrough session, he'd sensed an attack that wouldn't come for 3 full seconds, giving him time to not just dodge but completely reposition for a counterstrike. His mental processing underwent similar enhancement. Where once his thoughts had been quick but linear, now they branched like lightning, exploring multiple solution paths simultaneously. His eidetic memory became perfect, not just recording information but cross-referencing it instantly with everything else he'd ever learned. Fascinating, the Ancient One had murmured after Jay successfully recalled and connected 17 different mystical principles from texts he'd read weeks apart. Your mind is becoming a true weapon. The tactile memory improvement was perhaps the most remarkable. Jay could now perform any physical technique perfectly after experiencing it continuously. Master Mordo's training went far beyond simple combat techniques. He was sculpting Jay into a fighter whose supernatural abilities weren't add-ons to his martial arts, but integral parts of a unified whole. Forget everything you think you know about fighting. You are not a human with powers. You are a new type of being entirely. Your molecular absorption isn't a defensive technique. It's part of your skeletal structure now. Your tachyon manipulation isn't a weapon. It's an extension of your nervous system. Under Mordo's relentless instruction, Jay had achieved beginner's mastery in 17 fighting styles: Kung Fu, Karate, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Krav Maga, Kalarippayattu, Capoeira, Aikido, Judo, Taekwondo, Wing Chun, Systema, Savat, Silat, Eskrima, Sambo, and even the ancient Kamartaj fighting forms that had no names in any earthly language. But more importantly, he learned to weave his powers through each style seamlessly. Perfect, Mordo had said after Jay executed a flawless combination that transitioned from Capoeira's flowing kicks enhanced with molecular absorption of the ground's solidity, into rapid strikes, his daggers wrapped in tachyon energy. You're no longer using abilities. You are your abilities. Wong's lessons proved invaluable. While he couldn't perform magic himself, understanding its theoretical foundations gave him insights that transformed him from a powerful brawler into a strategic combatant. Magic follows rules. Even chaos magic has patterns. Dark magic leaves traces. Dimensional energy has signatures. Learn these, and you'll never be caught off guard by a sorcerer again. Jay threw himself into the ancient texts with scholarly dedication. He memorized the 17 classical spell components, the 43 known dimensional energy signatures, and the intricate relationships between different magical traditions. He learned to identify cursed objects by their mystical resonance, to recognize dark magic contamination, and to create herbal remedies that could counteract specific supernatural ailments. His research sometimes wandered into adjacent topics. Mystical barriers, fortification wards, the theoretical vulnerabilities in magically reinforced strongholds. Academic curiosity, he told himself, though his notes on certain Eastern European defensive systems were remarkably detailed. But Wang's most valuable lesson was this: a sorcerer drawing power from the dark dimension will have enhanced strength but reduced speed. Someone channeling energy from the mirror dimension can manipulate space, but becomes vulnerable to physical attacks. Every magical tradition has strengths and weaknesses. Jay's mind devoured this information. He created detailed battle plans for confronting different types of mystical opponents, identified optimal strategies for disrupting various ritual magic, and even developed several alchemical compounds that could neutralize specific supernatural threats. Remarkable, Wang had said after Jay successfully identified and prepared a counteragent for a particularly obscure Celtic curse. You may not be able to cast spells, but you understand magic better than some practitioners who've studied for years. Master Hammer's training focused on the most challenging aspect of Jay's development, using multiple powers simultaneously in complex combinations. Where other masters taught individual techniques, Hammer taught harmony. Your powers want to work together. But you keep them separate, like orchestra musicians who refuse to listen to each other. Learn to conduct your inner symphony. The training was grueling. Hammer would create scenarios that required Jay to use 3, 4, or even 5 different abilities at once. Dodge attacks while absorbing material properties, while maintaining tachyon fields, while processing tactical information, while healing from damage. Initially, Jay's attempts were clumsy and exhausting. The breakthrough came during their conversation about Hammer's missing hand. When Jay offered to heal the injury, Hammer's response had been profound. This injury is precisely the reason I sought out Kamartaj. I was an officer before this happened. Lost everything I thought defined me. But here, I learned that limitations can become advantages if you approach them correctly. He gestured to a complex mandala he was maintaining with his single hand. I can't perform two-handed gestures, so I developed techniques that require only one. They're actually more efficient than traditional methods. My disability forced innovation. Your normal is not everyone's normal, Jay. What seems abnormal to you may be completely natural to someone else. True mastery comes not from eliminating all limitations, but from transcending them. That lesson transformed Jay's approach. Instead of fighting his power limitations, he began working with them creatively. When he couldn't use tachyon manipulation and molecular absorption at full strength simultaneously, he learned to alternate them in rapid succession, creating combinations that were more effective than either power alone. His greatest achievement under Hammer's tutelage was developing what they called power weaving, techniques where his abilities enhanced each other in cascading effects. His danger sense could guide his healing aura to repair damage he hadn't even consciously noticed. Caecilius remained the most enigmatic instructor, but his lessons were perhaps the most immediately practical. While other masters taught Jay to fight, Caecilius taught him to wage war. Individual combat is a luxury. Real threats come with armies, backup plans, and resources you can't imagine. Power means nothing without strategy. Their training took 2 forms. First, actual missions where Jay learned to apply his abilities in real-world scenarios. They hunted rogue vampires in the Romanian mountains. They investigated dimensional incursions in remote Tibetan villages, where his danger sense proved invaluable in detecting unstable breaches. But the tactical training was equally valuable. Caecilius taught Jay to think like a general, not just a warrior. How to identify enemy weaknesses. How to exploit environmental advantages. How to turn an opponent's strength against them. Your power theft ability isn't just about gaining abilities. It's about denying them to your enemies. In the right circumstances, that denial could be more valuable than the power you gain. Jay learned to approach every situation with multiple contingency plans. When they encountered a cult attempting to open a portal to the dark dimension, Jay didn't just attack directly. He identified their power source, located their escape routes, and predicted their likely responses to various types of interference before making his first move. Late nights and in hidden corners, Jay had been secretly training his own techniques he planned to use as future contingency. Every 2 weeks, all 4 masters would convene for a comprehensive evaluation. These sessions had evolved from simple skill assessments into elaborate challenges designed to push Jay beyond his known limits. The masters had recently begun incorporating mystique energy defenses into their tests, which Jay's tachyon manipulation couldn't penetrate. They incorporated portals and mirror dimension techniques, forcing Jay to fight in environments where the laws of physics shifted without warning. His danger sense proved crucial here, as it could detect illusions even when his other senses were confused by impossible geometry. The most challenging tests required Jay to combine powers in ways that pushed his adaptive power perk to its limits. During one memorable session, he'd simultaneously used his healing aura to repair himself from constant damage and coordinated all of this through his enhanced danger sense while fighting projections of Master Hammer at once. Today found Jay in his usual morning meditation with the Ancient One. The familiar peace of the mountains surrounded them. You have mastered nearly everything we could teach you, given your unique limitations. That alone is remarkably commendable. Few students have progressed so far in such a short time. Jay felt a surge of pride at the praise, but her expression grew more serious. The only significant problem remaining is your inability to defend against potent mystical energies or negate them entirely. Additionally, our secret sessions to improve your dark force manipulation are nearing their practical limits. I cannot always be available for such training, as there has been a growing trend of rogue vampires and other mystical monsters attacking civilians across the globe. Jay hummed thoughtfully. He was aware of his limitations, but he'd been working on solutions in secret. He'd identified not one but two possible ways to overcome his mystical vulnerabilities. I'm planning to leave Camartage in a few weeks, he said finally. There was something in his tone, not quite cold, but purposeful. A quiet determination. Before I go, I need to ask a favor of my teacher. The Ancient One's expression grew wary. She sighed. What is it, child? Can I use your time stone? I just need to. Thwack. The familiar and terrifying newspaper materialized and struck him before he could finish the sentence. Do not ask for such precious artifacts that the entire universe would wage wars to possess as casually as you might request candy from a shop. Jay rubbed his head ruefully, but he couldn't suppress a grin. Even after months of training, some things never changed. All I need is to look at the alternate timelines that might have been created by my presence here, so I can better plan for acquiring my next abilities. I'm not asking to keep it or anything. The Ancient One's lips twitched, but then her expression shifted to something almost mischievous. Very well, she said, and Jay's head snapped up in surprise. There will be a test next week. You will fight all the masters simultaneously, save for me, of course. If you can force them to a draw, let alone achieve victory, I will personally show you select alternate timelines using the time stone. Jay blinked, trying to process what she'd just proposed. All of them. At the same time. The Ancient One laughed. Yes, and they will not hold back either. They will use every resource, every technique, every advantage at their disposal to defeat you decisively. Her smile became almost predatory. So what does the good doctor think? Do you agree to these terms? Jay's mind was racing, but beneath the analytical thinking, excitement was building. Fighting all four masters simultaneously would be the ultimate test of everything he'd learned. And honestly, after months of holding back during regular training sessions, he was eager to see what he could really do with the new techniques he had developed. Internally, he smiled. The Ancient One was clearly underestimating how much he'd grown during his time here. But externally, he put on his best nervous, uncertain expression. All of them, he repeated, allowing a slight tremor to enter his voice. Even Caecilius and Master Mordo together? Yes. And you're sure they won't hold back? They will fight as if their lives depended on victory. Jay took a deep breath, then nodded with apparent reluctance. I'll need to train non-stop for the entire week. Push myself harder than ever before. He stood, squaring his shoulders. But I accept your challenge, Ancient One. The Ancient One watched him leave with an amused expression, already composing the mental summons she would send to the other masters. This would be interesting. Jay had grown tremendously during his time at Camartage, but taking on Mordo, Wong, Hammer, and Caecilius simultaneously. Even she wasn't entirely certain how such a battle would unfold. As Jay walked through the corridors back to his quarters, his nervous expression gradually transformed into something much more confident. A week of preparation. A chance to show everything he'd learned. And if he won, access to the Time Stone's revelations about alternate possibilities. The masters had taught him well. Now it was time to show them just how good a student he'd been. Chapter 97, Return of the Symbol Eye. A/N, alright guys, I'm trying something new. Instead of chasing a specific rank, bonus chapters will now drop based on the total power stones we collect. So for our first bonus chapter of the week, let's hit a target of 100 power stones. Let's see if we can make it happen. Mid-November brought crisp air to Manhattan. District X stood as a testament to impossible things becoming real, its skeletal infrastructure rising from what had been condemned housing projects. The outer construction zones buzzed with activity, but the heart of the district, the completed community center and residential blocks, hummed with cautious hope. Inside the community center's main hall, Morlocks gathered in numbers that would have been unthinkable months ago. Mask's careful work showed in the crowd. Gone were the most extreme mutations. Scales smoothed to freckles. Extra limbs refined to elegant proportions. They still looked different, unmistakably other, but approachable. Callisto stood near the stage, her white hair pulled back, eye patch polished. She'd kept her scarred appearance, refusing Mask's offer. Someone needs to remember what we survived, she'd said. Caliban fidgeted beside her. Beautiful Dreamer floated calming influences through the assembly, easing the jitters of Morlocks and used to cameras and attention. Outside, barriers held back press crews from every major network. Secret Service agents dotted the perimeter in obvious positions. SHIELD operatives worked less conspicuously, blending with NYPD uniforms. Phil Coulson stood near the ribbon-cutting platform, scanner disguised as a tablet, monitoring everything. Vice President Rodriguez arrived in the presidential motorcade, an honor usually reserved for foreign dignitaries or state funerals. His wife Mariana walked beside him, Diego and Carlos flanking their parents. And between them, holding Hamilton's leash with fierce concentration, walked Jenna Rodriguez. The press went wild. Cameras flashed like lightning. Questions shouted over each other created a wall of noise. Rodriguez raised a hand, and the chaos settled. 3 months ago, my daughter couldn't walk. Today, she runs. His voice carried across the plaza. If miracles can happen for my family, they can happen for anyone. That's what District X represents. Not charity. Not containment. Opportunity. Jenna waved at the cameras. Hamilton barked, tail wagging furiously. Inside the community center, Leach pressed his face against the window. Is that really the vice president's kid? She looks normal. She is normal, Littleman, Mask said quietly. That's the whole damn point. The ribbon stretched across the community center's entrance, bright red against gray concrete. Rodriguez pulled out ceremonial scissors, Jenna holding the other handle. Flash bulbs popped like fireworks. The explosion came without warning. The northeast barrier disintegrated in a ball of fire and shrapnel. Screams erupted. Secret Service threw themselves at Rodriguez. SHIELD agents drew weapons. The press scattered. Armored vehicles roared through the smoking gap, 8 in total. 4 bore crude spray-painted crosses, the others marked with a stylized U that dripped like blood. Friends of Humanity militants poured from the first wave, body armor and assault rifles standard issue for domestic terrorists. They moved with military precision, establishing firing positions, advancing in coordinated squads. The U-men came behind them, and they were something else entirely. Surgical white stained with old blood. Faces hidden behind featureless masks. They carried syringes the size of turkey basters and bone saws that hummed with power. Vermin back in the sewers. The lead FOH militant's voice carried through a bullhorn. Manhattan for humans. Mutant organs for science. A human's modulated voice sent chills down spines. Evolution will be harvested. Callisto's roar cut through the chaos. Get the children inside. Mask, full lockdown. Caliban, find every civilian and get them to the shelters. Morlocks who'd been enjoying their first public celebration scattered. Those with combat experience moved to defensive positions. The rest herded civilians toward reinforced safe rooms. Beautiful Dreamer stood in the center of the plaza, arms spread wide, and 30 militants simply stopped. Their eyes glazed. Rifles lowered. In their minds, they stood in peaceful meadows. But there were too many. A human jabbed her from behind with a taser. She dropped, convulsing. The spell broke. The militants shook off confusion and advanced. Leach darted from the building, panic overriding training. 3 FOH soldiers swung rifles toward the child. Steel rang against concrete. A shield, star-spangled and unmistakable, struck all 3 men in rapid succession. The boomerang path was physics-defying, each ricochet calculated perfectly. It returned to a gloved hand emerging from the crowd. But the hand didn't belong to anyone the world recognized. The men stepped into the light. Tactical suit, no cape, helmet obscuring his features. He caught the shield and moved with fluid grace. Impossible, an FOH militant breathed. Captain America's dead. Frozen. Gone. You're just some asshole in a costume. Another raised his rifle. The costume blurred. Shield met rifle barrel, bent at 90 degrees. An elbow to the face. Leg sweep. Both men down in under 2 seconds. More militants converged. The stranger fought like violence was a language he'd been speaking since birth. Shield work that turned incoming fire into ricochets. Hand-to-hand that left men unconscious before they realized they'd been hit. A human lunged with a bone saw. The shield caught it, trapped it, twisted. The saw shattered. A boot to the chest sent the harvester flying. Who are you? The FOH commander screamed, mag dumping his rifle. The stranger's shield caught every round. When the magazine clicked empty, he stood there, untouched, and pulled off his helmet. Blonde hair. Square jaw. Blue eyes that had seen the world burn and chosen to keep fighting anyway. Steve Rogers looked exactly like the photos in history textbooks, the statues in memorial parks, the men who'd supposedly died 70 years ago. The press went absolutely insane. Every camera swung toward him. News helicopters zoomed lenses. In homes across America, people stopped mid-dinner, coffee cups suspended, mouths hanging open. "Holy Mary, Mother of God," a CNN reporter whispered into her microphone. That's actually him." Steve Rogers' voice carried across the plaza, amplified by every camera, every microphone, reaching millions. "I've been called a lot of things. Symbol. Hero. Propaganda tool. But I'm just a man who believes in something simple." He surveyed the militants, the weapons, the hatred. "Freedom isn't just for people who look like you. Liberty isn't conditional on genetics. These people," he gestured to the Morlocks emerging from cover, "they're Americans. They deserve the same rights I fought for." The FOH commander's face twisted. The real Captain America wouldn't defend freaks. He stood for American values. Purity. Strength. Steve's expression hardened. "Son, I fought Nazis who said exactly the same thing. Wore different uniforms, spoke a different language, but the hatred." He shook his head. "That sounds real familiar. You're a fake. An imposter." "Maybe I am." Steve raised his shield. "Doesn't change what's right." The commander signaled. 40 militants opened fire simultaneously. Steve moved. The shield became a blur of red, white, and blue. Bullets sparked off it in showers of orange. He advanced through the storm, each step calculated, using cover, civilian vehicles, anything to get closer. A militant with a rocket launcher took aim at the community center. Steve threw his shield. It struck the launcher at the perfect angle, sent it skyward. The rocket detonated harmlessly in the air. The shield ricocheted off a lamppost, a fire hydrant, and returned to Steve's hand. But there were too many. For every militant he dropped, 2 more took firing positions. Then the sky lit up with flame. Johnny Storm descended like a comet, arms spread wide, grinning. Flame on. He didn't just throw fire. He conducted it. Walls of flame cut off militant retreat routes. Precision strikes melted weapons without touching the wielders. He pulled heat from the air itself, creating zones where rifles froze too cold to fire. "Sorry we're late." Traffic was murder. The Fantasticar hit the ground behind him, repulsor engines screaming. Ben Grimm, looking startlingly human in khakis and a flannel shirt, full beard making him look like a Brooklyn construction worker, leaped from the vehicle mid-flight. Halfway down, his body shifted. Orange stone erupted across his skin. Mass increased exponentially. When he landed, the street cracked in a 15-foot radius. "It's clobberant time." Ben waded into the U-men's ranks like a wrecking ball. Bone saws shattered against his rocky hide. Tasers did nothing. He grabbed 2 harvesters and knocked them together like coconuts. "Yous wanna harvest something? How about I harvest your teeth?" A human jabbed him with a syringe large enough to tranquilize an elephant. Ben looked down at the needle, bent against his stone arm, and grinned. "That's gonna cost ya." He picked up the harvester and threw him into a nearby FOH vehicle hard enough to leave a man-shaped dent. Sue Storm materialized out of nowhere, force fields blooming like flowers. One caught a grenade mid-flight, contained the explosion to a harmless sphere. Another wrapped around a group of civilians, bullets sparking harmlessly off invisible walls. "Ben, you're 6. She projected a force field ramp. An FOH militant trying to flank found himself sliding backwards on frictionless energy. Reed Richards stretched from the Fantasticar's driver's seat, elastic arms extending impossibly far. He disarmed militants from 50 feet away, plucking weapons from hands like flowers. His body twisted through gunfire, bullets passing through gaps he created in his own torso. The metallurgical composition of their armor is fascinating. Clearly derivative of Stark Industries' early prototypes, but the application of the Reed. Sue shouted. "Fight now, science later." "Right, yes, sorry dear." Storm clouds gathered overhead with impossible speed. Lightning flickered. Wind howled. Aurora Monroe descended on controlled air currents, white hair streaming, eyes glowing pure white. Thunder rolled across Manhattan. "This ends. Now." Lightning struck with surgical precision. Not to kill, but to disable. FOH vehicles' electrical systems fried. Communications went dead. A militant aiming at Steve found his rifle turned to slag in his hands, the bolt jumping harmlessly into the ground beside him. Behind her came the X-Men. Jean Grey levitated a dozen militants simultaneously, their weapons floating away to clatter harmlessly on the ground. Her eyes glowed. "Stay down. I'd really prefer not to scramble anyone's brain today." Colossus landed like a meteor, steel skin gleaming. A human's bone saw struck his chest and shattered. Pyotr grabbed the harvester gently, almost apologetically, and deposited him in a growing pile of unconscious enemies. In Russia, we have saying. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Wolverine hit the ground in a crouch, claws already extended. His grin was absolutely feral. Been too long since I had a good fight. He moved like a blender on legs. Slashing through body armor, vehicle tires, weapon straps. He didn't kill, Callisto had been explicit about that, but the message was clear. These claws could have gone through flesh as easily as Kevlar. Logan, left flank. Cyclops' voice carried tactical precision. Scott Summers' optic blast carved a line across the pavement between militants and civilians. The message was clear: cross this line and things get serious. Stand down. You're outnumbered and outmatched. By freaks. An FOH commander screamed. We'll never. Cyclops' optic blast vaporized the man's rifle, the asphalt beneath his feet, and the will to fight in everyone nearby. I said stand down. The battle turned into a rout. Johnny herded militants with fire walls, giggling the entire time. Come on, guys. At least make it interesting. Ben grabbed an armored vehicle and flipped it onto its side, blocking an escape route. Where you going? Party's just getting started. Storm created a localized tornado that lifted U-Men vehicles and deposited them gently, if firmly, into a pile. Jean simply held 30 people in the air, their struggles futile. Steve Rogers worked through the chaos with brutal efficiency. Shield strikes. Pressure points. Joint locks that left militants screaming. He fought the way a master craftsman worked, every move perfect, nothing wasted. A human lunged at Leech with a syringe. Steve's shield took the harvester's legs out. A spinning kick to the head. The human dropped. Steve scooped up Leech without breaking stride. You okay, son? Leech nodded, wide-eyed. You're really him. You're really Captain America. Yeah, kid. I really am. Chapter 98, Return of the Symbol 2. A/N, alright guys, let's aim for 100 power stones to unlock that bonus chapter. Behind the VP's protection detail, Tony Stark's armor screamed across the sky. He'd been in the air within seconds of the first explosion, JARVIS feeding him tactical data. Sir, I'm detecting elevated heart rates among the Vice President's security detail. 3 show signs of hostile intent. Tony's HUD highlighted them in red. Of course there are traitors. Why wouldn't there be traitors? He dropped like a red and gold meteor. Repulsors fired, non-lethal settings, but the impact sent 3 Secret Service agents flying. They hit the ground hard, zip ties deploying automatically from Tony's armor. JARVIS, scan for more. Full sweep. 2 more approaching the Vice President's daughter, sir. Tony pivoted. 2 agents had broken formation, moving toward Jenna with hands inside their jackets. The armor's chest plate opened. A concentrated sonic pulse knocked them flat. More zip ties. Jenna stood there, Hamilton's leash in one hand, totally calm. Hi Mr. Stark. Tony's faceplate lifted, revealing his grin. Hey kiddo. You remember me. You were at my house when the nice doctor made me better. She threw her arms around his armor's leg, hugging cold metal. Are the bad guys gone yet? Working on it, sweetheart. Tony gently guided her behind him. Mr. Vice President. If you could kindly get behind the walking tank, that'd be fantastic. Rodriguez, Mariana, Diego, and Carlos hurried behind Iron Man's protective bulk. Hamilton barked heroically at enemies too far away to actually threaten anyone. The battle wound down. Militants surrendered or got subdued. U-Men harvester vans were seized. SHIELD agents emerged from concealment, zip-tying prisoners, cataloging weapons. Callisto stormed across the plaza, Caliban trailing nervously. She got in Coulson's face, eye-to-eye patch, finger jabbing his chest. How the FUCK did 40 militants with heavy weapons get through your perimeter? You promised protection. You promised security. Miss Callisto, I assure you. Your assurances are SHIT. She turned on the NYPD captain. And you? Where were your patrol units? Your checkpoints? The captain stammered. We had reports of a gas leak 3 blocks over. Dispatch sent units to evacuate. A fake call. Coulson's jaw tightened. Drawing resources away from the actual target. Steve moved beside them, voice low. Inside job. Coulson met his eyes. Understanding passed between them. Hydra. Coulson's eye widened. Looking more likely. Steve's expression hardened. They've been waiting for an opportunity like this. High-profile target, emotional trigger, and maximum chaos. Steve's face became stone. They're using FOH and U men as proxies. Let the extremists take the fall while Hydra's hands stay clean. The press had recovered from their initial shock. Cameras surrounded Steve in a hungry semicircle. Questions fired like bullets. Captain Rogers, how are you alive? Is this some kind of publicity stunt? Why reveal yourself now? Are you really going to protect mutants? Steve raised a hand. Silence fell like snow. He stood there, tactical suit torn, shield now bloody. Behind him, the community center stood intact. Morlocks emerged from shelter, tentatively, hope warring with fear. I'm going to answer your questions. But first, let me be clear about something. He turned, surveying the assembled heroes. The Fantastic Four. The X-Men. Iron Man, Morlocks standing proud despite their fear. I spent 70 years frozen in ice. Dreaming. In those dreams, I was still fighting. Still trying to get home. Still believing that when I finally woke up, I'd find the America I fought for. The one worth dying for. His voice grew stronger. When I woke up, I found a world that's forgotten what we fought against. Forgotten why it mattered. I've watched news broadcasts calling for mutant registration. Internment camps. Solutions to the mutant problem. The press hung on every word. I fought the Nazis because they divided humanity into worthy and unworthy. Because they decided that some lives mattered less. Because they chose fear over compassion. Steve's eyes scanned the cameras. If you think I've been asleep so long that I can't recognize the same poison in different bottles, you're wrong. An FOH militant, zip-tied and bleeding, shouted from the ground. You're supposed to represent American values. Not freaks. Steve walked over. Crouched down. Looked the men in the eye. I represent the America that's worth fighting for. The one that's supposed to be a beacon. A promise. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for everyone, not just the people who look like you. He stood, addressing the cameras again. I've been asked if I'm really Steve Rogers. If this is some trick. And honestly. He shrugged. Believe what you want. Run your DNA tests, your facial recognition, whatever makes you feel better. But here's what matters more than my identity. Steve's voice grew intense. Everything I fought for, every friend I lost, every mile I marched, it was for a principle. That all people, regardless of what makes them different, deserve dignity. Deserve rights. Deserve to live without fear. He gestured to the Morlocks. These people aren't threats. They're neighbors. They're Americans. And if you can't see that, if you look at a child like Leach and see something to fear instead of someone to protect, then you haven't learned a damn thing from history. Captain Rogers. A reporter pushed forward. Are you saying you support the mutant agenda? Steve's laugh was sharp. There's no mutant agenda. There's just people trying to live their lives. If that's an agenda, then yeah, I support it. But what about the danger? The Brotherhood attacks. The incidents. What about them? Steve's tone hardened. Should we judge all humans by the actions of the Red Skull? By Hydra? By these militants who just tried to murder children? He shook his head. Every group has extremists. You don't condemn entire populations for the actions of a few. Another reporter, how do you know you can trust them? How do they know they can trust us? Steve countered. We've hunted them. Experimented on them. Forced them to hide underground just to survive. And despite all that, they're still here, still trying to build something better. His respect was obvious. That takes more courage than I've seen in most soldiers. Tony landed beside him, faceplate up. You know, Cap, for someone who's been an ice cube for 70 years, you're pretty good with press conferences. Some things you don't forget. Steve's smile was tight. Like fascism wearing a friendly face. Johnny Storm floated down, flame extinguished, grinning. Cap, we finally meet again. Can I get a selfie later? You know, for the gram. Johnny, read the room, Sue hissed. What? We just fought terrorists. We should celebrate. Ben lumbered over, still in his thing form, orange stone gleaming. Kid's got a point. We won. Bad guys are zip-tied. Nobody died. He extended a rocky hand towards Steve. Storm floated down with regal grace, wind settling around her. Captain Rogers. The professor sends his regards. Tell Charles the First appreciate the backup. Steve surveyed the X-Men. All of you. This could have gone very differently. Scott Summers stepped forward, visor gleaming. We protect our own. District X is under X-Men protection now, whether the government likes it or not. Jenna Rodriguez wiggled free from her father's protective grasp and marched straight up to Steve, Hamilton trotting beside her. She planted herself in front of Captain America, hands on hips. Are you really 90 years old? You don't look 90. Steve's serious expression cracked. He crouched down to her level. The ice kept me young. It's like a really, really long nap. That's silly. She giggled. Naps don't last 70 years. This one did. She considered this. Okay. Can I pet your shield? Steve unstrapped it, held it out. Jenna ran her fingers over the star, the scratches, the dents from today's battle. It's not shiny like Mr. Stark's armor. It's seen a lot of fights. Like you. Yeah. Like me. Jenna looked up at him. Thank you for protecting us. And for protecting the mutant kids. My daddy says protecting people who need help is what heroes do. Steve glanced at Rodriguez, who nodded. Your daddy's right. Mr. Stark. Jenna turned to Tony. Where's the doctor? Tony looked down at her. He's traveling. Seeing the world. Oh. Jenna's face fell. I wanted to thank him. And show him how fast I can run now. He knows, sweetheart. Trust me, he knows. Coulson coordinated shield cleanup. Body cameras cataloged evidence. Forensics teams swarmed FOH vehicles. UMAN equipment got bagged and tagged for analysis. We'll need statements from everyone, Coulson told Steve. For the record. Rodriguez approached Steve, hand extended. Captain Rogers. Thank you. For my daughter, for my family, for all of this. Steve shook firmly. Just doing my job, Mr. Vice President. Your job. Rodriguez laughed. You saved my daughter's life twice in one day. That's above and beyond any job description. Someone needed to. Steve glanced at Jenna, now playing with Hamilton. She's got a good dad. Don't let politics make you forget that. I won't. Rodriguez's voice carried new steel. District X has my full support. Whatever it takes, however long it takes, this project succeeds. Good man. The press conference ran for another hour. Steve answered questions with patient directness. Yes, he was really Steve Rogers. No, he wasn't affiliated with any political party. Yes, he'd work with both mutants and humans to protect innocent people. No, he wasn't planning to run for office. I'm a soldier, not a politician, Steve said. I fight for principles, not polls. As the sun set over District X, painting the sky in oranges and purples, the heroes gathered near the Fantasticar. The X-Men prepared to depart. Tony's armor gleamed in the fading light. Johnny couldn't contain himself anymore. Okay, but seriously, Captain America is back in public and this was the coolest comeback ever. Johnny, volume, Sue reminded him. I'm just saying. This is historic. Ben chuckled. Kid's got a point. Today's gonna be in history books. The day Captain America came back. They'll make movies. God, I hope they cast someone handsome to play me, Tony muttered. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the sun sink lower. Jenna Rodriguez tugged on Tony's armor, Hamilton panting beside her. Mr. Stark. When the doctor comes back from traveling, will you tell him something from me? Tony crouched down, faceplate retracting. Yeah, kiddo. I'll tell him. Tell him I'm going to be a runner now. Maybe even run for president like Daddy. She giggled at her own joke, then grew serious. And tell him I remember what he said. About being brave. She hugged his armored leg again, then skipped back to her family. Hamilton barked and chased her. The X-Men departed in dramatic fashion. Storm's winds carried her skyward. Jean levitated herself and Scott. Colossus and Wolverine loaded into the X-Jet that had been hovering on stealth mode. Within moments, they were gone. The Fantasticar lifted off shortly after. Johnny waved at the crowd like a celebrity. Ben gave Steve a respectful nod. Reed and Sue left with thoughtful expressions. Tony's armor stood beside Steve in the plaza. Around them, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents continued cleanup. Morlocks emerged fully now, surveying damage, already planning repairs. Callisto extended her hand. Welcome to District X, Captain. Anytime you need backup, you've got an army of sewer rats ready to fight. Steve shook her hand, grinning. I'll hold you to that. As darkness fell completely, lights flickered on across District X, generator powered for now, but plans existed for full electrical integration. The community center glowed warmly. Apartment windows showed life, movement, normalcy. Above them, news helicopters circled, broadcasting everything to millions. Captain America's return. The battle at District X. The vice president's daughter walking. The Fantastic Four and X-Men standing together. The world was changing. Again. Always. In Camartage, halfway around the world, Jay sat in the library surrounded by ancient tomes. Wong had given him access to restricted sections, texts on netherdimensional entities and their summoning protocols. His phone buzzed. A text from Bobby, "You watching this?" Jay pulled up a news stream. Saw Steve Rogers, shield raised, making his stand. Saw heroes fighting together. Saw Jenna Rodriguez playing with her dog, walking, running, living. A small smile crossed his face. Looks like everything went accordingly to how I assumed it would. He set his phone aside and returned to his reading and prepared for his final test. The tome in front of him detailed summoning circles for nether demons. He'd need to master these before attempting anything more complex. Before facing him. The night stretched on. News cycles continued. Debates raged. But beneath it all, something fundamental had shifted. Captain America stood with mutants. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. New threats. New impossible choices. But tonight, District X stood. A/N, this one's a big chapter and took a lot of work to get the character moments and Cap's reveal just right. Really curious to hear what you guys think. Chapter 99, The Final Test. A/N, since you mad lads went ahead and did it. This bonus chapter is yours, also the next target for another bonus chapter is 300 Power Stones. Midday sun streamed through ancient windows as every student, practitioner, and available master gathered in the central combat hall. The air hummed with anticipation. From the youngest novices to the most senior practitioners, all had been invited to observe what the Ancient One proclaimed would be a demonstration of the eternal struggle between tradition and innovation. The hall had been prepared with meticulous care. Protective wards lined every surface, golden inscriptions pulsing with contained energy. The stone floor bore intricate mandalas designed to channel massive mystical forces. Even the air seemed thicker, charged with potential. "Settle yourselves," the Ancient One commanded. She stood at the center, serene and powerful in her yellow robes. "Today you will witness something remarkable. A contest between the refined mystical arts that have protected reality for millennia, and the raw, adaptive power that represents the new generation of protectors." She gestured to her left, where 4 figures emerged from shimmering portals. Master Hammer stepped through first, his expression calm but alert, the stump of his missing hand tucked into his robes. His remaining hand already traced subtle preparatory gestures. Wong followed, and for once, the usually reserved keeper of the library was playing to the crowd. He raised his arms like a wrestler entering an arena, drawing cheers and laughter. His normally serious demeanor cracked just enough to show a grin. Master Mordo emerged with the confidence of a seasoned warrior. The staff of the living tribunal materialized in his grip with a flash of mystical light. His dark eyes swept the crowd once before fixing on the center of the hall. Finally came Caecilius, and his discomfort with the spectacle was written clearly across his sharp features. His lips were pressed into a thin line, his pale eyes darting between the cheering students and the Ancient One. The Ancient One smiled at their varied reactions, then turned to gesture toward the opposite side. "And now, your fellow student." Jay stepped through the corridor doorway. The first thing everyone noticed was the music. A portable speaker rested on his shoulder, blasting an energetic Japanese track. The driving beat and soaring vocals of Inner Light from Hajime no Ippo filled the hall. Jay walked with measured steps toward the center, seemingly unbothered by the hundreds of eyes fixed upon him. When he reached his position, he lowered the speaker and removed his traveling cloak with a dramatic flourish that drew appreciative murmurs. Underneath, he wore traditional camartage robes, but the sight drew gasps of recognition. The fabric was deep midnight blue, nearly black, with silver threading. These weren't student robes. They were the ceremonial garments of a full practitioner. But it was the weapon across his back that made every mystically sensitive person in the hall take an unconscious step backward. The katana's presence was like a cold wine through the soul. Even sheathed, it radiated an aura that spoke of violence, of darkness given form and purpose. Several younger students shivered. The Ancient One's eyes fixed on the weapon with interest, a small smile playing at her lips. "The rules are simple," the Ancient One announced. "This combat will be non-lethal. Victory conditions are as follows: either the 4 masters succeed in defeating or forcing the surrender of their opponent, or Jay accomplishes the reverse against all 4 simultaneously." She paused. Murmurs rippled through the assembled crowd. 4 masters. Simultaneously. Additionally, I want every observer to pay close attention to what unfolds here. You are witnessing the evolution of mystical combat, the meeting point between ancient wisdom and adaptive innovation. Learn well. Without further ceremony, she began weaving the complex gestures required to shift their reality. The air around them shimmered, twisted, and suddenly they were no longer in the normal combat hall. The mirror dimension version was vast beyond the original's limits, its impossible architecture stretching away. The assembled observers found themselves seated in tiered galleries that hadn't existed moments before. Jay set his speaker down carefully, letting his playlist shuffle to the next track. The driving rhythm continued. "Any last words?" Master Mordo called out, settling into his combat stance. Jay's response was to reach for his adamantium bullet and activate Carl Creel's power. The transformation was immediate. His entire form shifted from flesh to gleaming adamantium. But he didn't stop there. His arms began to elongate and reshape, flowing like liquid metal until they terminated in perfectly balanced blades. Then came the tachyon field. Silver distortion wrapped around his transformed arms. The combination was breathtaking and terrifying. Weapons that could cut through anything, wielded by someone whose body was unbreakable. The four masters exchanged glances. "Showtime," Jay said, his metallic voice ringing like struck steel. The Ancient One raised her hand. "Begin." Caecilius and Mordo exploded into motion. Caecilius' hands moved in rapid, precise gestures, and suddenly the air around Jay filled with dozens of crackling energy whips. At the same moment, Mordo launched himself forward, the staff of the living tribunal extending to twice its normal length. Jay's danger sense painted the incoming attacks across his consciousness. He could see every trajectory, every point where the attacks would intersect, every microsecond window of opportunity. His bladed arms swept in wide arcs, the adamantium blades blocking Caecilius' energy constructs while deflecting Mordo's staff strike in a shower of sparks. But instead of retreating, Jay pressed forward, his metallic feet leaving deep gouges in the mirror dimension's crystal floor. Mordo barely got his staff up in time to block a strike that would have taken his head off. The impact sent him skidding backward, his boots smoking from friction. Caecilius conjured a portal directly in Jay's path, but Jay simply sidestepped the dimensional gateway itself. "Impressive," Wong called out, and suddenly the floor beneath Jay's feet turned to quicksand. "But can you fight what you cannot touch?" Jay sank up to his knees before his enhanced strength let him leap clear, but the momentary distraction was all the masters needed. Mordo struck from the left. Caecilius attacked from the right. Both attacks would have connected if Jay hadn't suddenly sprouted additional arms. His adamantium form flowed like liquid metal, creating two extra appendages that caught both masters' strikes simultaneously. The impact rang through the hall like cathedral bells, but Jay held firm, using his multiple limbs to grapple both opponents while his original arms remained free to counterattack. The crowd erupted in amazed cheers. Several students were openly taking notes. But while this dramatic exchange had captured everyone's attention, Wong and Hammer had been working quietly at the edges. Their hands moved in perfect synchronization, weaving identical patterns that began to resonate with each other. Jay's danger sense suddenly screamed a warning. The threat wasn't immediate. It was building, growing, becoming something that would soon be unstoppable. His enhanced vision swept the hall and found the source. Master Hammer knelt at the far end, his single hand tracing intricate patterns. But Jay's mystical education let him recognize the runes taking shape. Sanskrit characters that pulsed with power drawn from dimensional sources. The Vishanti. They were opening a conduit to the Vishanti's dimension directly. Jay's tactical mind instantly grasped the implications. The mystical energy from that realm would create a passive environmental effect that would steadily weaken him while simultaneously boosting every sorcerer in the area. Worse, the energy itself would be toxic to someone without proper mystical defenses. Most fighters would have panicked, tried to disrupt the ritual before it could complete. But Jay had spent months learning from the Ancient One, and one of her most important lessons echoed in his mind: sometimes the best response to an enemy's plan is to let them think it's working. Instead of breaking off his attacks on Mordo and Caecilius, Jay pressed harder. His forearms moved in patterns that seemed impossible, striking from angles that shouldn't have been humanly possible while his tachyon-enhanced blades carved through their defenses. Caecilius, growing frustrated, decided to end things with overwhelming force. His hands wove the patterns for advanced portal combat, and suddenly, the space around Jay exploded with dimensional gateways. Each one was positioned to create an infinite falling loop. It was a technique that had defeated dragons and demon lords. Jay was already moving before the portals fully formed. His danger sense guided him through the maze of gateways. But instead of simply avoiding them, he struck out with his tachyon-enhanced blades while his evasive dancing brought him directly into Master Mordo's guard. The staff of the living tribunal came up in a desperate block, but Jay's four-armed assault was too much. Two bladed arms locked the staff in place while the other two swept in from opposite directions. Mordo threw himself backward, but not quickly enough. Twin lines of crimson appeared across both of his forearms where Jay's tachyon fields had sliced through his defenses and drawn first blood. The hall fell silent except for the continuing soundtrack. Wong and Hammer completed their ritual at that precise moment. Golden light erupted from the sky, bathing the four masters in energy that made them glow like minor suns. Instantly, their wounds healed, their stamina returned, and their mystical reserves refilled. At the same time, a crushing pressure descended on Jay. His adamantium form began to smoke as the alien energies worked against his enhanced physiology. His breathing became labored, and his movements slowed. The environmental assault was doing exactly what it was designed to do. The four masters, now refreshed and empowered, moved to surround their apparently defeated opponent. Victory was within their grasp. That was when they saw Jay's smile. It wasn't the grin of a beaten man. It was the predatory expression of someone who'd been holding back. My turn. Chapter 100, the day Kamartaj witnessed the impossible. A/N, we are finally at chapter 100. All I can say is thanks for being a part of this journey with me. The four masters, now refreshed and empowered, moved to surround their apparently defeated opponent. Victory was within their grasp. That was when they saw Jay's smile. It wasn't the grin of a beaten man. It was the predatory expression of someone who'd been holding back. My turn. He closed his eyes and reached for two abilities that none of the masters had ever seen him use in combination. First came Kim Il-sung's functionality manipulation, the power he'd stolen from the South Korean M-gang leader months ago. Under the constant pressure of his adaptive power perk and the intensive training at Kamartaj, the ability had evolved far beyond its original limitations. Then his power theft ability's null field expanded to its maximum 50-foot radius. Separately, neither power would have been enough to turn the tide. But Jay had spent weeks in secret, learning to weave them together into something entirely new. The null field deployed first, creating a sphere of power nullification centered on Jay's position, even though it could not interfere with mystics. The masters felt it immediately, though they weren't affected at all. Then Jay incorporated Kim Il-sung's evolved functionality manipulation into the null field. What happened next shocked everyone in the hall, including the Ancient One. The mystical formations that Wong and Hammer had so carefully constructed, and not just the central ritual circle, but the boundary protections, even the basic environmental regulators, began to develop cracks. But these weren't physical cracks. They were functional ones. The formations didn't break. They began to work backwards. Energy that should have flowed toward the masters began to flow away from them. Protective circles became conductive rings that drained power instead of containing it. The environmental pressure that had been crushing Jay suddenly reversed, now pressing down on his opponents instead. Impossible, Hammer breathed, staring at the spreading dysfunction. The central ritual circle simply collapsed, its carefully constructed matrices unraveling. The backlash hit the masters simultaneously, draining away not just their enhanced reserves but leaving them weaker than they'd been at the start. Jay straightened as the oppressive atmosphere lifted, his adamantium form gleaming, his breathing easy. You wanted to see mystical arts versus conventional power, Jay said. But what you're really seeing is the evolution of power itself. The masters found themselves in a position they'd never experienced. Their carefully constructed advantages turned into active disadvantages, their teamwork disrupted by the simple fact that they could no longer trust their magical ritual to provide buffs. For the first time in the fight, Jay reached for the weapon across his back. The sound of Murasama being drawn was crystal clear. The katana's black metal seemed to absorb light itself, and the moment it cleared its sheath, the oppressive aura that had been contained was released. Every person in the hall felt a chill. This was the feeling of standing next to something that existed purely to end life. But Jay wasn't finished with his reveals. He released his adamantium form, letting Carl Creel's power shift into something entirely different. Instead of absorbing the properties of a metal, he absorbed the properties of the weapon itself. The transformation was stunning. Jay's entire body became black as midnight with a red sheen that seemed to move beneath his skin like flowing blood. Red lightning crackled around him. His eyes became pits of crimson light, and when he moved, after images of dark energy trailed behind him. If Jay could see himself now, he would see how closely he resembled Armament Hockey from One Piece. Magnificent, the Ancient One murmured, though her expression was troubled. She could sense the weapon's nature now. Not just its cutting ability, but its fundamental opposition to all mystical forces. But Jay had spent months bonding with Murasama, feeding it small amounts of his negative emotions while learning to master its hunger. The weapon had accepted him as its true wielder and soul-bounded to him. The combination of his absorbed properties and his null field created something unprecedented, a warrior who radiated anti-mystical energy so intensely that mystical energy itself seemed to bend away from him. Now, Jay said, raising Murasama to a ready position, let's finish this properly. The masters tried to regroup, but their coordination was shattered. Kaisalius conjured his strongest mystical barriers. But Jay cut through them like paper. The blade, enhanced by Murasama's anti-mystical properties and further boosted by the weapon's ability to feed on negative emotions, simply negated the barrier's existence. Master Hammer threw up his most powerful defensive construct again, but now improved from their last fight, a barrier that had once withstood the breath weapon of an actual dragon. Jay's blade passed through it without slowing down, the edge of Murasama opening a clean line across Hammer's chest that sent the master stumbling backwards. The wound wasn't deep. Jay had pulled the strike. But the message was clear. One down, Jay said, spinning to face his remaining opponents. CYOA, desperate now, began weaving portal after portal, trying to use dimensional displacement to throw Jay off balance. But Jay had learned from their earlier exchange. Instead of avoiding the portals, he struck directly at them with Murasama. The sight that followed was breathtaking and terrifying. Each portal, when cut by the anti-mystical blade, split cleanly in half. For a brief moment, impossible worlds were visible. Half-gateways that showed bisected views of other dimensions before the disrupted magic caused them to collapse. The effect looked like space itself was being edited. CYOA stared at the impossible sight, his concentration completely shattered. Jay stepped forward and delivered a headbutt that his Murasama-enhanced form made absolutely devastating. The impact sent the master crashing to the ground, unconscious. 2 down. Wong and Mordo exchanged glances and nodded grimly. If they were going down, they'd do it together, fighting with everything they had left. Both masters began channeling their most powerful techniques simultaneously. Wong called upon mystic forces that would serve as an all-or-nothing attack, while Mordo drew on the cosmic energies that powered the staff of the living tribunal. Their combined assault would have been enough to level city blocks. But Jay was no longer thinking tactically. The trauma from his enhancement procedure, the pain of his breakup with Domino, the rejection he'd faced from the Fantastic Four, the video of Doom casually devastating his life, the soul-crushing monotony and agony of his previous life in the hospital. All of it came flooding back at once, feeding directly into Murasama's hunger for emotional darkness, forming an endless feedback loop. The weapon's power spiked beyond anything Jay had previously experienced. Red lightning began arcing between his fingers, his eyes blazed like crimson stars, and when he raised the blade, the very air around it began to distort. Jay moved into a fluid stance that combined elements from every martial art he'd learned at Kamartaj. His breathing fell into the rhythm the Ancient One had taught him. His muscles coiled with the precision Master Mordo had drilled into him. Then he swung. The technique was reminiscent of Getsuga Tensho from Bleach, but this was no mere imitation. This was something entirely new, born from the fusion of advanced martial arts, mystical theory, anti-magical weaponry, and raw emotional trauma refined into pure destructive intent. The blade cut through the air itself. Not metaphorically. Literally. Reality cracked along the path of his swing, mirror-like cracks spreading outward like breaks in glass. The fissures continued to spread, threatening to cut the entire section of the mirror dimension away from its anchor points. Wong and Mordo's combined attack simply ceased to exist as the wave of disruption passed through it. They stared in horror as the cracks in the dimension continued to spread. The Ancient One appeared between the spreading cracks and the rest of the hall, her hands moving in patterns so complex they seemed to exist in more dimensions than the human eye could process. Dark energy flowed from her fingers to seal the breaks in reality, requiring tremendous effort even from someone of her capabilities. We yield. Wong called out immediately, his voice cracking. We surrender. Mordo hesitated for a moment, his warrior's pride warring with his survival instincts, then reluctantly lowered his staff. We concede defeat. At that exact moment, Jay's playlist shuffled to the final theme of Ashita no Joe, the soaring vocals and triumphant orchestration filling the mirror dimension. Source. Jay remained in his follow-through position, Murasama extended in a perfect vertical cut, his entire body radiating dark energy and crackling with red lightning. His breathing was steady, his posture flawless, but his eyes had gone completely blank. The Ancient One finished sealing the reality fractures and turned to examine her student more closely. She realized that Jay had used absolutely everything he possessed in that final strike. His body was still standing through pure muscle memory and stubborn will, but his consciousness had shut down from the sheer effort of channeling that much power. He'd literally passed out while standing up, locked in the position of his ultimate technique. I declare Jay the victor, the Ancient One announced. The assembled students erupted. Cheers, applause, and amazed shouting echoed through the impossible architecture as hundreds of voices joined in celebration. Some students were crying, most were laughing with pure amazement, but almost all were already planning how they'd retell this story. The Ancient One approached Jay carefully and tapped him gently on the forehead. He collapsed immediately, Murasama clattering to the ground as his enhanced form returned to normal. She caught him easily. Looking out at the celebrating crowd, then down at her unconscious student, then at the four defeated masters who were helping each other to their feet with expressions of amazed respect, the Ancient One allowed herself a small smile. Well, she said quietly, I suppose this settles our bet. You won, my handful and utterly infuriating student. As the celebration continued around them and Jay's music played on, she made a mental note to have a very serious conversation with her student about the responsible use of such devastating techniques. But that could wait until tomorrow. Today belonged to the impossible victory, the stunning display of growth, and the story that would be told in the halls of Kamartaj for generations to come. The day a student with no mystical talent defeated the four greatest masters of the mystic arts, using nothing but determination, preparation, and the will to surpass every limitation placed before him. The day Kamartaj witnessed the impossible. A/N, this one felt pretty intense to write, both for the fight and the emotions running through it. I'm really curious how it came across to you guys. Did the tone and pacing land the way I meant it to? Did you feel what I was trying to convey, or did something miss the mark? If it didn't fully click, I'd love to know why and what you think could be improved. Chapter 101, Infinite Possibilities. Goal, 300 Power Stones for the next bonus chapter. When Jay opened his eyes, the first thing he felt was pain. Not just regular pain. The kind that made every fiber of his being scream. Even his enhanced healing aura, working at maximum capacity, couldn't keep up with the damage his body had sustained. He was back in the Ancient One's private meditation hall. Soft light filtered through the mountain windows, casting everything in a golden glow that should have been peaceful, but right now it only made his headache worse. He spotted the Ancient One sitting at her low wooden table. But instead of brewing her customary tea, she was carefully inscribing Sanskrit symbols onto what looked like white bandages wrapped around a familiar black sheath. Muramesa. His sword lay there like a sleeping serpent, its malevolent aura completely contained by whatever mystical bindings she was applying. Did I win? Jay asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Thwack. The rolled newspaper materialized and struck him with surgical precision, sending stars exploding across his vision. The pain was so much worse now. Every impact felt like Thor's hammer connecting with his skull. Don't you ever, the Ancient One said through gritted teeth, surprise me like that again. Going around using cursed weaponry and attempting to cut through dimensions from the inside. Thwack. Without any regard for the consequences to yourself or others. Thwack. Is precisely the kind of reckless behavior that gets students expelled from Kamartaj. Stop. Please. Jay begged, covering his head with both hands. It hurt so much worse now. The Ancient One's expression immediately shifted from irritation to concern. She set the newspaper aside and placed her hands over him, golden energy flowing from her fingers as she performed a diagnostic scan. By the Vishanti, she breathed. Your body was pushed far beyond its limits. That final technique tore every muscle fiber and nerve ending you possess. If it hadn't been for your healing aura maintaining basic biological functions, you would be a vegetable right now. Jay nodded weakly, gingerly touching his head to make sure it hadn't swollen to balloon proportions from all the newspaper strikes. The Ancient One picked up Muramesa's wrapped sheath and handed it to him carefully. I have personally inscribed containment seals into these bandages and the sheath. They will suppress the blade's negative aura so it doesn't affect those in its vicinity. What do you mean? Jay asked, accepting the weapon with trembling hands. Your final attack created a direct connection between yourself and the blade. The sword fed on your negative emotions, but in return, it amplified those same emotions around you. The result was an endless feedback loop that would have drained your emotions completely if the battle had gone on longer. She fixed him with a stern look that made him feel like a child being lectured about playing with matches. This weapon and especially the final technique are to be used only as an absolute last resort. Do you understand me? Yes, teacher, Jay replied, properly chastised, though he wondered if his mental shield perk had been protecting him. The Ancient One's expression softened slightly, and she exhaled slowly. Since you are the winner of our wager, I will honor my promise. You may observe select alternate timelines through the time stone. She held up a cautioning finger. However, we can only examine a few without risking detection by entities that monitor such usage. And since the timelines are now infinite in number, we must choose carefully to avoid straining my connection to the stone. Jay found the terms reasonable and struggled to sit upright, every movement sending fresh waves of pain through his battered body. He managed to position himself across from her at the low table, breathing heavily from the effort. The Ancient One closed her eyes in concentration and began weaving complex protective wards around the chamber. The air grew thick with mystical energy, layers upon layers of concealment and security settling into place. Finally, she summoned the Eye of Agamotto. Jay had seen the artifact before, but never this close, never opened. As her fingers traced the intricate mechanisms that unlocked its secrets, the pendant split apart like a flowering lotus to reveal the time stone within. A brilliant emerald gem that seemed to contain entire universes within its faceted depths. The urge hit him immediately. What would happen if he used Creel's power to absorb its properties? The potential was staggering. His danger sense exploded into his consciousness with such intensity that he nearly passed out. Every instinct he possessed screamed warnings about dreadful consequences, complete annihilation, and the attention of entities that made gods look like ants. Jay forced himself to look away, sweat beading on his forehead despite the mountain chill. Wise restraint, the Ancient One observed with approval. The temptation to touch such power is natural, but the consequences would be abominable. She raised the time stone, and reality around them shifted. A projection formed in the air between them. What had once been a single golden thread now appeared as an impossibly complex web. The moment Jay had entered this universe, the timeline had fractured like glass struck by a hammer, creating infinite branching possibilities. Some threads blazed with vibrant light while others flickered and died, entire potential realities snuffed out by the cascading effects of his choices. Your very presence has rewritten the laws of fate in this reality, the Ancient One said softly. Every decision you make creates new possibilities while destroying others. You are a living embodiment of chaos theory. A butterfly whose wings reshape hurricanes across the cosmos. Jay stared at the projection in awe. The visual representation of infinite possibilities was simultaneously beautiful and terrifying. He could see how his actions rippled outward, affecting not just individuals but entire civilizations, reshaping the fundamental nature of the universe itself. The images began to shift and flow, showing glimpses of what might be. The first scene materialized with startling clarity. Jay stood in a sleek red and gold armor that perfectly complemented Tony Stark's iconic suit. Side by side with Iron Man and War Machine, they soared through the skies above Los Angeles, their combined firepower decimating ranks of hammer drones. But this wasn't the clumsy, desperate battle from the films. This was a coordinated assault by three professionals, their movements perfectly synchronized as they executed complex aerial maneuvers that no single pilot could have managed alone. In this timeline, the Ancient One's voice echoed as if from a great distance, you recreated Tony Stark's technology perfectly. You became the third member of their trinity. Iron Will, they called you. The scene shifted. Now Jay stood with the Fantastic Four, but his appearance was dramatically different. Magnificent angelic wings stretched from his shoulders, their span easily 10 feet across, each feather gleaming with an inner light. His eyes blazed with cosmic energy as he fired precise beams that carved through the moloids swarming around them. Reed's elastic arms wrapped around Sue's force fields while Johnny's flames provided cover, but Jay was the team's heavy artillery. Angel's wings providing impossible maneuverability while Cyclops' optic blasts dealt devastating damage to their underground enemies. Here, you absorbed Warren Worthington's mutation and Scott Summers' powers, the Ancient One explained. The combination made you one of the most formidable aerial combatants on Earth. The projection flickered again. This time, Jay stood in the heart of Manhattan during the Chitauri invasion, but the scene was almost unrecognizable. Instead of 6 Avengers forming their famous circle, there were 7. Jay's presence had somehow boosted the entire team's capabilities. His muscles bulged with power while energy beams bounced off his skin. In this timeline, you absorbed Jessica Jones and Luke Cage's powers, the Ancient One noted. You became the anchor that held Earth's mightiest heroes together through the Chitauri invasion. The next image was perhaps the most startling of all. Jay appeared as an older man, his hair silver white, a distinctive eye patch over his left eye. He wore a familiar black leather coat with shield insignia, but the bearing was entirely his own. Less of Nick Fury's paranoid intensity, more of a teacher's patient authority. Beside him stood Maria Hill and Phil Coulson, both showing the gray hair and laugh lines of people who had served long and well under a director they respected rather than feared. Here, you inherited Nick Fury's position, but transformed S.H.I.E.L.D. into something entirely different, the Ancient One said with what might have been approval. An organization built on trust and transparent protection rather than secrets and manipulation. The images began flowing faster now, too quick to absorb more than a few details. Jay standing atop a crystalline tower in what looked like New Attilan, in human royal regalia marking him as their king, his queen bearing a suspicious resemblance to a certain luck-manipulating mutant. Jay in the depths of space, his body somehow adapted to survive in vacuum, trading blows with the champion of the universe while wielding Nidavellir weapons forged from the hearts of stars. Jay seated on a throne that seemed to be carved from a single massive diamond, with beings from dozens of species kneeling before him. Some in fear, others in devotion. Jay standing in a laboratory that defied physics, where the walls showed glimpses of other dimensions, working alongside a Reed Richards whose hair had gone completely white from exposure to even more cosmic radiation, having abandoned his humanity and focusing only on his scientific progress. Jay, in gladiatorial armor in what could only be Sakaar, but instead of being enslaved, he stood as champion gladiator, openly daring the Grandmaster to send more warriors his way. The scenes flowed faster and faster until they became a blur of light and possibility. Then, suddenly, the projection froze on a single timeline. Chapter 102, The Unrealized Future. A/N, it took me 3 whole days to write this massive chapter, so I had to break it in 2. Hope you guys enjoy. As the projection snapped into focus, Jay watched another version of himself stumbling through the same alley where he'd first awakened, but this Jay was making a completely different choice. This other Jay clutched his head with both hands, face pale and exhausted. The comic book nerd perks knowledge download was hitting him like a sledgehammer. What the hell is happening to my head, he groaned. Hey there, sugar. You, okay? 3 familiar figures approached, Kitty Pryde, Jubilee, and Rogue. All looked genuinely concerned. You look like you've been hit by a truck, Jubilee said, her usual energy softened with worry. Kitty stepped forward. Are you hurt? Do you need help? This Jay looked up with bleary eyes. I think I need aspirin. Lots of aspirin. The three girls exchanged glances. Come on, Kitty said gently, taking his arm. Let's get you back to the mansion. Beast can check you over. I don't think that's. Another wave of pain cut him off. No arguments, sport, Jubilee said firmly. You look awful. Beast's examination was thorough but gentle. After several minutes, he stepped back with a rumbling chuckle. Well, I can solve at least one of his problems immediately. This young man is simply hungry. Spectacularly hungry. That's it. Kitty sounded almost disappointed. Sometimes the simplest explanations are correct, Beast replied. Though I suspect there's more to it. Young man, when did you last eat? I don't remember, this Jay admitted weakly. His stomach answered with another thunderous growl. Kitchen it is, Rogue decided. What followed was legendary. Jay watched his alternate self systematically empty the mansion's industrial kitchen. Sandwiches vanished in seconds, entire pots of soup disappeared, and at one point he was eating cereal from the box with one hand while wielding a casserole-loaded spoon with the other. Holy shit, Jubilee whispered. He's giving Pyotr a run for his money. Colossus had indeed appeared, watching with professional interest. Is impressive. Though technique could use work. More efficient to focus on calorie-dense foods first. Half the school had gathered to witness the spectacle by now. Where is it all going? Scott asked in genuine bewilderment. Finally, after thousands of calories, this Jay slowed down enough to taste what he was eating. The crushing headache had subsided, and color was returning to his cheeks. Better. Jean asked kindly. Much better. Thank you. Sorry about all this. I don't usually eat like a starving wolf. Don't worry about it, Sugar, Rogue said warmly. We've all been there. Logan appeared in the doorway. Kids got the right idea. Always eat when you can. Never know when the next meal's coming. Speaking of which, Beast interjected, might I ask where you've come from? This Jay looked around at all the expectant faces. This was the moment when everything changed. Before he could make something up, he blurted out the truth unconsciously. I'm not from this universe. Dead silence. Come again. Logan's casual demeanor shifted to alert suspicion. I said I'm not from this universe, this Jay repeated, looking like he immediately regretted the words. I know how that sounds, but... The kitchen exploded into overlapping voices until Professor Xavier rolled in. What seems to be the commotion? The kid claims he's not from this universe, Logan said bluntly. Xavier's eyebrows rose. That's quite a claim. Perhaps we should discuss this more privately. Before this Jay could respond, Xavier's expression grew puzzled. Jay could see the exact moment when the professor's telepathic skin hit his mind shield perk. That's interesting, Xavier murmured. Jean. Jean's brow furrowed in concentration, then she shook her head. Nothing. Like trying to read a blank wall. My mind can't be read, Jay said with weary resignation. It's one of my abilities. Convenient power for someone claiming the impossible, Scott said. Jay took a deep breath. I can prove it. I know things about you that would only be in official records. Bobby, you're gay. The kitchen went completely silent. Bobby's spoon clattered into his bowl. I'm, what? Bobby stammered, his face cycling through 5 shades of red. I mean, I'm not. I don't. Guys, I like girls. I've totally checked out Jean and Storm and... Rogue's got that whole mysterious thing going. Bobby, Jay said gently, you're overcompensating. In my universe, this becomes public knowledge eventually. You come out, find someone who loves you, and you're really happy about it. Bobby's mouth opened and closed like a fish. But I mean, there was that girl in high school. Thinking someone's objectively attractive and being romantically attracted to them are different things. The room remained silent. Bobby looked like he wanted to crawl under the table. Is it that obvious? Bobby asked quietly. Only if you know what to look for, Jean said kindly. Storm reached over and patted Bobby's shoulder. There's nothing wrong with who you are, Bobby. Storm, Jay continued, your real name is Aurora Monroe. You are going to be worshipped as a goddess in Kenya after leaving the X-Men. You have claustrophobia from being trapped under rubble as a child in Cairo. Storm's composure cracked slightly. Those are very specific details. Jay took another breath, then began weaving a story that was part truth and part hope. My universe, it's similar to yours, but I come from 2050. Where I'm from, mutant discrimination is almost over. He saw hope flicker in several faces around the room. It all changed after the Avengers defended New York against an alien invasion back in 2012, and mutants fought right alongside them on live TV. The whole world watched mutants fighting tooth and nail to save their neighborhoods. And you can't hate someone bleeding to save your community. He paused, his expression growing darker. Then Thanos came in 2018. He'd spent years collecting 6 artifacts called Infinity Stones, each one controlling a fundamental aspect of reality itself. The Power Stone could destroy planets with a thought. The Space Stone let him teleport anywhere in the universe instantly. The Reality Stone could rewrite the laws of physics. The Soul Stone gave him dominion over life and death. The Mind Stone let him control any consciousness. And the Time Stone, that one let him see every possible future and rewind any defeat. Jay's voice dropped to a whisper. With all 6 stones embedded in a gauntlet, he snapped his fingers once. Just once. And half of all living beings in the universe turned to dust in seconds, gone like they never existed. Parents watched their children crumble away. Entire civilizations vanished mid-sentence. The room was dead silent, everyone hanging on his words. It took the Avengers and X-Men 10 brutal years to even figure out how to undo it. They had to steal the stones from different points in time, bring everyone back, and thought they'd won. But Thanos had planned for that, too. A version of him from 2014 followed them through time. This younger, angrier Thanos arrived with his entire army and all 6 stones again, ready to finish what his future self had started. Except this time, he wasn't just going to kill half the universe. He was going to destroy everything and rebuild it from scratch. His voice grew quiet. That's when Nate Gray and Franklin Richards stepped up. 2 kids who reached into their own future potential and borrowed power they shouldn't have been able to handle. Nate pulled abilities from his future self and appeared as a kind of mutant shaman while Franklin tapped into his adult form, a being who creates pocket dimensions for fun. He looked around the room. They stood against 6 Infinity Stones with borrowed time and finally won. After everyone saw what mutant children did to save existence itself, well, it's hard to hate people whose kids literally saved your universe. The room erupted in whispered conversations. Storm leaned forward with intense interest. As someone who'd seen her share of impossible forces, she seemed less skeptical than the others. Logan grunted and said, "Can't just be a normal Tuesday." Scott frowned, trying to process it all. Avengers? Never heard of them. Is this about Stark and his armor? Jean looked genuinely puzzled. Infinity Stones. I've never heard that Barry mention anything like that. And Thanos, that name doesn't ring any bells. Bobby nudged Jay with his elbow, grinning, trying to lighten the mood. So in your timeline, do I still have the best hair in the X-Men, or did future me finally admit defeat? The casual joke seemed to break some of the tension, and Jay found himself almost smiling back. Wait, Kitty said, phasing halfway through her chair in surprise. Franklin Richards, as in Reed Richards. The guy whose space mission went wrong a few weeks back. He has a kid. Jean's brow furrowed deeper. And Nate Gray, that name. She touched her temple uncertainly. It sounds familiar, but I can't place it. Could he be some kind of distant relative? A Gray family member I've never met. After that, Jay continued, ignoring their comments and getting into the story now. Everything changed. Word spread across the galaxy about a subspecies of humans, the Homo Superior, who could do all sorts of fantastical things with their inherent powers. The first contact wasn't with Earth's governments or military. It was with mutants. He saw their eyes widen at the implications. Alien empires like Xander, the Kree, even the Shi'ar Empire moved fast to form alliances with Earth, but they had one condition: they would only deal with mutants. Humans were considered the baseline species while mutants were the evolved representatives worth negotiating with. Overnight, every major galactic power wanted mutant ambassadors, mutant soldiers, mutant advisors. Jay's voice grew more animated as he painted the picture. We became celebrities, but not just on Earth. Across the galaxy. Mutants decided what was trendy on a dozen worlds, what people wore, what tech they developed, and what entertainment they consumed. The X-Men, Avengers, and Fantastic Four weren't just heroes anymore. They were practically revered like gods on planets they'd never even visited. Xavier leaned forward, hope flickering in his eyes despite himself. When mutants started joining or forming their own mercenary groups, some even working with the Inhumans, or others going solo and using their powers for specialized jobs across the galaxy, Earth's standing in the universe shot through the roof. We had mutants terraforming dead planets, others providing security for interstellar trade routes, some serving as mediators in alien conflicts. Earth went from a backwater planet to a galactic superpower in less than a decade. Storm looked fascinated despite herself. The implications for our people, for acceptance. And after Thanos tried to wipe out half the universe and 2 mutant children saved existence itself. Jay paused dramatically. Well, that's when we went from celebrities to something else entirely. We became the most powerful political force in known space. The room was dead silent now. But then came the problems, Jay added, his voice growing darker, drawing from memories of the caste system he'd witnessed back home. Pride. Discrimination among our own kind. We created our own rigid hierarchy based on power levels and usefulness. Mutants were classified from Epsilon to Omega levels, but it went deeper than that. His voice took on a bitter edge. Epsilon mutants were those with minor abilities like changing their hair color or night vision. They became the untouchables. Banned from certain planets, couldn't get jobs above menial labor, couldn't marry above their class without special permits. They worked service jobs, grateful to even be acknowledged by higher-level mutants. Scott's face had gone pale. You mean mutants started discriminating against other mutants? Delta levels became enforcers and middle management, Jay continued, his voice growing more passionate. They had just enough power to lord over the lower classes while desperately trying to curry favor with the alphas and betas. Gamma mutants ran businesses and minor government positions in the comfortable middle class of the New Order. Jean's hand flew to her mouth in horror. That's everything Charles taught us not to be. Beta mutants became the ruling class of most sectors, senators, CEOs, and military commanders. Alpha mutants were like royalty, ruling entire systems. And Omega levels. Jay's laugh was bitter. They became god emperors. Entire civilizations worshipped them. Storm ruled weather patterns across 3 solar systems. Iceman controlled the ice caps of a dozen worlds. Jean Grey, the Phoenix, ruled over concepts of life and death itself. Logan's claws extended slightly, his knuckles white. You're saying we became the very thing we fought against. Not you, Jay said quietly, looking at each of them. But your successors became worse. Because unlike humans, you had the actual power to enforce systematic oppression. Humans could only dream of the kind of controlled discrimination mutants wielded over each other. He continued, his voice filled with the pain of imagined injustice. When Epsilon-level mutants protested for equal rights, wanting basic things like the ability to travel freely between planets or get education beyond basic literacy, it was Omega-level X-Men who put them down, for the greater good. When Delta mutants formed their own schools because they weren't welcome in the elite academies, it was future X-Men who labeled them dangerous separatists and had them shut down. Xavier's expression was stricken. We would never, the dream was always about equality. But equality for whom? Jay challenged. When you can control the weather or read minds or manipulate matter itself, it's easy to forget that not everyone can do that. When entire planets bow to your power, when you can solve galactic conflicts with a thought, when you're literally worshipped by billions, how long before you start believing you're actually superior? Hard to be a hero when everyone's afraid you'll steal their abilities. So how did you end up here? Jean asked, though her voice was cautious now. Jay's expression darkened. There was a fight. A villain group led by the most terrifying and devastating threat our timeline had ever faced, the Giant Wheel, along with his lieutenants, the Wall, and Stiltman, had gotten hold of the Infinity Gauntlet. Jay delivered this with complete deadpan seriousness, as if Giant Wheel truly was the most fearsome entity in existence. Several of the X-Men blinked in confusion, clearly trying to process how someone named Giant Wheel could be considered an existential-level threat. Logan raised an eyebrow. Giant Wheel. The most feared name in the galaxy, Jay replied with unwavering conviction. You don't understand the sheer terror that strikes the hearts of heroes when they hear that designation. Kitty looked like she was trying not to laugh. Like, what does he do exactly? Jay maintained his serious expression. The less said about Giant Wheel's methods, the better. Some horrors are too great to describe in detail. Anyway, he continued, moving past the confused looks, the gauntlet overloaded and started tearing holes between dimensions. I got caught in the shockwave and ended up flying through what felt like a broken kaleidoscope. Next thing I knew, I was in that alley outside. The room fell quiet as everyone absorbed this information about their future, their acceptance, and finally their loss from their ideals, though several X-Men were still clearly puzzled by the idea of Giant Wheel as a universe-threatening menace. Chapter 103, Happiest Timeline. The projection fast-forwarded through weeks of this Jay gradually integrating into mansion life. The initial fear gave way to acceptance, then genuine friendship. But the most significant development was his relationship with Rogue. It started accidentally as they reached for the same book in the library, their hands brushing. Instead of painful absorption, Rogue felt nothing. Just warm human contact. Sugar, how is this possible? She whispered, staring at their joined hands. I think our powers having a similar nature cancel each other out. Their relationship blossomed from there. Jay watched scenes of them talking for hours in the gardens, this Jay teaching Rogue to drive, badly, with several dented practice cars as evidence, Rogue sharing her poetry collection. The projection showed a quiet moment in her room, something that should have been impossible. She lay curled against his chest, both reading, her bare hand resting on his arm without any pain. All this time, Rogue murmured, I thought I'd never be able to touch someone without hurting them. You deserve that and more, this Jay replied softly. Everyone deserves loving touch and warmth. Meanwhile, Xavier had taken Jay's words about narrative improvement to heart. Late-night strategy sessions focused on public perception. If Jay's words are accurate, Xavier said, the key is showing the world that mutants are protectors, not threats. But how? Jean asked, frustrated. Traditional media won't give us fair coverage. Scott nodded grimly. The newspapers are even worse. Mutant Rampage destroys downtown, gets better ratings than X-Men save hundreds from building fire. That's when this Jay made a suggestion that would change everything. What if you took control of your own narrative, he said simply. YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, these platforms exist now, but you're not using them to their full potential. Xavier looked intrigued. You mean create our own media presence? Exactly, this Jay said, leaning forward with enthusiasm. Instead of hoping a news reporter will cover your rescue mission fairly, you film it yourselves and show people exactly what happened. Instead of letting politicians define what mutants are, you let mutants speak for themselves. That's actually brilliant, Scott said slowly. Bypass the traditional gatekeepers entirely. Xavier's eyes sharpened with interest. Digital democracy. Show them daily life at the school, start a channel called X-High or something, this Jay continued passionately. Let them see mutant children learning and playing like any other kids. Document your rescue missions from your perspective. Share personal stories about overcoming discrimination and finding acceptance. Make it impossible for people to see mutants as faceless threats when they've watched Kurt cooking dinner and laughing with students, or seen Storm teaching young mutants to control their abilities with patience and kindness. Xavier's eyes lit up with understanding. We could control our own narrative. The projection fast-forwarded through months of careful preparation and then the launch of their YouTube channel. The content was exactly what this Jay had suggested, a mix of heroic rescues, daily life at the school, personal stories from students about overcoming discrimination, and educational content about mutant abilities. The channel exploded in popularity. Videos of Storm helping with drought relief went viral. Clips of Beast teaching chemistry to giggling students humanized the X-Men in ways traditional media never could. Personal testimonials from students who'd been rejected by their families brought viewers to tears and sparked nationwide conversations about tolerance. The comment sections became battlegrounds of changing opinions. I used to think mutants were dangerous, read one popular comment, but watching Nightcrawler help that scared little girl teleport to safety, these are teachers, not terrorists. Another viral comment thread started when a viewer wrote, my son has been afraid of his ice powers since they manifested. Seeing Bobby Drake make ice sculptures for the school kids showed him his abilities could create beauty instead of destruction. But perhaps most importantly, they documented every act of discrimination they encountered. When the Friends of Humanity attacked the school, it was live-streamed to millions of viewers who watched heroes protect children from terrorists. The chat exploded with outrage, not at the X-Men, but at the attackers. Hashtag murdering kids in school became a trending hashtag that dominated social media for weeks. When Mr. Sinister's Marauders were deployed in New York, the X-Men's rescue efforts were broadcast in real time, showing the world exactly who the real villains were. The footage of Cyclops carefully evacuating civilians while Sinister's clones attacked indiscriminately became the most watched video in YouTube history at that point. The projection showed a montage of changing public opinion, news anchors discussing mutant rights sympathetically for the first time, politicians calling for inclusive policies, teenagers wearing X-Men merchandise and organizing pro-mutant rallies at their schools. Fan art flooded social platforms. Cosplayers at conventions dressed as X-Men instead of avoiding mutant characters. Behind the scenes, the X-Men were also preparing for larger threats. Armed with knowledge of future events from this Jay, they began hunting Sublime's research facilities and dismantling his network before it could fully establish itself. Meanwhile, operating entirely separately from the X-Men's efforts, Magneto had been conducting his own investigation into genetic experimentation. When he discovered Mr. Sinister's main laboratory, which was filled with evidence of decades of experimentation on mutant children and his involvement in giving Sebastian Shaw his mutation, Eric's response was swift and brutal. The execution was broadcast live, hijacking multiple platforms. This monster created living weapons from the DNA of children, Magneto said directly to the camera, his voice shaking with rage and grief as he stood over Sinister's body. He stole their childhoods, their identities, their very humanity. What justice system would give him a fair trial when his victims are too traumatized to even speak their names? The footage became part of the overall narrative nonetheless. The public response was overwhelmingly supportive. Hashtag Justice for Mutant Children trended globally, and even human rights organizations that had previously been neutral on mutant issues released statements condemning Sinister's research. Though the X-Men publicly distanced themselves from Magneto's methods, the impact on public perception was undeniable. By the time of the Chitauri invasion in 2012, the landscape had transformed completely. The X-Men weren't just accepted, they were beloved public figures with millions of followers across social platforms. Their subscriber count had reached unprecedented levels, with their rescue videos routinely hitting tens of millions of views within hours of posting. The collaboration with Reed Richards had yielded practical innovations that revolutionized superhero operations. The Fantastic Four leader had developed an unstable molecule clothing line specifically for the X-Men, creating uniforms that could adapt to each member's unique abilities. Seeing a business opportunity, Jay, with Reed's help, released a clothing line that could accommodate all kinds of mutants, and it was a big hit. This Jay had also assembled his own specialized team, X-Force, strategically building his power set through careful absorption. From Sky, he'd gained seismic shockwave abilities that could level buildings. Cloak and Dagger had provided him with light and dark force manipulation, the ability to blind enemies, heal and purify others, create constructs of solid light and darkness, or teleport through shadow dimensions. Most controversially, he'd managed to completely copy Mr. Sinister's genetic template before Magneto's execution, granting him telepathy that rivaled Jean's, telekinesis powerful enough to move aircraft, technopathy that let him interface with any electronic system, and cellular regeneration that effectively made him immortal. When the Chitauri invasion began, the world watched the most perfectly coordinated superhero response in history unfold in real time. The battle showcased unprecedented cooperation between hero teams. The X-Men, Fantastic Four, and the newly formed Avengers worked with the same goal in mind. Reed Richards provided tactical analysis and technological solutions, Tony Stark coordinated air superiority with his suit alongside Storm and Thor's lightning mayhem, while Captain America and Cyclops established unified ground command. Multiple live streams showed different perspectives of the battle. The chat logs from those streams became legendary. Cyclopes just cut that Leviathan in half with one shot, #Cyclops Wolverine, and I ship #StormXThor scrolled past millions of messages of support, suggestions from viewers, and real-time updates about civilian evacuations. The coordination with emergency services proved decisive. The X-Men had spent months training first responders and establishing communication protocols. When the invasion hit, paramedics knew exactly where to set up triage centers, police had predetermined evacuation routes, and fire departments were prepositioned to handle alien weapon damage. The result was a defensive victory that bordered on the miraculous. Not a single civilian casualty occurred during the hour-long battle, and the mothership was disabled and secured rather than destroyed, providing Earth with invaluable intelligence. The most powerful moments came in the post-battle interviews with civilians who had witnessed the events firsthand. The X-Men's camera crews captured raw, unscripted reactions that would reshape public opinion permanently. Margaret Walsh, former anti-mutant supporter, said, "I signed petitions for registration. But I watched Nightcrawler teleport into a collapsing building 17 times to save people. My grandson was in there. How do you hate someone who risked his life for your family?" Detective Rodriguez, former anti-mutant task force member, confessed, "I spent 3 years investigating mutant incidents. Today, Cyclops coordinated evacuation better than any sergeant I've served under. These aren't criminals, they're better cops than most cops." The transformation was immediate and sweeping. Within weeks, mutants were officially recognized as a protected class with comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation. The Superhuman Registration Act was rewritten as a voluntary program providing heroes with legal immunity, government resources, and official support in exchange for basic emergency service coordination. Public opinion had completely reversed, where mutants had once been viewed with suspicion by 70% of the population, now 85% viewed them as essential protectors. The dream Xavier had held for decades had become reality through transparency, competence, and simply letting the world see who mutants really were when given the chance to be their best selves. XX. The final scene of this timeline showed a quiet suburban home in Westchester, not far from the mansion but worlds away from the constant vigilance of superhero life. The house was a modest 2-story colonial with blue shutters and a wraparound porch that spoke of chosen simplicity. Children with light brown skin and distinctive white streaks in their hair played in a fenced backyard. 8-year-old Mira floated 3 feet off the ground, carefully picking apples from the tree telekinetically without touching the branches, her face scrunched in concentration as she practiced the control her parents had been teaching her. Her younger brother, 6-year-old Avi, was currently phasing his hand halfway through the shadow of the wooden fence while making it glow with a soft white light, a combination of his father's abilities that still amazed everyone who saw it. "Mama, look." Mira called out, successfully plucking an apple without making contact. "I got it without touching anything." "That's wonderful, sweetheart," Rogue called back from the porch swing, her voice warm with pride and just a hint of her lingering southern drawl. One hand rested protectively over her rounded belly. She was 6 months along with their third child. "Remember to come down slow, just like Daddy taught you." This Jay looked older, more settled, laugh lines around his eyes and silver threading through his hair. He developed the comfortable softness of a man who'd traded his rigid superhero physique for pancake breakfasts and bedtime story marathons. There was a contentment in his expression that the original Jay had never seen in any mirror, the look of a man who had found exactly what he'd been searching for. He wore a simple t-shirt stretched slightly over what Rogue lovingly called his dad bod, grass stains on his knees from playing with the children earlier. His attention was completely focused on his children while unconsciously reaching over to rub Rogue's back as she shifted to accommodate her belly. Rogue sat beside him on the swing, her bare hand intertwined with his, something that still made her smile even after all these years. The porch was covered with evidence of their suburban life, children's bicycles, a half-finished puzzle on the small table, Rogue's collection of storybooks stacked beside Myra's coloring books, and a small garden where they grew vegetables with the kids. You know, Rogue said softly, watching Avi produce light constructs like fireflies, sometimes I think about the day when we met you half-passed out in the alley. Jay's thumb traced over her knuckles out of years of practice. One accident in another universe that changed everything. He chuckled. Who would have thought a simple meeting in an alley would lead to all this? Not a mistake, Rogue corrected, fate. Had to be. Her voice grew soft with wonder. They watched as Mira gently floated down to help her brother catch his fireflies. This little one, Rogue said with a soft smile, rubbing her belly gently, is gonna be surrounded by so much love, not just from her mama and daddy, and all her aunts and uncles, but from her big brother and sister too. The house around them felt like a quiet celebration of everything that made life beautiful. Family photos were tucked into shelves and frames everywhere, wedding pictures of Rogue and Jay with their goofy, perfect smiles, snapshots from backyard barbecues where X-Men and Avengers mingled over burgers and laughter, and vacation shots where everyone posed awkwardly but joyfully against mountains, beaches, and cityscapes. The fridge was plastered with kids' drawings, bright stick figures of their favorite hero, Spider-Man swinging from webs, capes trailing behind them, and goofy smiles drawn with extra big eyes. Toys lay scattered across the living room floor, half played with, half forgotten. Here and there, photos of precious moments were frozen in time, a baby's first steps, siblings tangled in blankets, someone covered head to toe in paint. It wasn't neat and it wasn't perfect, but it was warm, alive, and unmistakably theirs, a home filled with love, laughter, and the beautiful mess that came with it. Jay leaned over to kiss Rogue's temple, breathing in the familiar scent of her shampoo. We did good, Marie. Not just with the kids, but with everything. The projection froze on this image of Jay's arms wrapped gently around his pregnant wife as they watched their children laughing and playing together. Just a family at ease with one another, their faces alight with love and warmth, surrounded by the small, beautiful moments that made life worth living. Jay stared at the empty space where the projection had been, emotions churning. Why show me this timeline specifically? He asked quietly. The Ancient One's smile held genuine warmth. Because in countless other timelines, you achieve unprecedented heights, God Emperor of cosmic empires, reality shaper, a transcendent being. But none possessed what that suburban father had. What? Jay asked. He was happy. Truly happy and content. He wouldn't give up a single day of his life in this world for unlimited power if he had the chance. Such contentment even made me a bit envious. Jay's throat felt tight. So, what, all this power, all this preparation, it meant nothing. Your desire for revenge and justice isn't wrong, Jay. But consider what you're truly seeking. Freedom and connection aren't mutually exclusive. The Ancient One replied, do you regret your path? He considered. No. But now I understand that power without meaning is empty. As the mystical protections dissipated, Jay found himself thinking maybe it was time to discover what this world could teach him, not just what he could take from it. Author's note. Ick about this one, guys, it took too long to write these chapters, and I think all the continuous editing got me a bit lost along the way. I'm not sure if it came out how I envisioned. What do you guys think? So drop your thoughts and suggestions. Would really appreciate it. Chapter 104, The Path to Afterlife. A/N, thanks a ton, everyone. You actually hit the 300 Power Stones goal, and the positive comments on the latest chapters have been awesome. I really appreciate all the support. Seriously, thank you. Jay stepped out of the Ancient One's meditation chamber, his mind still reeling from everything he'd witnessed. The visions of alternate timelines felt like half-remembered dreams, powerful but fragmented, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. The Ancient One sat at her usual spot by the low wooden table. You completed the trials admirably, she said without looking up from her work. However, since you haven't mastered the mystic arts, I cannot grant you access to our sacred relics our graduates usually get. Jay bowed respectfully, pressing his palms together. Thank you, teacher. What you've taught me about discipline and inner strength, those lessons matter more than any artifact. A slight smile touched her weathered features. Stay for a few more days. I have something prepared for your departure. Of course. Jay hesitated, then asked, Master, I need directions to a place called Afterlife. It's hidden somewhere in the mountains near the Chinese border. I need to prepare for a mission, thus I need something from them. The Ancient One's hand stilled on the bandages. That settlement carries great sorrow. The Inhumans there have suffered much tragedy. What business could you have with them? I think I can help them, though only if they accept the price. After studying his face for a long moment, she nodded and provided detailed directions. Hours later, Jay found himself cramped on a bus that seemed held together by rust and prayer. The mountain roads were little more than suggestions carved into cliffsides, and when the bus driver finally refused to go further, Jay had to rely on motorcycle taxis and his own feet for the final stretch. The thin mountain air stressed his lungs as he climbed higher. By the time he reached the narrow pass, the silence was so complete it felt oppressive. A massive boulder blocked the path ahead, weathered smooth by centuries of wind and rain. Jay extended his dark force sensitivity and immediately recoiled. The overwhelming aura of death and despair hit him like a physical blow. Somewhere beyond this barrier lay afterlife, and the psychic residue of failed Terrigenesis attempts clung to the place like a shroud. During his training with the Ancient One, Jay had practiced techniques he couldn't risk revealing at Kamartaj. Now, alone in the mountain wilderness, he let his shadows flow outward. They merged with the boulder's shadow, and Jay felt the strange sensation of becoming one with darkness itself. Passing through solid stone felt like swimming through thick honey. He emerged on the other side to find an ornate gateway that perfectly matched the shield show he'd watched. Traditional Chinese architecture blended seamlessly with modern security systems, creating a fortress that could keep the outside world at bay. The compound beyond was built into a natural valley, open to the sky but protected on all sides by steep mountain walls. Jay figured Gordon's teleportation abilities would be essential for transportation unless they had hidden aircraft somewhere. Alarms shrieked the moment he stepped through the gate. Women and children vanished into prepared hiding spots while armed guards materialized from concealed positions. Within seconds, Jay stood in the center of a weapon-bristling semicircle. He raised both hands slowly, keeping his movements calm and unthreatening. Easy, everyone. I'm not here to fight. Just want to have a conversation. A lean man stepped forward, eight throwing knives sliding between his fingers with practiced ease. Lee's stand spoke of someone who'd survived by being faster and more ruthless than his enemies. Peaceful visitors don't carry swords, Lee said, his voice carrying the flat tone of someone prepared to kill. Jay glanced at the weapon on his back. Touché. But it's really more of a security blanket at this point. Lee's eyes narrowed as he calculated throw angles and escape routes. The knives shifted slightly, and Jay tensed, ready to move. Then Gordon appeared between them just as Jay's danger sense was giving him a warning. The eyeless Inhuman's voice cut through the tension. Stand down, Lee. Elder Jiaying wants to meet the power broker personally. Lee's expression shifted from suspicion to shock. Wait, him? The power broker is this kid. Jay rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Yeah, I really need to hire someone for my PR. As they moved deeper into the compound, Jay noticed the careful way people watched him. Children peeked around corners before being hustled away by worried parents. This was a community that had learned to fear strangers. The meeting chamber blended ancient aesthetics with modern functionality. Jiaying sat at the head of a low table, her unnaturally youthful appearance contrasting with the wisdom in her dark eyes. Beside her, an elderly man radiated the kind of weariness that came from watching too many people die. Dr. J, Jiaying rose gracefully. Your reputation precedes you. Nothing too terrible, I hope, Jay replied, matching her bow. The elderly man waved a dismissive hand. Enough dancing around the subject. I'm Yatsen, and I'm too old for diplomatic games. What do you want from us? Jay appreciated the direct approach. Fair enough. I've come here with an offer that could change everything for your people. We're a self-sufficient community, Jiaying said carefully. What could an outsider possibly provide? Jay's expression grew serious as his dark force senses picked up the overwhelming negativity emanating from below their feet. Decades of death and failure soaked into the very foundations of this place. This compound looks peaceful from the surface, but I can feel what's underneath. The basement level, how many young people have died down there during Terrigenesis attempts? The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. Yatsen's shoulders sagged with visible guilt, while Jiaying's diplomatic mask hardened into something more dangerous. How could you know that? Gordon demanded. Jay's smile held zero humor. Information is my business. But I'm not here to judge your past. I'm here to offer you a future. He leaned forward. What if I told you I could awaken dormant inhuman abilities without requiring Terrigenesis at all? The silence stretched taut as a bowstring. That's impossible, Jiaying whispered. Is it? You know my reputation. You know what that bastard Doom revealed about my capabilities. Jay met each of their gazes in turn. I can demonstrate if you'd like. After a brief whispered conference between the Inhumans, Gordon disappeared and returned with a nervous man in his 30s. Shane Henson, Gordon introduced him. He carries the gene but hasn't undergone transformation yet. Shane's hands shook slightly. My wife just went through Terrigenesis last month. If this goes wrong. It won't, Jay said gently, standing and placing a reassuring hand on Shane's shoulder. Trust me. Using Sage's genetic manipulation abilities, Jay reached deep into Shane's dormant DNA. Instead of the violent cellular restructuring of terrigenesis, he carefully activated the sleeping inhuman genes. The process was instant and completely painless. When Jay stepped back, Shane was floating 3 feet off the ground, tears of joy streaming down his face. The room erupted in amazed whispers. Yatsen stared in wonder while Gordon actually embraced the floating men. Evenly seemed stunned by the demonstration. Incredible, Jiaying breathed. What would you want in exchange for helping our entire population? Jay held up 2 fingers. 2 things. First, I need access to your Terrigen crystal reserves and all related research. Jiaying nodded slowly. That seemed reasonable given what he was offering. Second, Jay continued, I need Gordon's teleportation ability for me. Lee's knives were airborne before the words fully left Jay's mouth. At the same moment, Jiaying's hand slammed down on a concealed switch beneath the table. The explosion that followed brought down half the walls. Chapter 105, Hidden Depth. Second, Jay continued, I need Gordon's teleportation ability for me. Lee's knives were airborne before the words fully left Jay's mouth. At the same moment, Jiaying's hand slammed down on a concealed switch beneath the table. The explosion that followed brought down half the walls. Through the smoke and debris came Afterlife's elite enforcers. Lori Henson materialized first, her hands already blazing with superheated flames that turned the air itself into a weapon. She'd been one of Jiaying's most trusted allies, and her loyalty showed in every aggressive step. Behind her, Alicia Whitley's clones began forming a barricade, 4 perfect copies of herself spreading out in tactical formation. Each one moved with deadly precision, their shared consciousness allowing for coordination no normal team could match. Lincoln Campbell entered last, electricity crackling around his body like living armor. His eyes glowed with barely contained power, and when he moved, sparks jumped between his fingers to the metal fixtures around the room. Jay watched it all unfold with supernatural clarity. His danger sense had been screaming warnings for the last 30 seconds, painting every threat in vivid detail across his consciousness. Time seemed to slow as his enhanced reflexes kicked into overdrive. Really? Jay sighed, dodging Lee's knives with casual ease while the other enforcers took their positions. I come here offering you the deal of a lifetime, and you're spitting in the face of it. Lori unleashed a torrent of flame that would have melted steel. Jay simply stepped aside and absorbed the adamantium bullet, letting the fire wash harmlessly past him. You know, in most business negotiations, people at least pretend to consider the offer before trying to kill the negotiator. Lincoln's electrical blast came from his left. Jay caught it with his bare hand, the energy dissipating harmlessly against his adamantium physiology. Though I suppose this is more honest than most corporate meetings I've attended. The fight that followed wasn't much of a fight at all. Jay moved through their combined assault like water flowing around stones. Every technique they'd perfected through years of training seemed predictable to someone with his enhanced senses and combat experience with the masters from Kamartaj. Lee's throwing knives meant nothing but empty air. Lori's flames and Lincoln's electricity crackled uselessly against someone who was practically invulnerable. Even Alicia's clone tactics, usually devastatingly effective against single opponents, proved useless when Jay could track all 4 copies simultaneously and predict their coordinated attacks. This is embarrassing, Jay muttered, catching one of Alicia's clones in a sleeper hold while simultaneously deflecting another's strike. I mean, you're all clearly skilled fighters, but... He released his null field. The effect was immediate and devastating. Within a 50-foot radius centered on Jay, reality itself seemed to hold its breath as every active power simply stopped. Lori's flames guttered out like candles in a hurricane, leaving her staring at her suddenly powerless hands in shock. Lincoln's electrical aura died instantly, and he stumbled as the electromagnetic field that had been supporting his enhanced reflexes vanished. 3 of Alicia's 4 clones vanished like popped soap bubbles, leaving only the original gasping and disoriented as her consciousness suddenly compressed back into a single body. But the most affected was Jiaying herself. For decades, she had sustained her youthful appearance by stealing life force from others, hoarding those stolen years through her inhuman power. With her abilities nullified, those accumulated decades came crashing down on her all at once like a dam bursting. Her smooth skin began to wrinkle and sag before their eyes, deep lines carving themselves across her face with each heartbeat. Her lustrous black hair faded to gray, then stark white, becoming brittle and thin. Within moments, she looked not just older than Yatsen, but ancient, her hands shaking as they tried to hold onto the table for support. Stop this. Gordon's voice cracked with terror as he stepped forward, his usual composure completely shattered. Please, we're sorry. We were wrong to attack you. For everyone's sake, just stop. The desperation in his voice was raw and genuine, the plea of someone watching a person he cared about wither away. You can take my power if you want it. Take it right now. Just please, don't let her die like this. Jay rubbed his forehead with the heel of his palm, genuine frustration creeping into his voice. Man, you guys are really making me out to be the villain here. He looked around at the terrified faces surrounding him, seeing only fear. But whatever. Moving with practiced efficiency, Jay approached Gordon and placed his hand on the Inhuman's shoulder. The power absorption was quick and clinical. As Jay pulled Gordon's teleportation ability into himself, something remarkable happened. The eyeless sockets that had defined Gordon's appearance for so long began to shift and change. Smooth skin gave way to developing eye sockets, and within moments, Gordon was blinking in confusion as vision returned to him for the first time in years. I can see, Gordon whispered, staring at his hands in wonder. I can actually see. Jay's attention shifted to Alicia, whose cloning ability was genuinely tempting for his future plans. The tactical advantages of multiple bodies working in perfect coordination. But then he remembered the visions the Ancient One had shown him. All those alternate timelines where power had isolated him, cut him off from meaningful connections with others. Taking Alicia's ability would push him further toward that kind of existence. After everything he'd witnessed about infinite possibilities and the importance of human connection, isolation was the last thing he wanted. He let the opportunity pass. Hurry, yelled Lee desperately, watching Jiang start to wither away. Yeah, Jay said, his tone carrying the exhaustion of someone who'd been forced into a role he never wanted to play. While the others continued pleading for Jiaying's life, their voices blending into desperate chorus, he released his null field with a casual gesture. The return of their powers was like sunrise after the longest night. Jiaying's aging process immediately reversed, her youthful appearance slowly returning as her life absorption ability came back online, each stolen year flowing back into her body. Lincoln's electrical aura flickered back to life, weak at first but gradually strengthening. Lori's hands began to smoke with residual heat, and she flexed her fingers repeatedly as if making sure the fire would still come when called. Lee, seeing Jiaying's condition during the reversal and still furious about the entire confrontation, tried to launch another attack. His hand was about to summon more knives, his face twisted with rage. The other enforcers quickly restrained him, Lincoln grabbing his arm while Lori blocked his path, everyone now painfully aware of exactly how outclassed they were. Lee, stop. Lori hissed. You saw what he can do. Do you want to kill us all? He could have killed Jiaying. Lee snarled back. He's playing with us like we tried to kill him first. Lincoln interrupted, his voice heavy with shame. It was Yatsen who broke through the rising tension. The elderly Inhuman slowly knelt, his old bones creaking as he pressed his forehead to the floor in full kowtow. My old eyes have seen too many young lives lost in the search for power, he said, his voice thick with decades of regret that seemed to pour out of him like blood from a wound. My old hands guided them toward their deaths. I watched children walk into the chamber below us, full of hope and dreams, and I watched them turn to dust because I believed the old ways were the only ways. His shoulders shook with suppressed sobs. Please. I beg of you. Jay looked down at the old man and felt something twist in his chest. Here was someone who understood the weight of failure, the crushing responsibility of making decisions that cost lives. All right, Jay said quietly, his voice gentler now. Let's do this properly. In the outdoor courtyard, a line formed that included nearly every resident of Afterlife. Jay worked methodically, awakening dormant Inhuman genes one by one. Most of the transformations were minor. Enhanced senses, improved physical capabilities, small telekinetic abilities. Useful for daily life but nothing that would dramatically shift the balance of power. The few individuals with genuinely powerful potential, Jay quietly lied about. Sorry, your Inhuman genes aren't strong enough for activation, he'd tell them with practiced sympathy. After everything he'd witnessed about Jiaying's character and her potential future actions against humanity, the last thing he wanted was to provide her with more weapons for a possible war. While the awakening process continued, Lee and several other enforcers emerged from storage areas carrying a solid block of Terry-Gen crystal and a secured hard drive containing all of Afterlife's research data. Jay used his technomorphing ability to interface directly with the drive, scanning its contents for any signs of tampering or hidden programs. Finding none, he accepted both items and finished awakening the last of Afterlife's residents. The transformation of the community was remarkable. People who had lived in fear of Terry-Genesis for years were now using various abilities, their faces bright with joy and relief. Many wept openly as they realized they'd never have to risk the deadly transformation process that had claimed so many of their friends and family. Yatsen stood among them with tears streaming down his weathered cheeks, watching young people laugh and experiment with their new gifts instead of preparing for potential death. Gordon approached Jay with obvious gratitude, still marveling at his restored vision as he looked up at the stars for the first time in decades. Thank you for everything you've done here, he said, his voice thick with emotion. But, without my powers, how will our people leave this place when they're ready? The mountain pass is still sealed by that massive boulder, and we've never maintained aircraft because of the secrecy. Jay glanced toward the sealed entrance, then slowly drew Muramesa from its sheath. The black blade seemed to drink in the moonlight, its dark metal reflecting nothing. Everyone within sight unconsciously took a step backward as the weapon's malevolent aura washed over them like a cold wind. All right, as a service, I'll make you a path. Jay activated his tachyon field, silver energy wrapping around the katana's edge like liquid starlight. What happened next defied their understanding of Jay's power in the most casual way possible. He made a single, precise slash through the boulder, the movement so clean it looked almost lazy. The cut traveled through solid stone as if it were warm butter, seeming to part before the blade's edge. The passage carved out was wide enough for a convoy to drive through, the separated stone falling away with a rumble that echoed through the valley like distant thunder. When the dust settled, a perfect tunnel opened onto the mountain road beyond, its walls smooth as glass. Lee and the other enforcers stared at the casual display of devastating power, sweat beading on their foreheads despite the mountain chill. Their faces had gone pale as they finally understood what would have happened if Jay had decided to take the violent approach from the very beginning. The compound, the mountain, possibly the entire valley could have been erased with the same casual effort. As Jay sheathed Muramasa with a soft click, the oppressive aura faded but didn't disappear entirely. He turned to Jiaying one final time, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of absolute certainty. Don't step out of line, he said quietly. Focus on helping your people build better lives, find their place in the world, maybe even bridge the gap between inhumans and humans someday. You do that, and you'll never need to see me again. He paused, glancing around at the faces watching him, some grateful, some fearful, all changed by what they'd witnessed. But if you ever decide that humans are the enemy, if you ever think conquest is the answer. His eyes found hers, and for a moment Jiaying saw something in them that made her blood run cold. Remember tonight. Remember how easily this all could have gone very differently. With Gordon's absorbed teleportation power, Jay vanished in a shimmer of displaced air, leaving behind a community forever changed, a leadership humbled by their brush with true power, and a future that suddenly held more possibilities than they dared to imagine. For the first time in Afterlife's history, the mountain settlement looked outward toward the world beyond, wondering not how to survive in hiding, but how to build something better. Chapter 106, When Light Met Shadow. A/N, new week, new goal. Let's kick things off with 150 power stones for a bonus chapter. Teleporting felt like absolute shit. Jay hit his sparse room at Camartage like a drunk teenager falling off a barstool, knees buckling the second he materialized. The stone floor rushed up to meet him as his inner ear screamed bloody murder about directions that shouldn't exist. My OAA, he groaned, palms pressed against his temples. Being turned inside out, stretched across impossible distances, then snapped back like a rubber band. Every atom in his body was filing complaints. The world kept spinning in ways that made no sense. His adaptive power perk kicked in, slowly getting him used to this new ability. When he could finally sit up without puking, he closed his eyes and dove into his mental plane. The familiar starry expanse greeted him, absorbed powers floating like constellations in the darkness. But something new made his breath catch. Inside a human silhouette, this power looked like a void filled with swirling galaxies. It stretched endlessly, reminding him of Mr. Door from that Lord of the Mysteries novel he'd binged during hospital breaks. He reached out carefully, making contact. Information flooded in. Spatial teleportation with near-limitless range, but it needed precise mental images of destinations. Gordon had lost his eyes because his brain couldn't handle normal vision plus the enhanced spatial awareness. Jay's eidetic memory and enhanced senses could handle it just fine. He'd still need to visit places personally before teleporting there reliably. No shortcuts when it came to building his mental map of the world. A violent shake yanked him back to reality. What exactly did you? The Ancient One stood there, eye twitching as a rolled newspaper materialized in her hand. Thwack. His reflexes kicked in automatically. He ducked sideways and the newspaper whistled past his ear. They both froze. Laughter bubbled out of him. Guess you really did beat the teaching into my head. Her eye twitched harder. What did I say about not raising alarms? Okay, but what? What happens when someone teleports onto these premises without a registered sling ring? Her voice climbed toward levels that could shatter glass. Do you have any idea how many mystical security protocols you just triggered? Ah. Right. Sorry, Master. He rubbed his neck sheepishly. I'll be more careful. She took several deep breaths, visibly calming herself. Did you at least find what you went looking for? He pulled out the Terrigen crystal and hard drive. Yeah. Got these, plus I absorbed this teleportation ability from the Inhumans. She studied the items, curiosity flickering across her face. Why do you need Terrigen crystals? They're notoriously unstable and deadly to normal humans. Carl Creel absorbs Terrigen properties in the future, I know. It lets him petrify nearby humans by breaking them. Basically an area kill move against anyone who isn't inhuman. Her expression hardened. After everything I've taught you about the dangers of blindly chasing power. That's just part one, he interrupted quickly. When he absorbed those crystals, S.H.I.E.L.D. used his blood to develop a cure for terrigenosis. No more people turning to dust during failed transformations. She went very still. If you could produce such a cure, the kingdom of Attilan would descend to honor you. They'd do anything you requested. Yeah, that too. She sighed, looking every one of her centuries. Since you've been, I prepared your departure gift. A simple silver ring appeared in her outstretched hand. Master, you're beautiful, but you're way too old for me. Plus, I'm not really into bald chicks. A dozen newspaper rolls materialized, battering him from every angle. He curled into a ball, yelping apologies until the assault stopped. This is an emergency beacon, she said sternly, adjusting her robes. I personally enchanted it. It will call me from anywhere in the world if you encounter mysticism-related trouble. Use it only in life or death situations. He slipped the ring on and bowed properly. Thank you, Master. For everything. His phone buzzed with a calendar reminder. Seeing this, the Ancient One just said, now go, before I decide to test how well your new reflexes handle a staff to the head. He closed his eyes, visualizing the old Queen's warehouse. Every detail from cracked concrete to rust stains on metal walls. Blue energy swirled as space folded. Azure light flashed as he materialized in the warehouse. His danger sense exploded and he threw himself sideways as bullets whined through where his head had been. Bobby, it's me. The shooting stopped. Jay. Kid, is that really you? Bobby emerged from behind a table, assault rifle still raised but finger off the trigger. His weathered face broke into a huge grin. I'll be damned. Thought you were some kinda intruder. Before Jay could respond, one of Bobby's bone-crushing hugs wrapped around him. The warehouse door burst open and the rest of the inner circle poured in. Miranda with her worried expression, Linda looking like she'd rolled out of bed, Tom clutching his coffee mug, Max wiping flour-covered hands on his apron. Jay. Linda shrieked, launching herself at him. Soon they buried him in a pile, everyone talking at once. Questions and explanations filled the next hour. He gave them a sanitized version of his travels. Japan, Korea, Nepal. Carefully avoiding his first kill. Actually, I'm still on vacation. Just had a side quest to handle. I need to be in New Orleans in about 4 hours. Miranda frowned. New Orleans. What's in Louisiana that can't wait? Jay just smiled mysteriously. Morning in New Orleans hit different. The air hung thick and humid, carrying scents of coffee, beignet, and the Mississippi River. From a nearby rooftop, he watched the rocks and oil rig dominating the horizon. Like clockwork, the explosion came without warning. A massive fireball erupted from the drilling platform, sending shockwaves racing across the water. He was already moving before the sound reached him, teleporting directly into the chaos. The work went fast. Pulling workers from wreckage, shielding civilians from falling debris. 2 kids at the explosion's epicenter caught his attention though. Tandy Bowen and Tyrone Johnson. When the smoke cleared, they lay unconscious near the platform's edge. Tandy glowed with soft white light while shadows writhed around Tyrone. Both were breathing, barely. Just like he'd planned. A Light Force and Dark Force user were born, but Jay focused on Tandy. Dark Force users were common enough, but Light Force users. You could count them on one hand. Tandy's father, Nathan Bowen, appeared at his shoulder. Tears streamed down his soot-stained face. Tandy. Oh God, my baby girl. He dropped to his knees beside his daughter, trying desperately to wake her. Recognition rippled through the survivors. The power broker himself had come to their rescue. Some looked grateful, others uncertain about what his presence meant. Nathan grabbed his arm. Please, I know what you can do. I saw the news about the Castle family. Please, take her power away and heal her, just like you did for them. Both kids would be fine. They were just adapting to their new abilities, but he played along. Hands on both children, he activated his power theft ability. Light and shadows flowed into him like water finding its level. His healing aura came next, green energy washing over both kids, repairing minor injuries from the explosion. Tandy's eyes fluttered open first, followed by Tyrone. Daddy. Tandy whispered. Nathan sobbed with relief, gathering his daughter into his arms. People in the crowd started clapping. Someone shouted, I knew that Doom broadcast was bullshit. Thank you, Doctor. After helping Tyrone sit up, Jay caught Nathan's attention and pressed a business card into his hand. Leave Roxanne, he said quietly but firmly. Take your family and move as far from this mess as possible. Call that number, mention the doctor gave it to you, explain everything Roxanne's been doing. He'll help you deal with this properly. Nathan clutched the card like a lifeline. Thank you. God, thank you so much. While the crowd focused on the reunited families, he slipped away. In a nearby alley, he teleported back to New York. Is it done? Whatever you needed to do. He turned to find Maria standing there, worry lines creasing her face. Yeah. It's done. I'll call you guys from time to time, check in. Linda interrupted, emerging from behind Maria. At least get yourself a haircut before you disappear again. You look like some ascetic monk. He laughed, running a hand through his admittedly shaggy hair. You know what? Why don't we do it right now? An hour later, he stared at his bathroom mirror, marveling at Linda's handiwork. She'd given him a modern cut that made him look both younger and more mature. Professional but not stuffy. Damn, Linda. Maybe you missed your calling as a stylist. He closed his eyes, entering his mental plane. 2 new powers waited there. Perfect miniature versions of Cloak and Dagger, still child-sized but radiating pure potential. For months of planning had led to this moment, ever since absorbing Marcus Daniels's Dark Force abilities at the fridge. Using his original power theft as a catalyst, he began the delicate process of fusing the Light Force and Dark Force powers. Tandy's Light Daggers and Tyrone's Shadow Teleportation slowly merged with his existing Dark Force manipulation. The results were beautiful. Where 3 distinct powers had floated in his mental space, now stood a single pristine symbol. Almost like a yin-yang made of living light and shadow. When he connected with it, information flooded his consciousness. This is what he'd been working toward all along. Power nearly identical to Mr. Negative's abilities. Light and dark force energies bent to his will equally, but the real prize was the additional power to invert an object's or person's properties. This inversion ability had let Mr. Negative create anti-venom and transform Cloak's dark powers into something resembling Dagger's light. He opened his eyes, feeling more complete than he had in months. In a single day, 2 of his major goals were finally complete. Now the final one remains. He gathered his gear. The leather jacket from his friend's modified tactical suit, Murasima in its newly wrapped sheath. Everything he'd need for what came next. The calendar on his nightstand read December 23rd, time to settle an old debt. Eyes closed, he visualized his target location and teleported away in a swirl of blue energy, leaving New York behind. Chapter 107, Wave to the Camera. A/N, new week, new goal. Let's kick things off with 150 power stones for a bonus chapter. Blue energy swirled as Jay materialized just outside Kamarta's weathered gates. The Himalayan wind bit at his face, carrying the scent of snow and ancient incense. He paused, breathing deeply as the familiar sights grounded him. After everything, this place felt like a sanctuary. But tonight wasn't about finding peace. Tonight was about settling a debt that had been poisoning his thoughts since Doom's broadcast. The guardian monk at the gate nodded as Jay showed his passage token. Better to walk through the front door than face the Ancient One's rolled newspaper again. Jay navigated the familiar corridors, past students whose whispered conversations followed him like ghosts. Wong was exactly where Jay expected, hunched over an ancient tome in his domain of organized mess. Without ceremony, Jay set a pizza box on the reading table, interrupting a passage about dimensional anchor points. Wong looked up with the expression of a man disturbed during delicate work. His gaze dropped to the box, then back to Jay's face. So this is the legendary New York pizza. Max made it himself. Took me 3 attempts to convince him it was for a worthy cause. Wong lifted the lid with careful reverence. Steam rose, carrying the aroma of herbs that were rare outside Italy and cheese that had been aged to perfection. He took a deliberate bite, chewed thoughtfully, and his expression reached scholarly skepticism. The deal? Jay asked quietly. Wong was already reaching for a thick folder with his free hand. Everything we've compiled on the Latverian situation. I hereby pass this mission to you. Jay opened the file. His kinetic memory absorbed every detail instantly. Dimensional veil breaches concentrated around Castle Doom. Nether demon energy signatures bleeding through reality's fabric. 3 separate scouting missions sent over the past 3 months. None had returned. The pattern was unmistakable. Victor's been busy, Jay murmured. Wong noticed the way Jay's jaw tightened. Perhaps Master Mordo would be better suited for this assignment. Or Master Caecilius has considerable experience with demon hunting. No. Jay's voice carried finality. This is mine to handle. Wong began weaving golden sparks into a perfect circle. Then you'll need passage to Doomstat. I can mask the portal's signature, but only to a point. If Doom has truly been trading with nether demons. He left the warning unfinished. Through the shimmering gateway, cobblestone streets and Gothic architecture waited under a gray December sky. Be careful, Jay. Revenge has a way of consuming those who pursue it too eagerly. Jay stepped through without responding. Some debts required payment, regardless of the cost. The moment Jay's feet touched Doomstat's ancient stones, his newly acquired senses screamed. The fusion of light and dark force within him had awakened something unprecedented. Emotions crashed over him in overwhelming waves, but these weren't his own. They belonged to an entire nation. Thanks to his mental shield perk and enhanced mental faculties, he could process the psychic deluge without breaking. The surface layer was heartbreaking in its purity. Love for their ruler radiated from every citizen Jay passed. These people genuinely believed Victor Von Doom had saved them. From their perspective, he'd overthrown a brutal dictator, established merit over corruption, and granted freedoms their grandparents had died dreaming of. But underneath that golden devotion, something rotten festered. Fear. Growing stronger each day. Doubt that ate at faith like acid. Jay's polarity powers responded to the emotional turbulence, pulling fragments of memory from the collective unconscious. He witnessed Doom's return after the worldwide broadcast that had branded Jay as a villain, but the man who emerged from that victory was fundamentally changed. Scarred. Broken. Refusing all public appearances while his nation slowly began to suffer. Economic sanctions led by Stark Industries and the US had strangled Latveria's prosperity. Then came the accidents. Diseases without cause. Weather patterns that defied meteorology destroyed crops the small nation depended on for survival. All while their beloved leader remained locked away in his castle, silent as his people suffered. Jay forced his enhanced mental processing to filter the psychic overflow into manageable streams. The pattern was clear. Doom was feeding his people's suffering to something that fed on misery itself. A businessman in an expensive coat hurried past, muttering prayers under his breath. An elderly woman crossed herself as she looked toward the castle, tears streaming down her weathered cheeks. Children played in the streets, but their laughter carried an edge of hysteria. Your leader has been busy, Jay whispered to the wind. He spent hours moving through Doomstadt like a phantom, cataloging every place where pain gathered thickest. The hospital was overflowing. Patients filled hallways on improvised stretchers. Dr. Mariana Volkov, the chief physician, had dark circles under her eyes from weeks of sleepless nights. Is impossible, she was telling a colleague in accented English as Jay passed the doorway unseen. These symptoms, they make no medical sense. The blood work shows nothing, but people are dying anyway. In the psychiatric ward, nurses spoke in hushed tones about patients who'd been perfectly healthy until a month ago. Now they sat catatonic, staring at nothing, occasionally whispering about the laughing demons. The slums painted their own grim picture. Families huddled together for warmth in buildings that seemed to leach heat from the air itself. Old Dmitri, who'd lived through Soviet oppression, sat on his stoop muttering that something worse than any human tyrant had come to Latveria. At each location, Jay discreetly placed a light dagger to act as an anchor point. Crystallized light force energy that would serve as conduits when the time came. 70 markers throughout the city. Each one carefully positioned where suffering concentrated most heavily, hidden in shadows where desperate people gathered to pray for salvation that seemed increasingly impossible. As winter darkness claimed the sky, Jay felt the weight of what he was planning. Monster versus monster. With an entire nation caught between them. Castle Doom rose against the night sky like an accusation. Gothic spires twisted toward stars that seemed dimmer than they should be. Jay approached through the castle's extensive gardens, now withered and dead despite being tended by an army of groundskeepers. Even the stone gargoyles seemed more malevolent than usual, their carved faces twisted into expressions of hunger. He merged with the shadows using his dark force abilities, becoming one with the pools of darkness that seemed deeper than natural night. The sensation was different here. Wrong. As if the shadows themselves were tainted by whatever Doom had been summoning. The outer walls posed no challenge. Jay flowed through solid stone like liquid. But as he moved deeper into the castle's heart, his danger sense began whispering warnings that made his nervous system feel like it was on fire. Guards patrolled the upper levels, but they moved with mechanical precision that immediately identified them as Doombots despite their human appearance. Their sensor arrays swept methodically, but Jay's shadow-merged form remained undetectable. The human staff moved through their duties with the efficiency of people trying desperately not to think about what their employer might be doing in the depths below. Maids cleaned rooms that resisted staying clean. Cooks prepared meals that spoiled within hours. Groundskeepers tended gardens that died faster than they could replant them. All of them carried the same haunted expression Jay had seen throughout the city. They loved their master, but love was being slowly poisoned by terror they couldn't name. As Jay descended deeper into the castle's foundations, the wrongness intensified. The very air felt thick and oily. Space itself was beginning to buckle under pressure from something that desperately wanted to break through. Finally, he reached the source. The laboratory stretched as wide as the castle above. Broken machinery lay scattered across the floor like technological bones. The few devices that remained intact hummed with barely contained energy, their displays flickering. But it was what lay at the chamber's center that would make even seasoned sorcerers recoil. Ritual diagrams covered the floor in mystic patterns that hurt to look at directly. The lines seemed to writhe when observed peripherally, and the symbols burned themselves into his enhanced memory. This was the vilest of dark magic. At the ritual's heart lay a simple bed, completely at odds with the technological sophistication surrounding it. And there, holding hands with a woman in her early 30s, was Victor Von Doom. But not the armored tyrant the world knew. This version wore elegant civilian clothes, expensive but understated. A metallic theater mask covered the scarred ruin of his face, but his posture spoke of vulnerability Jay had never witnessed before. The woman possessed beauty that spoke of a life lived simply and well. Dark hair, kind eyes, laugh lines around her mouth. Jay's comic knowledge provided the context that made this scene infinitely more tragic. Valeria. The village girl who'd loved Victor Von Doom before he became Dr. Doom. Before Reed Richards, before the accident, before accumulated hatred had poisoned everything pure in his life. The one person who'd ever accepted him for what he was rather than what he could provide. My dearest Valeria, Doom was saying, his voice carrying an intimacy Jay could never imagine, you understand what I'm offering. To leave your husband, your simple life, and become Queen of Latveria. Tears streamed down Valeria's face as duty warred with feelings she'd thought buried. Victor, we're not children anymore. So much has changed. Nothing that matters, Doom insisted, squeezing her hands. I see the same woman who used to tend my mother's garden. Who never flinched from me, even when others would turn away. Who told me I could be anything I chose to become. The irony was devastating. She'd told him he could be anything, and he'd chosen to become a monster. If I say yes, Valeria whispered, what happens to the person I am now? The life I've built. You become something greater. A queen. A goddess. The woman who stands beside the most powerful men on earth. Yes, she whispered. I accept. The response was immediate and horrifying. Emerald flames burst from the ritual circles, writhing upward in spirals. The ritual diagrams carved into the floor blazed to life, pulsing with light that made space bend and warp. Red symbols appeared on Valeria's skin, spreading like living tattoos across her arms and face. Each mark burned itself into existence with a soft hiss. Victor. Terror replaced love in her voice as paralysis crept through her body. What's happening to me? Doom began his explanation with theatrical flair, but Jay caught genuine regret that Victor couldn't quite suppress. A performance for an audience of demons, Jay realized, showing his supernatural partners that he could deliver what he'd promised. My beloved, my life has reached its moment of ultimate transformation. When I was young, I made a choice that has defined every day since. I chose science over sorcery, despite my mother's teachings. Despite the legacy she died to preserve. His voice hardened. That choice cost me everything. But now I can choose differently. The brands on Valeria's skin began to glow with infernal heat, and her silent scream of agony echoed through the chamber. After I returned from battle, scarred and defeated, I made a pact with the cabal of nether demons who claimed they would grant me the magical mastery I'd rejected in my youth. But demons always extract their price. His voice broke slightly. I had to sacrifice something of indescribable value. Something irreplaceable. Something only you could give me. True love. Understanding dawned in Valeria's eyes, and the betrayal there cut deeper than any physical wound. You're going to kill me, she whispered. I'm going to transform your love into power. Your faith into force. Your trust into the energy needed to remake reality itself. Doom's mask couldn't hide the tears streaming down his cheeks. Farewell, my love. Dear Valeria. I will miss you more than any will ever imagine. That was when the nether demons materialized. They rose from the ritual circles like smoke given malevolent form, shapes that hurt to perceive directly, shifting between dimensions. Their eyes burned with the hunger of creatures that had been waiting eons for this moment. Tell us, would-be sorcerer, they hissed in unison, voices like grinding metal, what manner of mystical master are you destined to become if you cannot even sense the intruder who has been observing from your own shadows? Jay's voice cut through the chamber like a blade dipped in acid. Hello, Victor. Jay dropped from the ceiling. He landed with deliberate slowness, savoring the shock that flashed across Doom's masked face. Jay activated his technomorphing ability, his smartwatch interfacing with every communication system within range. Hidden cameras throughout the laboratory came online, and within moments, the signal was bouncing off satellites to reach every screen capable of receiving it countrywide. Light daggers formed in both hands as he crashed into the ritual circle, but these weren't weapons meant to kill. They passed through the demons' projected forms, disrupting their manifestation while leaving the accumulated energy intact. Months of studying ritual mechanics had prepared him for exactly this. Magnificent. Doom's laughter filled the chamber. My second most despised enemy, arriving to witness the moment I transcend every limitation that has held me back. Fate itself delivers you as the perfect witness to my apotheosis. But Jay was already in motion. Muramesa cleared its sheath. The cursed blade cut through the mystical energy, Jay's strikes redirecting flows of power with cuts calculated to the millimeter rather than destroying the ritual outright. Clever, Doom acknowledged, his own blade materializing in a flash of emerald light. The weapon pulsed with energy drawn from multiple dimensions, its edge crackling with forces Jay's danger sense couldn't detect. Though I lacked mystical talent in my youth, my mother's teachings were thorough. The cosmic radiation that scarred my face also restructured my very DNA. I can now channel ambient magical energy in ways that would have been impossible before. The blade hummed with otherworldly power. When this ritual completes, I will command forces that dwarf the cosmic rays that created your precious Fantastic Four. Reed Richards will kneel before me, not as the brilliant scientist he believes himself to be, but as the jealous child he has always remained. Jay's expression didn't change. You really think you're going to complete this ritual, don't you? That's adorable. Tell me, Victor. How does it feel knowing that in a few minutes, your entire nation is going to watch you fail? What are you? I'm streaming this live, Jay said casually, even as their blades met in a shower of sparks. Every camera in this castle, every screen in Latveria. They're all watching you right now. Watching their beloved leader about to murder an innocent woman for power. The color drained from what little of Doom's face was visible. You're bluffing. Am I? Jay's smile widened. Wave to the camera, Victor. Your people are waiting. Chapter 108, Christmas in Doomstadt. A/N, new week, new goal. Let's kick things off with 150 power stones for a bonus chapter. Am I? Jay's smile widened. Wave to the camera, Victor. Your people are waiting. The duel that erupted transcended mere swordplay. Doom's mystically enhanced blade, specifically prepared to counter Jay's abilities, remained invisible to his danger sense. Every parry became a calculated gamble based on reading muscle tension, breathing patterns, the minute shifts in Doom's stance that telegraphed his intentions. But this was exactly what Jay had trained for. His enhanced reflexes turned anticipation into art, each movement flowing into the next. Doom fought with supreme confidence, clearly savoring what he believed would be his final duel as a mortal being. His blade work was elegant, precise, and enhanced by mystical energy, but still fundamentally bound by human limitations. But something was different now. Doom's strikes came faster, more desperate. The revelation that his nation was watching had shattered his theatrical composure. You can't do this. Doom snarled between exchanges. I am their savior. Their protector. You're their executioner, Jay replied, his voice carrying to every microphone in the laboratory. Every illness, every crop failure, every child crying in terror. That was you, Victor. You fed your people suffering to demons while they prayed to you for salvation. Jay wasn't trying to win quickly. He was buying time, one eye on his watch while the negative demons watched with malicious anticipation, and poor Valeria struggled in her paralyzed state. But more than that, he was ensuring every citizen of Latveria saw exactly what their leader had become. Sparks flew as their blades met. Doom strikes came in calculated sequences. Overhead cleaves that split the air with emerald fire. Horizontal slashes that left glowing trails. Thrusts that sought gaps in Jay's defense. Jay answered each attack with practiced precision. He flowed around Doom's blade like smoke, countering with strikes that carved through the mystical energy without touching them and wielding it. When Doom pressed forward with a combination of slashes, Jay backflipped over the emerald energy, landing in a crouch before springing forward with an upward cut that forced Doom to parry desperately. You should feel honored, Doom said between exchanges, not even breathing hard. When I become a sorcerer on par with gods, you will be remembered as the last enemy I defeated while still bound by the weakness of flesh. Jay spun away from a particularly vicious strike, his blade tracing a perfect arc that severed one of the ritual's connecting lines. The chamber pulsed as energy was momentarily disrupted before rerouting itself. Time crawled. Each second felt like an hour as Jay maintained the delicate balance of engaging Doom fully while performing precise strikes on the ritual itself. The accumulated nether energy built toward the threshold he needed, contained within the geometric patterns but not yet bonded to Doom's physiology. At exactly 11:50 p.m., Jay saw his moment. In one explosive movement, he performed a strike at the ritual's precise center, not to destroy it, but to sever the demon's connection to this dimensional plane while trapping their energy within the ritualistic patterns. No. Doom screamed, abandoning the duel to frantically attempt repairs to the ritual diagrams. My sacrifices. Months of planning. Jay was already moving to the next phase. Light daggers immobilized Doom against the laboratory wall while Jay teleported with the paralyzed Valeria to the hospital in a flash of blue energy. He materialized in the emergency ward, gently placing her on a stretcher. Help her, he told the startled medical staff in fluent Latverian before vanishing again. When he returned seconds later, Doom had freed himself and was desperately trying to re-establish the dimensional connection, his fingers bleeding as he redrew symbols with his own blood. The time for subtlety had ended. Now came the reckoning. Jay's voice cut through the chamber like a blade forged from pure malice. People of Latveria, Jay's voice carried the weight of months of accumulated rage as millions of viewers found their screens hijacked. Behold Victor von Doom, your beloved ruler. The camera focused on Doom kneeling beside the ruined ritual, his elegant clothes torn and stained, his mask askew to reveal burned flesh beneath. He looked exactly like what he was. A broken man desperately clawing at mystical symbols drawn in his own blood. The hatred he'd been choking down finally broke free, raw and burning. Look closely at your would-be god. The mighty Dr. Doom, ruler of a nation, reduced to crawling on his hands and knees like a child drawing with chalk. Jay's laughter was surgical in its cruelty, designed to cut through Doom's pride. Victor von Doom, who broadcast to the world that I was a villain manipulating innocence. Victor von Doom, who exposed the power broker as a fraud preying on the desperate. Jay's words became venom itself. Here is your noble leader, attempting to sacrifice his childhood sweetheart to demons for the chance at godlike power. The revelation tore through Latveria like wildfire. Even through the castle walls, Jay could hear the collective gasp of an entire nation. Tell them, Victor. Tell them about the months-long ritual that's been feeding on your people's suffering. Tell them how their mysterious illnesses, their impossible accidents, their crops failing and their weather turning hostile, all of it has been fuel for your summoning. Doom's composure cracked. You don't understand. I was going to save them. Rule them properly. Guide them to greatness. By murdering the woman who loved you. Jay's hatred turned to verbal assault, each word precisely targeted. Let me guess, Victor. When you were a child, did Valeria tell you that you could be anything you wanted to be? That you were special? That you deserved better than the hand life dealt you? The accuracy of the guess was visible in Doom's flinch. And look what we have here instead, Jay's voice dripped with venom as he addressed the cameras. The ruler of Latveria, reduced to kneeling and drawing scribbles while betraying the only girl who'd ever accept his hideous face. First Valeria, then Sue Storm. You really have bad luck with the ladies, huh? Or do you only pine after married women because you have a kink? Jay paused, letting the silence stretch. When he spoke again, his voice carried mock concern. Wait, I need to know. When you think about Sue Storm, do you picture her with Reed? Is that what does it for you, Victor? Because there's therapy for that kind of thing. Jay's laughter turned hysterical. Oh no, don't tell me Dr. Doom, ruler of Latveria, is a cuck. Doom's entire body went rigid. For a moment, the laboratory fell into absolute silence except for the hum of dying wards. Then, slowly, Victor von Doom rose to his feet with the terrible dignity of a monarch whose kingdom was burning around him. You. His voice was barely a whisper, but it carried the weight of mountains. You dare speak that word to Doom? The mask that had been askew slowly straightened as Doom's hands moved. When he spoke again, his voice had shed all pretense of humanity, becoming something cold and terrible. Doom is eternal. Doom is inevitable. And you, miserable wretch, have just committed the gravest sin possible. You have made Doom's humiliation public. His voice rose to a roar that shook the castle foundations. For this transgression, there will be no mercy. No quick death. No peace in any realm. The air around Doom began to shimmer with barely contained power. This final mystical blast Doom summoned was pure desperation made manifest. A howling torrent of power drawn from every dimensional fracture around them, every scrap of demonic energy he could tear from the ritual itself. The concentrated fury could have leveled city blocks. Jay cut it in half with contemptuous ease, his cursed blade parting the energy. He wanted the citizens to see their god fail. And this is where your story ends, Jay said, his form now radiating anti-mystical energy so intense that the laboratory's wards began to malfunction. Not with your ascension to power. Not even with a dramatic last stand worthy of your ego. Just pathetic, whimpering failure. Using his polarity powers, Jay began the most ambitious feat he'd ever attempted. The overwhelming dark energy trapped within the ritual circle flowed into him like a river of liquid night, but instead of corrupting him, he channeled it through his unique abilities and converted the darkness into pure light. The transformation was visible as streams of shadow entering his body and emerging as radiance that made the camera feeds flicker and distort. The realization hit Doom like a physical blow. His months of work, his sacrifices, his deals with demons. All of it was about to be used to help the very people he'd harmed. No. Doom whispered. You can't, that's my power. Your power. Jay's laugh was genuinely amused now. Victor, you were never going to get this power. The demons were using you. But I guess that's fitting. Everyone uses you, don't they? Even you use yourself. Citizens of Latveria, Jay addressed the audience, now glowing with converted energy that made him appear angelic despite the violence of the moment, his hair shifting to brilliant white. Your leader spent months feeding your suffering to demons. He turned your trust into fuel for his personal ambitions. He branded me a master schemer while planning to become something infinitely worse. The great clock in Darmstadt Central Square began to chime midnight. Christmas Day was beginning. But I want to show you something Victor von Doom never understood. I've learned that power isn't about what you can take. It's about what you can give. Jay raised his hands, and the converted energy responded to his will. This Christmas morning, I gift you healing. I gift you hope. I gift you the future your leader tried to steal. The feat defied every natural law. Light erupted from Castle Doom like a second sun, but this wasn't the harsh glare of fusion or electricity. This was healing given physical form, restoration made manifest, hope transformed into something that could touch the world. The energy flowed through the 70 markers Jay had placed throughout Darmstadt, each anchor point becoming a beacon. The miracle didn't stop at the city's borders. Streams of healing light raced across Latveria. In hospitals throughout the nation, patients who'd been dying found their bodies suddenly whole, restored to perfect health as if their illnesses had been nothing more than bad dreams. Dr. Volkov stared at her instruments in shock as terminal diagnoses simply vanished from her screens. Patients who'd been catatonic for weeks sat up in their beds, lucid and whole. Children born with genetic defects watched their DNA rewrite itself in real time. But the miracle extended beyond human healing. In the agricultural districts, destroyed crops ripened instantly. Spoiled grain stores became pure and nutritious again. Livestock found their strength returning. Even the weather responded. The vicious storms that had been battering Latveria for weeks simply dissolved, replaced by the gentle snowfall of a Christmas night. The effect was visible from orbit. Satellite feeds showing Latveria glowing like a star, tendrils of pure light spreading across the nation's territory. But it was the human reactions that made the miracle real. In hospitals, families wept as loved ones were restored to them. Doctors fell to their knees, overwhelmed. Nurses who'd worked themselves to exhaustion suddenly found their patients laughing, crying, embracing life with the desperate intensity of those granted reprieve from death itself. Farmers rushed into fields that had been barren wasteland hours before, falling among crops that continued growing even as they watched. The elderly danced in nursing homes, their bodies restored to vitality they'd forgotten they'd ever possessed. Throughout Darmstadt, people poured into the streets despite the late hour. Strangers embraced. Children played in snow that no longer felt hauntingly cold. Church bells rang spontaneously. News anchors countrywide abandoned prepared scripts, reduced to stammering attempts to describe the indescribable. Religious leaders fell to their knees in spontaneous prayer. Scientists ran calculations that their instruments insisted were impossible. Social media exploded with footage that spread faster than any network had ever carried information. The hashtag Christmas gift trended within minutes. Some people fainted from overwhelming emotion. Others laughed until they cried. Most simply stood transfixed, watching something that redefined their understanding of what was possible. When the light finally faded, Jay swayed on his feet, drained by the transformation and expenditure of energy that nearly emptied his reserves. Only his enhanced physiology kept him conscious. The cameras still broadcasting countrywide showed him standing over Doom's broken form. Victor von Doom now lay bleeding and defeated in the ruins of his own ambition. But Jay wasn't finished. Jay approached slowly, deliberately. Each step echoed through the laboratory and into millions of homes. With tremendous effort, he placed Miramace's tip against Doom's chest. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of everything that had passed between them. Why? The question held months of accumulated pain. You had everything, Victor. A nation that loved you. People who trusted you with their lives before you threw it away for petty revenge. Jay's voice cracked with exhaustion and emotion. Why betray all of that? Why come after me? Why ruin my life? Why blame me for an accident when we both know was your fault? Why sacrifice innocent people who saw you as their savior? Why lie and rip away my friends and loved ones? Why try to murder the one person who loved you before the world taught you to hate? Doom's laughter was broken, bloody, echoing through the laboratory and into millions of homes. Because I am Doom, he screamed through ruined vocal cords. I alone deserve to stand supreme. Anyone who threatens that supremacy must be crushed, whether they are insects beneath my notice, false heroes playing at righteousness, or a woman who dared represent the innocence I chose to abandon. His eyes blazed with unrepentant hatred. I regret nothing. Every choice was correct. Every sacrifice was justified. If ruling requires me to stand atop a mountain of corpses, then I will build that mountain myself and smile while I do it. Jay looked into those hate-filled eyes and saw the most terrifying revelation of all. Victor von Doom genuinely believed he was the hero of his own story. There would be no redemption. No moment of recognition. No understanding of the evil he'd committed. Doom was exactly what he appeared to be. A narcissist so consumed by his own ego that he would sacrifice literally anyone and anything for the chance at more power. Including the woman who'd loved him unconditionally. Jay raised Muramesa with hands that shook from exhaustion. When he spoke, his voice carried the finality of judgment. Then may God have mercy on your soul, Victor Von Doom. Because I won't. No, he whispered, blood bubbling at his lips. Not like this. Not defeated by the villain you created. Jay finished quietly. Yes, Victor. Exactly like this. The bells outside rang in joy, but in the throne room, the only music was the hiss of blood spreading across marble. Jay didn't linger to savor victory. He teleported away in the same instant, leaving behind a dying tyrant, a nation struggling to process their salvation, and a world forever changed by witnessing the impossible. In the silence that followed, Darmstadt's church bells continued to ring Christmas morning across a land finally free of the supernatural poison that had been slowly killing it. Victor Von Doom's final gift to his people was his own defeat. And across the globe, humanity went to sleep on Christmas Eve having witnessed proof that miracles, while rare, were still possible in this world. A/N, how was this chapter? Did the revenge land? Was it satisfying, and did the payoff feel worth it? Been building to this moment for a while, so I'm curious if it hit the way you expected. Chapter 109, White Christmas. A/N, you guys did it again and hit the 150 Power Stone goal, so here's your bonus chapter. If you want to keep these coming, the next goal is 350 Power Stones. Let's see if you can make it happen. Blue energy swirled as Jay materialized in his sparse camartage room. His knees buckled the moment the teleportation energy faded, exhaustion hitting him like a physical weight. The Ancient One sat waiting on his simple wooden chair, hands folded in her lap. Master, Jay managed before stumbling forward. His enhanced physiology had been pushed beyond its limits. The massive conversion and distribution of energy left him running on fumes and willpower alone. He couldn't even confirm Doom's fate. He collapsed face first onto his narrow bed, not bothering to remove his torn and bloodied clothes. When he turned his head to look at her, he attempted a weak grin. So, how much trouble am I in? Scale of 1 to newspaper beating. He braced himself for the familiar rolled-up newspaper, the sharp tap to his head that had become her signature form of discipline. Instead, he felt something completely unexpected. A gentle hand touched his head, fingers running through his sweat-dampened hair. Master. Jay's voice was barely a whisper. Why are you? But before he could finish the question, consciousness fled. The emotional and physical toll of the night finally claimed him, and he fell into the deepest sleep he'd experienced in months. The Ancient One carefully adjusted his position, pulling a simple woolen blanket over his still form. For a moment, she studied his face, noting the absence of stress lines that had been there when he'd first arrived at Camartage. Sigh, she murmured, shaking her head. You disorderly, frustrating, and utterly dense student of mine. She stood, smoothing her robes, and walked toward the door. The moment she opened it, she found exactly what she'd expected, Masters Mordo, Hammer, Wong, and Kaiselius, along with several other senior practitioners, waiting in the corridor like students outside the headmaster's office. The Ancient One walked past them without a word, her footsteps echoing off the stone as she made her way to the central meeting hall. They followed in respectful silence. Once seated at the head of the long wooden table, she fixed them with her steady gaze. Out with it. The response was immediate and chaotic. Every voice in the room erupted at once. The Ancient One's hand struck the table with a sharp crack that silenced them instantly. One at a time. Master Hammer spoke first. His remaining hand gestured as his words carried genuine bewilderment. Master, when Jay was training under us, you never mentioned his ability to freely manipulate interdimensional energy. And not just any energy, but forces drawn from both the light force and dark force dimensions without contracts, binding rituals, or even acknowledgement from the respective dimensional lords. His voice rose slightly. Then he had the audacity to call himself a non-sorcerer. The Ancient One's laughter filled the chamber. This was exactly the expression I made when I first discovered the extent of his capabilities. Master Mordo's voice was rigid when he spoke. But why not tell us? And more importantly, why bring someone who can channel dark energy into the sanctified grounds of Camartage? The very foundation of our order is built on maintaining the balance between light and shadow. The Ancient One turned her attention to him. You are too rigid in your thinking, Master Mordo. Simply because Jay can access dark energy doesn't make him inherently evil. You've trained with him for 3 months now. You are an excellent judge of character. What does your experience tell you about the man himself? Mordo fell silent, his jaw working as he wrestled with conflicting assessments. Kaiselius leaned forward, pale eyes bright. Master, Jay's ability to absorb and purify dark energy could transform everything we do. Imagine, cleansed dimensional barriers, neutralized demonic influences, corrupted practitioners restored to wholeness. His voice dropped lower. He mentioned he could potentially share this gift. We could create an order of purifiers, Master. A true force for. Jay may be a student here, the Ancient One interrupted firmly, but he is not a part of Kamarta's permanent structure. We have already negotiated what his price will be for the training he's received. Nothing more. Caecilius' knuckles whitened as his fists clenched. For a moment, something flickered behind his eyes. Hunger, perhaps, or desperation. You're making a mistake, Master. This power shouldn't be hoarded by one individual when it could serve a greater purpose. When it could save lives, prevent corruption, protect. When it could be controlled. The Ancient One's voice was quiet but sharp. Be careful, Caecilius. The road to darkness is often paved with noble intentions. Caecilius stood abruptly, his chair scraping against stone. He opened his mouth as if to argue, then closed it. Without another word, he strode from the chamber, his robes billowing behind him. The Ancient One turned her attention to the remaining masters. Does anyone else have concerns they wish to voice? Wong raised his hand tentatively, and when she nodded, he spoke with complete seriousness. When will Jay wake up? I need another one of his friend Max's pizzas. His expression of remembered culinary bliss was so genuine that the Ancient One burst into laughter. The sound broke the tension in the room, and soon Hammer was chuckling, followed by the other masters. Even Mordo's stern expression softened slightly. This incident has revealed Jay as a major player in Earth's mystical hierarchy, the Ancient One said once the laughter died down. Demonic lords and mystical beings of all alignments will take notice of what he accomplished tonight. But something tells me he's already prepared for that eventuality. She looked toward the window, where the first hints of dawn were beginning to touch the mountain peaks. The ripples from tonight will spread far beyond Latveria's borders. More than that, Wong added quietly, his earlier humor gone. Master, humanity has never witnessed anything like this. Not in living memory. This isn't a hero stopping a robbery or even defeating a villain. This is a miracle. Broadcast live to the entire world. Indeed, the Ancient One agreed. The boy has no idea what he's unleashed. Shield Helicarrier, Director's Office. Director Nick Fury stood at the center of his office like the eye of a storm, his scarred face illuminated by multiple holographic projections. Agent Coulson and Deputy Director Hill flanked him, both maintaining professional composure despite the unprecedented nature of what they were witnessing. Across from them, Steve Rogers sat with the rigid posture of a soldier receiving a briefing, but his eyes reflected the same amazement everyone was struggling to process. The central hologram showed satellite footage of Latveria, streams of healing light visible even from orbit as they spread across the small nation's territory. Surrounding displays captured various angles of Jay's confrontation with Doom, the sword fight in the laboratory, and the moment when impossible radiance had erupted from Castle Doom to heal an entire country. Fury's hand moved unconsciously to rub his bald head, a nervous habit that surfaced only during the most stressful situations, but lately this was becoming a habit when he was dealing with Jay. This kid is going to be the death of me, he muttered before launching into a string of curses that would have made a sailor blush. Coulson glanced at Hill. Feels like déjà vu, doesn't it? Hill allowed herself a slight smile. Every time we think we have him figured out, he does something that breaks our understanding of what's possible. Breaks our understanding. Fury's voice rose. He just performed a goddamn miracle on live television. Every intelligence agency on the planet is losing their shit right now. The UN is in emergency session. Half the world thinks he's the second coming, and the other half wants him tried for war crimes. Steve Rogers leaned forward, his voice practical. I don't see the problem here. Jay not only dealt with Doom, who we couldn't touch diplomatically, but he also healed thousands of innocent people and diverted Hydra's attention away from our operations by giving them a much bigger target to worry about. Fury turned to face him. Captain, with all due respect, you've been on ice for 70 years. Let me explain how the modern world works. Do you understand what it means to illegally enter foreign soil and assassinate their head of state? That's terrorism of the highest order. In his bid to prove he wasn't a terrorist, he became exactly what they accused him of being. And now our government wants a piece of him, and we can't be sure if or when they'll decide to go after his inner circle and the Morlocks as collateral damage. It's worse than that, Hill interjected, pulling up more data. Do you realize this is the first time in modern history that the general public has witnessed superhuman activity on this scale? The Fantastic Four stop bank robbers. Tony Stark flies around in his armor. But this is biblical. This is the kind of thing that starts religions. That topples governments. That fundamentally alters how humanity sees itself. Steve's expression grew grave. Then we need to stop them. Otherwise, America itself could be in danger from him. Fury nodded seriously, not wanting to even think of the shitstorm that would be. Steve looked around the room, noting absent faces. Where are Hawkeye and Black Widow? Coulson answered first. After the New Mexico incident, Clint was insistent on taking overdue vacation time. He's been working non-stop for months. Hill's voice carried resignation. When Natasha discovered that the Red Room was still operational with the possibility that some of her family members might still be alive, she effectively left S.H.I.E.L.D. The only saving grace is that thanks to the resources we're providing to help her with her mission against the Red Room, she's still our agent, at least on paper. Fury sighed heavily. Well, at least that's one less potential threat if Jay decides he needs something from us and we can't deliver. Director, an agent's voice came through the comms. We're getting reports of a situation in Latveria. Multiple nations are requesting permission to send humanitarian aid and observers. They want to study what he did, Hill said. And probably collect samples, conduct interviews, figure out if it can be replicated or weaponized, Coulson added. Fury rubbed his head again. All right. Get me everything. Traffic analysis from social media. Polling data. Intelligence reports from our international partners. I want to know exactly how much the world just changed. Sir, Coulson said quietly, I don't think our data collection can quantify this. This isn't just a change. This is a paradigm shift. Before tonight, enhanced individuals were exceptional. Rare. Now everyone knows that miracles are possible. That one person can heal a nation. That magic is real. We can't put the genie back in the bottle. The room fell silent as the weight of that statement settled over them. Coulson struggled to hold back a laugh at his director's grudging pragmatism. CNN breaking news, emergency broadcast. The news anchor's hands trembled slightly as she read from her notes. Behind her, the footage from Latveria played on loop. We're now entering hour 7 of continuous coverage of what's being called the White Christmas. For those just joining us, last night, a live-streamed confrontation between American enhanced individual J, also known as power broker, and Latvian ruler Victor von Doom culminated in what can only be described as an act of mass healing affecting potentially nearly 1 million people. She paused, clearly struggling with the words. Hospitals throughout Latveria are reporting 0 critical patients. Weather patterns have normalized after months of destructive anomalies. And all of this was broadcast live to an estimated 2.3 billion viewers worldwide. The split screen showed various reactions, crowds gathering in city squares, religious leaders making statements, governments convening emergency sessions. We're receiving reports of spontaneous gatherings in major cities worldwide, she continued, her professional composure wavering. The hashtag White Christmas is trending in 47 countries. Some are calling it divine intervention, others mass delusion, and still others. She glanced off camera, as if seeking permission to continue. Others are calling it the end of the world as we know it. Another anchor joined her, his expression shell-shocked. Sarah, we need to talk about what this means. This isn't like when Tony Stark revealed he was Iron Man. This isn't like reports of enhanced individuals stopping crimes. This is unprecedented. This is a single person affecting an entire nation. Healing diseases that medical science said were incurable. Growing flora that was destroyed. Changing weather patterns. We're joined now by Dr. Elizabeth Chen, professor of sociology at Columbia University. Dr. Chen, how do you even begin to contextualize something like this? Dr. Chen appeared on screen, looking exhausted. Honestly, we don't have a framework for this. Throughout human history, we have accounts of miracles, of divine intervention, but they've always been filtered through time, through religious texts, through interpretation. This is the first time in the modern age that millions of people have witnessed something objectively miraculous happen in real time, with full documentation. What kind of societal impact are we looking at? Massive and fundamental. This event will divide human history into before and after. Before tonight, enhanced individuals were, let's call them exceptional humans. Genetic mutations, technological advances, and accidents. But this looks like something else entirely. And people are going to respond accordingly. Meaning what, exactly? Meaning some people are going to worship him. Some are going to fear him. Some are going to want to control him, study him, replicate what he did. And some are going to want to destroy him because his very existence challenges their worldview. We're looking at potential cult formation, government intervention, international incidents, and a complete rewriting of how humanity understands its place in the universe. The anchor fell silent for a moment. Dr. Chen, do you think we're ready for this? No. Absolutely not. But ready or not, the age of miracles has begun. Chapter 110, White Christmas. A/N, you guys did it again and hit the 150 Power Stone goal. If you want to keep these coming, the next goal is 350 Power Stones. Let's see if you can make it happen. UN Security Council, emergency session. The chamber was packed with diplomats, all of them looking exhausted. The emergency session had been called within 2 hours of the broadcast. The U.S. representative stood first. While the United States appreciates the concern of the international community, we want to make it absolutely clear that the actions of the individual known as power broker do not represent official U.S. policy. We had no prior knowledge of his intentions and do not condone unauthorized intervention in foreign affairs. The Russian representative stood immediately. But you're not condemning it either. An American national has assassinated a foreign head of state and fundamentally altered the geopolitical landscape of Eastern Europe. This is an act of war. Doom was engaged in supernatural summoning that endangered his own population, the American countered. This was an intervention to prevent a humanitarian crisis. Convenient that you get to define what constitutes a humanitarian crisis worthy of intervention. Will you extend the same courtesy to other nations? If we determine that American policies endanger populations, may we send our own heroes to fix the problem? The British representative raised her hand. Perhaps we're missing the larger point here. Whether or not Jay's actions were legal under international law, the fact remains that he demonstrated capabilities that fundamentally change our understanding of what's possible. We need to be discussing frameworks for how to handle individuals with this level of power. You mean how to control them, the Chinese representative said flatly. I mean how to ensure they don't destabilize the entire world order. The African Union representative, who'd been silent until now, finally spoke. Has anyone actually asked what the people of Latveria want? They were the ones suffering under Doom's ritual. They were the ones healed. Perhaps instead of arguing about sovereignty and law, we should be listening to the people most affected. The people most affected are probably in shock, someone muttered. Or grateful, another countered. The arguments continued as dawn broke over New York, no resolution in sight. Baxter Building, living room. The Fantastic Four, now including a normal-looking Ben Grimm, sat clustered around the main view screen with Alicia Masters and their newly constructed robot assistant Herbie. The footage from Latveria played on repeat. Ben flexed his completely human fingers for perhaps the 1,000th time since his transformation, still marveling at the sensation of touch without the barrier of orange rock-like skin. Alicia sat beside him, her hand in his, both of them now adjusted to being able to feel each other's skin. When Alicia first felt Ben's hand, she was startled. After Ben explained what had happened with Jay, she seemed downcast, uncertain whether to thank him or not. But when others asked how she could still recognize him now that his skin was flesh instead of rock, she smiled softly and said, "What do you mean? Ben is Ben, no matter what he feels like under my fingers." For months had passed since the terrible night when everything had fallen apart. The emotional aftermath of Jay's enhancement procedure, the constant attacks, the revelation of his deceptions, and finally Ben's cure had left everyone's emotions running too high to think clearly. It was only after several days of cooling off that reality had set in. Yes, Jay had lied to them, but his reasoning had been sound. And what had they been thinking, trusting Victor Von Doom of all people? Reed and Sue had tried to reach out to have a proper conversation about everything that had happened, but they discovered Jay had left on an extended vacation. Sue had been adamant about settling things in person, knowing the importance of clearing the air properly. But seeing Jay fight Doom, who was using magic and invoking demons and planning to sacrifice his first love, was unreal. Hearing Jay call out Doom's possible cuck fetish made the ladies blush and sent Johnny laughing. Then, watching Jay use abilities on a level that could heal nearly every sick person in an entire country, cure psychological trauma, and restore destroyed crops, they began to understand just how much he must have trained to reach that level of power. "What's happening?" Alicia asked, having listened to Ben's running commentary of the visual elements she couldn't see. When Ben finished explaining what the screen showed, tears began streaming down Alicia's face. "Alicia, honey, what's wrong?" Sue asked with concern. "I can't imagine how much Jay must have suffered, carrying all that guilt in his heart, to push himself to this level trying to clear his name," Alicia whispered. The room fell into a somber silence as her words sank in. Herbie beeped and clicked a few times. Beep boop whir, click beep. Herbie's right, we should apologize to Jay, Reed said, understanding the little robot perfectly. Boop beep whir click, Herbie added. Alicia nodded. "Yeah, you are right, if Sue wants to meet face to face, we could take the Fantasticar." Ben looked between them, scratching his head. "Hold up, how the hell do you two understand all that beeping?" Johnny grabbed the small robot and spun him around. "Herbie, you're brilliant." Beep beep whir. Herbie squeaked in protest, though he almost sounded like he was laughing. "Seriously," Ben continued, "it's just beeps and boops to me. You guys got some kinda secret decoder ring or something?" Reed's face grew serious, ignoring Ben's confusion. "No. Sue needs us here." Everyone's eyes drifted to Sue's growing belly. 3 months now, and the curve was becoming more pronounced. She'd had to start wearing looser clothing on missions. The baby kicked sometimes during their missions, a tiny reminder that their world of unbelievable science and megalomaniac villains wasn't exactly the safest place to raise a child. Sue caught them all staring and placed a protective hand over her stomach. "I'm pregnant, not made of glass," she said, but her voice lacked its usual sharpness. The truth was, every time they faced danger now, she felt the weight of responsibility differently. She wasn't just protecting herself anymore. That's exactly the point, Reed said gently, moving to sit beside her. The baby's due in 6 months. Between now and then, we need to be more careful about the risks we take. Which is why, Johnny added, his typical humor subdued, maybe we should let Jay come to us when he's ready. Send him a message, sure, but dragging a pregnant lady across the country to apologize. That's not a great look, bro. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. The mansion was unusually quiet, with most of the team away on missions and the younger students busy managing their social media presence after taking Jay's advice about connecting with the outside world to heart. Only Professor Xavier, Scott Summers, and Jean Grey remained in the main sitting room, the latter now visibly nearly 6 to 7 months pregnant. They watched the Latverian footage with expressions of amazement and growing concern. Scott's tactical mind was working overtime, and his expression showed the discomfort of someone realizing they might have seriously misjudged a potential threat. What would we have done if we'd been facing Jay as an enemy instead of Doom? Honestly, he was coming up short on viable strategies. Jean suddenly laughed, though the sound carried an edge of nervous energy. It's a good thing all those optic blasts you shot at him never connected, or I don't know what kind of revenge he might have planned for us. She'd meant it jokingly, but both Xavier and Scott were now visibly sweating as they considered the implications. This changes everything, Xavier said quietly, his fingers steepled in thought. For years, I've been working to show the world that mutants can be heroes, that we can be trusted with power. And now someone has demonstrated a level of ability that makes most mutants look ordinary by comparison. You think this hurts the mutant cause? Jean asked. I think it complicates it immensely. If the public believes that enhanced individuals can heal nations with a gesture, what happens when they realize most mutants can't do anything close to that? Does it make us seem less threatening? Or does it make them wonder what other impossibilities are walking among them? Xavier looked at Jean, changing to a more pressing topic. How were the results from your last examination? Hank says the baby is developing perfectly, but the delivery could be complicated to manage. She paused, looking thoughtful. What about the method Jay proposed? Seeing how much his power has grown, I'm sure he'd be able to handle it safely now. She looked at Scott, who immediately became defensive. What? You know exactly what, Scott. Your constant vigilance against him. Scott's voice carried frustration as he responded. Am I the only one who remembers that he lied to us? And in the Morlock tunnels, how easily he dealt with all of us combined. Not to mention he stole Sage's abilities. Scott stopped mid-sentence, his expression growing thoughtful. After a moment, he continued more quietly. But if it's for our baby, I'd do anything. Even if it means making a deal with someone I don't fully trust. Jean laughed again, this time with genuine warmth. After Jay's revelation about her being a clone, she'd begun embracing life to the fullest. Taking leave from active X-Men duty and her teaching responsibilities had allowed her to focus on experiencing her pregnancy completely. She and Scott were closer than they'd ever been. The truth had hit her hard at first. Learning she was a copy with borrowed memories nearly broke her. But Jay's words stuck, you're not less real because of how you came to be. So she chose to live fully and enjoy her pregnancy. Scott had been her rock through it all. Before, they'd tiptoed around their feelings, scared of what the Phoenix might do. Now they talked about everything. Their fears, their dreams, the way he held her during nightmares about memories that might not even be hers. They were building something real together. Xavier nodded decisively. Then let's contact him and arrange a meeting. A sudden kick made Jean gasp, her hand flying to her belly. Someone agrees with that, she said, smiling at Scott. Chapter 111, Sleeping Through the Storm. A/N, this chapter is a big one, so if you want more, let's reach 350 power stones, and a bonus chapter drops. Let's see if you can make it happen. Stark Tower, Workshop. Tony Stark stood amid a maze of holographic displays and partially constructed armor components, working on a new suit design specifically intended to handle lightning attacks after reading the classified reports about the New Mexico incident. He was still struggling to believe everything he'd learned about Norse gods and interdimensional travel, but the evidence was overwhelming. Sir, Jarvis interrupted, you may want to see this. The AI displayed the footage from Latveria across Tony's workshop displays. Tony watched for several minutes before slamming his tools down in frustration. First, aliens pretending to be Nordic gods throwing lightning storms in New Mexico of all places, with energy readings I've never seen before. Now magic is apparently real, and Doom of all people was using it, and what's with Jay's show-off nature lately? Maybe I rubbed off on the kid too much. Jarvis's voice carried sarcastic amusement. Yes, sir. Much like the last time you begged him to give you advance warning before entering the business world, so you would never find yourself competing against him. Tony ignored the jab. Yeah, well, apparently I'm not the only one doing that anymore, Tony muttered, glancing back at the frozen image of Jay, hair white, energy radiating from his body like a star. Jarvis, add another project. I want to know if we can detect or measure whatever the hell that energy was. Sir, our satellites detected the phenomenon, but the readings are unlike anything in our database. The energy signature doesn't match any known form of radiation or EM spectrum. It's as if it exists outside conventional physics. Nothing exists outside physics. Physics is everything. If I can't measure it, I can't understand it. And if I can't understand it, I can't replicate or counter it. May I remind you, sir, that 3 months ago you insisted magic wasn't real. 3 months ago, I was right. Now I'm just adjusting my parameters. Jarvis, create a new project file. I want a comprehensive analysis and contingency plans for dealing with this so-called magic. Certainly, sir. Also, you are currently 20 minutes late for your dinner reservation with Miss Potts. Tony's eyes widened in panic. What? Why didn't you remind me earlier? I did, sir. Multiple times. You told me you were busy saving the world. Oh, Pepper's gonna kill me, Tony muttered, scrambling into his suit. He blasted straight out the window without bothering to open it. Jarvis, call the restaurant. Already done, sir. I've informed them you're experiencing technical difficulties. Tony weaved through air at breakneck speed, nearly clipping a bird. He landed hard on the sidewalk outside the restaurant, suit retracting as he jogged toward the entrance. Pepper, he called out, spotting her at their usual table. Sorry. There was this thing with the arc reactor and Queen's safe house. The inner circle had gathered in their familiar meeting room, watching Jay's latest miracle unfold on the large screen Bobby had installed. The atmosphere was a mixture of pride, concern, and something approaching awe. Seeing Doom's plan to sacrifice someone so important had made them all shudder, but what disturbed them more was the venom in Jay's voice during the broadcast. Only now did they understand how much hatred and suppressed rage he'd been carrying in his heart. But then came the miracle, and Jay's transformed appearance with his white hair glowing with converted light energy. Maria's voice was warm with affection. See. I always told you he was a real angel. Always helping people, even when he doesn't know it himself. And on Christmas Eve, no less. Max nodded, his eyes bright. Jay's something special, that's for sure. Bobby, however, was disturbed by seeing Jay deliver that final sword strike to Doom. The level of violence troubled him, even though he understood the necessity. He'd been trying to call Jay repeatedly, but all his attempts went to voicemail. Finally, Jay's recorded message played back. Hey Bobby, if I'm not responding to your calls, it means I'm either passed out or, worse, the Ancient One is in the middle of smacking me with her newspapers for what I'm about to do in Latveria. Call you later, bye. Bye. Give my love to everyone. Everyone laughed at the message, but Bobby just sighed with worried affection. Turn on the news, Maria suddenly said. All the channels. I want to see what they're saying. Bobby flipped through channels. Every single one was covering the same story. Unprecedented display of superhuman ability. International law experts debating whether this constitutes. Religious leaders worldwide responding to what many are calling. Stock markets in chaos as investors try to understand. The United Nations Security Council in emergency session. X-District Community Center. In the newly constructed community center that served as the unofficial heart of the mutant district, the Morlock leaders had gathered around the large screen. Callisto sat in the front row, her single eye fixed on the footage. Beside her, Caliban and Beautiful Dreamer watched intently, while Sunder's massive frame filled a section in the back. As Jay's words echoed through the room, Callisto's scarred face broke into a fierce grin. There's our leader, she said quietly, but her voice carried to every corner of the silent room. Callisto, Caliban said quietly, his voice troubled, the humans are scared. When humans are scared, they hurt mutants. When humans are scared, they hurt anyone different, Callisto corrected. But this time, maybe they'll be too busy being scared of Jay to bother with us. Or maybe they'll come after all of us, Beautiful Dreamer said. Mutants, enhanced, anyone who's not normal. They won't distinguish. They'll just see threats that need to be eliminated. Sunder's deep voice rumbled through the room. Then we prepare to defend ourselves. No, Callisto said firmly. We prepare to defend him. Because if they come after Jay, if they try to hurt the one person who's actually done something to help us, then we show them exactly what happens when you threaten the Morlock's chosen leader. The assembled crowd watched with expressions of fierce pride and renewed loyalty. Vice President Rodriguez's office. Vice President Rodriguez sat alone in his office, staring at the Latverian footage on his tablet. His first instinct had been anger. This looked like international terrorism, plain and simple. Every political bone in his body screamed that he should distance himself from the X-District initiatives immediately. Then he watched Jay heal an entire nation with a gesture. The tablet slipped in his hands as memories hit him like a freight train. His daughter Maria, trapped in that wheelchair for all her life. The doctors had all given up, told them to accept it and move on. Then Jay had walked into their lives, asking for the impossible, but he placed his hands on her small frame and given their little girl a chance at normal life. Now Maria was running around upstairs, probably terrorizing her mother about going to the park with Hammy and complaining about homework like any normal 8-year-old should. Rodriguez rubbed his temples and reached for his legal pad. The political fallout from this was going to be brutal, but he knew which side he was on. He started scribbling notes, preparing talking points that would somehow defend a man who just committed an act of war to save lives. His phone rang. Mr. President. Rodriguez, I need to know where you stand on the Latveria situation. Rodriguez took a deep breath. Sir, I stand with the men who healed my daughter. And if that costs me my career, so be it. A long pause. That's what I thought you'd say. That's why I'm calling. I need someone who actually knows this Jay character to help me understand what we're dealing with. Because right now, I've got the Joint Chiefs telling me he's a threat, State Department saying he's a diplomatic disaster, and the CDC wanting to study him like a lab rat. And what do you think, sir? I think I just watched someone do more good in one night than my entire administration has managed in 2 years. And that scares the hell out of me. Sir. It means power has shifted, Rodriguez. The balance we've maintained since World War II, the understanding that nations hold the monopoly on large-scale force, just became obsolete. One person changed that. One person proved that national boundaries, military might, political authority, all of it means nothing if someone decides to act. He saved lives, sir. This time. But what happens the next time someone with that kind of power decides to act? What if their definition of helping doesn't match ours? Rodriguez had no answer to that. Some debts, he realized, were worth the political suicide. Discreet yacht, international waters. The surviving members of the former Hellfire Club had gathered in the yacht's main salon, their faces bearing the permanent marks of Jay's retribution. Scars, burns, and twisted features served as constant reminders of what happened when someone crossed him. Only Emma Frost remained unmarked. Expensive champagne sat forgotten as they watched Jay's confrontation with doom play out on the main screen, each disfigured face reflecting the same mixture of fear and hatred. Their elaborate plans for revenge suddenly seemed laughably inadequate. One of them grabbed the entire planning board and hurled it straight out the yacht's window with a splash. Another swept all their carefully organized documents into the trash. New plan, someone muttered, pulling out a fresh whiteboard. From scratch, another agreed, uncapping a marker. Next time, they declared in unison, shaking their fists at the screen, we'll definitely get him next time. Emma just sighed and poured herself another drink. Are you all insane? She finally said. They turned to look at her. Did you not just watch what I watched? Did you not see him heal an entire country? Did you not see him convert demonic energy into pure light? And you're sitting here planning revenge. Emma, we can't just. Yes, we can. We absolutely can. We can take our scars, our humiliation, and our lives, and we can count ourselves lucky he didn't do worse. Because the men we just watched on that screen. That's not someone we can fight. That's not even someone we should think about fighting. So what, we just accept what he did to us. We accept that we gambled, we lost, and we survived. That's more than Doom can say. The room fell silent. I'm out, Emma said firmly. Count me out of whatever plans you're making. I'm going to use my remaining resources to disappear and live quietly somewhere he'll never think to look for me. You're abandoning us. I'm choosing survival over pride. I recommend you all do the same. She stood, gathering her things. But if you insist on pursuing revenge against someone who can heal nations and kill tyrants with equal ease, then I wish you the best of luck. You're going to need it. She left without looking back. The remaining members looked at each other, the bravado draining from their faces. Maybe Emma has a point, someone finally said. Maybe we should just forget about all this. The planning board stayed blank. Social media, worldwide. Within 8 hours of the broadcast, the internet had essentially broken. Twitter's trending list was entirely dominated by Latveria-related hashtags, hashtag White Christmas, 1.2 billion tweets, hashtag Jay the Healer, 890 million tweets, hashtag Christmas Miracle, 756 million tweets, hashtag Doomfalls, 643 million tweets, hashtag New Age, 521 million tweets. Facebook had crashed twice from the sheer volume of posts. Instagram was flooded with artistic interpretations of the healing moment. TikTok had exploded with reaction videos, analysis, conspiracy theories, and people claiming to be in Latveria during the event. Reddit's servers were overloaded as every subreddit, regardless of original topic, had multiple threads discussing the event. One post on r/World News had 4.3 million upvotes and 890,000 comments. We just witnessed the single most significant event in human history since the atomic bomb. One person healed a nation. Changed the paradigm of what's possible. This is our moon landing. Our first flight. Our discovery of fire. Nothing will ever be the same. YouTube was flooded with analysis videos. Some breaking down the physics, or lack thereof, of what occurred. Others discussing the theological implications. Still others offering frame-by-frame analysis trying to understand exactly what had happened. The most viewed video, with 2.1 billion views in just 8 hours, was simply titled, "The Moment Everything Changed." It showed the exact moment when the healing light erupted from Castle Doom. No commentary. No analysis. Just the raw footage. The comments section was a war zone. This is CGI. Has to be. No way this is real. My aunt was there. She was dying. Now she's not. It's real. This is the Antichrist. Mark of the Beast. End times are here. This is proof that mutants are the next stage of human evolution. This is proof that God exists and sends angels when we need them. This is proof that magic is real and science doesn't have all the answers. Everyone arguing about what this proves is missing the point. December 25th, the next morning. The sun rose on a world that didn't quite recognize itself. In Latveria, people stumbled out of their homes in a daze, touching their own bodies as if to confirm the miracle was real. Hospitals sat empty for the first time in living memory. Doctors wandered the halls, checking and rechecking equipment, unable to process the reality that every patient, every single one, had simply gotten better. In Castle Doom, Latverian military officials gathered in confusion, finding themselves without a leader, without orders, without any framework for what came next. Some wanted to declare emergency rule. Others suggested democracy. Still others whispered about tracking down the men who'd done this and asking him what he wanted them to do. When the footage leaked to social media through various unofficial and official channels, the world exploded into chaos. Religious groups immediately began competing to claim Jay as an agent of their particular deity. Hashtag Angel of Healing and hashtag Christmas Miracle trended simultaneously in dozens of languages. Conspiracy theorists worked overtime, generating theories that ranged from elaborate staged productions to multidimensional chess games. Some insisted the entire confrontation was VFX, Hollywood-level special effects designed to manipulate global opinion. Others claimed Jay's revenge was all an act, that Doom exposing him had been Jay's plan from the very beginning, a carefully orchestrated public relations campaign to gain sympathy before revealing his true power. The most popular theory suggested that Jay and Doom were secretly working together, that the whole feud was theater designed to justify Jay's eventual takeover of Latveria. Forums buzzed with frame-by-frame analysis of the footage, claiming to spot obvious green screen effects and crisis actor tells. One particularly vocal group insisted that the healed Latverians were all paid actors with makeup, and that the dimensional portals were just advanced hologram technology stolen from Stark Industries. The hashtag wars began in earnest. Hashtag Jay is terrorist battled against hashtag Jay is hero across every platform, but hashtag White Christmas was a unified term coined for this event. Some demanded his immediate arrest for violating international law. Others proclaimed him a true hero who actually went around the world making lasting positive changes instead of just defending New York constantly. The discussion spread to television news programs, public debates, and even parliamentary sessions in different countries. International law experts debated the precedent of superhuman intervention in foreign affairs, with some calling for new Geneva Convention protocols while others argued that Jay's actions constituted an unprovoked attack on a sovereign nation. Medical professionals struggled to explain the impossible healing, with research teams already booking flights to Latveria to study the miracle of Christmas Eve. Religious leaders called for everything from canonization to excommunication, with the Vatican quietly opening an official investigation into potential divine intervention. Pharmaceutical companies saw their values plummet as people questioned why they needed medicine when miracles were possible. Defense contractors' stocks surged as governments realized they needed new capabilities to handle extraordinary threats. The world had been irrevocably changed in a single night. And the person responsible was sleeping peacefully, utterly unaware of the chaos he'd unleashed. But Jay, blissfully unaware of the global chaos his actions had triggered, slept peacefully in his narrow bed at Kamartaj, one hand still unconsciously clutching Domino's lucky quarter. For the first time in months, he was finally at peace, having cleared his name and released all the hatred and grief that had been poisoning his heart. The world could wait. He'd earned this rest. Chapter 112, A Farewell and a Festival. A/N, I've been loving all the comments and discussions lately. They've been super motivating and really keep me going. Since we hit the 350 Power Stone goal, here's your bonus chapter. Let's aim for 500 next. Jay surfaced from sleep, his body feeling strangely light. The familiar stone walls of his Kamartaj room greeted him. Evening sunlight streamed through the narrow window. He checked the small clock on his bedside table and bolted upright. Amen, I nearly missed Christmas. He'd been out for almost 16 hours. Yet instead of feeling drained, he felt cleaner. Like someone had scrubbed away months of grime from his soul. Jay padded barefoot to his door. Students clustered in small groups throughout the hallway, and the moment they saw him, conversations stopped dead. Where before there had been polite nods and casual waves, now there was something else. A few younger students pressed themselves against the walls as he passed. Others stared. Is that really him? Again, someone whispered in Mandarin. I knew him being a non-sorcerer was a lie. Did you see the footage? An entire country healed in minutes. Jay kept walking. The Ancient One's meditation hall sat at the end of the corridor. He found her cross-legged with a steaming cup of tea. Merry Christmas, teacher. Jay dropped into a respectful bow, grinning. So what did I miss while I was out? The Ancient One took a slow sip. We don't celebrate Christmas here, but I prepared this special tea blend for your recovery. She gestured to a second cup waiting on the low table. Jay's face fell into an exaggerated pout. What? No gift. It's Christmas. Her lips twitched. My gift was not beating you senseless for that theatrical display in Latveria. A shiver ran down Jay's spine. Sorry, teacher. Your gift is very much appreciated. The Ancient One smiled. You're certainly in better spirits after your rest. Jay settled into lotus position and tried the tea. It was surprisingly sweet, with herbal notes that warmed him from the inside out. I feel lighter, you know. Way lighter. Whoever said that stuff about revenge eating you up from inside was full of it. Sometimes you just need to let it all out. The Ancient One's eye twitched. That was me who said that. Jay froze mid-sip. A rolled newspaper materialized from thin air, whistling past his ear. Your reflexes have improved considerably, she noted with approval. They traded more light banter over tea. Gradually the Ancient One's expression grew serious. Jay, your display in Latveria was far too public. Such demonstrations attract attention from demon lords and mystical entities that prefer to remain unnoticed. Jay nodded. I figured as much. My rivalry and challenger drawbacks have been working overtime since I got here. This was bound to happen eventually. You understand what you've set in motion. I do. Jay set down his teacup and met her eyes directly. Teacher, I'm planning to continue my world tour soon, but before I leave, there's something we need to discuss. The seriousness in his voice made the Ancient One straighten. She waved her hand. The walls shifted into mirrored surfaces that stretched into infinity. In the mirror dimension, we can speak without fear of being overheard. Jay leaned forward. What are you planning to do about Master Caecilius? I'm not sure what you mean. Come on, we both know exactly what I'm talking about. Him discovering your longevity secret and his pact with Dormammu. The whole dark dimension corruption that turns him into your enemy. The Ancient One closed her eyes. When she opened them, Jay saw true weariness. You outsiders and your mysterious sources of information, she sighed. Yes, he will likely follow that path. But those events must happen to push Strange toward his destiny as the greatest of us. Jay's hands hit the table hard enough to make their teacups jump. Destiny. Fate. Didn't you tell me that my arrival eliminated any fixed timeline? Then why accept this? Because I'm tired, Jay. Her voice carried the weight of centuries. I've spent lifetimes moving from crisis to crisis. Battling dimension lords, dark sorcerers, and false gods. Managing Camartage, training students, holding the barriers between worlds. She gestured at their infinite reflections. Do you know what it's like to watch every student you care about grow old and die while you remain unchanged? To bury generation after generation of people you've come to love. Jay's anger deflated. But he wasn't ready to give up. What about Caecilius, though? He's been teaching me. He's someone I actually respect. I can't just stand by and watch him fall to darkness. That's your perspective. But preventing his fall would rob Earth of its destined sorcerer supreme. Strange requires those exact trials to become who he needs to be. Frustration flashed across Jay's features. I'm not giving up on either of you. Just give me time to think of something. I'm drawing a blank right now, but there has to be another way. The Ancient One's laugh was warm, almost maternal. If you can devise a solution that satisfies all the necessary conditions, I'll listen. The mirror dimension faded. Within minutes, they'd moved to Camartage's main courtyard, where the other masters and most of the students had gathered. It looked like an impromptu farewell ceremony. Jay bowed deeply to the assembled crowd. Thank you all for everything. I've learned more here than I ever expected. As Jay walked toward the ancient gates, the students called out their goodbyes in a dozen languages. He was almost teleporting out when Wang's voice cut through the crowd. Wait. You still haven't given me Max's contact information. How am I supposed to get more of those pizzas? Jay was already disappearing in a flash of blue energy, leaving Wong looking bereft and the other masters trying not to laugh. The familiar warehouse came into focus around him. The inner circle was waiting, and their faces lit up the moment he appeared. Well, look who's back, Maria said, pulling him into a hug. Our very own miracle worker. The Christmas angel himself, Linda added, squeezing him tight. Max clapped him on the back. Dude, that broadcast was insane. You actually called Doom a cuck on live TV. Bobby's weathered face showed concern beneath his smile. You feeling all right, kid? That was one hell of a light show you put on over there. Jay's grin was the most carefree he'd worn in months. Better than I have in ages, Bobby. Nothing like giving the perfect gift right on time. Christmas Day in the warehouse felt different than anything Jay had experienced. Bobby had found a gorgeous 8-foot tree. Linda had gone completely overboard decorating it. Professional-grade ornaments, perfectly matched ribbon, and enough twinkling lights to power a small town. The thing looked like it belonged in a department store window. Max had outdone himself in the kitchen. A magazine-perfect turkey sat at the center of a table loaded with sides that belonged in a 5-star restaurant. Seriously, Max, Jay said around a mouthful of the best stuffing he'd ever tasted, what's your secret? Max just grinned. A magician never reveals his tricks. You mean a chef, Maria corrected. Same difference. Both create magic. The gifts they exchanged were simple but meaningful. Bobby gave Jay a leather journal for writing down all the crazy stuff that happens to you. Linda had knitted him a scarf in midnight blue, softer than anything he'd ever owned. Maria's gift was a stylish backpack. Max presented him with a collection of spice blends in small glass jars, so maybe you can cook something decent for once. Old Tom handed him a battered Zippo lighter with bullet marks. Saved my ass in more times than I can count. Your turn to carry it. Jay's gifts were more personal. He'd brought back treasures from his travels. A hand-forged mini katana letter opener from Kyoto for Bobby, still sharp enough to be useful. For Linda, silk fabric from a tiny shop in Seoul that shimmered like water. Maria received a set of Tibetan healing stones that the monks had blessed, smooth and warm. Max got rare spices from a merchant in Kathmandu who'd sworn they could make even cardboard taste like heaven. For old Tom, a bottle of rice wine that had been aging in a monastery for 30 years. The monk said it was for someone who'd earned their peace. Picked these up 'cause they reminded me of you guys, he explained with a grin. Old Tom wiped his eyes and blamed it on the eggnog, but everyone knew better. The warmth of being surrounded by people who genuinely cared beat any superpower he'd ever gained. As the party wound down and Jay mentioned his New Year plans, Bobby's expression shifted. Actually, kid, the Fantastic Four called. They're throwing a New Year's party and Sue's been asking me to invite you. Says they want to clear the air properly, face to face. Jay's body went rigid. His jaw clenched. He looked away. I don't think that's a good idea. Jay. They chose to believe Doom over me. A dictator who'd tried to kill them multiple times. His voice was tight, controlled. Why should I put myself through that again? Bobby moved closer. Because you need people on your side, kid. Real people. Friends. Not just allies or business contacts. He paused. After everything you revealed in Latveria, you think the governments out there are just going to leave you alone. You need friends who'll stand with you when things get ugly. I have friends, Jay protested weakly. You have us, yeah. But we're not scientists. We're not public heroes with international recognition. The Fantastic Four have legitimacy in ways we don't. Bobby's hand landed on Jay's shoulder. And more than that, they were your friends once. People you cared about. Don't you think they deserve a chance to make things right? Jay was silent. They invited Domino too, Bobby added quietly. Sue specifically asked for her to come. Jay's resistance wavered. His hand moved to his necklace, where he kept Domino's lucky quarter. I don't know if I can just forgive them, Bobby. What they said that night, it hurt. I'm not asking you to forgive them. Not yet. I'm asking you to hear them out. Let them apologize properly. Bobby squeezed his shoulder. Because kid, I've watched you these past few months. You've been carrying the weight of the world alone. That's not sustainable. You're going to break eventually if you don't let people in. Jay closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, there was still apprehension, but also reluctant acceptance. Yeah, he said finally. Yeah, I guess it's time to deal with that situation. The next morning, Jay announced he wanted to go shopping to prepare for the party. Max immediately grabbed his arm. Are you insane? After that broadcast, you'll be mobbed the second you step outside. Jay's grin turned mischievous. Actually, I've been thinking of something for exactly that problem. He closed his eyes and reached deep into his polarity powers. Light and shadow began to dance around him. After several hours of intense concentration and letting his adaptive power perk mold the power, something remarkable happened. Jay appeared to transform completely. Not physically, but the light and shadows around him bent and twisted until he looked like an entirely different person. Holy crap, Max breathed. Is that an actual mirage? Pretty much. By manipulating light and shadows, I can project any appearance I want. Perfect camouflage. The warehouse erupted in amazed reactions that quickly turned into requests. Do Tony Stark. Maria practically bounced in place. Jay shifted seamlessly into Tony's likeness, complete with the signature smirk. I am Iron Man, he said in perfect mimicry of the voice. Johnny Depp. Do Jack Sparrow. Linda squealed. The transformation was flawless, right down to the swaggering posture and mysterious smile. Max was vibrating with excitement. Can you do anime? Do Edward Elric. Jay became the Full Metal Alchemist in an instant, red coat and golden hair perfectly rendered. Who are you calling a pipsqueak? He quoted in Edward's indignant voice. Ichigo from Bleach. Orange spiky hair and a fierce scowl appeared. Jay even manifested a glowing light construct shaped like Zangetsu across his back. Naruto. Do the Rasengan. Blonde hair and whisker marks materialized as Jay held out his hand with a swirling ball of light and dark energy. Believe it, Databeo. Everyone was laughing and applauding, the mood absolutely perfect. Then old Tom cleared his throat from his corner chair. Everyone recognized the dangerous glint in his eyes. Hee hee, Tom chuckled in a way that sounded suspiciously familiar. You know, purely for research purposes, could you perhaps demonstrate Tsunade? The warehouse went dead silent. Maria's fork froze halfway to her mouth. Thomas Richardson, I know you did not just. Linda's knuckles cracked like gunshots. After Jay got made you that nice gift, you absolute goblin. Bobby looked up from his turkey. Tom, buddy, read the room. Max was already pushing his chair back. Nope, not getting caught in this crossfire. Tom giggled like he'd just peeped through bathroom windows, hands up defensively. It's educational. Think of the applications. Applications my ass, both women roared. Tom went down, chair and all. Jay nearly choked on his eggnog. Old man, I draw the line at being your personal peep show. But the things we could have tested about. Tom wheezed from the floor, one leg still twitching. That's IT. Linda shrieked, grabbing Tom by his collar and shaking him up. When the chaos died down, Jay shifted his appearance to that of an unremarkable man in his 30s. Forgettable features, average build, the kind of face that disappears in a crowd. Perfect, he said. Who's ready for the last shopping spree of the year? Chapter 113, The Baxter Building Bash. A/N, I've been loving all the comments and discussions lately. They've been super motivating and really keep me going. Since we hit the 350 Power Stone goal, here's your bonus chapter. Let's aim for 500 next. Jay stood in front of the Baxter building, his legs fighting between moving forward and turning around to flee. The unassuming face he wore through his illusion couldn't hide the nervous energy radiating from his body. Bobby slapped his back hard enough to make him stumble. What are you waiting for, kid? You gotta walk one step at a time. Before Jay could protest, the rest of the inner circle practically shoved him toward the elevator. Maria grabbed his left arm while Linda took his right, with Tom pushing from behind. Come on, bro, Max laughed. It's not like they're waiting to ambush you. Once the elevator doors closed, Jay let out a shaky breath and released his mirage. The light around him shimmered and twisted until his original appearance emerged. Light brown skin, freshly cut hair that Linda had insisted on trimming that morning, and a casual button-down shirt. You're shaking like a leaf, Maria observed, reaching up to straighten his collar. Jay tried to bat her hands away. I'm fine. No, you're not. She continued fussing with his shirt, smoothing out wrinkles that probably didn't exist. Listen, you don't need to be nervous. We're here with you, and if things go sour, you have us. Max already has backup food in the freezer. We'll throw our own Rafer. Linda nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. And honestly, I bet Max's cooking is better than whatever fancy catering they have up there anyway. Max puffed up his chest. Damn right it is. I don't care how much money Reed Richards has, nobody makes better pizza than me. Jay couldn't help but laugh. The knot in his stomach loosened just a little. The elevator chimed as it reached the penthouse. The doors opened to reveal the party already in full swing on the outdoor balcony. Jay stepped out, his eyes immediately scanning the crowd. Before he could identify everyone, someone crashed into him with surprising force. Jay. He looked down to see Alicia Masters wrapped around him in a fierce hug, her face buried against his chest. She was muttering something he couldn't quite make out at first. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she repeated, her voice thick with emotion. Jay wanted to crack a joke to break the tension, but hearing the genuine gratitude in her voice made him just pat her back gently instead. Hey, I owed Ben one. Plus, what kind of wingman would I be if I couldn't help my buddy score points with his girl? Alicia pulled back and laughed, wiping her eyes. The best kind, apparently. Ben appeared beside them, looking strange in his completely human form but wearing a smile that reached his eyes. He clapped Jay on the shoulder. Jay's body went rigid at the contact. The memory of their last real conversation hit him. Ben's accusations. The distrust. He forced himself not to step back. One hell of a wingman you are, Ben said. Yeah. Jay's response came out flat. He couldn't quite meet Ben's eyes. Glad it worked out. The silence stretched between them, thick and uncomfortable. Alicia sensed it immediately and stepped back, her smile faltering. Ben rubbed the back of his neck. Look, Jay, about everything that happened. It's fine. Jay cut him off, the words coming too fast. Water under the bridge. But his jaw was tight, and they both knew it wasn't fine at all. Jay's gaze swept the party, taking inventory of who Sue and Reed had invited. The X-Men had claimed a section near the balcony railing. Xavier, Scott, Beast in his more human form, and a few others he recognized. Luke Cage and Jessica Jones stood near the bar, looking oddly formal in their attempt at party attire. What really caught his attention was Frank Castle standing with a woman. Jay remembered was Maria Castle, while two young kids ran circles around the adults. Frank looked relaxed, wearing civilian clothes and actually smiling. Steve Rogers was there deep in conversation with Coulson. Just then, the sound of repulsors filled the air as three figures descended from the sky in perfect formation. Iron Man's classic red and gold, the bulkier War Machine with its distinctive shoulder cannon, and a sleeker silver and purple suit Jay didn't immediately recognize. They landed with typical Stark flair, suits opening in synchronized motions to reveal Tony, Rhodey, and Pepper Potts. And that's how you make an entrance, Tony announced to no one in particular, his arc reactor glowing through his dress shirt. The attention of half the party shifted to the newcomers, which gave Jay the perfect opportunity to slip away to a corner where a punch bowl sat unattended. He grabbed a cup and filled it, keeping one eye on the elevator. You know, hiding in corners isn't very social. Jay turned to find Jessica Jones approaching with Luke Cage beside her. Jessica looked uncomfortable in her dress, constantly tugging at her skirt. Hey, Jessica, and you are Luke, I assume. Jay nodded to both of them. Jessica's usual sharp attitude softened around the edges. I wanted to thank you. For what you did with Kilgrave. Luke stepped forward and extended his hand, which Jay shook. Jessica told me what happened. That psycho was planning to. Luke's jaw tightened. I can't even imagine what would have happened if you hadn't been there. Jay cringed internally, remembering his dramatic entrance and what he was pretty sure had been some truly terrible dialogue. It was nothing. Really? What ended up happening to him? Jay asked, though he wasn't sure he cared about the answer. Jessica's expression grew serious. After we proved most of the crimes connected to him were his doing, including a lot of unreported cases, they sent him to the maximum security prison. But someone shivved him before he made it through his first week. He didn't make it. Jay just hummed, showing even less sympathy than he'd show for stepped-on gum. The elevator dinged. Jay's head snapped toward it instantly, but only Sue and Jean emerged, both laughing about something and both clearly pregnant. Luke noticed Jay's reaction. You expecting someone? Yeah, Jay rubbed the back of his neck. Maybe. Luke's expression grew suddenly serious. Hey, how about joining Heroes for Hire? 6-figure base salary, cut of every commission you take, and the best all-inclusive health insurance you could find. Jay stared at him for a moment before bursting into laughter. He patted Luke's extended arm. Thanks, man. I needed that laugh. As Jay walked away, Luke turned to Jessica with genuine confusion. Was there something wrong with my pitch? Jessica just face-bombed. You big, adorable dummy. Jay made his way over to Sue and Jean, both of whom lit up when they saw him. His smile felt like it was carved from wood. I was worried you weren't going to come, Sue said, her hand instinctively moving to her rounded belly. Bobby said I just needed to invite Domino to make sure you. Jay's throat tightened. The memory of Sue's face that night flashed through his mind. The disappointment. The way she'd looked at him like he was a stranger. He shoved the thought down and forced his voice to stay light. Congratulations on the baby. How far along are you now? Sue's smile dimmed slightly. She'd noticed his tone. About 3.5 months. She rubbed her bump, uncertainty creeping into her expression. Huh, so right after Doom. Jay's grin didn't reach his eyes. Funny how people get their priorities straight after a major shakeup. The comment landed harder than he'd intended. Sue's blush wasn't just from embarrassment now. There was hurt there too. Jean moved closer, clearly trying to ease the tension. Thank you for helping Logan again. He's been a completely different person since you removed that adamantium bullet from his skull. Jay nodded, his shoulders tight. Part of him wanted to be genuine, wanted to let go of the bitterness. But another part, the part that still remembered being called a liar and manipulator by people he considered friends, wouldn't let him relax. I hope he finally stopped trying to get with you and got a life, Jay said, the joke coming out more defensive than playful. Jean laughed loudly, the sound carrying across the party. In a far corner, Logan's ear twitched where he stood talking with Steve. Jean leaned in closer, lowering her voice. After the party, could we talk privately? Scott and I need to ask you something. Jay had a pretty good idea what this was about, but he nodded. Sure thing. Suddenly, two small bodies crashed into his legs. Doctor. Doctor. Frank Jr. and Lisa Castle shouted in unison, bouncing with unmistakable sugar-fueled energy. Jay looked down at the hyperactive kids, with syrup around their lips, clearly signs of a sugar rush. All right, calm down, Jay said, kneeling to their level. Who fed you this much candy? Both kids looked at each other, then pointed across the party. Johnny. Human Torch. Jay sighed as Sue just facepalmed while excusing herself with a muttered, "Excuse me, I need to teach my baby brother and to be the uncle of my unborn baby how to be responsible around children." Jean followed her, their friendship obvious as they shared exasperated looks about managing the men in their lives and the common timing of their pregnancies. Jay used a gentle pulse of healing aura to neutralize their sugar rush, then scooped both kids into his arms, cleaning their lips of syrup with his napkin. Too much candy is bad for you, you know. Frank and Maria Castle approached, looking relieved to see their children had been contained. Come now, kids, don't bother the doctor too much, Frank said gently. But we want to stay with our hero. Lisa protested, wrapping her arms around Jay's neck. The word hero hit Jay like a physical blow. His face grew warm, and his heart started beating faster. Maria looked at Jay with sudden tears in her eyes, then leaned over and kissed his cheek. Dr. J, that day in Central Park, you gave us our family back. We couldn't even thank you properly then, and now, no matter how much we thank you, it won't be enough. Jay tried to wave off the gratitude. It was nothing, really. Frank's expression grew deadly serious. No, document. This is serious. If it weren't for you. His voice broke slightly. I can't even imagine the life I'd be living without my kids and wife. Jay thought about the path Frank would have taken, the punisher he would have become, and looking at him now as a devoted family man made his chest tight with relief. Thank God I was there, he thought. I thought this party was just for the FF's friends and heroes. Don't tell me you now have a thing for spandex, Jay said, trying to lighten the mood. Frank actually smiled. I joined the Baxter building as their security chief. With how many attacks happen on this building, I'm seriously thinking of asking for another raise. Jay laughed, trying to picture the Punisher in the same role as Happy Hogan. What happened to the gangs from the park? Jay asked. Frank's expression went cold for a moment, his jaw tightening like it had when he'd first picked up those guns. Someone named Melinda came and gave me all the details about who was behind everything. Names, addresses, bank accounts, the whole conspiracy laid out like a roadmap to hell. I was ready to load my weapons and get in my van when Frank Jr. spotted me in the garage. His voice softened, and he looked less like the almost Punisher and more like just a tired father. Kid asked me where I was going with that look in my eyes. I started to give him some bullshit answer, but then I saw Maria watching from the doorway. Both of them just standing there, trusting me not to become the monster I almost was. Frank's hands unclenched slowly. All that anger, all that need for blood, it just disappeared. I realized I could either be the guy who destroyed families or the guy who protected his own. So I made a choice. He looked Jay in the eye. I contacted Heroes for Hire with the case, and with Matt Murdock as my lawyer, we put everyone who betrayed me behind bars. The legal way. A slight smile crossed his face. Turns out justice doesn't always need to come from a gun. Jay couldn't help but think that after all his interference, nearly all the future defenders had assembled and were working together. The irony wasn't lost on him that by preventing Frank from becoming the Punisher, he'd helped create something better. A team that chose justice over vengeance. Another elevator ding echoed across the party. Jay's attention snapped to the doors as they opened to reveal a group of people, but he was only focused on one figure. Domino stepped out, and Jay's heart forgot how to beat properly. Chapter 114, Mercs for Money. A/N, the next goal for a bonus chapter is 500 power stones. We're so close to it, I can practically smell it. Party popper. The elevator ride to the penthouse felt like it lasted forever. Domino stood pressed against the front gate, fidgeting with her black and white dress. Image here. No need to be nervous, Dom, came a gruff but reassuring voice. A massive gorilla in a safari jacket patted her shoulder with surprising gentleness. We go in, eat good food, get Reed Richards help, market ourselves, connect with others, and get out. Simple. Hey, her ex is there, another voice chimed in, this one metallic and robotic. And after seeing what he did in Latveria, it's us who should be nervous. A monkey screech echoed through the cramped elevator. Hale, get your pet in check, the robotic voice said with electronic irritation. Like I told you last time, just 'cause I'm like this doesn't mean I can talk to monkeys, growled the gorilla. Hitmonkey's got his own opinions. Wade, son, you're worryingly quiet, someone added, looking toward the corner where a figure in red sat unnaturally still. Wade Wilson looked up, his mask's white eye patches seeming to stare through the pages. I feel a disturbance in the force. Can't pinpoint it, but something's about to go very, very meta. Another monkey screech, and suddenly the elevator doors opened. Everyone practically exploded out as they'd been forcefully stuffed in there like sardines. Slapstick literally pancaked against the opposite wall with a cartoonish splat before bouncing back like rubber, his tune physics making him spring up with a cheerful tada. Gorilla Man stepped on Machine Man's foot, who let out a mechanical OW. Biological weight detected. Hitmonkey chittered angrily as he got tangled in Massacre's cape. Domino stumbled forward from the push, catching herself before she could faceplant completely. When she looked up, there was Jay. Handsome as ever with two little kids sitting in his arms like he was their personal jungle gym. Her heart did that stupid skip thing it always did around him. Oh, fuck me sideways. This was not how she'd pictured running into her ex. The ex she'd walked away from in an alley while he was broken and bleeding emotionally. The ex who'd probably spent months hating her guts, and she wouldn't blame him. Well, she said, straightening up and dusting off her dress with forced casualness, this is awkward as hell. Real smooth, Nina. Way to break the tension. She could see the kids looking between them, picking up on the weird energy, and Jay's expression was completely unreadable. Look, Jay, She started, then stopped. What was she supposed to say? Sorry I abandoned you when you needed me most because I was scared of my own feelings. Jay kept staring at her mismatched eyes, quiet as a grave, until Frank Jr. pointed at her excitedly. Lucky lady. Lisa followed immediately. Lucky hero. Seeing the kids calling her out, Domino snapped out of her trance. Frank and Maria Castle appeared behind Jay, and recognition hit her like a truck. She knew those faces. Central Park, the gunfire, Jay throwing himself between the bullets and these exact same kids. Maria grabbed Domino's hand. Oh my, what a coincidence. We didn't get a chance to thank you properly too, did we, dear? You're our kid's second favorite hero after the doctor. Little Lisa jumped from Jay's arms and ran up to Domino. You know, I have a drawing of you in my room. Next time I'll show you. Seeing how adorable Lisa was, Domino took her in her arms without caring if it wrinkled her black and white dress. The kid was just too damn cute. Maria looked at both Jay and Domino holding the kids and quickly snapped a photo with her phone. The kids will love this. She paused, studying the picture with a soft smile that slowly grew wider. Also, you guys look so good with children. The words hung in the air like a loaded gun. Both Jay and Domino went completely red, the implication hitting them like a freight train. They stood there, each holding a Castle kid, suddenly very aware of how domestic the whole scene looked. Jay cleared his throat awkwardly while Domino found the floor incredibly interesting. Even little Lisa picked up on the weird energy and giggled. Frank stepped forward, either oblivious to the tension or choosing to ignore it entirely. Thank you. For everything that day. My family owes you more than we can repay. Dom. Could you introduce us? Domino looked like she'd been pulled out of a dream. She turned to see her team grouped behind her, looking like the weirdest comic book panel ever come to life. Jay, Mr. and Mrs. Castle, meet my new team. Mercs for money. Frank's brows knitted at the name, clearly not liking it. Jay was utterly baffled at seeing the lineup. His comic book nerd perk now firing up, feeding him info about them. Kenneth Hale stood there as a fully sentient gorilla in safari gear. Aaron Stack looked like a chrome-plated robot trying to pass for human. Mossacre was dressed exactly like Deadpool but with a priest's collar. Hitmonkey sat on Hale's shoulder in a perfect black suit. Stephen Harmon looked like a Looney Tunes character had stepped into reality, all bright colors and impossible proportions. And finally, the Marvel Jesus, Wade Wilson, the motherfucking Deadpool. After Domino's brief introductions, Gorilla Man stepped forward and handed both Jay and Frank business cards with their branding, phone numbers, website, Instagram, and even LinkedIn handles. Professional mercenaries for the modern age, he said proudly. Jay couldn't even form words. He was on edge because Domino was here, but also because there were not one but two fourth wall breakers in the same room. Both Deadpool and Slapstick. The universe might actually implode, and all bets are off. Why don't you give us some space and go stuff your faces? Domino told her team. Don't be weird. Seeing her, business face, everyone skedaddled. Then both Jay and Domino went back to being awkward. Maria, sensing the tension between Jay and Domino, tried to get the kids to give them privacy. Come on, kids, let's leave them alone to talk. Both kids refused. We want to stay with our heroes. Seeing them adamant about not leaving, Jay told Frank and Maria, you two go enjoy yourselves. We'll look after the kids. Maria was about to protest when Frank, seeing his chance, took her hand and whispered something in her ear. They both practically ran off. Jay, now alone with Domino and the kids, cleared his throat. So. Domino echoed. The kids giggled at their awkwardness. Another elevator ding, and out came the ex-women, Kitty, Jubilee, Storm, and Rogue, along with others. Seeing Jay and Domino standing there holding kids, they didn't know quite how to react. Storm was first to greet, side-hugging Jay warmly. Jay. Thank you for your help with Logan. He's been a completely different person since then, much more tolerable. Jay smiled back. If it gets beauties like you to hug me, just point me at the next guy who needs brain surgery, and it'll be 110% painful, doctors guarantee. Everyone laughed except Rogue, who looked away uncomfortably. Jubilee dragged the ladies toward the bar. We better not disturb the lovebirds. Jay found himself alone with Domino again, Frank Jr. and Lisa still in their arms. They made small talk, carefully avoiding any stressful topics. Suddenly, Frank Jr. pulled Jay's pendant out from under his shirt. Seeing the adamantium bullet hanging there, he pointed excitedly. My dad has a chain with the same one. But Domino's eyes went to the quarter attached to the necklace. The lucky quarter. Recognizing the coin, she asked quietly, you're still keeping it? Jay nodded. Well, it saved my life, didn't it? Plus, your powers were the reason it came in clutch. So yeah, for good luck. Domino was getting emotional, remembering that night. Jay, I'm sorry for the way we broke things off. We both were running high on emotions, and I've always been a lone wolf. It wasn't. Jay stopped her. Nina, you have nothing to explain to me. Don't justify your feelings. If you kept suppressing your nature and true feelings for my sake, then sometime, somehow, it would have happened anyway. Domino looked down and muttered, damn it, Jay. You really had to go all understanding and sweet. Jay was about to respond when collective shouts from across the party stopped him. The chaos was spectacular. Hitmonkey had somehow gotten hold of several bottles of sake and was emptying them one after another while pointing guns with his feet whenever a waiter approached to stop him. His chittering was getting increasingly aggressive. Gorilla Man and Machine Man were busy trying to get contracts from Stark, who was completely flabbergasted. First seeing a talking gorilla, then getting excited about a walking, talking robot. The applications for Stark Industries could be revolutionary. Tony was saying, his engineer brain already spinning with possibilities. Mossacre, dressed as Deadpool but with a priest's collar, was busy reading Bible passages to the X-Men, specifically Scott and Jean. And lo, a baby born out of wedlock is a sin against the natural order. He was nearly an inch away from meeting his maker as Scott's optic blast started glowing. In a quiet corner, Slapstick asked Wade, why are you suddenly so quiet, boss? Wade held up a finger, his mask's eye patches narrowing. Shoo, we're in scene now. I've done so much meta-commentary that readers are getting performance fatigue from my shtick. Now I either just ice guy people or come to farm aura and leave. Gotta preserve the mystique, baby. Before he could continue, Deadpool frantically covered his mouth. You absolute walnut. If the readers don't like our comedy gold, the author will either give us some bullshit reason to disappear or worse, just forget we exist. We'll become background decoration faster than you can say, narrative convenience. Deadpool looked nervously toward the fourth wall, practically sweating through his mask. Hey there, great author sir, or madam, or non-binary literary genius. Can we maybe do a retake on that last bit? Pretty please with a chimichanga on top. But before he could finish his desperate plea, the scene mercifully cut away to Jay, who was feeling weird about the chaos his ex's teammates were spreading. Domino handed Lisa back to Jay. Sorry, give me a minute. I need to knock some sense into my associates. What followed was too painful and cringe to watch as Domino systematically shut down each team member's antics. Frank and Maria came back, both slightly disheveled. Jay handed their kids and gave Frank a knowing smile. You know about a dozen people here heard. Next time, maybe don't play hooky around supers. Frank's face went red with embarrassment, but Jay couldn't help laughing. It was amazing how different and better this Frank was compared to the Punisher he could have become. Just as Jay was about to find Domino to finish their talk, the sound of glass clinking against a spoon echoed through the party. Mr. Fantastic stretched himself to the center of the balcony, getting everyone's attention. "Everyone, may I have your attention, please?" Author's note. So, I gotta ask, did Deadpool and Slapstick's meta jokes land, or should I send them straight to the Shadow Realm where forgotten characters go to die? Deadpool, whoa, hold up there, literary executioner. Before you delete us faster than your search history, remember, I'm the merc with a mouth. The regenerating degenerate. I've survived cancer, countless deaths, and Ryan Reynolds' acting career. Slapstick, oh, so this is where all the pathetic begging gets done. What a cosmic joke. Here I thought we had artistic integrity, but nope, we're just dancing monkeys hoping Daddy Author doesn't flush us down the plot toilet. Deadpool, Slapstick, you're making it worse. Look, gorgeous readers with questionable taste in fanfiction, if you enjoyed our comedic brilliance, throw us a bone. Validate our existence. We're more desperate for your approval than a politician during election season. Author's finger hovers menacingly over the delete key. Both, please will behave. Chapter 115, Idle. A/N, yo, you absolute champs with apparently too much free time, and I love you for it, you crushed the 500 Power Stones goal, so here's a sizzling bonus chapter just for you, dive in and enjoy the ride. The sound of glass clinking against a spoon echoed through the party. Mr. Fantastic stretched himself to the center of the balcony, getting everyone's attention. "Everyone, may I have your attention, please?" The crowd quieted down bit by bit, conversations dying off as people turned toward Reed. Jay tried melting further back into his corner by the punch bowl, but there wasn't anywhere to hide when half the room probably still thought of him as a terrorist. Reed cleared his throat, his brilliant mind suddenly fumbling with basic public speaking. "Thank you all for being here to celebrate the new year with us. But that's not the only thing we're celebrating tonight." His arm stretched back to take Sue's hand, bringing her forward as her other hand rested over her rounded belly. "As some of you may have noticed, Sue and I are expecting our first child." The applause hit immediately, warm and genuine. Tony started shouting something that sounded suspiciously like, "Christ, Reed, save some for the rest of us," but Pepper's elbow found his ribs, shutting him up mid-sentence. Thank you, Reed said, his face turning red as he tried to pull himself together. "But that's not the only good thing we have to celebrate tonight." Both Sue and Johnny were practically vibrating with excitement now, sharing looks that screamed they'd been keeping secrets all evening. Reed's voice got stronger, more confident. "I'm proud to announce that our friend and family, Ben Grimm, is engaged to Alicia Masters." The room exploded. People were hooting, hollering, clapping so hard it sounded like thunder as Ben and Alicia stood up from their table and made their way center stage. Ben was back in his human form, looking weirdly vulnerable without his rocky skin but wearing the biggest grin anyone had ever seen on his face. Ben grabbed the makeshift microphone, his Brooklyn accent thick with emotion that made his voice shake. Thank you all for sharing our joy tonight. This whole thing feels like some kinda beautiful dream I'm gonna wake up from any second now." He stopped, swallowing hard as his free hand started trembling. "Just 6 months ago, I was walking around as this thing. A rock monster straight outta every kid's worst nightmare. I'd look in the mirror and see something that should have been buried in some ancient cemetery, not pretending to be human." His voice cracked completely, and Alicia grabbed his hand, squeezing it with both of hers. "I was ready to give up, you know. Figured this was it for Ben Grimm. No more dreams, no more hope for anything normal. Hell, I couldn't even hold a coffee cup without crushing it." He let out this shaky laugh that sounded more like a sob. "But my family here," he pointed to the Fantastic Four, tears now streaming down his face, "they never gave up on me." He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, his voice dropping to something raw and broken. "But I'd given up on myself completely. Then I walked into that little art store downtown, just killing time, trying not to scare any kids on the street. And there she was." His eyes found Alicia's face, and his voice turned into something that sounded like prayer. "This angel who looked at me, really looked at me, and didn't flinch. Didn't run. She touched my face with those gentle hands and said I was beautiful." His voice cracked again. "Beautiful. Can you believe that? This broken-down Brooklyn boy who'd been turned into a walk-in golem, and she called me beautiful. Right then and there, I knew my heart belonged to her forever. Couldn't imagine drawing another breath without her in my world." The room had gone dead quiet, everyone hanging on his words. But none of this would have been possible without Jay. Every head in the room whipped toward the punch bowl corner where Jay stood frozen like a deer in headlights, cup halfway to his mouth. Ben's voice got stronger, more sure of himself. "Most of you know I turned back into a human about 3 months ago. Well, that was all Jay's doing. But here's the thing, even before that miracle happened, it was Jay who kept pushing me to stop hiding in my shell. Told me to get out there, live my life, let people see the real me instead of just the rocky outside. Ben paused. Without him kicking my stubbornness out of that self-pity party I was throwing myself, I never would have had the courage to leave my room. Never would have been in that art store where I knocked over half of Alicia's clay samples. He chuckled, the sound warm and real. Never would have met my beautiful girl here. His face got more serious, carrying the weight of hard-learned lessons. Now, I ain't gonna stand here and pretend Jay didn't lie to us. He did. He kept secrets, hid his other identity, made decisions without telling us the whole truth. Ben's voice carried no anger now, just understanding. But here's what I learned about lies over these past few months. They ain't all the same. Some people lie to hurt ya, to use ya. Others lie because they're scared, or because they think they're protecting ya. Ben's voice got thick with emotion as he continued. And when I was ready to give up hope completely, when I told him I could live the rest of my life as a rock monster, you know what this crazy bastard did? He pointed at Jay. He went ahead and underwent a life-threatening surgical procedure anyway. Could have killed him, easily. Also I could have what would make me feel normal, even though I'd told him I didn't need it. A ripple of surprise went through the crowd. Ben's voice got rougher with emotion. Every secret he kept, every half-truth, it was all about keeping us safe or keeping us close. That ain't the same as what Doom tried to make it sound like. Reed stepped forward, his scientific mind cutting through the mess. Doom took Jay's protective instincts and twisted them into something evil. He took real concerns about our safety and painted them as manipulation. He turned acts of friendship into calculated schemes. His voice got hard. Classic psychological warfare. Take a grain of truth and bury it in lies until nobody can tell what's real anymore. Alicia's voice carried the wisdom of someone who'd learned to see past surfaces. From what Ben's told me, Jay spent months in this very building, helping with experiments, sharing meals, being part of your family. Then he nearly died in surgery just to give Ben his humanity back. She paused, her fingers tightening around Ben's hand. That's not how manipulation works. That's how someone loves their friends so much they're willing to die for their happiness. Sue nodded, her voice gentle but firm. We were hurt when the truth came out, but we never stopped to ask why he'd hidden it. Never gave him a chance to explain before we started throwing accusations around. Ben raised his cup toward Jay, his face mixing regret with deep gratitude. So, here's to the guy who lied to us because he cared too much to tell the truth, and who nearly gave his life just to see me smile. To second chances, and to friends who are braver and better than we deserve. The room erupted in mixed reactions. Tony raised his glass with a loud "here, here," while Pepper dabbed at her eyes with a napkin. Storm nodded approvingly, her regal bearing softened by genuine emotion. Steve Rogers looked thoughtful, clearly relating to the themes of sacrifice and difficult choices. Jay felt the weight of every gaze in the room. Some looked at him with newfound respect, others with curiosity, a few with lingering wariness. The attention made his skin crawl, but he forced himself to stay put, to accept both the praise and scrutiny. Well, Tony called out, breaking the heavy silence, nothing like a good redemption speech to make a party memorable. Who's ready for more champagne? The crowd began to disperse slowly, conversations resuming in hushed tones. But the energy had shifted. People kept glancing at Jay, whispering among themselves. It took several minutes before Ben and Reed could navigate through the well-wishers and curious onlookers. Frank and Maria Castle, sensing the moment was over, quietly gathered their sugar-crashed kids and headed toward the elevator. Ben and Reed approached like teenagers asking someone to prom, all awkward energy and nervous shuffling. Hey man, how's the punch? Ben asked, his usual confidence replaced by jittery nerves. Jay sighed, recognizing the tone. You don't need to be weird about this, Ben. Not after your speech did all the heavy lifting. Jay felt drained. The weight of Ben's public gratitude, the stares from the crowd, the way everyone suddenly seemed to see him differently. It was overwhelming in a way he hadn't expected. Part of him wanted to be happy about the vindication, but mostly he just felt exposed. Reed jumped in, his words tumbling over each other like he'd rehearsed this a dozen times. Look, Jay, we're really sorry for what happened that night. All those things happening at once, the stress, the accusations. Jay just held up his hands, cutting him off. Yeah, well, I had months to think about it all, Ben said, shifting from foot to foot. And a good teacher told me to let things go, so I did. Besides, I already took out all my frustration and anger on Doom, so honestly. I'm doing pretty great right now. There was an awkward pause. None of them quite knew how to navigate this new dynamic. The old easy camaraderie was gone, replaced by something more cautious, more careful. Johnny suddenly popped up beside them, bouncing on his feet like a hyperactive kid. Hey guys, your ladies are looking for you. Something about midnight champagne or whatever. Ben and Reed looked at each other, then back at Jay. Keep in touch, all right? And enjoy the party. They walked away, still radiating awkwardness like a bad cologne. Johnny motioned for Jay to follow him. Come on. Let's get some air. Curious, Jay trailed the human torch to a quiet part of the rooftop, away from the crowd and music. Hey men, I wanted to talk. Men to men, you know. Johnny's usual cocky attitude was completely gone. Jay nodded, leaning against the railing as he studied Johnny's face. Something was different about tonight, more people opening up than Jay had ever seen. Johnny took a shaky breath, his hands gripping the railing. I'm not gonna get all mushy like Ben did down there. He's too sentimental for his own good, and read, well, he couldn't read social cues if they came with subtitles. His voice wavered. But I'm not gonna just fold and pretend everything's fine like they did. Jay's smile dropped. Johnny, I don't need this tonight. Sue invited me. I thought we were past all this. I was just trying to celebrate with my friends. We were your friends. Johnny exploded, spinning around to face him. His voice cracked like he was 13 again, raw and desperate. Damn it, Jay, you were family. Tears were forming in Johnny's eyes now, catching the city lights. Jay could see months of buried pain finally breaking through. You gave Ben hope when he had none left. You pushed Reed to stop drowning in guilt over what happened to us. You made Sue believe we could actually be heroes instead of just accidents. Johnny's voice got thick, almost unrecognizable. And then we found out you'd been lying to us this whole time. Jay reached out instinctively, putting a gentle hand on Johnny's shoulder. They both sank down to sit on the edge of the rooftop, legs hanging over the city below. Johnny, I'm sorry. I was scared, man. I needed backup plans and ways out. I never meant for it to come out like that and hurt you all. But it did hurt us, Johnny said, his voice barely above a whisper now. It broke something in us, Jay. And you never thought about that, did you? He wiped his nose with the back of his hand, trying to pull himself together. Forget Ben, he wears his heart on his sleeve anyway. You already know what he went through. But what about Reed and Sue? Johnny's voice got stronger, fueled by months of bottled-up pain. Sue would pace around the lab at 3 in the morning, crying, trying to figure out what she'd done wrong, why her friend couldn't trust her with the truth. And Reed, God, Reed kept running scenarios, trying to find just one where your lies weren't about using us. The words hit Jay like punches to the gut. He'd been so focused on his own survival, his own fears, that he'd never considered the damage he'd left behind. Sue thought of you as her little brother, Johnny continued, his voice breaking completely now. Just like me. She'd brag about you to strangers, Jay. Tell them how proud she was of her brilliant, selfless, little brother, who saved people for a living. Johnny buried his face in his hands, shoulders shaking. And what about me? I idolized you, man. Here's this guy who's everything I wanted to be. Always helping others, always putting his life on the line for his friends. You nearly died just to give Ben his humanity back. You let yourself get torn apart by the media if it meant saving kids. He looked up at Jay, tears streaming down his face without shame. You know what the worst part is? I was so damn jealous of you. Still am. You're this perfect hero with the perfect power, and I'm just the guy who burns things down. His voice cracked again. Your power is to heal people, to fix what's broken. Mine is just destruction with a smile. Johnny's laugh was bitter and broken. Do you know what it's like being too dangerous for rescue missions? Watching everyone else save people while I stay back because one slip and I turn victims into barbecue. But you have the power every hero dreams of. You actually fix things instead of breaking them. The silence stretched between them, filled only by the distant sounds of the city and Johnny's ragged breathing. I'm sorry I was such a bastard that night, Johnny whispered, his voice small and defeated. I was just so hurt, and I didn't know how to handle it. When I get hurt, I burn everything down, including the people I love most. Jay felt his own eyes burning as he pulled Johnny into a fierce hug. It's okay, little bro. They sat there as the party continued below them, talking through months of hurt and misunderstanding. When they finally made their way back to the party nearly half an hour later, they shared a look that said this conversation would never leave this rooftop. The party had evolved while they were gone. The formal speeches were over, and people had settled into smaller groups. The energy was more relaxed now, more intimate. Jay could see couples dancing near the windows, friends sharing quiet conversations, the natural rhythm of a celebration finding its groove. Chapter 116, New Year, New Beginnings. A/N, New Week, New Grind. Let's set our goal at 200 power stones for the next bonus chapter. Let's make it happen. Flexed biceps. Now focusing on his real reason for being here, Jay tried scanning the crowd for Domino, but the party had gotten more crowded as the night wore on. People were moving around constantly, forming new conversation groups, heading to the bar, stepping out onto different balconies for air. It was like trying to find someone in a shifting maze. Then Scott Summers appeared beside him like he'd been waiting all night. "Jay, can we talk? It's about Jean." Jay glanced around at all the heavy conversations from tonight. "Man, everyone's picking tonight for the serious stuff, huh? This is different. Please." Something in Scott's tone made Jay stop his search for Domino. They found Jean sitting alone in a quieter corner, her hands resting on her stomach. Both of them had that hollow-eyed look of people who'd been losing sleep for weeks. "It's the baby," Jean said without beating around the bush. "We're scared something's wrong." Scott sat down heavily. Jean being a clone, the Phoenix energy still in her system and our combined genetics. "We don't know what we're dealing with." Jay could hear the fear underneath Scott's controlled tone. "You want me to take a look? Would you?" Jean's voice was small. "We've been driving ourselves crazy with what-ifs." Jay reached out with Sage's DNA perception and his healing aura, focusing carefully on the life growing inside her. The scan took several minutes as he sorted through the complex readings. "Kid's fine," he said, and watched the tension drain from both their faces like water from a broken dam. "Healthy even. But he's already showing telepathic activity, as you may know. Strong stuff, too, considering what you're both packing in the genetics department." Jean's hand went to her stomach. "I can feel it, but how strong?" "Strong enough that delivery's going to be rough on everyone involved. The trauma of leaving the womb, the pain of birth, and an untrained telepathic baby is going to broadcast all of that. You'll need serious dampeners and containment protocols, or every person in a 50-mile radius is going to experience the agony of born but amplified." Scott rubbed his forehead. "Of course it's complicated." "Speaking of complicated," Jay said, "any luck tracking down Sinister? Or even Sublime for that matter?" "They're completely off the grid," Scott said grimly. "No trace or leads, we have nothing." Jay's face got serious. "Scott, you need to understand something. A baby with Summers and Gray DNA. That's Sinister's holy grail. He's been trying to create the perfect mutant for decades, and your kid might be exactly what he's looking for." The blood drained from Jean's face. "We were hoping." Jean started, then stopped, looking at Scott. "Would you deliver the baby?" Scott asked quietly. "Your power suppression could keep things stable, and if Sinister shows up, you'd be our best line of defense." Jay hesitated. Something in his gut told him the timing for the delivery was going to be terrible. "I can't promise I'll be available. Things have been getting complicated lately." Scott was quiet for a long moment, then suddenly dropped to his knees right there in the middle of the party. Several people turned to stare. "Scott, what are you doing?" Jay hissed, embarrassed. "I've been wrong about you. From the beginning." Scott's voice was thick with emotion. "I called you a liar, a manipulator. I accused you of using us when all you were doing was trying to do what was best for the Morlocks. I let my pride and my fear turn me into the kind of person I swore I'd never be." Jay tried to pull him up, but Scott stayed down. "I've watched you risk your life for Ben, seen you take hits meant for us, and I still treated you like the enemy. My unborn son might owe his life to you, and I've done nothing but show you suspicion and hostility." Scott's voice cracked. "I'm asking you to forgive me. Not as Cyclops to whoever you are, but as one man to another." The sincerity in Scott's voice hit Jay like a physical blow. Around them, the party had gone quiet, people pretending not to watch this intensely personal moment. "Get up," Jay said softly, helping Scott to his feet. "You're making me sound like some kind of saint here when I'm really not. I can't guarantee I'll be there when you need me, but I'll try. Get Hank to work out the medical protocols based on what I've told you, then call me when you have a plan." Scott gripped Jay's hand. "Thank you." Jay watched as Scott walked away, noting how the man's shoulders seemed lighter somehow. Around them, other partygoers had witnessed the exchange with varying degrees of interest. Some looked moved by Scott's display of humility, others seemed uncomfortable with such raw emotion on display. Sue Richards approached Jay as Scott rejoined Jean. "That was brave of him," she said quietly. "Scott doesn't apologize easily. His pride usually gets in the way." "Yeah, well, becoming a father changes a man's priorities," Jay replied, still watching Scott comfort Jean across the room. Sue smiled softly, her hand moving instinctively to her own belly. "It certainly does." Jay nodded and headed back into the crowd, still scanning for white skin and a familiar smirk, but now carrying the weight of another promise he might not be able to keep. As he came out, trying to look for Domino again, the countdown to New Year began echoing across the balcony. The energy in the room shifted instantly. Conversations paused, people began moving toward the windows and balconies for the best view of Times Square, couples found each other in the crowd. His heart hammered against his ribs as he pushed through the crowd, scanning desperately for that distinctive white and black dress. 10. 9. 8. Panic started creeping in. Not just about missing the countdown, but about missing her. After everything tonight, the reconciliation, the emotional conversations, the feeling of finally belonging somewhere again, the thought of spending New Year's alone felt unbearable. 7. 6. 5. And then, like luck itself responding to his desperation, familiar fingers grabbed his shoulder, spinning him around with that same urgency she'd always had. Like she was afraid of missing her chance. Domino stood there, chest heaving like she'd been running through the crowd looking for him too. Her usually perfect composure was completely shot. "I've been looking everywhere for you," she breathed, her voice rough. 4. 3. 2. For a split second, they both hesitated. The weight of their history, the hurt between them, the way she'd walked away when things got complicated. But then Domino's mismatched eyes met his, and he could see everything she couldn't say written there. The regret, the longing, the fear of losing him again. "Screw it," she whispered, and launched herself at him just as he reached for her. 1. Happy New Year. Their lips crashed together with months of pent-up emotion, desperate and hungry and a little bit angry. It wasn't the sweet reunion kiss from movies. This was raw, messy, full of everything they'd been too stubborn or scared to say. She tasted like champagne and something uniquely her, something that made his chest tighten with want and relief and a dozen other emotions he couldn't name. Fireworks exploded overhead in cascades of silver and gold, but neither of them noticed. The crowd's cheers faded to nothing. There was only this moment, only her pressed against him like she belonged there, only the way her breath hitched when he deepened the kiss like he was trying to pour 3 months of missing her into it. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Domino kept her eyes closed for a long moment, her forehead pressed against his. "Happy New Year, Jay," she whispered, her voice rough with emotion. "Happy New Year, Dom." As another cascade of fireworks painted the sky in gold and crimson, she pulled him back down to her, and the world exploded into light and color and the perfect promise of new beginnings. A/N, this chapter was heavy to write. Getting the emotions right took a lot out of me, but with it, we finally tied up the loose ends Doom left behind. I want to know your favorite moment. Was it Ben's speech, Scott's apology, Johnny's confession, or the New Year's kiss with Domino? Let me know in the comments. Chapter 117, The Other Side of the Story. A/N, new week, new grind. Let's set our goal at 200 power stones for the next bonus chapter. Let's make it happen. Flexed biceps. Morning light filtered through the window, warm and golden, pulling Domino from the sweetest sleep she'd had in months. Her body felt loose and content in a way she'd almost forgotten was possible. The sheets smelled like soap and something uniquely Jay. For a moment, she let herself pretend this was normal, that waking up beside him was something she got to do every day instead of a miracle she'd stumbled into after months of self-imposed exile. When she turned over, she was surprised to see Jay still there, his light brown skin gleaming in the sunlight. His face was peaceful, younger somehow, with that innocent smile playing at his lips like he was having the best dream of his life. She'd forgotten how young he looked when he slept, how the constant weight of responsibility melted away. 25 years old and carrying the world on his shoulders, but right now he looked like any other guy who'd gotten lucky on New Year's Eve. Her fingers itched to trace the line of his jaw, to confirm he was real and here. She stared at his sleeping face. He turned 25 and I wasn't even there. The regret tasted bitter. Then it all hit her at once. The guilt crashed over her first. 4 months. She'd abandoned him for 4 months after he'd nearly died trying to help his friends, and she'd convinced herself it was for his own good. What kind of person did that make her? The memories followed. That night when everything went to hell. Jay going under the enhancement procedure despite knowing the risks. The attacks from Abomination and Doom, one right after another. When she tried to throw herself between the cosmic ray blast and Jay, her damn powers had cracked the floor beneath her feet, making her fall 3 stories down. The irony wasn't lost on her. Her luck had saved her instead of him, exactly when she needed it to fail. She remembered clawing her way back up through the building, her hands bloody from gripping broken concrete and twisted metal. Every curse word she'd ever learned had poured out like a prayer, anything to distract from the terror eating her alive. But when she'd seen Jay bleeding from that wound in his stomach, that twisted piece of metal piercing right through him, she'd lost every shred of composure she'd ever possessed. She could still feel the slickness of his blood on her hands. Still smell the copper tang of it mixing with smoke and ozone. She'd begged him to wake up, shaken him, screamed at him. When nothing worked, she'd tried to control her powers the way Jay controlled his so flawlessly. For the first time in her life, she'd wanted her abilities to actually listen to her instead of doing their own chaotic thing. Jay made his powers look so easy, controlled like breathing. She'd concentrated until her skull felt like it might crack, begging her luck to work just once the way she needed it to. But nothing. Just that same chaotic, self-serving luck that only gave a damn about keeping her alive. Her powers had always been a wild card. The one time she'd needed surgical precision, they'd left her hanging. So she tried the next best thing. If her damn powers only worked to protect her from mortal danger, then she'd create that danger herself. The logic had been crystal clear in her panicked mind: hurt herself, trigger her abilities, maybe create enough chaos to somehow help him. She'd grabbed a sharp piece of metal debris, aimed it at her own throat. If stabbing herself could give even a sliver of a chance to help Jay, she'd do it gladly. But that damn Captain America had stopped her. She could still feel his grip on her wrist, gentle but immovable. The disappointment in his eyes had cut deeper than any blade could have. Here was America's golden boy looking at her like she was a broken thing that needed fixing, and the worst part was knowing he was right. She'd cried and begged Steve to let go, but he wouldn't. The words she'd screamed at him still made her cringe. Calling him every name she could think of, accusing him of letting Jay die, threatening to hurt him if he didn't release her. She knew cursing him was wrong since he was just protecting her from herself, but the alternative was accepting that she was completely powerless to save the person who mattered most. And Domino had never handled powerlessness well. After all her life, after all her losses, she'd learned to be alone, to be free from all connections and responsibilities. But just months with Jay had changed her in ways she couldn't even imagine. The man who'd throw himself between bullets and children without hesitation. Who'd created an entire secret identity just because he was too stubborn to admit he had a hero complex. Who'd risk experimental surgery to get stronger, to protect others and ensure a friend's happiness, even when that friend had told him it wasn't necessary. Honestly, after that, everything became a blur. The world turned into a mess of voices and accusations, of Doom's broadcast revealing secrets she'd helped Jay keep, of watching the people he'd sacrificed for turn on him like rabid dogs. She did remember calling Bobby with shaking hands, barely able to form words through her tears, knowing Jay would need someone who understood what real loyalty looked like. Later, when Jay was leaving after healing Ben and Hank, she'd seen something on the floor. A bloody quarter. She'd stared at it for a long time, this 25-cent piece of metal that had done what she couldn't. Protect him when it mattered most. Then, at the back of the Baxter building, when Jay had asked her what was wrong with those tired, hurt eyes, she'd panicked. The words had spilled out before she could stop them, driven by the terror still coursing through her veins from watching him nearly die. She'd seen what loving Jay meant. Watching him throw himself into danger, always putting himself in harm's way. She'd realized with crushing clarity that being with him meant living in constant fear of losing him, of watching him bleed out while her useless powers protected only herself. And Domino. She'd already lost everyone she'd ever loved. Her parents. Her team. Everyone she'd let get close had been ripped away violently, and she'd survived by building walls, by never caring enough to be destroyed again. But Jay had slipped past every defense she'd ever constructed. In that moment, with her emotions running higher than her common sense and the image of him dying still burned into her retinas, walking away had seemed like the only way to survive. Because if she stayed and something happened to him, when something happened to him, it would destroy her completely. She'd barely survived her family's deaths. Losing Jay would break something in her that could never be fixed. She'd convinced herself it was mercy for both of them. He wouldn't have to worry about her getting caught in the crossfire of his heroics, and she wouldn't have to live with the constant terror of watching the men she loved sacrifice himself for strangers. It was the coward's way out. The look on his face when she'd handed him that quarter and said goodbye still haunted her dreams. Like she'd shot him in the chest and walked away while he bled. Because that's exactly what she'd done, wasn't it? In a blur, she'd found herself in a bar with Wade and the rest of the crew, drowning her sorrows while watching TV news of Vice President Rodriguez announcing plans for District X to integrate the Morlocks with humans. Even hammered on cheap whiskey, she'd known it had Jay written all over it. She just couldn't understand how a man who'd been criticized and accused by the very mutants and X-Men who'd never done half as much for their own people could keep giving and giving. But she'd realized she'd lost her right to be angry on Jay's behalf when she'd walked away instead of standing beside him. To clear her head, she and the Mercs had taken a job in Japan hunting some killer monkey, trying to get away from everything that reminded her of Jay. Spoiler alert, you can't outrun your own heart. Who knew? But running from Jay was like trying to outrun her own shadow. Every mission briefing where someone mentioned healing powers, every news report about mysterious good deeds across the country, every damn quarter she saw on the street brought him rushing back. Wade's constant commentary about the good doctor hadn't helped either, especially when she caught him looking at her with pity. Pity. From Wade Wilson. That's how she knew she'd hit rock bottom. After a month on assignment, she'd tried to let go and move on. They'd even gotten a new member, Hitmonkey, who was better with guns than Mossacre and Gorillaman combined. The little furry assassin had fit in perfectly with their band of misfits, and his presence had been a welcome distraction from the J-shaped hole in her chest. But then she'd seen him in Akihabara, carrying crazy amounts of manga and DVDs, laughing with such pure joy that it made her heart ache. She'd been on a supply run when she'd spotted him across the crowded street. At first, she thought she was hallucinating. That the lack of sleep and excessive sake had finally caught up with her. But no. It was him. Jay. In the flesh. In Tokyo. Carrying enough manga to stock a small library. That smile. God, that smile. It was the same one from their movie nights, when he'd get so excited explaining plot holes or pointing out Easter eggs that he'd forget to be serious. For a split second, seeing him there surrounded by all that colorful Japanese pop culture, she'd thought maybe he was okay. Maybe he'd moved on and found happiness without her. Maybe leaving him had been the right choice after all. But when she'd gotten closer, she'd seen the truth hidden beneath that smile. The way it didn't quite reach his eyes. The slight slump to his shoulders when he thought no one was looking. The forced quality to his enthusiasm, like he was trying to convince himself as much as anyone else that he was having fun. That smile was trying so hard to suppress sorrow rather than express joy. She'd reached out her hand to approach him, then pulled it back and walked away as fast as she could, tears forming in her eyes. Because what right did she have to comfort him? She'd been the one to leave him bleeding emotionally in that alley. She'd made her choice, and now she had to live with watching him try to piece himself back together from a distance. Chapter 118, Guess I'm Done Running. Back in the present, she traced lazy circles on Jay's chest, watching the morning light paint gold across his skin. Trying to calm herself down. Her team had left Japan for Europe on a big assignment to hunt down Taskmaster. Within days of arriving, news had leaked through their private channels that Jay had destroyed some infamous gang in Korea. Brutally even. He had killed a man. The report had been clinical, matter of fact, but she'd read between the lines. Jay didn't kill people. Jay saved people. If he'd crossed that line, something inside him had broken. Killing and mercenary work. That was bread and butter to her, came as naturally as breathing after years of survival on the streets. But knowing Jay had been forced to cross that line made her stomach twist with guilt. She couldn't process what Jay must be going through. A healer forced to become a killer. It had solidified her thinking that she wasn't meant to be with him. Their worlds were too different, their methods too incompatible. Or so she'd told herself. Funny how easy it was to rationalize cowardice when you were good at lying to yourself. After months on assignment, they'd failed spectacularly against Taskmaster. The bastard had taken them apart like a chess master playing against children, exploiting every weakness and predicting every move. Everyone except Wade, who the men seemed genuinely frightened of for reasons none of them understood. But Taskmaster had kidnapped their newest recruit, Stephen Harmon, a 19-year-old kid acting as their logistics advisor. Stephen was just a backpacking American college student funding his European tour with odd jobs, but he'd quickly become the team's little brother. The kid had a gift for lightening the mood with perfectly timed jokes and an infectious optimism. In a team full of damaged souls carrying years of trauma, Stephen had been their ray of sunshine. They'd tracked Taskmaster to a newly opened lab in Brussels that manufactured costumes from unstable molecules for the EU's official heroes. The place had been partially funded by Reed Richards, since the men had literally invented unstable molecules with inspiration from Jay's first email to Reed, something Reed had mentioned during one of their weekly dinners back when things were good and simple. The fight had been brutal and desperate. Taskmaster had used Stephen as a human shield, forcing them to hold back while he systematically dismantled their tactics. Just when they'd finally managed to corner him and land some solid hits, the bastard had activated a dead man's switch, blasting the unstable molecule containment unit before retreating through a prepared escape route. Stephen had been caught directly in the energy discharge, his screams echoing through the lab as the experimental particles rewrote his molecular structure in real time. When the light faded, their sweet, normal kid had been transformed into something that looked like a cartoon character had stepped out of a TV screen and into reality. The head scientist had explained that Stephen's body was now composed of unstable molecules in a state of constant flux, making him essentially indestructible but fundamentally altered. He'd taken the name Slapstick, and his personality had shifted too, becoming more manic and similar to Wade's. She'd brought the team back to America to meet Reed, but the universe had other plans. Just as they'd landed at JFK, Sue had called personally. Her voice had been warm and genuine, asking Domino to come to their New Year's party. When Domino had been reluctant, Sue had mentioned casually that Jay was going to be there. The words had hit her like someone had reached into her chest and squeezed. 3 months of telling herself she was over him, that walking away had been the right choice, and suddenly she was pacing in the middle of the airport terminal. Seeing Slapstick's condition and genuinely needing Reed's help had given her the perfect excuse to say yes. She'd spent 2 days nervously shopping for the perfect dress, ultimately settling on a black and white number that matched her heterochromatic eyes. The ones Jay had always said were beautiful instead of freakish. She'd tried on dozens of outfits, rejecting anything that seemed like she was trying too hard while simultaneously wanting to look absolutely stunning when she saw him again. Just as they were celebrating Christmas in some nameless bar in Queens, nursing drinks and pretending to be festive, the TV had switched to a breaking news bulletin. The Latvian broadcast had been hijacked and showed that Bastard Doom had begun his ritual, actually attempting to sacrifice his childhood love to literal demons. She'd thought it had to be some kind of sick fan film. There was no way magic was real, no way someone could actually try to murder their love on live TV. But then she'd seen Jay's face on screen. The pure venom and barely contained fury in his voice as Doom confessed to orchestrating everything. The pain and betrayal in his eyes when the truth came out. She'd known then that every impossible thing was real, and her blood had turned to ice. Then they'd all watched as the world witnessed Jay transform into something otherworldly, his hair turning white as fresh snow, power radiating from him like the wrath of heaven itself as he sent out that brilliant beam of pure life energy. The broadcast had cut out abruptly, leaving them staring at static and wondering if the man she loved was dead or alive. Domino had called every contact she had. The information that came back had been almost unbelievable. Videos of people all over the country getting healed, freed from diseases and ailments that should have been incurable. Children walking for the first time, cancer patients suddenly clean, the blind seeing again. She'd known without a doubt it had been Jay, reaching across the entire nation to heal strangers. It had made the whole team nervous about meeting him, seeing the scope of what he was capable of when pushed to his limits. She shifted slightly, careful not to wake him, breathing in the scent of him. Memorizing it. This moment. This piece. At the party, after their awkward conversation with the Castle kids in their arms, and Maria Castle making that innocent comment about how they looked perfect together with children, she'd gotten so flustered she could barely speak. The domestic scene had hit her in the feels. The way Jay had looked so natural holding little Lisa, the easy way he'd interacted with Frank Jr., the soft expression on his face when he'd looked at her holding the other child. For just a moment, she'd allowed herself to picture a future where scenes like that were normal instead of painful reminders of what she'd thrown away. But then she'd seen Jay blushing too, caught off guard by the same implications, and despite everything, a genuine smile had broken across her face. When she'd noticed Jay's necklace still carrying the lucky quarter she'd given him that night in the alley, a crack had appeared in the carefully constructed wall around her heart. He'd kept it. After everything, the abandonment, the months of silence, the way she'd walked away when he needed support most, he'd kept her quarter close to his heart like some kind of talisman. That stupid, blood-stained quarter. Her parting gift when she'd been too much of a coward to stay. And he'd kept it. Wore it. Treasured it. What did that say about him? What did it say about them? After that emotional moment, those troublemakers on her team had started causing chaos everywhere, and she'd reluctantly had to leave Jay's side to rein them in. Hitmonkey was getting aggressively drunk on sake, Mossacre was preaching to increasingly irritated X-Men, and the others were busy making Reed's party look like a disaster zone. She'd systematically shut down each incident with the efficiency of a mother dealing with unruly children. She'd genuinely smiled hearing Reed's announcements. Sue being pregnant, Ben and Alicia finally getting engaged. Before the whole mess with Jay's secrets coming out, she'd grown close to both Sue and Alicia during their weekly ladies' lunches from their usual group. But then she'd heard Ben's speech. The raw emotion in his voice as he talked about Jay's sacrifices, the way he defended Jay's lies by calling them acts of love instead of manipulation. Reed and Alicia had joined in, painting Jay not as the calculating manipulator Doom had tried to make him seem, but as someone who'd cared so much he'd been willing to risk everything for his friend's happiness. The weight that had lifted from her chest when she realized Jay was finally free from public condemnation had been overwhelming. She hadn't even known she'd been carrying that guilt. Seeing him finally redeemed had made her happier than any of her own achievements ever could. When she'd gone to find him after the speeches, Johnny had whisked him away for some private conversation. Then after nearly half an hour, when Jay had finally returned looking emotionally wrung out, Scott had claimed him for another heart-to-heart. She'd found herself actually cursing under her breath, wondering if there was some kind of yaoi plot she'd missed. As she'd watched the countdown to New Year begin, anxiety had overtaken her. She hadn't known why, but her instinct told her that she needed to find him before midnight. Something about new beginnings and second chances and not wanting to start another year with regrets between them. Her search had been frantic, pushing through crowds of partygoers and scanning every face for the one that mattered. When she'd finally spotted Jay doing the same thing, looking around with that same desperate urgency, clearly searching for her too, her heart had nearly stopped. The relief in his eyes when their gazes met had been like a physical blow. Just before the countdown could finish, she'd felt them both moving closer but still restraining themselves, both too scared of rejection to make the first move after months of separation and hurt feelings. But at the last moment, she'd looked into those warm brown eyes that had haunted her dreams and just said, "Screw it." The kiss had been desperate, hungry, full of months of regret and longing and the terrifying relief of coming home. It had tasted like champagne and forgiveness and all the words they'd been too proud or scared to say. When the fireworks had exploded overhead, she'd felt like they were celebrating inside her chest too. Then everything had become a blur of sensation and emotion. Jay teleporting them away in a flash of blue light, their desperate need to memorize every inch of each other after months apart, the overwhelming relief of knowing that despite everything, they still fit together perfectly. Now here she was, watching Jay's unconscious face and feeling like she could finally breathe again. She'd expected awkwardness, maybe some lingering resentment, but instead there was just this overwhelming sense of rightness. Like the universe had finally clicked back into proper alignment. Seeing the time was still early, she pressed a soft kiss to his forehead, then settled back against his chest, trying to memorize the sound of his heartbeat. "You better not make me regret this," she whispered against his skin, her voice rough with emotion and sleep. "Because if you die on me after I finally got the guts to stay, I'll find a way to bring you back just so I can kill you myself." It was the most romantic thing she could manage. The most honest thing too. Even for someone who'd spent her whole life running from everything that mattered, she'd finally found her anchor. And this time, she wasn't letting go. "Guess I'm done running." A/N, goal still 200 power stones for the next bonus chapter. So let's hit it fast. A/N, hey everyone. Hope you enjoyed this chapter diving into Domino's perspective. I know we've mostly seen things through Jay's eyes, so I wanted to give her side of the story, why she made the choice she did, what's been going on in her life since the breakup, and where her head's at now. I'm really curious what you all thought about her reasons. Did they make sense to you? Do you see things differently now, or are you still Team Jay? How do you feel about her journey since then? Let me know in the comments. I love hearing your takes on these characters. Chapter 119, Flawed but Ours. Author's note, as said, we'd meet the goal and we did. Here's the bonus chapter, enjoy. Also next goal for a bonus chapter is a whopping 500 power stones. It seems tough, but I believe you guys. When Jay's eyes fluttered open, his first instinct was to reach across the bed, seeking the familiar warmth that had made last night feel like a dream. His arm swept across empty sheets, and panic shot through him like ice water. Not again. Please, not again. He sat up abruptly, heart hammering against his ribs as memories of that night 4 months ago crashed over him. The alley behind the Baxter building. Domino walking away while he bled emotionally in the shadows. The look on her face when she pressed that bloodied quarter into his palm and said goodbye. Dom. His voice cracked slightly, betraying the fear he was trying to suppress. The melodic sound of humming drifted from the bathroom, and Jay felt his shoulders sag with relief so profound it made him dizzy. She was still here. She hadn't run. The bathroom door opened, and Domino emerged wearing his shirt from yesterday. The dark fabric contrasted starkly with her alabaster skin. The fabric hung loose on her smaller frame, the sleeves rolled up and the hem reaching mid-thigh. Her cola black hair caught the morning light like spun silver, tousled from sleep and their activities. She looked more beautiful than any magazine cover he'd ever seen. "What's got you so flustered, sleepyhead?" she asked with that familiar smirk, though her mismatched eyes held a softness that hadn't been there 4 months ago. "Looking for someone?" Jay didn't trust his voice. Instead, he reached for her waist as she approached the bed, pulling her close while he sat on the edge. His arms wrapped around her middle, and he buried his face against her stomach, breathing in the scent of her skin mixed with his cologne from the shirt. "I thought you left," he whispered, the words muffled against the fabric. "Again." Domino's expression immediately softened. Her teasing facade cracked, revealing the vulnerability underneath. Her hands found his hair, fingers threading through the dark strands as she pressed a gentle kiss to the top of his head. "I'm sorry if I scared you," she murmured against his scalp. "I'm not going anywhere." She gestured toward the small table where several pizza boxes sat steaming. "Since you were sleeping and there's no kitchen in this fancy hotel, I ordered us some breakfast. Figured we worked up quite an appetite last night." Jay pulled back to look at her, then glanced at the pizza boxes, and suddenly he was laughing. The sound started as a chuckle but grew into something brighter, more genuine. "We're having pizza for breakfast," he said, shaking his head as déjà vu washed over him. But this time, instead of the bitter tears from that morning at the Queen's safe house after losing everything, he felt light. Sharing this moment with Nina made even mediocre hotel pizza taste better than Max's masterpieces. Domino raised an eyebrow, that familiar sarcasm dancing in her mismatched eyes. "Something funny about breakfast pizza." "What, did I order the wrong toppings for your refined palate?" There was that sharp wit he'd missed. "Just remembering another morning," Jay said, his voice growing softer as he reached for the boxes. "Different circumstances, but this is so much better." They settled on the bed with the food between them, and Domino glanced at the clock on the nightstand. "Look at the time, mister. It's noon already." "Good," Jay said around a bite of pepperoni. "Means we can stay in bed longer." For nearly 20 minutes, they ate in comfortable companionship, occasionally stealing glances at each other and sharing soft smiles. Jay watched the way she licked sauce from her thumb, how she unconsciously tucked her hair behind her ear when she leaned forward. These small things he'd memorized once and thought he'd lost forever. She caught him staring and stuck her tongue out playfully, making him laugh. "What? Do I have sauce on my face or something?" "Just remembering why I fell for you in the first place." When the food was gone, they lay back against the pillows, fingers intertwined between them. The morning light had shifted, casting longer shadows across the room. The silence stretched, but it wasn't empty. It was full of everything they needed to say and couldn't quite find words for yet. So? Jay asked finally, his thumb tracing circles on the back of her hand. So? Domino echoed, and they both burst into laughter, remembering their identical awkwardness from the night before. When the giggles subsided, Jay's expression grew into a gentle smile. What happens now, Dom? We figure it out as we go. She squeezed his fingers. But we figure it out together. We tried together before. The words slipped out before he could stop them. Her face crumpled slightly, and she looked away. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. I'm sorry. She said it again, quieter. Jay, I'm so sorry. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes, and he moved without thinking, gathering her against his chest. His thumbs brushed the wetness from her cheeks with infinite gentleness. Don't cry. Please don't cry. Every day without you felt wrong, she said into his shoulder. Like I was missing a piece of myself. I'd wake up reaching for you and remember all over again that I'd thrown it away. Jay's voice was soft with shared pain when he replied. It was hard for me too. I learned to live with the emptiness, but it took a lot of guidance and self-discovery to even try getting over it. Domino pulled back to look into his eyes, her own still glistening with unshed tears. Jay, I may appear strong here, he interrupted gently, pointing to his temple, but I'm weak here. His finger moved to rest over his heart. You were my first love, my first everything, Nina. I just don't want to hurt like that again. Her response was to kiss him repeatedly, soft pecks across his cheeks and lips, each one a wordless apology and promise. She pulled back to look at him, tears still clinging to her lashes. I've always been alone, Jay. Always. It was easier that way, safer. Running jobs solo, never getting attached, never having to worry about someone else getting hurt because of my recklessness. Her voice carried the weight of a lifetime of self-imposed isolation. But what we had. She shook her head. It was too strong. When I saw you hurt, when I thought my powers had failed you when you needed them most, it broke something in me I didn't even know existed. So you ran. So I ran. Her voice was thick with self-recrimination. Like I always do when things get too real, too scary. But these months apart, God, Jay, I've been miserable. Every mission brief that mentioned healing powers, every news report about mysterious good deeds, every damn quarter I saw on the street brought you rushing back. There was a shift in her posture, something settling into place as she made her decision. I don't want to run anymore. I want you. All of you, and I want to be yours completely. Jay studied her face, seeing the vulnerability she rarely showed anyone. Something shifted in his demeanor. The lost, vulnerable man began to give way to someone more certain, more commanding. He'd learned things about himself during their separation, about what he wanted, what he was willing to fight for. His hands moved to her waist, lifting her effortlessly to straddle his lap. The motion was fluid, confident in a way that made her breath catch. The position pressed their bodies together intimately, her thighs bracketing his hips. Heat flooded her cheeks, and something deeper stirred in her belly, a recognition of the change in him, the quiet authority he was beginning to exert. You know what people would say about us, he asked with a slight smile. They'd call us toxic. Domino's chin lifted defiantly. Let them talk. Half the people throwing around that word wouldn't know healthy love if it bit them on the ass. Whether it's toxic or healthy, it'll be us. It'll be ours. If we do this, Nina, he said, his voice taking on an edge she'd never heard before, we do it right this time. No running. No halfway measures. When things get difficult, and they will, we face them together. The sound of her real name on his lips, spoken with such quiet authority, made something deep in her belly flutter. She nodded, not trusting her voice. I'm selfish when it comes to you, he continued, his hands firm on her waist, thumbs brushing the bare skin where his shirt had ridden up. I want all of you. Your attention, your thoughts, your body. I want you to be mine in every way that matters. Her pulse hammered against her throat. This commanding side of him was new, and it was doing things to her that she couldn't deny. Jay. I have secrets I can't share. Parts of my life that have to stay closed off. His eyes held hers steadily. Can you live with that? The rational part of her mind should have been concerned about his intensity, the way he was taking control of their dynamic. But all she felt was a deep, aching need to surrender to whatever he was offering. She nodded again, her voice breathless. Yes. She took a shaky breath, gathering her courage for the words that would change everything between them. Jay. Her voice was small, vulnerable. I love you. The silence stretched for 3 heartbeats. 4. Then his face transformed, a smile breaking across it like sunrise. I love you too, Nina. The words came out rough with emotion, from somewhere deep in his chest. Her smile was radiant, lighting up her entire face in a way he'd only seen a handful of times. But she shook her head slightly, a playful glint returning to her eyes. But she shook her head slightly. Say it the way you always do. His laugh was warm, rich with emotion and relief that sounded like coming home. I love you, Dom. The sound of her nickname spoken with profound tenderness broke the last of her restraint. She kissed him then with everything she had, months of longing and regret and desperate hope poured into the connection of their lips. This wasn't the frantic coupling of the night before. This was claiming, possessing, promising. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, her eyes were dark with want and something deeper. Show me, she whispered against his mouth. Show me how much. His answer was to flip their positions in one fluid motion, pressing her back into the pillows with a gentleness that contradicted the fire in his eyes. His hands framed her face, thumbs tracing her cheekbones as he looked down at her. With pleasure, he murmured, and set about proving just how much he'd missed her, how completely she belonged to him, how thoroughly he intended to worship every inch of her until she forgot there had ever been a time when they were apart. The afternoon sun slanted through the hotel windows, painting them in gold as they lost themselves in each other once more. This time, there was no urgency, no desperation. Only the deep, abiding certainty that they had found their way home to each other. Author's note. So, I might have gone a little too deep into research for this chapter. Let's just say I now know way more about writing romance and the not-so-PG parts than I ever thought I would. Honestly, this was a first for me, and I'm still not sure if I pulled it off. Let me know what you thought of the romance side of things. Did it feel genuine, or should I just stick to superpowers and chaos instead of love confessions? Your feedback will help me figure out if I should keep exploring this lane or leave it to the pros. Chapter 120, Jay Meets the In-Laws. Author's note, I think something's wrong with web novel. Are you guys able to see this chapter and comment on it? Let me know if it's showing up properly for you. The morning sun filtered through familiar curtains, casting golden patterns across rumpled sheets. Jay's internal clock told him it was nearly noon, but his body felt reluctant to leave the warmth of the bed where Domino lay curled against his chest, her coal-black hair spilled across his shoulder like spun midnight. He'd unconsciously teleported them here in the throes of passion the night before, muscle memory bringing them to the apartment he'd abandoned months ago after Doom's broadcast had made him a target. The familiar walls and furniture felt like ghosts of a simpler time, when his biggest worry had been keeping his identity secret rather than healing entire nations on live television. A sharp knock on the door made them both freeze. Whoever's in there, came a heavily accented voice from the hallway, thick with Brooklyn attitude. Keep it the hell down. Some of us got jobs to get to, and we don't need to hear your goddamn marathon session through the walls. Jay's face went crimson as the reality of their situation hit him. His senses had been so focused on Nina that he'd completely tuned out everything else. Including, apparently, how loud they'd been. Jesus Christ, the voice continued, building momentum like a freight train. Young people these days got no consideration for others. I got Mrs. Patterson next door complaining her knickknacks fell off the shelf, and now she thinks we got an earthquake. Domino bit her lip, fighting a losing battle against laughter as Jay looked like he wanted to melt into the mattress. This was his landlord, Mr. Kowalski, the 70-year-old Polish immigrant who'd rented him this place when he'd first started his civilian identity. And another thing. Mr. Kowalski was just getting warmed up. I don't know what kind of Olympic gymnastics you were doing up there, but my ceiling light is hanging sideways, and something definitely got thrown around. Jay started to shimmer with teleportation energy, ready to flee from the embarrassment, but Domino's hand on his chest stopped him. Don't you dare, she whispered, her mismatched eyes sparkling with mischief. Face the music, hero. Her phone buzzed insistently. The caller ID showed, Gorilla Man, with 15 missed calls and twice as many unread messages. Domino's expression shifted from playful to guilty. Shit. I completely forgot about the team. Even in the afterglow of their reunion, responsibility was calling. They've been trying to reach me since I disappeared from the party, she said, quickly typing responses. They're probably worried I got kidnapped or finally snapped and went on a murder spree. Jay propped himself up on one elbow, studying her profile as she texted. How long were we? He gestured at the bed, the room, the evidence of their reunion. The entire first day of the new year, Domino said with a slight blush. We literally spent January 1st locked in this room. A grin spread across Jay's face. You know, some people believe that whatever you do on New Year's Day sets the tone for the whole year. Domino's eyes narrowed dangerously as she caught his teasing tone. Quick as lightning, she pinched his arm hard enough to make him yelp. I like you taking charge, she said, her voice dropping to a purr that made his breath catch, but keep that energy for our bed, mister. The possessive our bed made warmth bloom in his chest. I need to meet my team. You should probably stay here, Domino said, glancing toward the window where the busy street below promised recognition and complications. After Latveria, you'll be spotted in seconds. That's attention neither of us needs. Jay smiled, that mischievous look she'd come to know well. I've got it covered, babe. Light and shadow began to dance around him in subtle patterns, bending and refracting until his features shifted completely. His light brown skin became pale and forgettable, his distinctive bone structure morphing into the kind of face that disappeared in crowds. Damn, she breathed, reaching out to touch his face and watching her fingers pass through the mirage. This would be incredibly useful in my line of work. Better you don't know all the applications, Jay said, returning to his normal appearance. Some surprises are worth keeping. Domino wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him down for a kiss that tasted like promises and new beginnings. Come with me then. I want my team to meet the man who's been keeping me busy. They dressed quickly, Jay reactivating his disguise as they headed for the door. The morning had burned away into afternoon while they'd been wrapped up in each other. On the street, Jay noticed how differently people moved around his disguised form. This is surreal, he muttered as they caught a cab to Queens. What is? Being normal and invisible. He watched pedestrians through the window. I'd forgotten what that felt like. Domino squeezed his hand. Stick with me. I'm an expert at flying under the radar. The cab dropped them outside a bar that looked like it had been designed by someone with trust issues and a grudge against natural lighting. The nameless establishment in Queens fit perfectly with the kind of place where mercenaries would conduct business, all dark corners and scarred wooden tables that had seen too many questionable deals. What greeted Jay and Domino as they stepped through the door made him question every life choice that had led to this moment. Hitmonkey sat perched on the bar like a tiny, drunk overlord, a bottle of beer in each paw, chittering complaints about American alcohol quality. His perfect black suit was disheveled, his usually immaculate fur sticking up like he'd been electrocuted. At a corner table, Gorilla Man and Machine Man had cornered a group of women who looked progressively more annoyed by the second. But seriously, ladies, Kenneth Hale was saying in his refined British accent, gesturing with arms that could bench press a car, how many men can honestly say they've fought a gorilla and lived to tell about it? I'm quite literally an animal in bed, which makes me quite the catch if you want to experience some genuine BBC action. And I'm technically superior to human males in every measurable way, Aaron Stack added with metallic enthusiasm that somehow managed to sound perverted. My stamina is unlimited, and I come with built-in customizable attachments for optimal pleasure delivery. The women exchanged looks that clearly said, get us out of here, and practically sprinted for the exit. Across the room, Massacre had gathered a crowd of rough-looking bar patrons, gesticulating wildly as he preached. Hermanos, he called out, his priest collar gleaming under the bar lights like a beacon of divine madness. The word of Dios is clear. We must love our enemies, turn the other cheek, and then blow their fucking heads off in the name of righteous justice. Sometimes Jesus needs backup with the smiting, see. The crowd looked torn between religious reverence and complete confusion. But the real spectacle was happening near the pool table. Deadpool and Slapstick had set up what appeared to be a carnival game designed in Hell's basement. A hand-painted sign read, $20 TO play, try and hurt Slapstick, win $1,000. Warning, may cause existential crisis regarding laws of physics and urge to chase roadrunners. A long line of eager participants stretched across the bar, each armed with increasingly creative weapons. Baseball bats, mallets, frying pans, and one particularly optimistic individual with a medieval flail. A burly construction worker brought a sledgehammer down on Slapstick's head with enough force to crater concrete. Slapstick's eyes bulged out cartoonishly, complete with little birds tweeting around his flattened skull, before he accordion folded back to normal with a perfect boing that seemed to come from thin air. Next. Deadpool called out cheerfully, pocketing another 20 like he was running the world's most dangerous lemonade stand. Step right up and test your might against cartoon physics. Holy shit, Jay muttered, taking in the three-ring circus. This is your team. I finally remember their antics at the party. Domino's eye twitched. Oh, they are so fucking dead. What followed was swift, merciless, and beautiful in its efficiency. Within 30 seconds, all 6 members of the Mercs for Money were kneeling in a perfect line, hands behind their backs, sporting matching lumps on their heads that defied physics in Machine Man's and Slapstick's cases. Domino stood before them like an angry mother discovering her kids had thrown a house party, smoke literally rising from her clenched fists. I am tired of your shit, she began, her voice carrying the kind of authority that made grown killers whimper. I leave you alone for one day, and I come back to find Hitmonkey drunk off his ass, Kenneth and Aaron sexually harassing civilians, Massacre inciting a religious riot, and Wade running an illegal gambling operation. Jay bit his lip to keep from laughing. Domino in full protective mode was both terrifying and endearing. Can't you behave like actual adults instead of making me babysit you like overgrown children with anger issues? In our defense, Gorilla Man said carefully, like he was defusing a bomb with his voice, you did disappear without warning. We were processing our anxiety inappropriately. And I was conducting legitimate research into my invulnerability, Slapstick added helpfully, managing to look innocent despite the chaos around him. The data could revolutionize cartoon physics. Domino's glare could have melted steel. Sit. Stay. And shut the fuck up. A/N, the next goal for a bonus chapter is a whopping 500 power stones. It seems tough, but I believe you guys. Chapter 121, Private Assignment. A/N, early chapter cause I'll be out for the next 2 days. The next goal for a bonus chapter is a whopping 500 power stones. It seems tough, but I believe you guys will achieve it by the time I'm back. All 6 mercenaries nodded like their heads were on springs. Jay dropped his mirage. The effect was instant. Deadpool and Slapstick launched themselves at him like fans spotting their idol at Comic-Con. Oh my god. Slapstick bounced around, eyes literally popping out on springs before snapping back with a boing. You're him. The guy who made Doom look like a complete amateur. Can I get your autograph? Please. Deadpool was already pulling out a katana. Holy shit on a cracker. Sign this beauty. After watching you work that blade against Doom like you were conducting a symphony of violence, I got inspired. He paused. Okay, I practiced for like 20 minutes. But that's 3 hours in Deadpool time. And your revenge. Slapstick's jaw literally dropped to the floor with a thud before he yanked it back up. Pure psychological warfare. Like Bugs Bunny directing John Wick. Absolute fucking artistry. Machine Man and Gorilla Man stepped forward before things could spiral further. Perhaps we should be more respectful, Aaron Stack said diplomatically. Translation, please don't get us killed. Jay held up a hand. Something about these two was pinging his senses. Tell me something. His tone was casual, but his eyes were sharp. Do either of you ever feel like you're being watched? Like there's some kind of audience observing your lives from outside reality? Both mercenaries froze. Deadpool's mask somehow conveyed absolute terror. Slapstick turned pale white. We don't know what you're talking about. Deadpool's voice jumped 3 octaves. Nobody's watching us. There's definitely no one reading about our adventures while procrastinating at work. Right. Slapstick jumped in. And there's certainly no one who might get tired of our meta-humor and decide to write us out faster than Netflix cancels good shows. What story? What fourth wall? Deadpool laughed frantically, literally sweating bullets that clinked on the floor. We're just living normal mercenary lives. They looked around nervously, waiting for cosmic retribution. Domino's fist connected with both their heads in a perfect double knockout. Ignore them. She stepped over their unconscious forms. They get weird ideas. Occupational hazard. Jay decided some mysteries weren't worth pursuing. So. Domino shifted back to business mode. What did Reed say about Slapstick's condition? The team's mood turned serious. Reed confirmed what the Brussels scientists told us, Aaron Stack replied. Steven's body is entirely composed of unstable molecules in constant flux. Indestructible, but fundamentally altered on a molecular level. Reed was fascinated, Gorilla Man added. Ran tests like a kid in a candy store. Eventually offered Steven a position at the Baxter building. Full salary, benefits, all the training he could want. Jay looked at Slapstick, noting the genuine excitement in his cartoon features. If you want, I could help. Give you a mental switch to appear human when needed, turn back to Slapstick when necessary. Slapstick's expression became uncharacteristically serious. No. This is me now. I'm finally unique. Finally special. I have real powers. Gorilla Man leaned forward. Are you sure, Steven? This is permanent. Think about dating, job interviews, grocery shopping. You know how I felt watching you guys fight Taskmaster while I handled logistics. Pain leaked through Slapstick's cartoon cheer. When he captured me, I was helpless. Just a normal kid in over his head, nearly getting everyone killed because I couldn't defend myself. Jay studied the young man's face. Conviction mixed with barely healed trauma. I'm not taking away your uniqueness, kid. I'm offering choice and control. And I'm choosing this. Slapstick's cartoon features conveyed absolute determination. This is who I want to be. Who I need to be. The team nodded approvingly. Jay respected that. What about Reed's offer? Massacre asked. Slapstick's grin returned full force. Are you kidding? Of course I'm taking it. Working with the Fantastic Four. Learning stretchy cartoon physics from Mr. Fantastic. It's like graduate school for Toon Force. The team patted his back warmly. Like family celebrating success. They grow up so fast, Deadpool fake sobbed, pulling out a handkerchief from under his pants. Gorilla Man stepped forward hesitantly. Can you help with my situation? Jay studied him, remembering his origin. I'm sorry, but I can't help permanently. He tried power suppression, placing a hand on Gorilla Man's arm. Nothing happened. The transformation was deeper than biological. The curse from killing the previous gorilla men in Africa while searching for immortality, that's woven into your soul. How did you know? Kenneth looked surprised. Secrets are my bread and butter. Jay's expression grew serious. Stand still. Let me try something else. He attempted to disrupt the curse's energy pattern using Sung Il's ability. For a brief moment, Kenneth flickered to human form. Middle-aged. Kind eyes. Graying temples. The bearing of someone who'd seen too much. But the instant Jay removed his hand, the transformation snapped back. Kenneth stood as Gorilla Man again, looking more defeated after glimpsing his true self. I'm sorry. Curses like this are beyond my current abilities. Jay scribbled an address on a napkin. Try 177A Bleecker Street. They're the experts on mystical problems. Tell them I sent you, they'll listen instead of slamming the door. Kenneth took the paper like it was made of hope. Thank you. Just knowing someone might help, that's more than I've had in years. Aaron Stack cleared his throat with a sound like a computer rebooting. Actually, I have news. Stark was so interested in my mechanical body that he offered me a position as technical assistant. The pay's too good to refuse, plus the upgrades he promised. Why didn't you tell us right after the party? Slapstick looked hurt. I didn't want to steal your thunder, Steven. Plus I wanted to make sure Stark's offer was real and not just champagne-fueled ego. That left 3 team members. Hitmonkey, Mossacre, and Deadpool looked at each other uncertainly. What's with the long faces? Domino asked. We still have the Taskmaster assignment. Don't tell me you're slacking just because the team's changing. Jay had been considering this since the party. Actually, Wade, I have a proposal. Why don't you catch Taskmaster for me instead of your original customer? I'll make it worth your while. Deadpool tilted his head like a confused puppy. Look, I may be morally bankrupt human garbage, but I don't screw over customers. That's bad for business, and my reputation's already hanging by a thread. Jay's smile turned knowing. What if I could give you a real incentive? What if you could go back to Vanessa? The change in Deadpool was immediate and dramatic. His usual manic energy drained away. When he spoke, his voice was quiet and serious in a way that shocked his team. What the hell are you implying? Go to District X, look for Callisto, the one with an eye patch and a serious, don't mess with me, attitude. I'll get you on the priority list. Deadpool's head snapped up. Priority list for what? To get your face fixed. There's someone named Mask there. His power is flesh manipulation that makes plastic surgeons look like kids with Play-Doh. The silence was deafening. Domino's hand flew to her mouth, remembering Jay's war with the Hellfire Club to rescue Mask. Wait. She breathed out the word. You still have him. He's working off his debt helping Morlocks integrate into normal life. Consider it a signing bonus. Deadpool's hands shook as he touched his mask. You're serious? You could actually fix this. Make me look human instead of a walking PSA against illegal experiments. I just messaged Callisto about your arrival. She'll prioritize your case. For a moment, Wade Wilson just stood there. Jay could see hope and fear warring behind his mask. The possibility of restoration. Of mirrors without flinching. Of maybe having a real chance with Vanessa instead of being the monster in her life's shadows. You got it, boss. Deadpool's voice was rough with emotion he was trying to hide. Maximum effort. Come on, you beautiful disasters, he called to Mossacre and Hitmonkey, the Chimichanga trio's going to make Taskmaster regret every life choice. He paused with characteristic inappropriate timing. And by claim his ass, I mean capture him and definitely not whatever your dirty minds just imagined. Though if someone wants to write that fanfiction, I won't judge. Much. The team mobilized with professional efficiency. But Deadpool turned back to Domino with an obvious grin. What about you, Domino? Before she could answer, Jay's arm slipped around her waist, pulling her against his chest. She's on a very private assignment. Sorry, Wade. The remaining team members burst into teasing grins and suggestive comments. Hitmonkey chattered what was clearly approval mixed with innuendo. Mossacre made the sign of the cross. Children of the Lord, remember, fornication before marriage leads to the fiery pit, but damn if the journey doesn't look fantastic. Domino's face went bright red as she formed a threatening fist. Looks like I didn't discipline you assholes enough earlier. The teasing stopped immediately. All 3 snapped to attention. Jay laughed heartily at the dynamic. This dysfunctional family of killers somehow worked despite their clashing personalities and traumatic backgrounds. At the center was Domino, keeping them in line through maternal care and credible threats of violence. Try not to blow anything up, Domino called as they headed for the door. No promises. Deadpool called back cheerfully. But we'll try to keep collateral damage minimal. Probably. We'll definitely avoid hospitals and orphanages. Then it was just Jay and Domino. Standing in the suddenly quiet bar. Hands intertwined. Futures stretching ahead like uncharted territory full of possibilities. After all, they'd already survived the hardest part, finding their way back to each other through all the chaos and world-ending threats that seemed to follow them everywhere. A/N, let me know if I managed to capture the quirkiness of the team, and whether Deadpool and Slapstick's meta-comedy landed the way it should. Did the team dynamics feel right to you? I want to know how it all came across. Chapter 122, Trading Luck for Love. A/N, I am back, and with me I brought this long chapter, so let's do our best to achieve 500 Power Stone goals to get you that bonus chapter. After packing what they needed, they headed to Stark Industries' private hangar. The facility hummed with activity as technicians ran final checks on various aircraft. Winter sun stretched long shadows across the concrete. Jay had called Tony the night before, calling in a favor. After Latveria and the media circus that followed, commercial travel wasn't an option. One paparazzi photo would turn their getaway into a spectacle. Tony stood near a modified Stark Industries jet, painted in red and gold with stealth modifications that probably cost more than most countries' GDP. Well, Tony called out. Look what the cat dragged in. The lovebirds are finally back together. Pepper emerged from behind the aircraft, tablet in hand. Jay, Nina. I hope you're both well. The jet's been prepped according to your specifications. She positioned herself between them and Tony, protective instincts honed by years of managing a genius with a death wish. Tony was already warming to his theme. Ah, young love. Off on your honeymoon phase, touring the world together. There's something beautiful about that kind of romance, isn't there, Pep? Pepper's elbow connected with his ribs. Her smile never wavered, but her voice dropped dangerously sweet. Am I not young, Tony? Tony's face went through several color changes. That's not, what I meant was. He cleared his throat. Let me show you the specifications instead. Yes, that's much safer territory. Jay stifled a chuckle as Tony launched into an overly detailed explanation, clearly trying to change the subject. Custom Stark Industries propulsion system, extended range capabilities, full communication suite. Tony gestured enthusiastically. The pilot's already been briefed and all the paperwork's handled. Diplomatic immunity, flight clearances, the works. What about the governments? Jay interrupted. Won't they be on edge after Latveria? I did technically invade a sovereign nation and assassinate their head of state on live television. Tony's grin returned. I don't know what you did for Fury, but you need to share the secret with me. The guy was fighting tooth and nail against the UN issuing a warrant for your arrest. He cited potential PR disasters and the risk of losing public support so convincingly that he put the fear of God into politicians worried about losing votes. His tone shifted. Congratulations, Jay. You're now the most sought-after celebrity on the planet. Everyone wants to meet you, get favors from you, or control you. So you need to be very careful where you show your face. Domino burst into laughter. What's so funny? Tony asked. Jay squeezed Domino's hand. Trade secret. Inside joke. They completed final preparations quickly. Jay thanked Tony and Pepper while Domino loaded their luggage. As they climbed the steps, Tony called out one final piece of advice. Try not to start any international incidents. And if you do, at least get it on video. The jet's interior was pure Stark luxury, leather seats, advanced entertainment systems, and a cabin spacious enough to serve as a flying apartment. After hours in flight, the engines hummed with a low thrum that vibrated through the floor. Domino turned to Jay with a teasing expression. So, she said, stretching in her seat, are we really going on this tour just for our honeymoon? What would Mossacre think about us living in sin before marriage? Jay laughed and reached for her hand. Actually, there's more to this trip than a romantic getaway. Let me explain something about my teleportation powers. Blue circuits extended from Jay's fingertips to the screen in front of him as he used his technomorphing to cut off their cabin from monitoring. He leaned toward her. Right now, I need to physically visit a location and create a clear mental image to use as a teleportation anchor. I have to see the place, walk around it, understand its layout before I can reliably teleport there. Domino nodded. I'm training to evolve the ability, Jay continued. Eventually, I want to teleport to any location just by seeing a photograph or even imagining it. But for now, I need to build up a network of anchor points across every major city, every strategic location around the world. Understanding dawned in Domino's eyes. So this isn't just a vacation. You're building an escape network. Exactly. If we ever need to disappear quickly, or if there's business somewhere in the world, I'll be able to respond instantly instead of being limited to places I've been before. Domino leaned back, studying his face. Christ, just how many powers did you collect in those 4 months we were apart? Jay's fingers drummed against the armrest. Well, I should clarify something first. I already had my healing and danger sense, plus power theft as my original mutations from before I met you. He began ticking off acquisitions on his fingers. My first major expansion came from dark force manipulation and molecular mimicry that I acquired from enhanced prisoners in the fridge, a shield black site prison. Domino's eyes widened. The Japan trip was productive. I negotiated with Ichiro Yashida, head of the Yashida Corporation. In exchange for treating him and extending his life, his son Kanuchio transferred his tachyon field manipulation to me. That's what let me acquire Muramasa. Wade kept asking to borrow. Tomo, a shrine maiden, provided technomorphing, the ability to interface with and control technology through touch. Now I can hack systems and bypass security for places I've never seen before. His expression darkened. Korea turned complicated fast. I had specific targets, 2 mutants with abilities to amplify and distort others' powers, very compatible with my original mutation. Chance was straightforward. I offered her money in exchange for her probability manipulation. But Kim Il-sung. Jay's jaw tightened. The bastard was running the M-gang. When I discovered what they were doing to those kids, the kidnapped mutant children they were trafficking, the surgical modifications they performed to harvest organs. His hands clenched. I lost my temper. I just took his power disruption ability and maimed him. Killed one of his goons. Domino moved closer, wrapping her arms around him. I'm sorry you had to go through that alone. I wish I'd been there. Jay relaxed slightly but shook his head. Phil Coulson had to extract me from Tiger Division custody afterward. The Korean government wasn't exactly thrilled about a foreign-powered individual executing one of their criminals, even one as despicable as Kim. His voice became more clinical. To clear my head and properly train with my expanding abilities, I went to Nepal. Spent 3 months with the masters of the mystic arts. Wait, Domino interrupted. I know I didn't believe in magic before, but after seeing Doom dealing with demons and Gorilla Man's curse, I can digest that. But there's a whole Hogwarts in Nepal, of all places. A rueful smile crossed Jay's face. The Kamartaj Monastery. They protect Earth from mystical threats like dimensional lords, demons from hell, and entities that exist beyond normal reality. The Ancient One leads them as the Sorcerer Supreme. Seeing Domino's expression, Jay chuckled. Here's the ironic part, I can't use magic at all. Not even the simplest cantrip. The Ancient One looked genuinely disappointed when she tested my potential. Then what did they teach you? Everything else. Combat techniques specifically designed for hunting supernatural creatures. Tactical analysis of mystical threats. Meditation techniques and methods for bringing out the best in my existing abilities. I had access to their entire library of rituals and remedies, though I can't cast any of them myself. Confusion flickered across Domino's features. But wouldn't hunting supernatural creatures be incredibly dangerous if you can't use magic to protect yourself? Jay smiled. That's exactly why I went to such lengths to acquire that blade. Muramasa works as an anti-magic artifact. It can cut through mystical barriers, disrupt supernatural creatures, even wound entities that are normally immune to physical damage. His tone grew more serious. And Kim Il-sung's power disruption doesn't just work on superpowers. It can disrupt all mechanisms, whether they're magical, technological, or energy-based. Combined with Murasama, that combination was my key advantage against Doom's sorcery. Understanding dawned in Domino's eyes. That's how you briefly turned Gorilla Man human. You disrupted the curse holding his transformation. Exactly. After completing my training at Kamartaj, I traveled to Afterlife, the Inhuman Sanctuary, to negotiate with them for Gordon's teleportation powers. After some convincing, they agreed. Then I returned to America to acquire light and dark force manipulation from 2 kids who'd been caught in an accident. The weight of his preparation settled over Domino. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft. You were planning all of this just to get back at Doom, weren't you? Fury hardened Jay's features. I had to, Dom. He took away my friends, he put the Morlocks and my inner circle in danger, and... His voice dropped. He pushed us apart. I couldn't move forward without paying him back for everything he'd stolen from me. Domino hugged him tighter, feeling his heartbeat against her cheek. I wish you had called. The Mercs and I would have had a blast kicking that bastard Doom's ass. Genuine laughter broke through Jay's darker mood. I know you would have. But this was something I needed to do myself. Once they'd both settled back, Domino's expression shifted to something more vulnerable. I'm really jealous, you know. Jay's eyebrows rose. You can train and control your powers so easily and effectively, while mine are just. She stopped abruptly, and Jay could see the memory of her powers failing to save him during the Baxter Building incident still cutting deep. Jay studied the pain in her face. Actually, I've been thinking about something for a couple of days now. His expression became thoughtful. I couldn't take your powers before because your probability field works on such a large scale, setting complex chains of events in motion across vast distances. But now. He extended his hand toward her, fingers hovering just above her skin. May I try something? I think I might be able to help you gain conscious control. Trust overrode nervousness as Domino nodded. The moment Jay's fingers touched her hand, his danger sense screamed warnings of imminent death. But he pressed forward, using Kim Il-sung's power disruption to weaken and interfere with the probability field that Nina's mutation unconsciously controlled. The sensation was like trying to grab hold of lightning. As he felt her field destabilizing under his influence, he carefully extracted the power. The instant the transfer completed, the aircraft lurched violently. Ladies and gentlemen, came the pilot's stressed voice over the intercom, we've just had a bird strike that took out one of our primary turbines. We're down to backup turbine. We're just entering Indian airspace now. Jay's eyes snapped open, and he immediately focused on his newly acquired ability. Domino's power manifested as traditional six-sided transparent dice floating in his mind. Using his adaptive power perk, he concentrated intensely on maximizing their survival probability. Backup engines are online and running smoothly, the pilot announced with obvious relief. False alarm, folks. We'll be touching down in Delhi right on schedule. The turbulence smoothed out, but when Jay looked at Domino, she was drenched in sweat and hyperventilating. Dom, what's wrong? Are you all right? He reached for her immediately. I've never. She gasped, her voice shaking. I've never been in danger without feeling my luck would protect me. When you took my power, I felt so cold and empty. Hot tears began streaming down her face, and Jay's heart clenched. It was like losing a limb she'd never realized she depended on. Jay pulled her into his arms. Dom, hey, look at me. He cupped her face gently, thumbs brushing away her tears. Do you trust me? Through her tears, she managed a nod. I just need time to train your power to a level where it can be controlled through conscious effort rather than subconscious reflex. I promise you'll never have to doubt your abilities again. A shaky smile broke through her distress. I always trust you. Meanwhile, Jay said, his voice protective, I can't let you be vulnerable without any powers. Warmth flowed from his palms as he placed his hands on her shoulders, transferring two of his abilities. Here. I'm giving you my danger sense and tachyon field manipulation. The danger sense will keep you safe by warning you of threats before they materialize, and applying the tachyon field to your knives and bullets will make them guaranteed lethal attacks. The new ability settled into Domino's consciousness like puzzle pieces finding their proper places. The danger sense was like gaining a new layer of awareness. The tachyon field felt like controlled energy at her fingertips. Curious and eager to test her new capabilities, she picked up a butter knife from their meal tray and consciously applied the tachyon field. The blade began to glow with barely visible white energy threaded with black spots. Careful with. Jay started to warn. The enhanced butter knife sliced through the corner of their table like it was made of tissue paper, leaving edges so clean they looked polished. Oops, Domino said, but she was grinning with the excitement of someone experiencing active power control for the first time in her life. Delhi's sprawling urban landscape came into view as they began their descent, a mixture of ancient architecture and modern glass towers stretching to the horizon under the afternoon sun. The aircraft touched down at Delhi's international airport with only one functional engine, but thanks to Jay's probability manipulation, the landing was smooth and uneventful. As the engines wound down, they walked down the aircraft steps hand in hand. The humid Delhi air hit them immediately, carrying scents of spices, exhaust, and 8 million people living in close proximity. Ready for our world tour? Jay asked, squeezing her fingers. Despite the earlier emotional trauma, Domino's smile was radiant. She now carried part of his abilities while he worked to master hers. With you, she said, taking her first breath of Indian air. I'm ready for anything. Jay looked out at the bustling city beyond the airport. After months of planning, training, and preparation, after the brutal confrontation with Doom and the painful separation that followed, he was finally moving forward. Not just as a man seeking revenge or trying to clear his name, but as someone building a future. Welcome to Delhi, he murmured, more to himself than to her. Chapter 123, Announcement. Alright, so web novel's been acting up lately. For some reason, it keeps deleting my comments whenever I try to post reference pics loudly crying face. I've been thinking, it'd be awesome to have a reader who genuinely loves this FIC and enjoys being part of it step up as a moderator. Someone who can help upload the reference pics with both the new and old chapters. Nothing too crazy, just helping keep things organized and fun. If that sounds like something you'd enjoy, drop a comment and let me know, assuming web novel doesn't eat it again grinning face with sweat. Chapter 124, Padharo Merdesh, welcome to my country. A/N, we're only about 70 power stones away from hitting the goal. You guys are killing it, seriously. But you gotta hurry, the rankings reset soon, and I really wanna drop that fresh bonus chapter before they do. Let's make it happen. The moment they stepped off the aircraft at Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport, Jay could already hear the commotion building outside the terminal. Even through the thick walls, the sound was unmistakable to his enhanced senses, a crowd forming, voices chanting his name with the fervor typically reserved for cricket matches or Bollywood premieres. Jay! 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 The rhythmic chanting grew louder as more people gathered, their excitement palpable even from a distance. He sighed, running a hand through his hair as he caught glimpses of the scene through the terminal windows. Someone must have leaked their flight plan. Politicians in crisp white kurtas were already positioning themselves strategically in front of news cameras, no doubt preparing to claim him as one of their own. After all, here was Jay, the Indian-American hero who'd healed an entire nation on live television. In a country where celebrities were worshipped like deities, where people touched the feet of movie stars and threw flower petals at cricket players, Jay represented the ultimate prize. They want something from you, Domino observed, her mismatched eyes taking in the crowd with the calculating gaze of someone who'd spent years avoiding unwanted attention. The enhanced mental processing from her new danger sense was still settling in, making her analysis of crowd dynamics sharper than before. Either your healing touch or just the chance to say they met the famous power broker. The familiar weight of being hunted, even for positive reasons, made her stomach tighten. Jay nodded grimly. Indians have a long tradition of worshipping their heroes. Doesn't matter if you're an actor, athlete, politician, or apparently, a mutant healer. They'll build shrines if you let them. When two unremarkable strangers emerged from the terminal instead of their expected celebrity, the disappointment washing over the crowd's faces was almost comical. Jay had bent light around them both, transforming his distinctive features into those of an average Indian man in his mid-20s, while Domino now appeared as a typical Delhi girl with warm brown skin and long black hair. They moved through the dispersing crowd unnoticed, just another young couple among millions in the sprawling metropolis. Weird seeing you with green eyes, Domino said as they caught a taxi. Your brown eyes were one of the first things I noticed about you. Jay glanced at her. And I noticed you checking out my ass during that first meeting. I was being professional, she protested, then smirked. Besides, it's a nice ass. Their first stop was the Red Fort, where Jay's knowledge came alive as he explained the Mughal architecture. Standing before the massive red sandstone walls, his voice carried the same cadence she'd heard when he talked about comic book storylines. This is where Shah Jahan held court, Jay explained, pointing out the intricate inlay work in the Diwan-i-Khas. The same emperor who built the Taj Mahal for his wife. Every August 15th, the Prime Minister addresses the nation from those ramparts, continuing a tradition that connects modern India to its imperial past. As they explored, a small commotion near the children's area caught Jay's attention. A young boy, maybe 7 years old, was crying while his grandmother spoke rapidly in Hindi about his burned hand from accidentally touching a hot chai vendor's stall. Jay's eyes met Domino's, and she gave an almost imperceptible nod. Minutes later, the boy's tears had stopped, his hand completely healed. The grandmother pressed her palms together in grateful prayer, whispering Bhagwan Ka Ashirwad, as Jay disappeared back into the crowd. His technomorphing had already erased the incident from nearby security cameras. They spent days exploring Delhi's treasures. The lotus-shaped Baha'i house of worship left them both speechless with its architectural beauty. In old Delhi's Chandni Chowk, they navigated the chaotic maze of narrow lanes filled with spice vendors and jewelry merchants. The food made Domino understand why Jay had been so particular about restaurants back home. At a small dhaba near Jama Masjid, she realized what real spice meant, nihari so rich and complex it seemed each spoonful revealed new layers of flavor, naan bread that pillowed in her mouth, and chole that had been slow-cooked until the chickpeas practically melted on her tongue. Christ, no wonder you were never impressed with that Thai place Bobby loves, she said around a bite of kulfi. If I'd known real Indian food could taste like this, I would have dragged you to more ethnic restaurants instead of letting me pick pizza every time. Jay watched her navigate the unfamiliar flavors. Wait until we get to Rajasthan. Their thali recipes will make this seem mild. As they settled into their hotel that night, Jay pulled out a lottery ticket he'd bought from a street vendor. Time to practice, he said, focusing on the transparent dice that floated in his mind's eye. Domino's probability manipulation felt like trying to tune a radio station that kept drifting in and out of clarity. The ticket was a small winner, nothing dramatic, but enough to confirm the power was responding. It's working, but barely, Jay admitted, frowning at the modest results. Your power is like trying to conduct an orchestra where every musician is playing jazz improv. Welcome to my world, Domino said, settling against his chest with the kind of casual intimacy that had developed over months of shared danger. Powers like that take years to master. I should know. The next 2 weeks took them across India's diverse landscape. In Rajasthan's golden desert, they rode camels across sand dunes that shifted like frozen ocean waves. The Jaisalmer fort rose from the desert like something from Arabian Nights, its honeyed sandstone walls seeming to glow from within as the setting sun painted everything amber. In a small village outside Jaslamar, they encountered a group of children suffering from severe dehydration after their well had been contaminated. Jay worked quietly in the pre-dawn hours, his healing touch restoring their health while Domino kept watch. By morning, the miraculous recovery was attributed to prayers and traditional medicine, just as they intended. It's called the Golden City for a reason, Jay explained as they watched the sunset from their camel's back, one arm around her waist to keep her steady while she leaned back against his chest. During the day, the entire city looks like it's made of precious gold. In Kerala's backwaters, they drifted on a traditional houseboat through emerald waterways. Domino sat cross-legged on the deck, cleaning her knives with the same meditative focus Jay used for his training, while he tried again with his probability manipulation, this time on a local lottery. Better, he murmured later, studying the lottery results. Still frustrating, but there's definitely progress. The breakthrough came unexpectedly in Kanyakumari, at the southern tip of India where three oceans meet. They were sharing fish curry that had Domino sweating through her shirt on the beach, watching the waves crash against the rocks where a massive statue of Tiruvalluvar stood sentinel over the waters. The danger sense you gave me, Domino said suddenly, watching the complex patterns of water movement with new clarity, it's like seeing the world in slow motion sometimes. Every ripple, every bird's flight path, it all makes sense now in ways it never did before. Jay smiled, understanding exactly what she meant. Wait until you get used to the enhanced memory. You'll start remembering conversations from years ago like they happened yesterday. Domino had been absent-mindedly testing her new tachyon field manipulation, applying it to a toothpick while Jay told her about the confluence of waters. This is what happens when I get bored during lectures, she said, concentrating on the energy flow. The enhanced toothpick slipped from her fingers, flying straight toward Jay's face with enough tachyon-enhanced speed to punch through steel. Without his danger sense active, his reflexes were a split second too slow. But something else intervened. The probability manipulation responded instinctively, reality subtly shifting as a seagull dove down at precisely the right moment, deflecting the toothpick's trajectory by millimeters and sending it shooting harmlessly past Jay's ear to embed itself 6 inches deep in the stone nearby. Shit. Domino's face went pale as she stared at the perfectly round hole in the ancient rock. I could have killed you. Dom, I got it. Jay's voice was steady, but she could see the adrenaline in the tightness around his eyes. We know your power responds automatically when I am in real danger. So we can start making progress now. Don't you dare turn my fuck up into a training exercise, she snapped, but her hands were shaking as the reality of what could have happened hit her. Jay caught her hands, stilling their tremor. Hey. I'm okay. From that moment forward, the probability manipulation became increasingly responsive. Not dramatically, not enough to guarantee lottery jackpots, but enough to nudge odds in his favor. A lucky find of exact change, a taxi appearing just when needed, a hotel room becoming available at the last minute. Jay spent most of his free time testing the limits with scratch-offs and online betting. You're getting that look again, Domino warned as they boarded their flight to the Philippines, watching him calculate odds on his phone. What look? The same one you get when you're planning something that's going to give me a headache. She tugged his ear hard enough to get his attention. Don't turn into one of those assholes who thinks they can beat the house. Says the woman who convinced me to bet on 3 different horse races in Mumbai, Jay countered. That was field testing, she said primly. This looks like you're enjoying it too much. Throughout their travels, they heard whispers of Indian heroes that made Jay's mind itch with curiosity. Stories of Krish, the flying hero who protected Mumbai. G1, the guardian. Robot, the mechanical protector. And most intriguingly, hero apparently powered by goddess Durga herself. This world is bigger than I thought, at least Shaktiman was not here. This world really doesn't need another reality warper like Sentry, Jay mused as they watched a news report about Hero stopping a bank robbery with powers that seemed to defy physics. The Marvel universe I remember definitely doesn't have these heroes. Domino noticed the way his jaw tightened when he was processing too much information. You're not planning to investigate, are you? We're supposed to be on vacation. No, Jay said after a moment, his hand finding hers automatically. Some rabbit holes are better left unexplored. We have our own story to write. Good, she said, squeezing his fingers. Because I'm not ready to share you with another crusade just yet. Chapter 125, The World Between Us. A/N, well, we almost made it. Missed the goal by just a bit, wilted flower, but honestly, you guys showed up like champs. And since I love you all anyway, here's that bonus chapter. Consider it a thank you for the support you bring every week. Let's crush it next time with the goal for bonus chapter being 200 power stones. Their journey through Southeast Asia challenged them in ways neither expected. The Philippines welcomed them with pristine beaches and the warmth of people who smiled as easily as they breathed. In Palawan's underground river, they marveled at limestone formations sculpted by millions of years of patient water. In a Manila hospital, Jay quietly healed a ward full of children with dengue fever, his technomorphic abilities erasing all traces of his presence from the facility's systems. The ballot that Jay dared Domino to try resulted in a face-off between her stubbornness and her gag reflex. "This is biological warfare disguised as a snack," she accused between careful bites, though she refused to back down from his challenge. "You've eaten military rations that were probably worse," Jay pointed out, grinning at her expression. "At least those didn't have visible veins." That evening, back in their hotel room, Jay teleported them to their private warehouse in New York. The space was already filling with carefully catalogued souvenirs and artifacts from their journey. "Still weird seeing you do that," Domino commented, watching him store their purchases. "Makes packing a lot easier though." "Wait until you see what we've collected by the end," Jay replied, organizing traditional Indian textiles next to Filipino prints. "This warehouse is going to tell the story of our entire journey." Malaysia offered a fascinating blend of cultures. In Kuala Lumpur, they climbed the Petronas Towers and wandered through street markets where Tamil, Malay, and Mandarin languages created a polyglot symphony. The linguistic patterns, Domino observed, her enhanced processing allowing her to pick up structural similarities between the languages faster than ever before. "They're more connected than I expected." The satay they shared at Jalan Alor night market came with a side of Jay testing every vendor's gambling games and walking away with their prize money. "You're showing off," Domino observed as she pocketed winnings from a ring toss game. "I'm subsidizing our vacation," he corrected. "Besides, these games are rigged anyway." "I'm just evening the odds." Indonesia's diversity amazed them both. From Bali's rice terraces that cascaded down mountainsides like green waterfalls, to Java's volcanic peaks that pierced morning clouds, every island seemed to offer a different world. The temples at Borobudur left them both quiet, the massive Buddhist monument rising from the jungle making their usual banter seem inappropriate. In a small village in central Java, they encountered children suffering from malnutrition. Jay's healing work continued quietly, while Domino used her enhanced tactical thinking to coordinate with local aid workers, ensuring sustainable food supplies reached the community. "Makes you feel small," Domino said as they watched the sunrise paint the ancient stones, Jay's jacket draped over her shoulders against the morning chill. "In a good way or a bad way?" Jay asked. She considered this, leaning against his shoulder. "Good, I think. Like maybe all the shit we worry about doesn't matter as much as we think it does." Optimistic as always, Jay said, but his arm tightened around her. Africa welcomed them with red earth that stained their shoes and endless skies. They skipped Egypt because Jay muttered something about trauma from moon-worshipping vigilantly, and Wakanda because he claimed it would be diplomatically complicated. Kenya became their unexpected favorite. The Masai Mara during the Great Migration was a spectacle that television could never capture. Millions of wildebeest and zebras moving in ancient patterns across the savannah, predators following, the whole ecosystem playing out its eternal drama under African stars. Jambo, Mzungu, called a Maasai elder as they visited a traditional village. "You have the eyes of a healer." Jay smiled, grateful for the universal recognition of his nature. That evening, he quietly treated several villagers for malaria and infections, his work dismissed as the result of traditional herbal remedies and strong constitutions. Nyama choma and ugali became their go-to meal, simple grilled meat and cornmeal that tasted better than anything they'd eaten at five-star restaurants. They sat around fires with locals who taught them Swahili phrases and shared stories that stretched back generations. "Jambo, Rafiki," Jay would say to vendors, his pronunciation improving daily. "Mzungu anajua Kiswahili," an elderly woman said to Domino at a Nairobi market, laughing at Jay's careful attempts at the language. "He's showing off for me," Domino replied in English, which made the woman laugh harder. "Smart men. The ones who try to learn, those ones are keepers." Their evening training sessions continued even in the African wilderness. "Let's play Russian roulette," Domino suggested, loading the revolver as lions roared in the distance. "You're completely insane," Jay laughed, but he was getting addicted to the rush of pushing his abilities to their limits. Australia's coastline offered a different kind of beauty. The Great Barrier Reef was an underwater wonderland of colors that seemed impossible in nature. Sydney's harbour provided the perfect backdrop for the first real fight they'd had in weeks. China challenged them with its sheer scale and complexity. The Great Wall stretched beyond the horizon like a stone dragon, while the Forbidden City in Beijing overwhelmed them with the weight of imperial history. In Sichuan, the spicy hot pot they shared had Domino gasping for water while Jay calmly continued eating. "Lightweight," he observed as she fanned her mouth. "My tongue is literally on fire. Should have listened when I said to start with the mild broth." Russia's vastness was humbling. Red Square in Moscow, with St. Basil's colorful onion domes, felt like stepping into a fairy tale. The Trans-Siberian Railway carried them across landscapes so enormous they seemed to belong to another planet. In St. Petersburg, they spent hours in the Hermitage until Domino finally complained that her feet hurt and dragged Jay away from a medieval weapons display. By the time they reached Europe, they had been traveling for nearly 2 months. Their warehouse in New York was filling steadily with carefully catalogued artifacts, artwork, and cultural treasures from their journey around the world. They learned to move together, finishing each other's sentences and anticipating needs without discussion. Where to first in Europe? Domino asked as their plane descended toward Paris, her head resting on Jay's shoulder as she watched the city of light spread out below them. Definitely not Britain, Jay said firmly. Why not? What's wrong with the UK? Jay's expression grew cautious in that way that meant he knew something she didn't. Let's just say dealing with reality warpers, multiversal police forces, and legendary magicians sounds like too much of a headache for a romantic vacation. Domino raised an eyebrow but didn't push. She'd learned to pick her battles. Paris greeted them with springtime beauty and the promise of new adventures. The Louvre's glass pyramid reflected the afternoon sun as they approached, but Jay's focus was elsewhere. There's something I need to acquire, he told Domino as they settled into their hotel room overlooking the Seine. An African pendant in their private collection. It's not on public display. Domino's entire demeanor shifted, professional interest replacing tourist curiosity. Finally, something I can actually help with. Her smile carried a sharp edge. What kind of security are we talking about? While Jay spread building schematics across their bed with the methodical focus she found both attractive and mildly obsessive, Domino disappeared into the Parisian night. Hours passed. Jay had every guard rotation, camera angle, and entry point memorized by the time she returned through their hotel room window with silent grace that reminded him why she was so good at her job. Looking for this, she asked, holding up an ornate pendant shaped like a claw. Jay stared at her, then at the artifact, then back at her. How did you? Domino's smile was pure satisfaction. Trade secrets. Though I will say, your danger sense made it almost too easy. I could feel every guard's position, every camera's blind spot. It was like the building was telling me exactly how to move through it. Jay pulled her close, tasting adrenaline and night air on her lips when he kissed her. Remind me never to get on your bad side. Too late for that, she murmured against his mouth. Is this a magical artifact? Domino asked, studying the pendant's intricate design while still pressed against his chest. Not exactly, Jay said, taking the pendant and focusing his light manipulation to remove decades of accumulated rust and dirt. Slowly, patiently, the tarnished metal began to gleam, revealing purple lines that seemed to pulse with absorbed kinetic energy. This is made from one of the most expensive materials on Earth. Vibranium. Domino's eyes widened with genuine surprise. Like Captain America's shield. Exactly. Very few pieces exist outside Wakanda's borders. Most of the world doesn't even know it exists. Jay's voice took on the same tone he used when explaining historical sites. Finding artifacts like this in European museums is like discovering pieces of a puzzle that most people don't even know exists. He added the claw-shaped pendant to his necklace carefully, where it joined the crooked adamantium bullet and Domino's lucky quarter. That thing's going to give you neck problems eventually, Domino pointed out, but her fingers traced the collection gently. Each piece represented something important. I'll worry about that when the time comes, Jay said, catching her hand and pressing it flat against his chest. Promises, promises, she murmured, but her eyes were soft. Their European tour continued with the same pattern of discovery and growing familiarity. Rome's ancient grandeur fed Jay's need for historical context, while Venice's romantic canals provided perfect backdrops for the kind of quiet conversations they'd never had time for before. In Barcelona, Gaudi's impossible architecture made them both question reality in ways that felt uncomfortably familiar. Amsterdam's museums and canals offered cultural richness that satisfied their shared need to understand the world they were protecting. The memory enhancement is really kicking in now, Domino observed as they walked through the Rijksmuseum. I can remember every painting we've seen on this entire trip, down to the smallest details. It's like having a photographic gallery in my head. By the time they reached Berlin, spring was giving way to early summer, and they had been traveling together for exactly 2 months. The city's mix of heavy history and determined optimism felt appropriate for two people learning to build something new from complicated pasts. Standing on the observation deck of the Reichstag building, looking out over a city that had been divided and reunited, Jay found himself thinking about permanence and change. No regrets about the dangerous training methods? Jay asked, thinking about their increasingly elaborate training sessions. Are you kidding? Domino grinned, her enhanced danger sense making her hyper-aware of every potential threat in the crowded observation deck. Watching you master my powers through sheer determination and stupidly dangerous games. It's just so sexy. No regrets about skipping Britain? Domino asked, following his gaze across Berlin's skyline. None whatsoever, Jay said firmly. Some sleeping dragons are better left undisturbed. Domino nodded, having learned to trust his instincts about potential complications. So where to now, she asked, slipping her arms around his waist as they watched the sun set over the city. That's when Domino's phone buzzed insistently. Wade's contact photo filled the screen, his mask somehow managing to look both excited and manic even in a still image. Hey Domino, tell Bossman we caught the big fish. They got their answer.